Bang! A cup crashed to the floor at Lin Qian's feet, the loud noise snapping her back to reality. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her. What's going on? Hadn't she died? Hadn't she been stabbed to death by her own stupid and malicious brother? Isn't this her home from before the apocalypse? What's happening now? Had she really been reborn to the moment just after her mother's death, when her useless scumbag father brought his mistress and illegitimate son to the house, trying to force her to let them all move into the Lin family villa? Ha 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 ha. You want your mistress and bastard son to move in? Over my dead body. Lin Qian suddenly burst out laughing, startling the three people in front of her so much that they instinctively took a step back. Her father, Li Qian, frowned. Lin Qian, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Ha ha. My mother's barely cold in her grave, and you're already dragging your mistress and an illegitimate son who's almost my age into our home, and you expect me to welcome you with open arms. Li Qian didn't understand. Wasn't this the kind of mistake any man might make? To him, it was no big deal. Why was his once obedient and compliant daughter suddenly going crazy over something so trivial? Lin Qian looked at Li Qian and his new family, hatred burning in her eyes. In her previous life, out of some misguided sense of family, she had agreed to let them move into the villa. From then on, her life had become one of endless toil and sacrifice. When the apocalypse came, she risked her life to scavenge supplies for them, even selling her body to keep them alive. And what did she get in return? For the sake of this hollow family, she lost everything her mother had left her, the villa, the keepsakes, even a company worth hundreds of millions. In the end, for the sake of her so-called brother, she personally destroyed everyone who had truly cared for her. A sharp pain stabbed at her heart, the same pain she'd felt when her good brother, Li Qian, plunged a knife into her chest in her previous life. As the pain throbbed in her chest, she finally understood. She was really back. This wasn't a dream. She had returned to a time when those who cared for her were still alive, before her own stupidity had led to their deaths. There was still time to change everything. Except, her mother was already gone, killed by this family. But it didn't matter. The apocalypse was coming soon, and this time, she would make sure this family suffered a fate worse than death. Her father's mistress, Su, tugged gently at his sleeve. What are you saying? Qian is just too heartbroken over her mother's passing. Let's talk things through calmly, she'll understand. Su's seemingly gentle face hid deep calculation. Qian, you know we're doing this for your own good. You're just a girl. How could you possibly manage all this inheritance on your own? If you keep going like this, outsiders will eat up all the family assets. Wouldn't it be better to transfer them to your father and brother? You'll get married one day. You can't let strangers benefit from it, right? And if you ever suffer in your husband's family, you'll need us to support you. Honestly, after we're gone, you'll only have your brother to rely on. She nudged the chubby Li Qian, who was standing behind her. Go on, greet your sister. Li Qian stepped forward and called out carelessly, Hello, sister. Who's your sister? Lin Qian glared at her so-called brother, itching to slap him, and she did exactly that. Li Qian was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage and lunged at her. You bitch! How dare you hit me? I'll beat you to death. Once you're dead, we won't need your permission to move in here. Before he could reach her, several bodyguards rushed out and blocked his way. These bodyguards had all been hired by Lin Qian's mother before her death. They were all retired Special Forces soldiers. Just standing there, their presence was enough to make Li Qian collapse onto the floor in terror. Realizing he couldn't get close to Lin Qian, Li Qian pounded the ground and wailed, Dad. Mom, teach this bitch a lesson. I want her dead. I want her dead. Li Qian's face darkened. He called Lin Qian by her full name. Lin Qian, what's the meaning of this? What's the meaning? Can't you see, Mr. Li? Lin Qian turned to the butler, Uncle Chen, who had been standing quietly to the side. Uncle Chen, please help Mr. Li pack up his things. I want every last one of them, and every last one of these people, out of this house. I don't want to see a single trace of them in this villa. You unfilial daughter, how dare you? I'm your father. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for this? Li Qian was truly angry now. In her previous life, Lin Qian probably would have been afraid. When she was young, her mother was always busy running the company and rarely had time for her. Li Qian had played a significant role in her upbringing. Even after she learned he wasn't her biological father, she still loved him as before. Why should I be afraid of being struck by lightning? Because of a fake, inferior father like you. Lin Qian didn't care whether Li Qian knew she had learned the truth. Now that she had a second chance at life, she had more important things to do than waste time arguing with this trash. When did you find out? Li Qian was shaken to his core. Suddenly, something occurred to him. It was Lin Qian, wasn't it? She must have told you before she died, that last time she called you in. That's when she told you, right? Before her death, Lin Qian's mother, Lin Qian, had indeed called her in, but only to warn her not to trust anyone after she was gone, and to always put herself first. She had also given Lin Qian a family heirloom jade pendant, telling her to keep it safe. Perhaps Lin Qian had already sensed Li Qian's true nature, but, not wanting to hurt Lin Qian by revealing the truth, she had kept silent. Who could have guessed that this kindness would ultimately lead to the Lin family's downfall and Lin Qian's tragic death? In her previous life, Lin Qian had also given Lin Qian the jade pendant before she died, but Lin Qian had been so devastated that she fainted. When she woke up, the pendant was gone. She searched for a long time before discovering that Li Qian had secretly taken it and given it to his son, Li Qian. Later, the family found out from Lin Qian's diary that the jade pendant was actually a treasure, but only a member of the Lin family could unlock its power. Before Li Qian could do anything with it, the apocalypse struck. The family survived by relying on Lin Qian's inheritance and Lin Qian's efforts, living better than most. But as the world descended into chaos, even the greatest inheritance was lost. For their sake, Lin Qian went from a wealthy heiress to a woman used and discarded by all. By the time Lin Qian's value had been almost completely squeezed dry by them in the apocalypse, it was only then that they remembered the jade pendant. Back then, Li Qian recalled from the diary that only members of the Lin family could use the jade pendant. In his desperation, he actually had Li Qian stab Lin Qian in the heart, hoping that her heart's blood would activate the pendant's power. But man proposes, God disposes. The jade pendant didn't reveal any miraculous ability to help them survive the apocalypse. Instead, it brought the dying Lin Qian back to the time before the end of the world. This jade pendant seemed to possess the power to turn back time. Lin Qian didn't know if it had any other abilities, but since her mother had entrusted it to her with such solemnity before her death, it was certainly no ordinary object. The things of the Lin family must not fall into the hands of Li Qian's family. Lin Qian had to get her jade pendant back from Li Qian. How I know is none of your business. At the end of the day, you were just an actor my mother hired. After all these years, did you get so caught up in the role that you started believing you were really my father? Have you ever thought about it? Do you even deserve that title? Don't put yourself on some moral high ground. At best, you're just a slightly better class of actor. Now that my mother is dead, your contract is void. There's no need for you to keep up this act of fatherly love and filial piety in front of me. At first, Li Qian thought Lin Qian didn't know the truth. He'd planned to trick her into transferring the Lin family's assets to himself and Li Qian under the guise of a gift. But now it was clear that plan wouldn't work. Even if I was hired by your mother, the feelings I've developed for you over the years are real. I truly saw you as my own daughter, you know that. How can you say such things the moment your mother is gone? Chen Su chimed in as well. That's right, Qian. We're all doing this for your own good. Now that your mother's gone, you're all alone, and there are so many people eyeing the Lin family. If you kick us out, who's going to help you deal with them? I don't need you, the mistress, to worry about that. Chen Su fumed at being called mistress again and again, but for the sake of the inheritance, she had to swallow her anger. Qian, since you already know Qian was hired by your mother to play your father, you should also know I'm not some mistress. I'm his legal wife. We had a proper wedding. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. A proper wedding? Do you even believe what you're saying? Isn't that a joke? We held a wedding banquet in the countryside. Everyone in the area knows about it. Later, it was your mother who shamelessly insisted on making your father a live-in son-in-law. Lin Qian wasn't about to let her get away with that. She stepped forward and slapped Chen Su hard across the face. She hadn't survived the apocalypse for nothing. She knew exactly how to hit where it hurt most. That slap was enough for Chen Su to feel it for a long time. That's the price for insulting my mother. Besides, everyone knows the truth, so let's not bother with these lies. If the cow doesn't want to drink, you can't force its head down. You say you're his legal wife? Show me your marriage certificate. Chen Su glanced nervously at the bodyguards and didn't dare look back, hiding behind Li Qian. Back then, Lin Qian's mother had wanted to find a man with a clean background to be Lin Qian's father and accompany her as she grew up. Naturally, she'd investigated anyone she brought home. Li Qian and Chen Su never had a marriage certificate. As for whether they held a wedding banquet, that was irrelevant. Lin Qian's mother believed that as long as Li Qian kept his promise and treated her daughter well, letting Lin Qian feel the fatherly love she deserved, she wouldn't treat him badly. Who could have predicted that Li Qian's ambitions would only grow over the years? If Lin Qian's mother hadn't been so shrewd, the Lin family would have been devoured by him long ago. Seeing Li Qian stay silent, Chen Su glared at him. Are you dead or what? She's insulting me and even hit me, and you're just going to stand there and say nothing. Li Qian lunged forward, trying to grab Lin Qian by the hair and teach her a lesson. But as soon as he moved, a bodyguard stepped between them, forcing him to shrink back and glare at Lin Qian with hatred. Realizing this man was useless, Chen Su suddenly thought of something. We may not have a marriage certificate, but we're husband and wife in every way that matters. We have a de facto marriage. What about your mother? She didn't have a marriage certificate with him either, and she wouldn't even let Qian touch her. Was he supposed to be a monk? Do you realize how ridiculous you sound? My mother didn't force him to come into our family. There was a clear contract between them. As my nominal father, he was forbidden from marrying or having children with anyone else during the contract period. If he broke the agreement, we had the right to take back everything we'd given him. Chen Su, unaware of this, was stunned speechless. She turned to Li Qian. Qian, is she telling the truth? Li Qian ignored Chen Su and looked only at Lin Qian. Qian, even so, I've devoted years of effort to raising you. That can't be denied, can it? There's no point in saying that. All these years, you've lived off the Lin family. Raising me was the Lin family's responsibility. You only offered a bit of companionship, and even that was calculated. Do you want me to list all the things you've taken from us over the years? Even so, I protected your mother's reputation. Otherwise, as an unwed mother back then, she would have been drowned in spit by public opinion. Without me, how could she have shown her face in society? If the Lin family achieved what it did, half the credit is mine. Now that your mother is dead, I deserve a share of the inheritance. Do you even hear yourself? If you think you deserve half the credit, go find a lawyer and see what the court says. Whatever the verdict, I'll accept it. Chen Su had already consulted a lawyer, otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have come to confront Lin Qian today. Knowing they couldn't get the inheritance through legal means, they'd come to play the family card. She quickly tried to smooth things over. Qian, no matter what, you and Qian have been father and daughter for years. There's no need to make things so ugly. You're upset today, let's talk another time. Seeing that Lin Qian wouldn't budge, Li Qian and Chen Su realized things were at an impasse and decided to leave with Li Qian. Li Qian was still throwing a tantrum on the Lin family's floor, wailing and rolling around. Chen Su whispered something in his ear, and he finally stopped, but the look he gave Lin Qian was even more venomous. Just as they were about to leave, the bodyguards, at a signal from Lin Qian, blocked their way. They turned to look at Lin Qian. What's the meaning of this? Nothing much. I just want you to return the jade pendant my mother left me, the one you stole from me. Li Qian tried to play dumb. What jade pendant? Don't try to change the subject. Since I brought it up, of course I have proof. I know the jade pendant is with Li Qian right now. If you want to lose everything, then by all means, let Li Qian walk away with it. You've seen plenty of nice things over the years, so you should know that pendant isn't worth much money. But it's a keepsake from my mother, and you have to give it back. The moment Li Qian heard he'd have to return the pendant, he immediately protested, "No. It's mine." The rest of the Li family clearly didn't want to give it back either. Somehow, they all felt that the pendant was extremely important to them. Seeing their expressions, Lin Qian knew none of them intended to return it. "Fine, then go ahead and leave. I'll have my lawyer deal with your breach of contract, Mr. Li. And as for the house you and your son are living in, it's under my name now. I have every right to take it back." The thought of this possibility made Li Qian and Chen Su panic. Chen Su was the first to lose her composure. "Qian, don't be upset. Your father said it's good luck for boys to wear jade. When he saw your pendant, he thought your brother would like it, so he just borrowed it for him to wear for a bit. I'll have your brother take it off right now." She quickly pulled a red string from around Li Qian's neck, and hanging from it was indeed the jade pendant Lin Qian's mother had left her. Ignoring Li Qian's protests, she took it off and handed it to Lin Qian with both hands. "Qian, don't be angry. We never meant to keep it. If you want it, just take it back." Lin Qian reached out and took the pendant, carefully inspecting the carvings on it. Only after confirming that they hadn't tried to swap it out did she put it away. Now that she had the pendant back, Lin Qian no longer cared about the family. She immediately instructed Uncle Qian, "Uncle Qian, please help me clear these people out. And from now on, don't ever let them in again." "Lin Qian, what do you mean by this? Are you kicking me out?" Lin Qian had been about to head upstairs, but hearing Li Qian's outburst, she stopped. "What, you think you can just take over our house? You're nothing but a piece of trash hired by the Lin family. Did you really think you could take over our nest? You're the ones taking over our nest. This is the Li family's house. You've taken advantage of my dad for so many years. What's wrong with giving us a little compensation?" Li Qian shouted. "I'm telling you, if you kick me out today, you'll regret it," Li Qian said bitterly. "Whether I regret it or not is none of your concern, Mr. Li. Someone, throw them out." Lin Qian had no patience left to argue. She simply ordered the bodyguards to drag them out. Seeing Lin Qian's attitude, Chen Su quickly shot a look at Li Qian and Li Qian, and before the bodyguards could come over, she hurriedly pushed the two of them toward the door. "Qian, don't be upset. They didn't mean it like that. We'll leave now, and when you're not so upset, we'll come back." She quickly gathered up the things Uncle Qian had packed for them and shoved them into the father and son's hands. Even a single piece of clothing was worth quite a bit, so if Lin Qian was willing to let them take it, she wasn't about to leave it behind. Li Qian and his son were reluctant to leave, but Chen Su half dragged, half coaxed them out the door. Once the three of them were gone, the whole villa fell silent. Lin Qian took a deep breath, feeling like the air in the house was suddenly much fresher. Uncle Qian looked at the suddenly changed Lin Qian, hesitating, unsure if he should approach. In the end, he couldn't help himself. "Miss, now that we've kicked the master out, what if he tries to come back someday?" Lin Qian looked at the old butler who, in her past life, had devoted himself to her, even dying to protect her, and her heart softened. "Uncle Qian, you heard what I said just now. There's no master in this villa anymore. If that family dares come near again, don't be polite, just throw them out." Uncle Qian wasn't sure if Lin Qian had truly come to her senses or if she was just acting out because she couldn't bear her mother's death, especially after seeing Li Qian bring his mistress and illegitimate son into the house before the 7-day mourning period was even over. But whatever the reason, he felt a huge weight lift from his heart. At least for now, the troublemakers were gone. As long as he stayed by the young Mrs. side and kept reminding her, surely he could prevent them from moving back in. Uncle Qian had no children of his own. He'd long ago come to see Lin Qian and her mother as his own family. Now, seeing Lin Qian finally wake up, he couldn't help but shed tears. Wiping his eyes, he said, "Miss, I'm just glad you've come to your senses." In fact, even before Lin Qian's mother passed away, Uncle Qian had urged her many times to kick Li Qian out. But seeing how close Lin Qian was to him, her mother had worried about hurting her daughter, so she let Li Qian stay, letting him believe he was truly the master of the house. Thankfully, before her death, Lin Qian's mother had arranged everything. Aside from what the contract stipulated Li Shouqing would get, he wouldn't get a penny more. In her previous life, Lin Qian had clung to a shred of false affection and ended up as nothing more than a servant to that family. During the apocalypse, whatever food there was always went to that fat slob first. Now that fate had given her a second chance, she wouldn't let any of that happen again. Lin Qian walked over to Uncle Qin and took his hand. "Uncle Qin, now that Mom's gone, you're the only family I have left. I was immature before and made you worry." Uncle Qin was already crying. Now the tears flowed even harder. "Miss, don't say that. Actually, your real father is still alive. If you want to find him, I'll do everything I can to help." Lin Qian shook her head. In this life, she no longer wished for any family ties. She just wanted to get everything in order before the apocalypse and protect the people around her. No need. If he hasn't shown up all these years, there's no reason for him to appear now. "Don't worry, Uncle Qin. We'll be just fine." The apocalypse was coming. Other than Uncle Qin, she couldn't trust anyone, least of all a father she'd never even met. If he disappeared for so many years and didn't even show up when her mother died, then as far as she was concerned, he might as well be dead. After dealing with that family of leeches, Lin Qian started to feel hungry. She tugged on Uncle Chen's hand and acted cute. "Uncle Chen, could you make me a big lobster feast? I'm starving." In her previous life, Lin Qian had eaten all kinds of things: tree roots, dirt. The thing she ate most was a kind of black bread made from cockroaches and mutated plant starch. That black bread was foul and stinky, but in the food-scarce apocalypse, it was a rare delicacy. She couldn't even remember how long it had been since she'd eaten real food after the apocalypse began. Lin Qian filled a glass with water from the tap and took a sip. It was just plain filtered tap water, but to her, it tasted like the sweetest nectar in the world. It had been so long since she'd had water this clean. Every sip filled her with a freshness and satisfaction she'd never known before, as if this simple glass of water could wash away all her exhaustion and pain and awaken her hope for life once more. In that moment, she truly felt that she had come back. Uncle Chen watched Lin Qian drink water with some surprise. In the past, Lin Qian had never touched the filtered tap water at home. Even though the filtration system had cost millions and was imported from abroad, she always claimed it tasted off and would only drink glacial spring water from snowy mountains. To satisfy her, Mother Lin had even set up a company in Tibet, just so Lin Qian could have the purest, safest glacial water to drink. But now, without a second thought, Lin Qian poured herself a glass of filtered tap water and drank it down. Uncle Chen couldn't help but be astonished. He quickly convinced himself that the young miss must be too heartbroken to care about such things anymore. Ever since the lady's passing, the young miss hadn't had a proper meal in ages. Now that she'd finally made a request, he was determined to prepare a good meal for her. While Uncle Chen went off to cook, Lin Qian took the jade pendant and returned to her room. The moment she'd received the jade pendant from Chen Su, she'd felt a strange connection form between herself and the pendant. She could almost sense the pendant's excitement. As soon as it was back in her hand, it even trembled slightly. Lin Qian took out the pendant and placed it in her palm. It looked perfectly ordinary. Just a plain, milky jade pendant, but under her gaze, it slowly began to change. It seemed as though water was flowing inside the jade. Her heart raced, and then, suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her chest. Without thinking, she undid her blouse and discovered a long knife scar across her chest, the very wound from her previous life, where Li Xin had stabbed her. She could see her heartbeat pulsing beneath the skin, and a faint trace of blood was seeping from the wound. She had no idea what was happening. Almost as if guided by instinct, she pressed the jade pendant to the scar on her chest, hoping it might ease the pain. The moment the pendant touched her wound, it seemed to merge into her skin. Lin Qian felt the jade dissolve into a stream of water that flowed into her chest, soothing her pain. Under the pendant's influence, The knife scar slowly transformed into a small vine she'd never seen before. This jade pendant was a keepsake from her mother, and it had already saved her life once in her previous life. Lin Qian trusted that the vine would do her no harm. She placed her hand on the vine, gently stroking it, and suddenly found herself in another space altogether. What is this place? Before her stood a grand old mansion. Its main gate was framed by weathered wooden doors with heavy bronze rings, and above the lintel, intricate carvings of clouds and dragons wound together. Stepping over the threshold, she entered a courtyard paved with blue stone slabs, surrounded by wooden corridors with carved lattice windows. Sunlight filtered through the delicate window panes, casting dappled shadows that danced across the mossy stones, adding a sense of tranquility and ancient charm. In the center of the courtyard, potted bonsai trees stood in elegant disorder, their gnarled branches and lush leaves occasionally dotted with a few delicate blossoms. Yet something about these plants seemed odd. Lin Qian approached and reached out to touch one. Instead of feeling like a living plant, it felt more like a painting. Curious, she leaned in and blew gently on one of the small flowers growing from the bonsai. It didn't move at all. Fake flowers. She shook her head. Doesn't seem like it. Still puzzled, she walked into the main hall. Hanging high above was a plaque inscribed with the bold calligraphy "Elegant Harmony," the brushstrokes exuding an extraordinary aura. Inside, a few intricately carved round tables and high-backed chairs were arranged neatly. The tables were draped with fine silk cloth embroidered with elaborate patterns along the edges. Ink-washed landscapes hung on the walls, their flowing brushwork and profound atmosphere making one feel as if they could hear the wind and water of distant mountains. Beyond the main hall lay the back garden. The winding paths were lined with all kinds of flowers. Peach and apricot blossoms in spring, lotus and jasmine in summer, chrysanthemums and osmanthus in autumn. The seasons changed, but the fragrance of flowers never faded. A small artificial mountain stood in one corner, with a gentle stream trickling through the rocks into a clear pond. By the pond, a delicate pavilion waited quietly for visitors. On the stone table inside sat a simple yet elegant tea set, as if waiting for a kindred spirit to sit and enjoy a pot of tea while admiring the garden. Lin Qian wandered through the entire estate, but found no one else. She was completely alone. She picked up a teacup from the stone table and saw that it was filled with tea. The aroma lingered above the cup, yet the tea itself was utterly still. She took a careful sip. The fragrance was rich, carrying the freshness of mountain dew and the depth of ancient forests. The moment the tea touched her lips, the entire mansion seemed to come alive. Startled, she quickly set the cup down and hurried back to the bonsai. She blew on the little flower again, and this time, it began to sway gently. Could it be that drinking the tea activated this space? Until now, she'd been so focused on the mansion that she hadn't looked outside. She walked to the edge of the estate and found that just 10 meters beyond, there was nothing but darkness. She couldn't see a thing. Tick, tick, tick. Suddenly, she heard a sound by her ear. Looking up, she saw that at some point, an old-fashioned clock had appeared above the mansion. Its casing was cast in bronze, the surface mottled with the marks of time. Strangely, the hands of the clock were moving backward. Lin Qian stared at the clock as the hour, minute, and second hands all returned to the Roman numeral 12. With a sudden ding, she felt herself pushed out of the space by some external force. In the blink of an eye, she was back in her room. But she could sense that the space was now alive inside her heart. It felt like a living thing, and with every beat of her heart, Lin Qian could feel its presence. She looked down at the vine on her chest. It seemed even more vibrant than before, and perhaps a little bigger. Is this the space inside the jade pendant? Lin Qian murmured. After I drank the tea, time in there seemed to start flowing. I was inside for about 5 minutes. Maybe the space only lets me stay for 5 minutes at a time? If I can go in, can I bring things in too? She looked at a pen on the desk and tried to will it into the space, but nothing happened. What's going on? She picked up the pen to examine it, and in the moment her hand touched it, the pen vanished. She sensed that a pen had appeared inside the space in her heart. So I have to touch something to store it in the space. Even so, she was already very satisfied. At first, she thought the Jade pendant could only turn back time to save her in a crisis. She hadn't expected it to contain a space of its own. No wonder her mother had told her to keep it safe. With such a treasure, she now felt a sense of security and freedom she'd never known before. She would never have to worry about storing supplies again. This provided Lin Qian with tremendous convenience for her next steps. Whether it was urgently needed food and water in an emergency, daily necessities like clothing and medicine, or even seeds, books, and tools that could become precious resources in an apocalypse, all could be easily stored in this mysterious space. She began silently mapping out her future plan of action. First, she needed to discreetly and cautiously gather basic survival supplies that wouldn't easily attract attention, ensuring she had a solid base of operations before any unknown risks arrived. Next, taking advantage of the space's convenience, she would gradually accumulate higher-level resources, such as energy equipment, communication devices, even small medical kits and self-defense weapons, just in case. At the same time, she realized that knowledge was equally important. In this era where information is power, she also needed to collect all kinds of books, electronic devices, and digital storage media, so that even if she never had to worry about food or drink, she wouldn't lack for intellectual nourishment. No sooner thought than done. The Lin Group her mother left her included a publicly listed pharmaceutical company with all sorts of medicines, so she had no worries there. Although Lin Group didn't own any food companies, she could sell off shares in some companies that would be useless in the apocalypse to raise cash for stockpiling food. Her mother had just passed away, and she had only just finished handling family affairs and hadn't yet had a chance to go to the company. Although she had already kicked Li Qian and his family out of her villa, Li Qian had been with the Lin Group for many years and had built up quite a network. The group was large and complicated, with some of his influence scattered throughout. Sorting it all out would not be easy. But Lin Qian didn't care. Since she couldn't untangle it, she simply wouldn't bother. First, she would move all the available stock from Lin Pharmaceuticals into her own space. After all, in the apocalypse, medicine would be even more scarce than food. Even if there was no food, she couldn't be without medicine, so hoarding medicine was her first priority. But how could she obtain the company's medicines in a reasonable and legal way? "Miss, it's time to eat." Hearing Uncle Chen's familiar call for dinner, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel her eyes sting with tears. It had been so long since she'd heard Uncle Chen call her to dinner. She wiped her eyes. Coming. There were still 2 months until the apocalypse. Time was on her side, and she could gather everything she needed. The hunger from her previous life seemed to cling to her like a curse. She had to fill her stomach first before she had the strength to plan for the future. When Lin Qian went downstairs, she saw the dining table set with her favorite seafood feast. The first thing that caught her eye was her beloved bluefin tuna sashimi, followed by steamed blue lobster, almost caviar, French bellin oysters, and goose barnacles. Seeing the table full of seafood, her eyes lit up as if she were about to shoot lasers like the Flash. She threw all table manners aside, grabbed the food with her hands and ate. Only after she'd stuffed herself full did she burp unceremoniously, then picked up a napkin and gently wiped her hands clean. Looking at her still fair and delicate hands, feeling her full belly, a complicated emotion welled up in her heart. In her previous life, she had struggled to survive in the apocalypse. These once soft, smooth hands had become covered in calluses and scars from years of hard labor and hardship. In the bitter cold, they'd been chapped and red from the wind. In the heat, they'd blistered and peeled under the burning sun. Long-term malnutrition had left her hands mottled, her face sallow and thin, and the wind and sun had made her skin rough and dull. The sacrifices she'd made to survive had left deep scars not only on her body, but also on her soul. She pulled herself from her thoughts and said to Uncle Chen, "Uncle Chen, please inform the group's shareholders that I'll be holding a shareholders meeting with a lawyer at 2 p.m. this afternoon." At 2 p.m. Lin Qian arrived punctually at the Lin Group's conference room. Only a third of the shareholders showed up. The other two-thirds had all kinds of excuses. Lin Qian didn't mind. She said to her late mother's assistant, "Please tell those shareholders that I, Lin Qian, am still young. My mother has just passed, and I don't have the ability or the heart to manage such a large group. After careful consideration, I've decided to sell all my shares at a price below market value, but only to shareholders present today." Her words caused an immediate stir. Almost everyone present had been her mother's trusted confidants and were deeply loyal to the group. They all tried to persuade her. Qian, it's okay if you're young. We uncles are here to help you. You can focus on your studies. With us old guys here, nothing will go wrong. There's no need to sell your shares at a loss. That's right, Qian. Before your mother passed, she specifically asked us to support you with all our strength. You're so smart. Given time, you'll achieve even more than Wanqing. This was Wanqing's life's work. You mustn't give it up. Looking at the concern in the shareholders' eyes, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel moved. But once the apocalypse arrived, even the most loyal dog would turn on you. She didn't have time. She had to cash out her shares as soon as possible to buy supplies and turn her villa into her own safe house. She first thanked the shareholders present. "I've made up my mind, uncles. There's no need to persuade me further." The shareholders in Li Shouqing's camp had planned to let Lin Qian stew for a while, thinking she'd realize how hard it was to run a group. They never expected that this little girl had no intention of taking over at all, but instead wanted to sell her shares at a loss. No matter what benefits Li Shouqing had promised them, it couldn't compare to the offer this little girl was making now. Selling her shares below market price, what did that mean? Based on yesterday's closing price, the Lin Group was valued at about 82.3 billion yuan. Lin Qian held 51% of the shares, about 42 billion. Even if she sold at just 1% below market, that was a gap of over 400 million. Don't think 400 million is a small sum. Many people go their whole lives without seeing even a fraction of that. She turned to Su Li. "Lawyer Su, please explain to everyone. Based on yesterday's closing price, the Lin Group's market value is 82.356 billion yuan. My client, Ms. Lin Qian, holds 51% of the shares. That means Ms. Lin Qian's shares are worth 42 billion. According to my client's wishes, she is willing to transfer these shares for 40 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like water splashing into boiling oil, instantly igniting a storm of discussion and reaction. The shareholders' emotions were set ablaze, and the scene became lively and chaotic. Lin Qian watched the reactions of those before her with satisfaction, then continued after Su Li, "But I have two conditions." Only then did everyone quiet down and turn their attention to Lin Qian. If she had no conditions at all, everyone would suspect she had some ulterior motive, or that there was some hidden crisis within the Lin Group about to explode. But since she did have conditions, the bargain sale of her shares suddenly seemed much more reasonable. My mother, Ms. Lin Wanqing, established a water purification company for me in Tibet. I want this company to be spun off from the group and belong solely to me. In addition, I want all the pharmaceutical inventory currently held by Lin Pharmaceuticals. You all know that the water purification company is only worth a few tens of millions, and as for this batch of pharmaceuticals, you wouldn't be able to sell them even if you tried. I'm willing to pay 2 billion for them, which is more than fair. Of course, if you don't agree, I'll just find someone else. Upon hearing this, the shareholders had no objections at all. When the water purification company was first established, they had tried every way to block it, not wanting Lin's mother to set it up. But since they held few shares, they had little say. After its founding, the water purification company basically only served the Lin Group and a few shareholders close to Lin's mother. It never sold to outsiders, so it never made any profit. In fact, the company had always been a money pit for the Lin Group. As for the pharmaceutical inventory, just as Lin Qian said, it was worth only about 200 million. This batch of medicine had previously been slandered by competitors as problematic, but in reality, it was all baseless rumors. the efficacy of these medicines was actually better than many on the market. Unfortunately, Lin's mother had suddenly fallen gravely ill and passed away before she could deal with the aftermath. Because of this malicious competition and Lin's mother's passing, the medicines were now piled up in the warehouse, impossible to move. Now that Lin Qian wanted to take them off their hands, it was exactly what the shareholders wanted. Lin Qian was willing to pay 2 billion for what was essentially a headache. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Even the shareholders loyal to Lin's mother were tempted. There was no reason to refuse. A cautious shareholder voiced a concern. Qian, we understand you want the water purification company for sentimental reasons, since Wanqing set it up for you. But as for this batch of medicine, you won't be able to sell it. What will you do with it? My mother was always dedicated to charity. Since letting these medicines sit here is a waste, and you're reluctant to destroy them, I might as well take them and donate them to children in poor mountain areas. But what if something happens to those children after taking the medicine? That's not your concern. I'll donate them in my own name. If anything does go wrong, I'll take full responsibility. It won't affect the group's reputation. Then we need you to give us a guarantee. Of course. Lin Qian had already anticipated this. She looked at Suli, who quickly produced a document. This is a notarized, legally binding letter of commitment from Ms. Lin Qian. She promises that this batch of medicine will not be used for commercial purposes, and if its use in any way damages the reputation of the Lin Group, she will bear full responsibility and provide appropriate compensation. Seeing this agreement, the shareholders had no further objections and nodded in agreement. Suli then produced another document. This is the company's spin-off plan. You may now vote on it. If there are no issues, I will assist Ms. Lin Qian in transferring the ownership, assets, and liabilities of the water purification company. Shareholders aligned with Li Shouqing's faction rushed to approve the motion. Only a few of Lin's mother's loyalists hesitated, but it didn't affect the outcome. In the end, the majority agreed. After the spin-off was settled, the shareholders immediately began calculating their own assets, eager to see how much they would profit. Some of the older shareholders loyal to Lin's mother tried to persuade Lin Qian, unable to understand why she was making such a decision. But Lin Qian's mind was made up. She didn't care about anyone's opinion. Just then, Li Shouqing burst in. Lin Qian, are you crazy? That's what your mother left you, and you dare sell it off for a song. Lin Qian frowned at his sudden intrusion. Who let him in? A group of security guards followed behind Li Shouqing. Sorry, Miss Lin. Mr. Li insisted on coming in. He says he's a shareholder too, and since you're holding a shareholders meeting, he has the right to attend. Lin Qian had forgotten about this. Indeed, her mother had once given Li Shouqing 0.1% of the shares, so he could focus on being a good father to Lin Qian. He was technically a shareholder. Since the end of the world was coming, she might as well take all the cash Li Shouqing had, so he could cling to his Lin Group shares through the apocalypse. Lin Qian smiled at him. Mr. Li, since you've been my father for so many years, I can give you priority in buying my shares. How much cash do you have on hand? Li Shouqing's face turned red. He had no cash to buy Lin Group shares. Seeing his reaction, Lin Qian knew exactly what was going on. Mr. Li, as you know, even if our Lin Group shares are priced 20% above market value, there are still plenty of people eager to buy. I'm only offering them to everyone here because you've all been with my mother for so long, and I'm young and inexperienced, afraid of being cheated, and not interested in management. So I'm giving back to everyone. If you don't want to manage, I can do it for you. Your Aunt Susu studied business management, and when your brother graduates, he can help you run the company too. We're all your family. Do you really think we'd steal your shares? Lin Qian looked at him with a half-smile, which reminded him of what had happened that morning at the Lin family villa. He was left speechless. What's wrong? Nothing to say? If you won't speak, then I will. Lin Qian addressed all the shareholders. Perhaps you don't know, but Mr. Li and my mother, Lin Wanqing, were never actually married. There was no legal relationship between them. They never got married. Mr. Li was someone my mother specifically hired to play the role of my father, so I wouldn't grow up without a father figure. Over the years, I've been grateful to Mr. Li, but our Lin family owes him nothing. In fact, Mr. Li violated his contract with my mother, using Lin Group's money to support his mistress and illegitimate son. Lin Qian glanced at Su Li, who immediately handed out copies of the contract to each shareholder. All the shareholders took the contract that Li Shouqing had signed with Lin Qian's mother back then and flipped through its contents. After reading it, every one of them looked as if they were suffering from constipation. You've all seen it, right? Honestly, I'm really angry about this. But after all these years, even if you raise a dog, you develop feelings for it, let alone someone I truly treated as a father. Yet this morning, Mr. Li brought his mistress and illegitimate son to my house, forcing me to hand over my shares in the Lin Group and transfer the family villa to them. Even the shareholders who sided with Li Shouqing couldn't help but curse him for being shameless after hearing this. No wonder Lin Qian was so eager to sell her shares at a loss today. Turns out something like this happened. If she didn't sell, who knows when those shares would end up in Li Shouqing's hands. Lin Qian raised her hand for silence. Since Mr. Li is here, I'm not heartless. I'm willing to sell my shares to him as long as he can pay. Like I said before, if you have the money, I'll sell. Shareholders loyal to Lin Qian's mother immediately tried to persuade her. Qian, don't sell your shares to someone so heartless and ungrateful. A few others chimed in, don't sell your shares. If you need money, we old folks still have plenty. We can transfer it to you first. If you're worried about Li Shouqing taking them, don't worry, we'll do everything we can to protect you. The Lin Group is your mother's lifelong effort. You can't just sell it. But Lin Qian didn't care about her mother's so-called hard work. Before her mother died, her only concern was Lin Qian's well-being. As long as Lin Qian could survive in the coming apocalypse, her mother could rest in peace. Afraid Lin Qian might change her mind, Li Shouqing quickly said, I'll buy. I'll go raise the money right now. Please save some shares for me. With that, he grabbed his phone and hurried out. I realize everyone might not have much cash on hand. Since my mother just passed away, I want to do some good in her name, so I'll also accept medicine and food at the same price to donate to impoverished mountain areas. But I'm only giving everyone 2 days. If you have money or supplies, come to the Lin family villa within 2 days. If you don't show up, I'll look for other buyers. I still have family matters to handle, so I'll be leaving now. After saying what she needed to say, Lin Qian left the Lin Group with Su Li. The remaining shareholders immediately started making calls and contacting people, all trying their best to grab a piece of the Lin Group's lucrative shares. Once in the car, Su Li couldn't help but ask, Miss, why are you selling your shares at such a low price? Even if you raise the price by 20%, people would still be fighting over them. Lin Qian looked at Su Li. Although Su Li had always been loyal to her mother, with the apocalypse looming, she couldn't afford to trust anyone completely. She stuck to her previous explanation. My mother spent her life helping poor mountain areas. She worked hard because she wanted to make society better. But as you saw just now, the company is full of schemers and monsters. Even though the Lin Group is thriving now, without my mother, how long can it really last? I know I have no talent for business. As long as I hold these shares, I'll always be the center of attention, always entangled with that so-called father and his family. I don't want that. I just want to live my own life in peace. With the supplies I get, I can help many people have enough to eat and wear. With the money, I can do what I want, instead of being tied to the Lin Group for the rest of my life. Looking at Lin Qian's young face and hearing her words, Su Li could only sigh deeply and say no more. Over the next 2 days, Lin Qian was busy. She quickly separated the water purification company from the Lin Group, set up a new company, and transferred the assets. The reason she insisted on keeping the water purification company was because the water it produced could extend life. During this time, various shareholders came to see Lin Qian. She kept her word and sold her shares to the employees from Li Shouqing's faction at the previously agreed price. As for those loyal to her mother, they took turns trying to talk her out of it, hoping to prevent her shares from falling into the wrong hands. But Lin Qian remained unmoved. Those old loyalists left in anger and heartbreak, cursing Lin Qian for being blinded by greed. In just one day, Lin Qian received 10 billion yuan and a mountain of supplies. She asked Uncle Chen to rent some warehouses and had everyone transfer the supplies there for her to collect. The next day, even more shareholders and wealthy people who'd caught wind of the news came to buy up all of Lin Qian's remaining shares, except for the 1% she deliberately saved for her scumbag father. From that day on, Lin Qian had 25.8 billion yuan in cash, nearly 20 billion yuan worth of medicine, food, and some medical equipment. Li Shouqing knocked on the door of the Lin family villa late the second evening. Over the past 2 days, he had sold everything of value he owned, even making Chinsu sell all her handbags and jewelry. In the end, he scraped together 120 million yuan in cash. Lin Qian didn't let Li Shouqing in. She called Su Li and completed the handover right at the villa gate. Don't say I'm heartless. This 100 million or so is nothing to me. But for the sake of all the years we've known each other, I'll take your money and leave you with 1% of the shares. Let's consider that the end of our relationship. From now on, don't come looking for me again. Li Shouqing almost spat blood at her words. He'd not only sold his assets, but also taken out high-interest loans, barely scraping together the 120 million only for Lin Qian to call it a drop in the bucket. But he didn't dare say anything since he hadn't gotten the shares yet. When Lin Qian first kicked him out, he thought she was really going to cut him off completely. Who would have thought he could get shares worth over 800 million for just over 100 million? He was over the moon. That's how people are when you think you'll get nothing, and suddenly a windfall comes your way. You can't help but feel grateful. Looking at Li Shouqing's smug face, Lin Qian couldn't help but recall how, in her previous life, she'd given him all her shares for free and didn't even get a word of thanks. She found it all rather ironic. Lin Qian cut off Li Shouqing's fake gratitude and concern. If there's nothing else, don't come again. Like I said, if I see you around here again, I'll have someone beat up your son every time. I know. I won't come looking for you. But if you ever miss me, you can come find me anytime. I'll be staying at your Aunt Sue's place. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to spare him another glance and ordered someone to close the door. Old Qin was puzzled. Miss, the house Chinsu is living in is still under your name. Aren't you going to take it back? It wasn't that Lin Qian was feeling merciful. It was just that with the apocalypse coming, the first disaster would be a typhoon accompanied by a terrifying tsunami, and that house was right by the sea. The area that would be hit the hardest. If she remembered correctly, after that sudden typhoon, everyone in that seaside neighborhood ended up dead. She was no saint. Having been reborn, she had no intention of acting like one either. Those who are meant to die should be left to die. Otherwise, they'll just keep wishing you'd die in their place. Lin Qian turned and went back inside. A black dog came bounding toward her, leaping onto her and licking her face with its tongue. Hope. This dog had been a gift from her mother 2 years ago, but that scumbag Li Shouqing claimed he was allergic and insisted on having the dog tied up in the backyard, never allowed near the main house. After kicking Li Shouqing and his family out, Lin Qian had old Qin let Hope out. In her previous life, Hope had been her most loyal companion until Li Shouqing's family secretly killed and cooked him. She recalled the scene of that family eating Hope, their mouths greasy with fat. No one mentioned being allergic to dogs then. The irony wasn't lost on her. This time, she was determined to keep Hope by her side. There were still 60 days until the apocalypse. It wasn't a long time, but it wasn't exactly short either. She was grateful to have been reborn at this point, giving her the chance to prepare. Lin Qian didn't waste any time. First, she contacted a world-class security company to fully reinforce her villa. She didn't just want to reinforce it, she wanted to turn it into an indestructible fortress, one that could withstand nuclear blasts, chemical attacks, earthquakes, tsunamis, any disaster, natural or man-made. She remembered her mother once telling her that, back when she was studying abroad, she'd befriended a classmate who was now a world-renowned billionaire. That billionaire had long since built themselves a doomsday fortress. When the people from Art's Doomsday Fortresses heard that Lin Qian was considering building a $2 billion doomsday bunker, their CEO personally flew in from the US. The moment the CEO saw Lin Qian, he broke into an exaggerated smile and stretched out his arms for a hug, only to be blocked by Lin Qian's bodyguard. He didn't mind at all. "Oh, my beautiful Miss Lin. I'm Harold, CEO of Arts. It's a pleasure to meet you. Choosing us from among all the Doomsday Fortress companies was the best decision you could make. Arts will definitely build you the perfect sanctuary." Lin Qian couldn't help but find his heavily accented words amusing. "Mr. Harold, it's a pleasure to meet you too. Please come in." She invited Harold into her villa and was just about to offer him a seat when he said, "Oh, my beautiful lady, I'd like to tour your villa first, with my team." His subordinates had already told him Lin Qian wanted to renovate this villa, and he couldn't wait to see its structure and recommend the best plan. They hadn't had such a big job since building a safe house for another billionaire. Lin Qian loved their work ethic. "Old Qin, please show Mr. Harold around." Harold and his team quickly finished their inspection and sat down on the sofa to start modeling the villa. Soon, a 3D rendering of her entire villa, inside and out, appeared before Lin Qian. Harold gestured for her to look at the screen. "Beautiful miss, here's a model we put together based on our tour." He explained where they would make modifications. Every time he described a plan, the 3D model would instantly update to show the proposed changes. Lin Qian couldn't help but marvel. This was truly top tier. When they finished presenting their ideas, Lin Qian looked at the plans, extremely satisfied. Once completed, it wouldn't just be a doomsday fortress. It would be a miniature ecosystem. Even if everyone else died in the apocalypse, no disaster could threaten her survival in this villa. "Let's go with your plan. How much will it cost?" Harold blushed. "This place is just so perfect that I accidentally designed it to our highest specifications. The cost will be quite a bit higher than your original budget." "How much?" $400 million US. "We'll need a 50% down payment, with the rest due upon completion." "How long will it take?" "For a project of this scale, at least a month." "Will we be able to live here during construction?" "Of course. We're professionals. The renovations won't create any noise to disturb your rest. All of this will be written into the contract." "All right. Did you bring the contract?" Harold beamed. "Beautiful Miss Lin, here you go." Lin Qian read through the contract carefully. Once she was sure there were no issues, she signed the last page and wired the $200 million down payment to the account listed. "When can you start?" As soon as the money hit the account, Harold got a notification from his company and grinned even wider. "If it's convenient for you, we can start right away." "Excellent." Lin Qian was very pleased and introduced Old Qin to them. "This is my butler. If I'm not here and you need anything regarding the renovations, just talk to him." Harold and his team nodded enthusiastically and showered Old Qin with American-style compliments, making the old man blush. "Mr. Harold, I have some special requests. Do you have the right connections?" Arts was the world's top doomsday fortress company. They should have the channels to procure the things she wanted: guns, ammunition, military-grade bulletproof vests, cold-weather gear, armored vehicles, preferably RVs, submarines, planes, and large quantities of fuel and other energy sources. When Harold heard her requests, his smile faded a little, and he asked in a worried whisper, "Beautiful Miss Lin, is someone trying to kill you?" Otherwise, with all his years of experience, he couldn't think of any other reason why a beautiful young lady would need so much military hardware for a safe house. Lin Qian chuckled. "I have offended a few people, but it's not to the point where they'd want to kill me." "Oh," Harold patted his chest. Rich people all have their secrets, so he didn't press further. Instead, he ended the topic with a touch of humor. That's good. For such a beautiful lady as yourself, if anyone ever tried to come after you, my company, Arts, would do everything in our power to fight back." He was half joking. After all, this was a major client. Harold said to Lin Qian, "Our company does have connections with quite a few arms dealers, but even for us, it's not possible to deliver everything you want directly to you." "That's fine. My mother has a warehouse in the States. Just send everything I need to the designated warehouse. What you're asking for isn't cheap, Harold warned her in advance. I know. Just help me make the arrangements and let me know the final price. Right in front of Lin Qian, Harold made a phone call and clarified her list of items. Lovely Miss Lin, I just checked for you. Everything you want is available. The only issue is the oil and gasoline, which will need to be picked up in Saudi Arabia. Lin Qian thought about it. She'd have to fly to the US anyway, so making a trip to Saudi Arabia wasn't a big deal. That's fine. I want 100 each of pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles, with as much matching ammunition as possible. I also need some special ammo. High-precision rounds, armor-piercing rounds, tracer rounds, and so on. I want 1,000 sets each of military-grade bulletproof vests and cold-weather gear. I also need military-grade armored vehicles, preferably RVs, plus submarines, airplanes, and a large quantity of fuel, gasoline, and other energy supplies. For the planes and submarines, I want 2 of each. 5 armored vehicles. As for the oil and gasoline, calculate how much would be needed to supply my fortress for 300 years, plus enough for the planes, submarines, and vehicles. What would all that cost? Harold quickly ran the numbers in his head based on the quotes he'd just received. The total comes to about 2.8 billion USD. They don't negotiate, there's no contract, and payment is due upon delivery. Lin Qian did a quick conversion in her head. 2.8 billion US dollars was about 20.5 billion yuan. She'd always thought she had a lot of money, but it turned out it could be spent so quickly. How long will it take to get everything ready? They have everything in stock. As soon as the deposit is received, they can deliver to the specified warehouse immediately. Lin Qian was never one to hesitate. Where do I send the money? Harold gave her an offshore account. Lin Qian checked. It belonged to a well-known company, apparently even a US defense contractor. No wonder the supplies couldn't be shipped out of the country. She wired over 800 million US dollars right away. Almost simultaneously, Harold's phone rang. Lovely Miss Lin, they want to know when you'd like the delivery. Tell them to wait for my instructions. I'll send you the time and place when I'm ready. I'll come in person to inspect the goods, and once I confirm everything's in order, I'll transfer the remaining balance. After relaying Lin Qian's instructions, Harold hung up, looking at her as if she were a golden goose. And why not? With just this deal, Arts would pocket a $200 million commission. Of course, he was happy. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting the lovely Miss Lin to dinner? He had to make sure to keep such a valuable client happy. But Lin Qian had no time for dinner with Harold. She still needed to collect the medicines and food from her warehouse. She did a quick calculation. She had about 2 billion yuan left. She'd have to plan carefully how to spend the rest. She drove out to the warehouse on the outskirts of town. The moment she opened the door and saw the tens of thousands of square meters packed full of supplies, a wave of complex emotions surged in her heart. For the rest of her life, she'd never have to worry about going hungry again. Before coming, she'd already called the warehouse staff and told them to take the day off. She turned off the security cameras, then began collecting the supplies. At first, she worried her storage space might not be able to hold so much, but as more and more supplies disappeared into it, she realized her concerns were unfounded. There was even a basement level in her space. All she had to do was run her hand over the supplies, and they would be absorbed into her storage. Once inside, the supplies would automatically sort themselves into the basement. She used her mind to probe the basement. It didn't look that big, but it was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much she put in, it never filled up. She was overjoyed. It took her the whole night, working alone, to transfer all the supplies into her space. By the end, she was completely exhausted. She remembered that she always felt especially refreshed when she was inside her space. So she entered her space. As soon as she did, the old-fashioned clock hanging in midair started ticking again. Tick-tock, tick-tock. She hadn't entered her space for the past 2 days, and now the hour hand pointed to 6. So the time could accumulate. But she only got 2 hours a day. She wondered if that could ever be increased. If she ever ran into an emergency, 2 hours wouldn't be enough. And if the clock ever accumulated more than 24 hours, how would it display that? Forget it, she thought, no point worrying about it now. Lin Qian drove back to the villa. Uncle Chen told her that the arts company's people had already started construction, but just as Harold had promised, she couldn't hear a single sound of work being done. Impressive. Miss, Mr. Harold is staying at the nearest 5-star hotel. He said he'll be here for 3 days. If you need anything, you can call him directly. Uncle Chen handed Lin Qian a business card. Mr. Harold is very eager to invite you to dinner. Uncle Chen really didn't understand why this blonde, blue-eyed old man was so insistent on having dinner with his young mistress. Maybe all foreigners were like this. Thinking of dinner, Lin Qian remembered that most of the food in her storage was non-perishable. There wasn't much fresh food. She hadn't tried storing fresh items in her space yet. She took a popsicle from the freezer, went back to her room, and tossed it into her space. Then she called Harold. Lovely Miss Lin, did Mr. Chen pass along my invitation? Would you be willing to have dinner with me? Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh every time she heard Harold's awkward Chinese. Sorry, Harold, I'm busy right now and can't join you for dinner. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be going to the States with you in 3 days. You can have them start preparing. I'll give you an address. She gave Harold the address of the overseas warehouse. Once I arrive in the States, you can have them deliver everything there. Harold sounded disappointed. I thought you were calling to talk about dinner, but it's business again. Lin Qian burst out laughing. Haha, Harold, there's always a chance. When the time comes, we can have a meal together on the plane. How could I possibly have the honor of dining with such a beautiful lady on a flight? Haha, it's settled then. I have something to take care of, so let's leave it at that for now. Without giving him a chance to say more, Lin Qian decisively hung up the phone. She wrote out a shopping list and handed it to Uncle Chen, instructing him to have someone continue purchasing supplies. Uncle Chen, buy as much as you can of everything on this list. Also, prepare a portion of the seafood feast you arranged yesterday for me. And for the Michelin restaurant I frequent, have them prepare 5,000 servings of every dish on the menu, all packed up and delivered to the villa tonight. Uncle Chen looked at the list in his hand, completely bewildered. It included all sorts of fruits and vegetables Miss Lin liked, meats, various drinks and wines, all kinds of women's and men's products, seasonings, cooking oils, seeds, everything imaginable, and even things he'd never seen before. He was at a loss for words, worried that Lin Qian might have lost her mind because of her mother's death. Deeply concerned, but not daring to ask directly, he said, Miss, is there going to be a food crisis in our country? Lin Qian didn't know how to explain it to him. Uncle Chen, do you trust me? Miss, you're the person I'm closest to. Of course I trust you. That's good. Then just follow the list and buy everything. Don't worry about the cost. Lin Qian pulled out her phone and made a few transfers. Uncle Chen's phone chimed. He checked it and counted the zeros, 10, 100, a billion, 10 billion? 10 billion. Uncle Chen's hands trembled. Even with all his experience, he'd never seen so much money in his life. You can't possibly need 10 billion to buy all this. It's fine. Just buy as much as you can. If you can't spend it all, we'll talk then. In a few days, I'll be going to America with Harold. While I'm gone, keep an eye on the house. Don't let anyone in, especially Li Shouqing's family. Don't worry, Mississippi. As long as I'm here, they won't get in. Since you're going to America, should I prepare those foods for you in the next couple of days? They should be able to deliver them tomorrow. That's fine. Lin Qian was also worried that something might go wrong if she waited too long, so she needed to get everything into her space as soon as possible to feel at ease. She returned to her room, and with a thought, an ice cream bar appeared in her hand, looking as if it had just come out of the freezer. Perfect. The warehouse in the courtyard is actually in stasis, so I don't have to worry about anything spoiling once it's stored inside. After a whole night of collecting supplies, Lin Qian was utterly exhausted. She didn't even bother to shower and collapsed onto her bed, falling asleep instantly. By the next evening, nearly 100,000 servings of food had been packed and delivered to the Lin family villa. Lin Qian had them all sent to the basement. When she got to the basement, the food was still steaming hot. Lin Qian stored it all away into her space. The next morning, Lin Qian arranged to meet Harold at the airport. As soon as he saw her, Harold rushed over, wanting to give her a hug, but the bodyguards at Lin Qian's side didn't give him the chance. "Oh, beautiful Miss Lin, I'm so glad to see you again." Lin Qian cut off his flattery and walked ahead toward the boarding gate. "The plane's about to take off. Let's go." After takeoff, Lin Qian gazed out the window. These were just ordinary days before the apocalypse, seemingly no different from usual. But such ordinary days would be gone forever after the end of the world. Beautiful Miss Lin, the CEO of the military enterprise, said he wants to personally pick you up at the airport. Lin Qian finally looked at Harold. "Tell him there's no need. We'll land in America in 10 hours. Have him deliver the supplies I requested to the warehouse I specified before we arrive. I'll meet him there directly." After several interactions, Harold had a rough idea of Lin Qian's personality and didn't argue. "All right, I'll email him right away." He opened his laptop and typed a few lines. Soon, he received a reply. "He says he's looking forward to meeting you." Lin Qian nodded and ignored Harold, reclining her seat and going straight to sleep. Harold. "Oh well, since the beautiful Miss Lin is asleep, I'll sleep too." Harold soon started snoring. If this were the Lin Qian from before the apocalypse, she would have been woken up for sure. But now, such snoring couldn't disturb her at all. Unless there was a sound that threatened her life, she wouldn't wake up. After surviving the apocalypse, her ears had learned to distinguish between dangerous and harmless sounds. 10 hours later, they landed safely in America. "Beautiful Miss Lin, please allow me to escort you to the warehouse." Lin Qian thought for a moment. That would save her the trouble of finding a car herself. Harold not only arranged a car for her, but also one for her bodyguards, truly considerate. They soon arrived at the warehouse Lin Qian had specified. As soon as the staff saw her, they hurried over respectfully. "Miss Lin, your goods are already inside." The CEO of the military enterprise was also waiting nearby with a large group. Harold was about to introduce them, but the CEO stepped forward himself. "Miss Lin, it's an honor. I'm Alexander, but you can call me Alex." Lin Qian was a bit surprised. "Hello, Alex. Your Chinese is very good. Nice to meet you." Alex laughed heartily. "I majored in ancient Chinese culture in college. That explains it. Please take a look at the goods in the warehouse. If everything's in order, we'd appreciate it if you could settle the remaining payment on the spot." "Thank you. No problem." Lin Qian walked into the warehouse and saw it was packed full of everything she needed, truly satisfying. Alex followed beside her, explaining how to use the equipment. For anything too complicated, there were even Chinese instruction manuals, very thoughtful. "Thank you so much. These are exactly what I need." "I should be the one thanking you, Miss Lin. Our company's guns, ammunition, military vehicles, and cold weather gear all sell well enough. But things like airplanes and submarines are much harder to move. With your order, you've helped us clear out a good chunk of our inventory. On behalf of our company, thank you." Alex introduced the planes and submarines. Both are made with 5 layers of aerospace-grade hardened metal, which can withstand sharp impacts, extreme cold and heat, and high-pressure environments without deforming. The protection is top-notch. The interiors are just as sturdy, with high-energy welding technology, safety belts, and shock-absorbing seats. They're equipped with GPS emergency systems, oxygen, lights, and enough food and water for 2 years, plus a wide range of medicines and first aid kits. The more Lin Qian looked, the more satisfied she felt. Wasn't this stuff practically made for the apocalypse? "Thank you," she said. "If you don't mind me asking, Miss Lin, are you planning to immigrate to our great rice country?" the man asked. She gave a faint smile. "I don't have any such plans for now." "Then I must remind you again, Miss Lin, that these items cannot leave our country." "That's all right. That's my problem to worry about, not yours." Lin Qian walked out of the warehouse and said to Alex with a smile, "Have your finance team check. I've already arranged a transfer of $1.5 billion to your company. It should have arrived by now." The remaining payment will be sent after I inspect the goods in Sand Country. She made a polite gesture. If you have no further questions. Alex immediately understood her meaning. He didn't dwell on it. After confirming the funds had arrived, he responded courteously. Miss Lin, you truly keep your word. If you have time, I'd love to arrange your schedule for the next few days and show you some hospitality as our guest. The Messina region has magnificent natural scenery and unique cultural experiences. The East Rice area is also attractive, with its natural beauty, historical heritage, and vibrant cities, definitely worth a visit. Lin Qian couldn't help but look at him in a new light. He even knew how to talk about hospitality. But she wasn't about to waste time or delay her plans for that. I have matters to attend to back home. Since the goods have arrived, I won't trouble you any longer. I'll be flying to Sand Country shortly. Please arrange for delivery there. She sent her itinerary to Alex. Alex glanced at her schedule, a bit surprised. You're leaving so soon? He didn't ask how Lin Qian planned to deal with the items in the warehouse. That wasn't his concern. As long as the money was received and the goods stayed in Rice Country, everything was fine. Yes, my mother just passed away. Her funeral is in a few days. Once I finish things here, I need to go back and handle that. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that, Alex finally said, his accent obvious. But he quickly composed himself. My condolences. We won't keep you then. When you arrive in Sand Country tomorrow, our manager will meet you at the airport. Lin Qian nodded. Thank you. Once everyone had left, only Lin Qian, her bodyguard, and the warehouse keeper remained. She kept only the bodyguard and dismissed the others. She walked into the warehouse herself, carefully checking every corner to make sure there were no cameras. Only then did she start putting everything into her spatial storage. After she was done, she instructed the warehouse manager to guard the place and not let anyone near for the next 2 months. But even if someone did come close, it wouldn't matter by then. She'd already have taken everything back home. And when the disaster struck, who would have the energy to pay attention to her? Lin Qian took her bodyguard and flew straight from Rice Country to Sand Country. On the way to the airport, one of the bodyguards noticed they were being followed. Miss, someone's tailing our car. It's fine. Let them follow. She didn't care. Those people just wanted to confirm she was leaving empty-handed, which was exactly her plan. As long as they saw her coming and going with nothing but a few things, they wouldn't pay her any more attention. Sure enough, when they saw Lin Qian leaving with just her bodyguard, they didn't stop her and simply left. Using the same method, Lin Qian put all the oil and gasoline she'd purchased in Sand Country into her spatial storage, promptly paid the remaining $500 million, and happily returned home with her bodyguard. As soon as she got back to the villa, Uncle Chen told her that everything she needed to prepare before going abroad had already been purchased and was stored in the basement. Lin Qian didn't even rest. She went straight to the basement, saw it was packed with everything she needed, and immediately put it all into her spatial storage before going to her room to sleep off the jet lag. Her mother's burial was set for tomorrow, which happened to be the 7th day after her passing. Even though Lin Qian still had unfinished business, her mother's funeral had to be handled properly. At the very least, she wanted her mother to leave in peace, knowing that the spatial treasures stolen by Li Shouqing had been recovered, and that her daughter had gathered enough supplies for several generations to survive the apocalypse. No matter where her mother was, she could rest easy now, right? She picked up her mother's photo, looking at the gentle smile in the picture. You left so early, leaving me alone to suffer in this apocalypse. She stroked her mother's smiling face in the photo. But I guess it's my own fault for being stupid. I never saw through Li Shouqing's true nature in my last life, and ended up ruined by him. I deserved it. Even though I came back this time, why couldn't I have come back sooner? Maybe then I could have saved you. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, looking at her damp hand. I'm actually crying. I can't remember the last time I cried. Maybe it's better you're gone. I don't even know if I could protect you in the days to come. But the jade pendant you left me, I got it back. It's now fused with my body. No one can take it away. You look so happy in this photo. Are you happy for me? It's nice. You always had such a beautiful smile. Lin Qian gently placed the photo by her pillow and fell into a deep sleep. Everyone at the Lin Group knew that today was Lin Qian's mother's burial. Even the shareholders who'd often spoken ill of her mother showed up to pay their respects. Lin Qian, dressed in mourning clothes, stood beside the altar, politely bowing and thanking everyone who came. She glanced around. The hall was packed. The people who were usually at odds now wore a variety of expressions. Some were genuinely sad, some were faking it, some looked smug, and some seemed to be gloating. Lin Qian didn't care about any of that. She had her mother's favorite music played, just wanting her mother's final journey to be accompanied by the songs she loved. Someone like her mother surely deserved to go to heaven, right? That thought crossed Lin Qian's mind. If so, then they'd never see each other again after death. Someone as dirty, stupid, and now even vicious as herself was only fit to keep struggling through the apocalypse over and over. There wasn't even a place for her in hell. She calmly watched as some people started to cry. She herself didn't feel much sadness. Seeing the fake tears of some, she even found it funny. Just as everyone was immersed in this atmosphere, a commotion came from the entrance. Uncle Qin went out to check, then came back with a dark expression and whispered to Lin Qian. Li Shouqing brought his mother. Well, that was new. Sorry, there's something I need to take care of. Please continue to see my mother off. I'll be back soon. Thank you, everyone. Lin Qian walked outside and saw Li Shouqing's mother, her former grandmother in name, shouting like a madwoman, "You unfilial child. Why are you stopping me from seeing my daughter-in-law? And your father raised you, and this is how you repay him? You only left him 1% of the shares, and even made him take out a loan from loan sharks to get you money? You worthless wretch, why didn't you?" Lin Qian was a little surprised and looked at Li Shouqing. You didn't tell her? Tell her what? That you, this unfilial daughter, sold off our family's shares, selling them all to outsiders rather than giving any to your father or brother. Lin Qian ignored the old witch and spoke only to Li Shouqing. Today is my mother's funeral. You'd better take her and leave right now, or I promise you'll regret ever showing up here. Li Shouqing knew Lin Qian meant what she said, and quickly tried to explain, I just wanted to pay my respects to Wanqing. After all, we were together for so many years. Don't overthink it, I'll just light some incense for her and go. My mother had no feelings for you. She wouldn't want to see you. You both need to leave. Leave? Why should we leave? She was his wife, my daughter-in-law. Why can't we stay here? Li's mother, in a frenzy, started scratching at the bodyguards nearby, then lashed out with her foot, accidentally kicking over a funeral wreath. Li Shouqing hurried forward to try to pick it up, but somehow, with the way his mother had kicked it, the whole wreath collapsed, scattering flowers all over the ground, impossible to put back together. Lin Qian's expression darkened. Li Shouqing, do you really think I'm going to let you get away with this? I remember telling you not to bother us again. Did you forget, or did you just not care? Uncle Qin, throw them out. And call the police. Lin Qian didn't want to waste another word. With a lunatic like this, even if she'd been saddled with her in a past life, she wouldn't have lasted a month. Without her this time around, she'd only die even faster. Lin Qian hadn't planned to deal with this family at all, but since they insisted on throwing themselves in her way, she wasn't going to hold back. The police arrived quickly. After understanding the situation, they came over to Lin Qian and tried to mediate. Miss Lin, this is, after all, a family matter. Maybe? This is not a family matter. Those two outside have nothing to do with my family. Li Shouqing was just a nanny my mother hired to look after me. He never knew his place, thought that just because he'd been around long enough, he could be my father. And today, he brought his mother here to disrupt my mother's funeral and kicked over the funeral wreath. That's destruction of property. Don't listen to this little girl. You're just going to take her word for it? My son was married to Lin Wanqing for over a decade. Everyone knows they were husband and wife. This is a family matter, none of your business. If you interfere, I'll file a complaint against you. With both sides arguing, the police didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Uncle Qin had already notified Su Li, who arrived quickly. She first showed her credentials to the police. "Officers, here's my card. I'm Ms. Lin Qian's legal representative." She produced a series of documents for them to inspect. "Here's the proof." After looking over the paperwork, the officers' faces darkened, and they promptly escorted Li Qian and his mother away. As she was taken away, Li's mother wailed loudly, "Oh, I'm going to die. Unfilial child. How could you send your own father and grandmother to the police station?" Lin Qian acted as if she hadn't heard a thing and turned back to the morning hall. When she returned, she saw people whispering among themselves, but she didn't care. It was nothing but gossip she didn't want to hear. As long as they didn't confront her directly, she could let it slide. Lin Qian had chosen a burial plot on high ground, so that even if there was flooding in the future, the grave wouldn't be submerged. By the afternoon, everyone had left except for Uncle Qin and a few bodyguards who stayed by her side. "Uncle Qin, do you think my mother was lucky? Dying at a time like this?" Uncle Qin didn't know what she meant and didn't dare respond, afraid of upsetting her and causing her to break down. He was convinced Lin Qian couldn't handle the blow. Otherwise, how could a perfectly normal child change so much in just a few days? He'd already secretly contacted a renowned psychologist for the young miss. Once the funeral was over, he'd gently persuade her to go for a session. After all, she was the Lin family's only heir. He had to protect her. "Uncle Qin, I'm going to Tibet next. Miss, maybe you should rest for a while first. You've been running yourself ragged lately. If you keep this up, your health will suffer." "It's fine. Once I get through this busy period, things will settle down." She'd stockpiled all these supplies so that when the apocalypse came, she could just relax and coast by. The glacial water developed by that purification company in Tibet not only prolonged life, but also improved physical constitution. She remembered in her previous life, people who drank it rarely got sick after the apocalypse. With something so valuable, of course, she wanted to claim it all for herself. When disaster struck, the purification company was close to the snow mountains. She remembered that not long after the end began, the whole company was buried in an avalanche. When she realized how useful the glacial water was, it was too late, and she'd been heartbroken. Su Li worked quickly. The purification company had already been split off from the Lin Group and now belonged solely to Lin Qian, along with all its technology and research achievements. If she could one day find the right talent, she could use the company's technology to improve water quality in the apocalypse. Although she already had enough water to last several lifetimes, and her space contained its own water source, her mother had poured so much effort into this project, and it could play such a vital role in the apocalypse, she wasn't about to let it go to waste. The purification company staff had already been notified by Lin Qian to work around the clock for a month to produce as much glacial water as possible. They didn't understand why, but the boss was paying so much, they just did as they were told. Before heading to Tibet, Lin Qian spent all her time in major libraries, secretly storing away any books and materials she could get her hands on in her space. She even bought several hard drives and downloaded as much research data, TV dramas, web series, games, and even rated art films from the internet as she could, whether useful or not. She backed it all up. Who knew when any of it might come in handy? During this time, Li Qian came looking for Lin Qian several times, since his mother had been detained for disturbing the peace and destroying property. Lin Qian even paid to make sure the staff at the station took good care of Li's mother. Li Qian was now completely broke, but someone at the police station recognized him and secretly told him to try contacting Lin Qian. But how could Uncle Qin let him disturb the already traumatized young miss? Li Qian could do nothing but rage helplessly outside. Of course, Lin Qian couldn't let that old witch stay at the police station for too long. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and the police station was so secure. How could she let her stay in there? She always blamed herself and her mother for not letting her see more of the world. Well, now it was time for her to really broaden her horizons. Thinking this way, Lin Qian almost felt filial. By the time Lin Qian finished all her preparations, The 1-month deadline she'd agreed on with Harold had arrived. This was Harold's first time ever building such a doomsday fortress, and on the day it was completed, he specially flew in from the US to witness the greatest masterpiece of his career together with Lin Qian. Of course, he was also there to collect the final payment. Lin Qian looked at her villa, which had expanded to more than 5 times its original size. The ground floor alone now covered over 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, when the Lin family bought the villa, the surrounding land was included, or else there wouldn't have been enough space for Arts Corporation to work their magic. Now, the villa didn't just offer a suite of ultra-modern amenities like an indoor pool, library, bar, and grocery store. It even had a cinema, gym, supermarket, farm, custom apartments, and helicopter shuttle service. Harold claimed it could withstand nuclear blasts, chemical agents, earthquakes, tsunamis, and all manner of natural and man-made disasters. According to Lin Qian's requirements, this high-tech luxury shelter was equipped with multiple apartment units, including entire floor and penthouse suites. The Doomsday Bunker could accommodate up to 200 people, offering both half-floor and full-floor apartment layouts. The full-floor units were suitable for 6 to 10 people, while half-floor units fit 3 to 5. Each apartment came with a 5-year supply of high-quality survival food, stored in special oxygen-free containers with a shelf life of over 20 years. The villa's entrance was fortified, with a private driveway and security guards. Surveillance cameras, intrusion alarms, and other modern security systems were installed all around, providing 24/7 continuous monitoring. Arts Corporation even drew inspiration from ancient Chinese repeating crossbows and hidden traps, installing automatic crossbow mechanisms, electric shock devices, poison gas, and fire traps to deter anyone attempting to force their way in. The exterior of the bunker was almost invisible, hidden behind a massive fence and specially camouflaged to withstand the impact of multi-ton nuclear warheads. If a nuke goes off within half a mile of the bunker, everything inside will still function normally, Harold explained. The massive doors are designed to withstand 8 tons of pressure, and there are indoor and outdoor parking areas for armored vehicles to ensure your safety. The entire villa structure was meticulously engineered to withstand all kinds of attacks and accidents. Inside, there was an air filtration system to guard against nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. The outer walls were 60 centimeters thick, with an additional 20-meter thick layer of concrete outside to absorb shockwaves. Structural engineers estimated that, even with water and environmental wear, the bunker could last over 1,000 years. Inside, there was a 25,000-gallon underground diesel tank with smart filtration to ensure a steady water supply. Beyond safety, the bunker offered a surprising range of top-tier amenities: an indoor swimming pool with a waterslide, a shooting range, a dog park for Hope, a game room with Xbox and arcade machines, a cinema, and even an indoor climbing wall. Hydroponic gardens inside ensured a continuous food supply, and multiple storage rooms held decades' worth of canned goods. There was also a general store where residents could buy daily necessities as needed. Social spaces were fully equipped too, including a children's classroom, a well-stocked bar, and a gym. If anyone inside had health issues, they could go to the on-site medical and surgical center for help, though for now, only the equipment was in place. Staff would need to be arranged separately. Miss Lin, would you like Arts to recommend professional staff for you? I know a company with all kinds of specialists, Harold offered. Lin Qian smiled and declined. No need, thank you. This doomsday fortress is exactly what I wanted. We'll handle the personnel ourselves. Looking at the villa before her, where every detail had been considered, ensuring safety, functionality, style, comfort, and luxury, Lin Qian felt that, as far as the apocalypse went, this was the perfect refuge. Harold gazed at his company's achievement and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Oh, Miss Lin, this is truly the most advanced and luxurious doomsday bunker in the world. It's the crowning glory of our company. If possible, could we use this as a case study for promotion? Was he kidding? Of course not. I remember we signed a confidentiality agreement in our contract, didn't we? Of course, but this is the most perfect doomsday bunker our company has ever built. Our executives are eager to showcase our technology and capabilities to the world. If you agree, Miss Lin, we can even waive the final payment as a promotional fee. $200 million. This was no small sum. Arts was showing real sincerity. But for Lin Qian, no matter how much money they offered, even if Arts built it for free, she didn't want the world to know she had such a fortress. Wouldn't that just make her a target for everyone? Sorry, I can't agree to that. Harold's disappointment was obvious. Oh, what a pity. Actually, you could turn your own headquarters into a fortress. That way, when clients visit to check your company's capabilities, you can show them directly. Wouldn't that be even better than using my case? It was as if Harold's eyes had been opened to a whole new world. Oh, Miss Lin, you're not only beautiful but also brilliant. That's a fantastic idea. Since you've given us such a great suggestion, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Was this foreigner really so desperate for a meal? Oh well, since they'd worked so hard, she'd treat him to some local specialties. All right, if you don't mind, how about trying some of Zhu City's signature dishes? Not at all, not at all. Harold was overjoyed that Lin Qian had finally agreed to have dinner with him. Right in front of Harold, Lin Qian wrote out a check. Here's the final payment. Harold accepted it with both hands, putting it away carefully. Oh, Miss Lin, if anyone else you know needs a doomsday bunker, please don't hesitate to contact us. Of course, of course. Lin Qian didn't take it seriously. Other people's lives and deaths had nothing to do with her. She could barely take care of herself, why bother with others? Instead of taking Harold to a regular restaurant, Lin Qian brought him to a members-only place to sample Zhu City's specialties. It was Harold's first time dining in such a quaint, traditionally styled place. He found it quite novel, though with a hint of regret. I suppose I don't know enough about Chinese culture. If Miss Lin's villa incorporated more of these Chinese elements, I'm sure you'd be even more satisfied. This foreigner, even while eating, was still thinking about work, despite having already made plenty of money off her. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. The villa already exceeds my expectations. I'm very satisfied. Only then did Harold relax, and when they reached their private room, he even pulled out a chair for Lin Qian with gentlemanly flair. Lin Qian had just sat down and was about to order when a shrill, affected voice came from the doorway. Oh my, Qian. I was just saying, from the back you looked just like her, but Ziyu insisted I was mistaken. As she spoke, she dragged a man in from the doorway. Ziyu, see? I told you it was Qian, but you wouldn't believe me. It had been ages since Lin Qian had seen these two, and their sudden appearance now just felt like bad luck. Fong Ziyu, her ex-fiancé. Their engagement had been called off by Lin's mother after he got involved with Lin Qian's best friend. Lin Qian had never felt much for him anyway. The Lin and Fong family's engagement was just a business arrangement. Since he turned out to be a rotten apple, she couldn't have been happier to be rid of him. Qian, long time no see. Seeing that Lin Qian didn't respond, Fong Ziyu took the initiative to greet her. He'd heard that after Lin Qian's mother died, she hadn't even been buried before Lin Qian sold off her shares in the Lin Group at a loss. The Lin family's status in Zhu City had always been higher than the Fong family's, and the breakup had been quite a scandal. But Lin Qian hadn't been around then. What had happened in her previous life again? That scumbag Li Qian had tried to make her beg Fong Ziyu to grovel for him and bring back food for them. Lin Qian had refused, and Li Qian had beaten her half to death. Yes, there was definitely bad blood there. Ignoring the two oddballs, Lin Qian sat in the chair Harold had pulled out for her and started ordering from the waiter. But the pair wouldn't leave her alone. Cheng Yaya walked right up to Lin Qian, exaggeratedly patted her own belly, and gave Lin Qian a coy smile. Qian, I'm pregnant. Ziyu is talking to his family, and we'll probably have our wedding soon. Will you be my bridesmaid? You're my best friend, after all. Lin Qian paused and glanced at her belly. She'd almost forgotten, wasn't the baby in Cheng Yaya's stomach not actually Fong Ziyu's? In her previous life, during the apocalypse, Cheng Yaya did live well with Fong Ziyu for a while. But later, when Fang's parents were away on business and didn't return, Cheng Ye and her lover conspired to steal Fang Ziyu's house and supplies and kicked him out. Seeing Lin Qian looking at her, Cheng Ye's face showed a hint of smugness. We even went abroad for testing. It's a boy. The Fang family finally has an heir. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Lin Qian's laughter was so odd that Fang Ziyu couldn't help but ask. Oh, nothing. I'm happy for you. Congratulations. I hope you two grow old together. Thank you, thank you. Cheng Ye looked even more delighted. So, will you be my bridesmaid? After all, if Lin Qian wasn't there for such a glorious moment, wouldn't that take away half the fun? I don't mind, but would the Fang family be okay with it? If I recall, things got pretty ugly when our families broke off the engagement. If you insist on having me as your bridesmaid, you might not be able to marry into the Fang family at all. Fang Ziyu hadn't expected Lin Qian to air their family's dirty laundry right in front of a stranger. Lin Qian, I'm only being polite because your mother died. Don't think too highly of yourself. I heard that as soon as your mom died, you kicked your dad out, and before she was even buried, you sold all your shares for peanuts. You must be crazy. Exactly. So you'd better keep your distance. I might have a crazy episode and accidentally hurt you. Lin Qian suddenly stood up, startling Cheng Ye, who was only saved from falling by Fang Ziyu's quick reflexes. The two looked at Lin Qian warily. What are you doing? Nothing. Just going to the restroom to wash my hands. The air in here is getting a bit foul. Lin Qian, what do you mean by that? Whatever you think I mean. Now, if you'd both kindly leave my private room, I'm about to eat and don't want to lose my appetite. Lin Qian pulled out her chair and started to leave, but Cheng Ye grabbed her hand. Qian, are you still mad at me? I couldn't help it. Ziyu and I are truly in love. Lin Qian had had enough. She pulled her hand back, and Cheng Ye immediately pretended to fall to the floor with a dramatic But her act was so fake that even Harold, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Qian, even if I was wrong, you didn't have to. Cheng Ye reached up to wipe away non-existent tears. She didn't finish her sentence, but anyone could guess what she was implying. Yeah, are you all right? Fang Ziyu anxiously helped her up. Cheng Ye clutched her belly, tears streaming down her face. My stomach hurts. Is our baby going to be okay? Lin Qian. What's the meaning of this? Ziyu, it's not Qian's fault. Don't blame her. I was just careless, sob. Lin Qian couldn't help but dig her pinky in her ear. Fang Ziyu, are you an idiot? Why do you keep asking me what I mean? I'm not your kindergarten teacher. I have no obligation to explain things to you. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Instead of whining here, you'd be better off taking her to the hospital. If something really happens, don't try to blame it on me. What do you mean, blame it on you? Are you saying she didn't fall because of you? Before Lin Qian could reply, Harold couldn't help but interject. Ahem, excuse me, sir, but is your companion an actress? Is she putting on a show with the lovely Miss Lin? What do you mean by that? Fang Ziyu turned around, only then noticing Harold sitting there, giving him a rather odd look. He stared at Harold, feeling he looked familiar. You're Mr. Harold from Arts? As a rich kid, Fang Ziyu quickly recognized the world-renowned CEO of Arts. But why was this executive dining here with Lin Qian? His attitude changed instantly. Hello, sir. What brings you here? Harold ignored him, picking up a bottle of red wine and letting it breathe. Lin Qian shot back. Why do you care why he's here? Anyway, he made it pretty clear. He saw whether or not I touched your girlfriend. If your eyes are bad, go see a doctor. Lin Qian walked up to Cheng Ye with a smile. Without another word, she slapped her hard across the face. Me? When I want to do something, I do it openly right in front of everyone. I hate hiding things or playing sneaky tricks. As for pushing people in secret or whatever, I wouldn't stoop to that. She turned to Fang Ziyu. So remember this. Don't blame me for things you didn't see with your own eyes. If I do something, I'll own up to it. And you. Her cold gaze shot back to Cheng Ye. Stop trying to frame me for your own mess. If the apocalypse weren't about to start, She'd really want to teach this bitch a lesson, just to stop her from being such an eyesore. Chengya's eyes went wide as saucers, staring at Lin Qian in disbelief. You, woo-woo. She collapsed into Fong Ziyu's arms. Ziyu, my face hurts, and my stomach too. But don't blame Qian, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come between you two and ruined your relationship. Lin Qian rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. I think she's got something wrong with her head. You'd better take her to get checked out. Oh, and by the way, didn't she used to hang around with some guy named Qin Gang? Back in the dorm, she was always out all night. You might want to check if the baby in her belly is even yours. Don't end up raising someone else's kid like a fool. Chengya jumped in shock, seeing Fong Ziyu's suspicious look. She had no idea how Lin Qian knew about such private matters. No longer able to keep up her act, she grabbed Fong Ziyu and hurried away. Take care. Lin Qian called after the two fleeing figures, then slammed the door shut. What a pain in the ass. Harold, who had managed to become CEO of Arts despite being a foreigner, was a master at reading people's faces. After what he'd just witnessed, he could tell that bad relationship didn't even begin to describe the situation. That pretty boy was actually Miss Lin's ex-fiancé. Such terrible taste, practically blind. If he'd ended up with such a bad cup of coffee, no, in China they called this a green tea bitch, he'd have kicked her to the curb long ago, not let her hang around squawking like a parrot. No way. Wait, did he just hear something? It sounded like beautiful Miss Lin said the green tea bitch might be pregnant with someone else's child. Wow, what a mess. Meanwhile, Fong Ziyu, rushing Chengya to the hospital, had no idea he'd just been looked down on by a foreigner. Even if he knew, well, there wasn't much he could do about it. Lin Qian turned back to Harold and apologized. Sorry about that. I have some personal issues with those two. Sorry you had to see that. No worries, no worries. Nobody has a smooth life from the start. Everyone meets a few monsters along the way. Since beautiful Miss Lin has broken off her engagement with that pretty boy, I'd say that's something worth celebrating. Harold had already opened the red wine on the table and poured a glass for each of them. He raised his glass to Lin Qian. Lin Qian didn't stand on ceremony and clinked glasses with him. You're right. Here's to getting rid of scumbags. She'd just taken a sip of wine when a line of waitresses in elegant kipeos began bringing in dish after dish of local specialties. Harold had eaten Chinese food before, but rarely in China and never anything this authentic. He was truly impressed. He wasn't used to chopsticks, so Lin Qian had arranged for a knife and fork and even a waitress to help him. By the end of the meal, both host and guest were satisfied. Before leaving, Lin Qian ordered 5,000 more meals from the private restaurant to be delivered to the Lin family villa. Harold was stunned. Oh, dear Miss Lin, why are you ordering so much food? My mother loved doing charity work. I thought I'd do some good deeds in her memory. Making sure she wouldn't have to fight for food or resources during the apocalypse, that was a very good deed indeed. Oh, I see. Please forgive my rudeness. After dinner, Harold insisted on giving Lin Qian a ride home, but she politely declined. She wanted to take advantage of the time to visit Antique Street. Her whip, which had stayed by her side in her previous life, should be somewhere on Antique Street right now. And there was that old man who had helped her before. She wanted to see if she could find him again. Sorry, Harold, I have something to do, so I won't be going back yet. I'll be busy these next few days, and since your flight is tomorrow, I won't be able to see you off. Harold quickly said, Then I won't keep you, beautiful Miss Lin. He saw her car arrive. Shall I have the car take you wherever you need to go? No need, it's close by. I'll walk. She didn't want too many people to know about this. After saying goodbye to Harold, Lin Qian took her bodyguard and headed for Antique Street. Unlike other antique markets, which closed at night, this one only opened after dark. Locals called it Ghost Street. On the surface, it was an antique market, but in reality, you could buy all sorts of things you'd never expect. Lin Qian soon arrived. Since she was here, she planned to look around carefully. Besides the weapon from her previous life, she wanted to see if she could find anything else useful. The Lin family had always dealt in antiques, and Lin Qian had grown up learning to tell real from fake. Most of the items on the shelves were fakes, and it took a sharp eye to spot the real treasures. She went from shop to shop, but still couldn't find the whip she'd encountered in her previous life. She remembered the old man, Grandpa Wang, who had handed her the whip back then. She recalled him saying that before the apocalypse, he ran a shop on this very street. Following his words, she finally found a small, inconspicuous shop with no sign. Inside, the decor was extremely simple. The shopkeeper was a young man, head down, playing a game on his phone. He didn't bother to get up when she entered, just glanced up and said, "Look around if you want." Then he went back to his game. "Boss, I'm looking for a whip. Do you have any here?" The young man paused his game when he heard whip, looked up at Lin Qian, and asked, "What kind of whip? Antique or weapon?" Lin Qian finally got a good look at him. He looked about 18 or 19, with strikingly handsome features that immediately caught her attention. His face was refined, skin fair, lips thin, nose straight, and his eyes were bright and deep, seemingly untouched by the dust of the world. "Do you have any paper and pen?" The young man looked at Lin Qian suspiciously, put down his phone, and stood up to fetch her some paper and a pen. It was only when he stood up that Lin Qian realized he was at least 1.8 meters tall. His skin was fair, but his muscles were well-proportioned, his body lines smooth and powerful, as if every inch of his skin brimmed with boundless vitality. He was only wearing a plain white t-shirt, but whether standing or walking, he exuded an indescribable elegance, an elegance mixed with a calm composure and steady presence that was hard to put into words. But this aura was instantly shattered by a frantic voice coming from his phone. "Wang Hui, you bastard! Are you dead? I told you to cover me, you little shit. Where the hell did you go? I got shot in the head because of you." The young man, apparently named Wang Hui, ignored the voice from his phone, exited the game directly, and watched Lin Qian's next move. Lin Qian recalled the whip from her memory and quickly sketched it out. "Take a look, this is the style. I'm not sure what material the main body is, but each section seems to be bound with copper strips. The handle is wood decorated and reinforced with copper, and the end is shaped like a hammer. Do you have anything like this here?" Money isn't an issue. Wang Hui stared at the drawing of the 19-section whip in his hand. When he saw the 4 characters "Serve the nation with loyalty" engraved around the handle, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Lin Qian warily, saying nothing. "What's wrong?" Lin Qian was puzzled. "Either you have it or you don't. What's with the silence? Wait here." Wang Hui took the drawing and went into the inner room. Soon, an elderly man with white hair, clearly over 70, walked out from the back. Lin Qian's pupils contracted. "Grandpa Wang." Wang Hui looked at his grandfather with a gossipy expression, full of curiosity. "Grandpa, do you know this young lady?" Grandpa Wang was also suspicious. He didn't recognize this girl at all, but how did she manage to draw their family's ancestral whip so accurately if they'd never met? "Young lady, do you know me?" Lin Qian glanced at Wang Hui beside her. So this was Grandpa Wang's grandson. She remembered Grandpa Wang once mentioning that his grandson was a Special Forces officer in China. Before the apocalypse, he'd been on some mission and then disappeared when the world fell apart. Grandpa Wang had always wanted to find his grandson, but died without ever seeing him again. She never expected to meet him now. She looked at Wang Hui again, thinking to herself. Grandpa Wang only had one grandson, right? This kid, with his pretty boy looks, is supposed to be a Special Forces officer? Is becoming a Special Forces officer in China as easy as picking cabbages now? Even pretty boys can make it in? Or maybe Grandpa Wang just idealized his grandson in his heart. Lin Qian owed Grandpa Wang a huge debt in her previous life. She'd been injured many times, and it was always Grandpa Wang who saved her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived 2 months. In the 2nd month after the apocalypse began, she'd gone out to find food for that family of ingrates, only to be ambushed and have her arm slashed. If Grandpa Wang hadn't hidden her in time, she would have died right there. After that, out of gratitude, she often brought him food. Over time, they became close. Although Grandpa Wang's ancestors were military officials, he was obsessed with medicine and was a famous traditional Chinese doctor. During the apocalypse, he helped Lin Qian with many minor injuries and ailments. As they grew closer, Grandpa Wang saw Lin Qian accumulating more and more wounds, so he simply gave her his ancestral 19-section whip for self-defense. She kept it for the rest of her life, but in the end, she still couldn't protect Grandpa Wang. Now that the apocalypse hadn't happened in this life, maybe she could give him a warning? Before he died, Grandpa Wang was always thinking about Wang Hui. Should she just tie Wang Hui up and keep him safe until that dangerous period passed? But then she remembered Wang Hui was a special forces officer. Even if he looked like a pretty boy, Lin Qian felt a little intimidated. After all, even though she'd learned some self-defense and combat skills in the apocalypse, up against a special forces officer, she'd probably be taken down in a single move. No way. Ugh, what a headache. This was the first time since her rebirth that she'd felt so conflicted. Young lady. Grandpa Wang saw Lin Qian lost in thought and called out again. Lin Qian snapped back to reality. No, I don't know you. Someone just referred me to you. I've been wandering the street for ages and finally found you. Grandpa Wang's face was wary, and Wang Hui's eyes were full of suspicion. Lin Qian groaned inwardly. These two really weren't easy to fool. Grandpa Wang held up the paper. This 19-section whip is a family heirloom. How did you hear about it? Lin Qian grumbled inwardly. Weren't you the one who told me? You even put it in my hands yourself in my last life. But she couldn't say that, so she racked her brain for an answer. Sorry, I promised someone I wouldn't say. Since she didn't want to explain, Grandpa Wang didn't press further. This is our family's ancestral whip. It's not for sale. Lin Qian felt a bit disappointed. Looks like there's no chance for me this time around. No problem. Sorry for being presumptuous. I just really like collecting antique weapons. If you have anything suitable, Grandpa Wang, I'd love a recommendation. I collect all kinds. And if you ever decide to sell the 19-section whip, could you consider me first? Lin Qian politely handed over her business card. At this point, not only Grandpa Wang, but even Wang Hui was looking at her seriously, unable to figure out why such a petite young woman would have such unusual hobbies. Actually, Lin Qian was 160 centimeters tall, but next to the 182 centimeters Wang Hui, she really didn't look like much. Grandpa Wang took her card and was about to put it away and send her off, but Wang Hui caught a glimpse of it. He noticed the logo. You work at Lin Pharmaceuticals? After graduating, Lin Qian's mother had arranged for her to intern at Lin Pharmaceuticals. The card was from back then, and it still had the company's logo. She didn't care about such details, it was just a way to leave her contact info. Lin Qian felt a bit awkward. Lin Group used to be our family's business. After I graduated, I interned at Lin Pharmaceuticals. But my mother passed away from illness a month ago, so I sold my shares. I'm not connected to Lin Group anymore. After she finished speaking, she noticed Wang Hui was still staring at her, but now his gaze was tinged with regret. Wait, what's he feeling sorry about? I have a small favor to ask. After a moment's silence, Wang Hui spoke. My grandpa is a traditional Chinese doctor. He's always admired Lin Pharmaceuticals and wanted to visit, but your company isn't open to the public. If it's convenient, could you help arrange a tour? Seeing Lin Qian hesitate, he added, I know it's a bold request, but we won't ask you to do it for nothing. If you can take us in for a visit, we'll let you borrow our family's whip for a while. As soon as those words were spoken, both Grandpa Wang and Lin Qian looked at him in disbelief. Wang Hui rubbed his nose and secretly winked at Grandpa Wang. He knew his own grandson best, clearly. Wang Hui had some mission that required contact with Lin Pharmaceutical and was using him as an excuse. But using him was one thing, did he really have to lend out the 19-section whip as well? Seriously. Maybe it'd be better to just toss this grandson out. After all, even 10 of him wouldn't be worth as much as that whip. That's a family heirloom. How could he just lend it out like that? Grandpa Wang really wanted to smack him upside the head, but he couldn't very well expose his own grandson in front of everyone. He felt a pang of heartache, but had no choice but to play along. Ah, yes. I've devoted my whole life to medicine. If I could have the chance to observe at Lin Pharmaceutical, it would truly be a great honor. Wang Hui secretly gave the old man a thumbs up. When it mattered, Grandpa was still the best. Lin Qian hadn't missed the little exchange between the grandfather and grandson. As a special police officer, Wang Hui wouldn't ask to visit Lin Pharmaceutical for no reason. For him to make such a request, and even offer to lend out his family's 19-section whip, this had to be something big. Maybe this was even the very thing that cost him his life in her previous life. But while there were some rotten apples in the Lin group, they'd never done anything truly criminal. Her mother had only passed away a month ago. Why would a special police officer be coming to her now? Still, she owed Grandpa Wang so much from her past life. Even if there were no conditions attached, she'd be willing to help. Besides, she didn't really have much to do with the Lin group anymore. Well, maybe just a little. After all, the company hadn't changed its name yet. It was her mother's life's work, and she didn't want to hear any scandals about it before the apocalypse hit. As for Wang Hui visiting Lin Pharmaceutical, she was more than happy to agree. No problem. But since the 19-section whip is a family heirloom, it's probably not appropriate to lend it out. Let's just forget about that. When do you want to go? Grandpa Wang thought to himself, what a sensible girl. He shot his grandson a look of disdain. Comparing the two, his own grandson really came up short. Even for the country, you can't just give away the family whip so easily. In her previous life, Grandpa Wang had spent a fortune searching for Wang Hui after he went missing. Lin Qian remembered him saying there was a time he'd considered selling the 19-section whip, but for some reason, the sale never went through and it eventually ended up with her. Since Wang Hui was still around in this life, they definitely want to keep the whip safe. Given their past connection, it was fine if she didn't get the whip. There were other weapons in the world. She could always look for something else that suited her. She'd bought plenty of guns, but those were non-renewable resources. Anyway, after surviving 7 years of the apocalypse, she could handle just about any weapon. Thinking of Wang Hui's request, even though she no longer held shares in Lin Group, bringing a few people along for a visit shouldn't be a problem. Her mother's belongings were still at Lin Pharmaceutical, waiting to be sorted. Wang Hui was a bit surprised at how readily she agreed. Thinking of what he needed to do at Lin Pharmaceutical, he felt a little guilty. The sooner, the better. Then he realized he sounded too eager and quickly added, "My grandpa's birthday is coming up. I'd like to fulfill his wish before then. I hope this isn't too much trouble." Grandpa Wang wanted nothing more than to whip this unfilial grandson. His birthday had long since passed, and here he was coming up with such a lame excuse. Lin Qian paused for a moment. If she remembered correctly, Grandpa Wang's birthday was already over. Clearly, this was just an excuse, but she didn't mind. She smiled and said, "Not at all. It's just that, since my mother passed away and for other reasons, I've sold all my shares in the company. I don't really have any connection to Lin Group anymore. But I do need to go back soon to sort through my mother's things. If you don't." Wang Hui felt even more embarrassed. Only now did they realize Lin Qian's mother had recently passed away, but they were under orders and had no choice. "Of course we don't mind. Miss Lin, would it be convenient to add you on WeChat? We can coordinate there." "Sure." Lin Qian agreed readily, pulling out her phone and showing her QR code for Wang Hui to scan. After he did, she turned to Grandpa Wang. "Grandpa Wang, I have a lot of Chinese medicinal herbs at home, but I don't know much about them. If you're interested, could I trouble you to come over and take a look when you have time? My mother used to manage and store them herself, but now that she's gone, I don't know what's what or how to preserve them properly." In truth, this was just a pretext. She could easily store the herbs in her space and keep them perfectly preserved. But she wanted to maintain her relationship with Grandpa Wang. With the apocalypse looming and remembering all the disasters from her past life, she still felt uneasy. Although Grandpa Wang's family had a military background, he devoted himself to medicine and had skills far beyond the ordinary. Most importantly, she trusted him. Grandpa Wang was surprised. "Oh, there's such a good thing." He was tempted, but cautious. Doesn't Lin Pharmaceutical have its own doctors and pharmacists? To be honest, we do. But you might not know, there's been a lot of internal strife. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold my shares in such a hurry. Now that my mother's gone, I can't tell who's trustworthy and who's not. Since I've sold my shares, I want a clean break. You were introduced by someone I trust, and I believe she wouldn't steer me wrong. So I know you're reliable. He didn't know who she was, but being trusted like this made Grandpa Wang happy. Miss Lin, let's not talk about that now. Wang Hui walked over to Lin Qian. She ignored him, nudging him aside and handing her phone to Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang, can we exchange contact info too? Wang Hui was baffled. In all his years, his face had never failed him before. This was the first time he'd tried to use his looks to get close to someone, only to be pushed away. Were all the people at Lin Pharmaceutical like this? If so, how was he supposed to use his looks to gather intel? That wouldn't do. The higher-ups had said that if he could get useful information this time, he'd get a promotion. At first, he'd been a little offended. Did they think he was some kind of fish in the water? Sure, he was fair-skinned and never tanned, but that wasn't a reason to insult him. He was a special police officer, after all. At first, Wang Hui was strongly opposed to the idea. But later, when the higher-ups told him that as long as he was willing to go all out, there was no position he couldn't attain, he started to reconsider. Hearing that, he thought maybe having this pretty face wasn't such a bad thing after all. But why wasn't it working now? His hand itched a little. Could it be because he hadn't put on a face mask yesterday and his skin had gotten worse? No way. He'd been back home recuperating for nearly half a month, using all sorts of expensive facial masks, and the results were immediate. He really wanted to rush to the bathroom and check himself in the mirror, but with Lin Qian still there, he forced himself to hold back. Grandpa Wang smiled and said, "I'm not too good with WeChat at my age, so I mostly use the phone. You helped me fulfill a wish this time. If you trust me, I can help you look at your medicinal herbs and teach you how to store them." Grandpa Wang, what's your phone number? Hey, just add me on WeChat later, I'll tell my grandpa, Wang Hui interjected. Lin Qian still ignored him, only smiling at Grandpa Wang. I don't know how to use you young people's smartphones. My number is 188*****0693. Grandpa Wang recited a string of numbers. He was quite interested in the opportunity to see the founder of Lin Pharmaceutical's collection of traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Qian took down Grandpa Wang's number, her face lighting up with a bright smile. Wang Hui once again doubted his life. He couldn't help but touch his own face and glance at his grandpa. What? Was his charm really inferior to his grandpa's? Unwilling to accept it, he forced another smile. Miss. That's settled then. We'll be in touch, Lin Qian said, walking out of the shop. Wang Hui. Grandpa, do you think she's interested in you instead? Once Lin Qian was gone, Grandpa Wang couldn't hold back anymore and smacked Wang Hui on the shoulder. What nonsense are you learning in the army all day? If you can't learn properly, you might as well quit and come back to help run our shop. But that can't be right, Grandpa. Tell me, which girl on this street hasn't been dazzled by me? Have you ever seen a girl like her? Do you know who she is? She's the only daughter of the founder of Lin Group. She's seen more men than you've caught criminals. Who do you think you are? And look at your pretty boy face. Don't go around telling people you're from the Wang family. It's embarrassing. Grandpa Wang thought back to how Wang Hui had tried to borrow the family's ancestral whip as soon as he opened his mouth, and even used him as an excuse to trick the girl into bringing him into her family's business. Anger welled up inside him, and he wished he could give Wang Hui a good beating. The Wang family had been in the military for generations, all the way up to Grandpa Wang's father, dozens of generations, all single sons. Grandpa Wang's father insisted he study medicine, hoping that this way, the family wouldn't be doomed to lose every son to the country as if cursed. Grandpa Wang was indeed a rare talent, gifted in medicine, and he thought maybe the Wang family could finally leave the military behind and become healers instead. But fate seemed to have other plans. Grandpa Wang's son ended up joining the army too, and died in the line of duty, dragging his wife down with him, leaving only Grandpa Wang and little Wang Hui. And as if cursed, Wang Hui grew up to join the army as well, even becoming a special forces soldier. In the end, Grandpa Wang gave up. If death was their fate, so be it. Serving the country, even if it meant dying, was a worthy end. He wasn't blind. His grandson, who hadn't come home in so long, suddenly returned and stayed in the shop for over half a month. There had to be something going on. But every time he asked, Wang Hui just laughed it off. Until today, when he saw the look in Wang Hui's eyes as he gazed at Lin Qian's business card, Grandpa Wang knew whatever he was planning next definitely had something to do with Lin Pharmaceuticals. Though Grandpa Wang was a doctor, the family's patriotic spirit had never faded. Since his grandson was serving the country, using him as an excuse was fine. As long as he could help, he'd do whatever he could. Compared to the Wang family's history of never living past 30, he'd already lived long enough. But Wang Hui wanting to lend out the ancestral whip? That was absolutely unacceptable. He grabbed Wang Hui by the ear, somehow producing the ancestral whip from who knows where, and slammed it onto the floor. Wang Hui jumped in shock. Oh boy, the ancestral whip. Others might not know, but he sure did. That whip had tiny barbs on it, one lash could leave you half dead. His eyes turned red. Grandpa, I just remembered I promised Guzzy I'd meet him. Gotta go. He endured the pain and yanked his ear free from Grandpa Wang's grip, then dashed out of sight. Grandpa Wang watched his fleeing grandson and sighed. Kid, I hope you can live a little longer. Otherwise, the Wang family really will end with you. He gently stroked the characters on the whip handle loyal patriotism and muttered, How many generations have we had this whip? How many more years will it bind us? Will it only rest when the Wang family is completely gone? He couldn't describe his feelings toward the whip. Even though his father had led him down a different path, fate still hadn't let the Wang family escape its destiny. He picked up a cloth and carefully wiped the whip clean, then put it away. After leaving the Wang family shop, Lin Qian wandered around the antique street a few more times, but still couldn't find a suitable weapon. She had no choice but to return to the Lin family villa with her bodyguard. You're back. Mississippi Li Shoucheng came by again today. Still trying to get me to release his mother? Yes. He's been wailing outside the villa, insisting you come out to see him. He's drawn the attention of the property management and some neighbors. Quite a few people were pointing and whispering about you. It's fine. He can wail all he wants. It's always the same old story. Lin Qian didn't care. The apocalypse was coming soon. Why should she worry about what others said about her? I'm going to Tibet tomorrow. Don't worry about the police. I've already taken care of everything. Understood. By the way, the private restaurant delivered 5,000 banquet meals today. I've arranged for them to be sent to the basement. Got it. Lin Qian went down to the basement and saw it packed with 5,000 sets of Juice City specialty dishes, all of which she stored away in her space. The next morning, Lin Qian flew straight to Tibet. As soon as she landed, she felt a bit short of breath. She immediately took a few Rhodiola pills, grabbed her oxygen, and headed to Lin Group's water purification company. There was still a month left before the apocalypse, but even back in Juice City she'd noticed the temperature was off. Now in Tibet, the feeling was even stronger. She arrived at the purification company and called a meeting with all the staff. First, she expressed her appreciation for their recent hard work, then announced a decision. Due to upcoming reforms, Lin Water Purification Company will be giving all employees 2 months of paid leave. Your salaries and overtime bonuses for these 2 months will be deposited into your accounts by the end of today. Take this time to be with your families, have fun, and enjoy good food. After all, once the apocalypse came, these days would be gone for good. All the employees of the Purified Water Company cheered "Long Live Lin Qian," and happily went home with their salaries and bonuses to spend time with their families. Once everyone had left, Lin Qian quickly gathered up all the inventory from the warehouse, over 1,000 water tanks, both full and empty, and all kinds of water purification equipment, storing everything away in her space. This wasn't her first time in Tibet, but her altitude sickness was worse than ever before. After packing everything up, she hurriedly booked the earliest flight back to Zhushi. It was only after boarding the plane that she finally felt alive again. As soon as she landed, her phone started pinging nonstop with WeChat messages. When she checked, she saw they were all from Wang Hui. "Sis, when are you leaving? Do you want me to pick you up? So eager?" Lin Qian rubbed her head, still feeling the aftereffects of the altitude sickness. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "The day after tomorrow." She needed a day at home to recover, otherwise, she really couldn't handle it. Before going to bed, she took the empty water tanks out of her space and filled them up from the tap. Who knew that would take her until late at night to finish? Lin Qian slept straight through to noon the next day. It wasn't until Uncle Chen, worried that she hadn't eaten, came knocking on her door. "Miss, lunch is ready." After washing up, Lin Qian went downstairs to find the table already set with steaming hot dishes. She sat down and quickly finished her meal before checking her phone. As expected, there were several more messages from Wang Hui, all asking what time they were leaving the day after tomorrow. She replied, "Just wait for me at the entrance of Lin Pharmaceuticals around 9 o'clock. Wang Hui instantly replied with an OK sticker. Sure enough, when Lin Qian arrived at Lin Pharmaceuticals, she saw Wang Hui and Grandpa Wang already waiting outside. As soon as Wang Hui saw her, his usually serious face broke into a big smile. "Sis, you're finally here." Lin Qian didn't even glance at him, heading straight for Grandpa Wang. "Grandpa Wang, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go up now." Wang Hui completely ignored. He stubbornly caught up to her. "Sis, you. If you want to visit, stop talking to me." Lin Qian led the Wang grandfather and grandson into Lin Pharmaceuticals, heading first to the general manager's office. "Uncle Huang, these two are my friends. They've always wanted to visit Lin Pharmaceuticals. Would it be possible to arrange for someone to show them around? I still need to go through my mother's belongings." The middle-aged man called Uncle Huang clearly saw Lin Qian, but didn't say a word, just kept looking at some documents in his hands, though whether he was really reading them or not, who could tell? Times had changed. In the past, Lin Qian would have been hurt by this cold shoulder, but after 7 years surviving the apocalypse, she'd met people far ruder than Huang. As long as she could achieve her goal, she didn't care about anyone's attitude. "If Uncle Huang is busy, I'll go pack up my things first and take them on a tour myself later." Only then did he put down his papers, pretending to have just noticed her. Qian, you're here? Sorry, you know how it is, your mother's gone, the shares just changed hands, and all the work has piled up on us. I haven't had a proper rest in days." "What did you just say?" Lin Qian wasn't surprised or upset. She repeated her request gently. After she finished, Huang frowned, looking troubled. Qian, it's not that I want to refuse you. There's no problem with you sorting through your mother's things, but because of the share transfer, her office has already been cleared out and is being renovated for the new CEO. What are you saying, Uncle Huang? Don't get me wrong. Of course, we wouldn't just throw out your mother's things. They've all been packed up and put in the storage room. But there's a lot of stuff in there, and honestly, I'm not sure which things are hers. You know how busy we are right now, you'll probably have to look for them yourself." Since she now knew her mother's things were in the storage room, Lin Qian didn't want to waste any more words. "That's fine. I'll just go get them myself." As she was about to leave, Huang added, "By the way, Qian, since you've sold your shares in Lin Pharmaceuticals, it's not really appropriate for you to be coming here so often. Like today, you brought people in without informing us in advance. If something goes wrong, it'll be hard for us to explain to the other shareholders, you know? But for your mother's sake, I won't ask you to leave this time. I'll have someone show your guests around, but please don't let this happen again. Lin Pharmaceuticals isn't a place just anyone can walk into, right? I'm just here to pack up my things." It just so happens that an old friend of mine, a retired doctor, has always admired Lin Pharmaceuticals and asked me to show him around. He's getting on in years, so I couldn't refuse. That's my fault. I apologize for not notifying you in advance. Lin Qian had already expected this attitude from Huang. As long as she could get what she wanted, a few unpleasant words wouldn't kill her. Seeing her so accommodating, Huang was very pleased. He immediately called for his secretary. Arrange for someone to show Miss Lin's guests around the company. Remember, they can't go into the labs. That's where our core technology is. If anything leaks, it's on you. The secretary agreed, then led Wang Hui and Grandpa Wang, who had been waiting at the door, away. Lin Qian was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Director Huang, there's a document that needs your attention. Huang spread his hands at Lin Qian, looking helpless. Qian, you see. It's fine, Uncle Huang. You get back to work. I'll go to the storage room myself. With that, she left the office. Just as she closed the door, she heard Huang's voice from inside. She still thinks she's the Lin family's young miss. From now on, keep an eye out, don't let her in so easily. If I see her here again, you can all look for new jobs. Lin Qian only paused for a moment before heading to the storage room. She'd expected it to be messy, but as soon as she opened the door, everything inside came tumbling down toward her like an avalanche. If she hadn't honed her reflexes in the apocalypse, she might not have dodged in time. The room was not only cluttered but thick with dust. As the items fell, decades worth of dust swirled up in a mini sandstorm, rushing straight for her nose. As she dodged, she covered her mouth and nose, retreating a couple of meters outside the room. It took a while for the chaos to settle, but she did spot her mother's belongings inside. Lin Qian was actually already quite satisfied. She didn't have a trace of negative emotion and even felt a bit happy. In her previous life, she'd been trapped by Li Qian's fake affection and had never even considered coming back to the Lin Corporation to reclaim her mother's belongings. It was during that time that Li Qian took over her mother's office, claiming everything inside as his own. Among those things was her mother's diary, which described the Jade pendant. But even though they took it, they couldn't make use of it. This time around, she'd sold her shares at a low price first. With the mere 1% Li Qian managed to get, he wasn't qualified to get anywhere near the CEO's office. He couldn't even approach the assistant's desk outside. Naturally, he had no right to touch anything from her mother's office either. The old guys at Lin Corporation had terrible attitudes, that was true, but they still had some basic decency. After Lin Qian's mother died, while they did try to occupy her office, none of them dared lay a hand on her personal things. After all, everyone was watching, and now that they all had shares, they didn't care about the odds and ends left in the office. They simply packed everything up and dumped it in the storage room. If Lin Qian came by, they'd just let her take it all away. Li Qian, perhaps suspecting something, came by twice, saying he wanted to help tidy up Lin Qian's mother's office, but Huang wouldn't even let him through the door. He might have looked down on Lin Qian, this orphan girl, but he despised Li Qian, that scumbag, even more. Li Qian was always scheming, thinking others couldn't see through him, but in reality, everyone knew exactly what he was up to. If they let him in and he took Lin Qian's mother's things, and Lin Qian made a fuss about it later, it would be their fault. Even if it went to court, they'd be in the wrong. So they simply packed everything up and tossed it in the storage room, leaving it for Lin Qian to collect herself. Lin Qian didn't mind the dust. She went into the storage room alone and spent several hours sorting through everything. At last, she found her mother's notebook and other belongings and picked them all out. Huang's secretary stood by her side the whole time, watching, but didn't offer to help. She stacked all her mother's things neatly to one side. As for the rest, Lin Qian had no intention of tidying up for anyone. She glanced at the secretary and said, "Do you want to check these? They're all my mother's belongings." Because the storage room was so dusty, even while supervising, the secretary kept her distance. Now, when Lin Qian asked, she finally came over and said, "No need. Mr. Huang said there's nothing else in the storage room. Even if you take everything, it's fine." Lin Qian nodded. "I'm only taking my mother's things. The rest are all here. I don't have much to do with the Lin Corporation anymore, so I won't help you clean up." She carried all her mother's things down to her car. On her last trip back up, she asked, "Have the two guests I brought finished their tour?" "Oh, your two guests finished a while ago and already left. They said you don't need to wait for them." Lin Qian found this a bit odd. She wasn't close to Wang Hui, but Grandpa Wang wasn't the type to leave without saying a word. Why would he just go like that? But then she thought maybe Wang Hui had some urgent task and had to leave. Since the secretary said they were gone, she didn't linger and left with her things. After leaving the Lin Corporation building, she felt the weather was even stranger than before. It wasn't summer, but the leaves on the roadside trees seemed to be falling more than usual. But there was still nearly a month left before the apocalypse. She shook off her thoughts and headed to the antique street. This time, she picked up quite a few weapons, various types of bows and arrows, and even a long saber. At first, the shopkeeper saw how young and delicate she looked and assumed she was just some rich girl looking for a bit of fun, asking questions out of curiosity. Who would have thought she'd turn out to be a big customer? The shopkeeper quietly led Lin Qian to a shop with no sign out front. "Guzzy, we've got a big customer." "Old Zhang, what kind of big customer can you not handle that you need me?" Old Zhang whispered a few words in Guzzy's ear. Guzzy immediately blurted out a curse. "Damn, are you serious?" When he saw Old Zhang nod, Guzzy's attitude changed instantly. He greeted her enthusiastically. "Miss, what kind of models and styles are you looking for? What kinds do you have?" Lin Qian figured, since they had them, she'd just buy them all. After all, she still had nearly 1 billion left. She could stock up on more supplies. Guzzy eagerly led her to the back of the shop and took out all sorts of weapons, introducing them one by one. "Miss, take a look at these." Lin Qian followed along, and sure enough, they were all quality items. "How much?" "These are all high-end goods, not cheap. A set like this goes for amount, and the arrows are made of real feather and carbon fiber, 300 yuan each." He picked up another set. "This one's a bit smaller, so it's..." Lin Qian didn't care about the size. "However many you have in stock, I'll take them all. And I'll take all the arrows, no matter what material." Guzzy thought he'd misheard. What? "I said, however much stock you have, I'll take it all." Guzzy was so stunned by the sudden big order that he couldn't speak. I. In the end, Old Zhang gave him a shove and he snapped out of it. "I don't have much in stock right now, just a few dozen sets and about 1,000 arrows. If you want, I can make more for you." Just as Lin Qian was about to reply, her phone buzzed with a text message. "Typhoon emergency warning. Dear citizens. According to meteorological monitoring, a powerful typhoon is rapidly approaching our city and is expected to make landfall within the next 3 hours, bringing strong winds, heavy rain, and other extreme weather conditions. All citizens are urged to take this typhoon warning seriously and take necessary safety precautions. Avoid unnecessary outings. We will closely monitor the typhoon's progress and provide timely updates. In case of emergency, please call the local emergency rescue number for assistance. Wishing you and your family safety." After reading the message, Lin Qian's face changed dramatically. Oh no, the apocalypse typhoon had arrived early. She saw Old Zhang across from her also pick up his phone and glance at the message. "Hey, Guzzy, look at this text. These typhoon warnings come every now and then, but the typhoons always just skirt past our city. People get all nervous for nothing." But Lin Qian knew this was the exact message she'd received before the disaster in her previous life. Not a word was wrong. She just didn't know why, in this life, it had come so much earlier. Lin Qian couldn't afford to waste time. She said directly to Guzzy, "Boss, my car's outside. Please help me move all your current stock into my car." "Huh? I need to take inventory first." "No need. I'll transfer you 2 million right now. You don't need to deliver, just move everything as quickly as you can." She was really afraid she'd be too late to get out. In her previous life, so many people had died because of Old Zhang's careless attitude. She had worked so hard to build her apocalypse fortress. There was no way she was going to die before the end of the world even started. Lin Qian picked up her phone and scanned the merchant QR code at Guzzy's shop. Alipay payment received, 2 million yuan. Holy **T. Guzzy couldn't help but blurt out a curse. He stared at his phone in disbelief, opened Alipay, and saw that, sure enough, 2 million yuan had arrived. He looked at the amount, questioning his entire existence. This was the first time in his life he'd met someone so rich and generous. "Boss, I'll get your things loaded onto the car right away. Old Zhang, come help," he called out, not forgetting to order old Zhang around. As Lin Qian was about to leave, she caught sight of a Tang sword hanging in the corner of the wall. "That sword? Are you selling it?" Guzi's eyes flickered. "That Tang sword is the treasure of my shop. I hang it here to ward off evil and antique, you know. So, are you selling it or not?" "Well, I'm really reluctant to part with it." Seeing his attitude, Lin Qian turned to leave. Guzi panicked. "Boss, I'll sell." "How much?" "Give me another 2 million and it's yours." Lin Qian wasn't short on money, but she wasn't a sucker either. 500,000. Take it or leave it. "Boss, at least give me a little more. It really is an antique." Lin Qian ignored him and kept walking. "I'll sell." It was true the sword was an antique, but it was just a Republic-era replica. Guzi had bought it for 100,000, so even at 500,000, he'd make a huge profit. Lin Qian didn't wait for him to take it down. She simply reached out, took the Tang sword, and couldn't resist drawing it and giving it a flourish. Guzi and old Zhang gasped in surprise. "Miss, that move of yours is impressive. I haven't seen such beautiful swordplay in years." Lin Qian was quite satisfied with the sword. She'd just wanted to see if it felt right in her hand. If it came down to real combat, it wouldn't just be for show. She slung the sword over her back and called the bodyguards waiting outside to come in and help her move things. Seeing Lin Qian helping out herself, Guzi hurried over. "Boss, let us do it. How could we let you move things? Please, just have a seat. Or I can go buy you some milk tea while you wait. I'm in a hurry. Don't worry about me. You move your stuff, I'll move mine." She was worried that if she left too late, she wouldn't be able to get away. The typhoon was supposed to make landfall in 3 hours, but with the apocalypse coming, it had arrived early. Who knew if it would suddenly hit right here? Better to get back to her fortress as soon as possible. With several people helping, all the bows and arrows were loaded into the car. At first, Lin Qian's car couldn't fit everything, so she decisively called a moving van and had everything shipped in one go. Just as Lin Qian was about to leave, Guzi stopped her. "Boss, if you ever need anything else, just contact me directly. Here's my card." Guzi handed her a business card enthusiastically. Lin Qian didn't say much and simply took it. Not daring to waste any time, she drove at top speed back to her villa on the hillside. As soon as she got inside and unloaded everything, the wind had already reached level 9, howling outside. "Miss, some of the maids are worried about their families. While the wind isn't too strong yet, they'd like to go home and check on things." Most of the maids and bodyguards in the villa were locals handpicked by her mother. But Lin Qian didn't want to gamble on people's loyalty. She gathered everyone together. "As you can see, the typhoon is here. In all these years, Jus City has never seen a typhoon this strong. If you're worried about your families, you can go home now and take care of things." Everyone's faces lit up. Except for 2 single bodyguards, the rest all said they wanted to go home. Lin Qian looked at the people who had worked for her family for so long. Most of them had good character and had been loyal before the disaster. But now, with the catastrophe looming, everyone would be looking out for themselves. She just wanted to hole up in her fortress. Other people's lives and deaths had nothing to do with her. The 2 who stayed behind had stuck with her in her previous life, too. Even after Li Shouqing tricked her out of all her assets, they'd still been willing to stay. Later, Li Shouqing had driven them away, saying 2 grown men ate too much. In fact, a few times when Lin Qian was out scavenging, she'd run into them, and they'd secretly slipped her food. Having these 2 stay was fine. The Weather Bureau hasn't said how long the typhoon will last. Just stay home and don't rush back to work. I'll pay your full year's wages now, plus a typhoon bonus. If you can, you should stock up on some supplies before you go. This was Lin Qian's last act of kindness as an employer. Once everyone had left, Lin Qian went up to the 2 bodyguards. "Li Chang, Zhongwei?" "Yes, Mississippi." The 2 bodyguards glanced at each other, both surprised. Their names were so common, and the young miss had mild face blindness. She'd never remembered their names before. But today she did. They felt oddly happy. The typhoon is here. It's not safe outside. From now on, unless I give permission, don't go out or let anyone in. Of course, after the renovations, only I and Uncle Qian have access to open the doors. From now on, you two stay on the first floor. The second floor is my private area. Don't come up unless necessary. These were the same instructions her mother had given them on their first day, but they didn't know why the young miss was so serious today. They were used to following orders. Even if they didn't understand, they didn't ask. Yes, miss. After sending Li Qian and Zhang Wei away, Lin Qian turned to Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian, my mom's gone. You know she and I have always considered you family. She hesitated. The apocalypse was here, and it didn't make sense to keep hiding things from Uncle Qian. I've received reliable information. This typhoon is no ordinary one. The disaster it brings will be unimaginable. So you must stay home. If you really need to go out, tell me first. Uncle Qian had spent his whole life serving the Lin family. Every time he went out, it was for family business. Since Lin Qian said so, he had no objections. Oh, and there are some vegetables in the basement. I've stocked the fridge with a week's worth of food. When you run out, just get more from the basement. Uncle Qian didn't know why Lin Qian was so anxious, but he instinctively tried to reassure her. The Weather Bureau has issued typhoon warnings before, but they never hit us. Even if they do, they pass quickly. Don't worry too much. Most people thought this way at first. They figured if they didn't live by the river or the sea, they'd be fine. Who could have guessed the typhoon would last for days and eventually bring a tsunami? Everyone living by the sea was affected. Those in the city center, farther from the coast, fared a bit better, but anyone living on the ground floor ended up underwater. Lin Qian spoke seriously to Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian, the wind outside has already reached level 9. We're not close to the coast, so we can't feel it much yet, but judging by the current trend, it might surpass the historical record. Seeing Lin Qian so solemn, Uncle Qian thought of her recent odd behavior. Had the young miss heard some rumors? Was that why she'd stocked up on so many supplies? But that didn't quite add up. He'd checked the basement, and at some point, all the previous supplies had already been moved out. And the villa, she'd spent so much money just to turn it into a doomsday fortress. Could it be that? Uncle Qian didn't dare think further. He could only arrange for the bodyguards, and the 3 of them busied themselves in the villa, shutting all the doors and windows that needed to be closed. 3 hours later, the wind had gradually reached level 18. Uncle Qian nervously watched the news in the living room, seeing the typhoon warning signal go from yellow to orange, then finally to red, and in the end, it even became the longest-used black warning signal, with an exclamation mark beside it. Almost every channel on TV was reporting on this super typhoon. Uncle Qian noticed that the area where Li Shouqing's family lived, still registered under Lin Qian's name, was among the hardest hit. Many families there had installed large floor-to-ceiling windows to better enjoy the sea view, and now all of them had been blown out. The residents could only retreat to their rooms and tightly shut the doors, but it was no use. It had only been 6 hours since the typhoon made landfall, and the authorities had already reported over 100 deaths. With her multi-billion-dollar doomsday fortress and a space stocked with food, Lin Qian wasn't too worried. Uncle Qian was anxious, but it didn't stop him from cooking for Lin Qian. Seeing the lavish meal on the table, Lin Qian called out to Uncle Qian and the 2 bodyguards, "Uncle Qian, Li Qian, Zhang Wei, come eat with me." Uncle Qian hesitated, but Lin Qian continued, "Uncle Qian, I've said it before, from now on we're family. We don't know what's happening outside right now, and we'll be better prepared for emergencies if we eat well, right?" Uncle Qian wasn't one to stand on ceremony. He sat down first, then said to Li Qian and Zhang Wei, "Since the young miss has invited you, don't just stand there, come eat." After dinner, Lin Qian went straight to her bedroom for a hot bath. Even though she'd stored plenty of water in her space, since there was still running water at home, she might as well use it. She washed away her exhaustion, climbed onto her 7-figure, celebrity-endorsed bed, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Luckily, She always set her phone to silent at night, or she'd have been woken up in the middle of the night. When she picked up her phone, she saw a string of missed calls from Li Qian. Without giving it much thought, she blocked his number. Just as she was about to put her phone down and wash up, she noticed Grandpa Wang had called too. "What does Grandpa Wang want with me?" She dialed back. After only 2 rings, Grandpa Wang's anxious voice came through. "Miss Lin, do you know where Wang Hui is gone?" Lin Qian was puzzled. Why would Grandpa Wang ask her about Wang Hui? "Grandpa Wang, don't worry. Did Wang Hui go out for something and forget to tell you?" "That can't be. Yesterday, we went with you to Lin Pharmaceuticals. Halfway through the tour, a patient called me, so Wang Hui told me to go ahead and leave. He wanted to stay a bit longer and said he'd come home for dinner. When I left, I told him to let you know." "Huh? I didn't see him when I left. I even asked around, and they said you'd both already left. So what went wrong in between?" Secretary Huang clearly told her at the time that Grandpa Wang and Wang Hui had both left. "Grandpa Wang, have you asked his other friends?" "I've asked everyone, but there's no news. I even called his boss. He's not answering his phone either. Normally, even if he's busy, he'll call me back when he gets a chance, but since yesterday, I haven't heard from him at all. I've called him so many times, but he hasn't replied. I'm worried something's happened." "Don't worry, I'm sure he's fine. I'll look into it." After hanging up, Lin Qian fell into deep thought. Logically, since Wang Hui had promised Grandpa Wang he'd let her know before leaving, he wouldn't have just left on his own. Besides, he'd promised to have dinner with Grandpa Wang. Based on what Grandpa Wang had told her about Wang Hui's character, it didn't seem like something he would do. Lin Qian suddenly remembered that in her previous life, something had happened to Wang Hui around this time. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it really be such a coincidence? She opened WeChat and tried calling Wang Hui via voice call, but there was no answer. After thinking for a moment, she decided to call Huang. The first call went unanswered, but the second time, after a while, he picked up. "Hey niece, did you forget something yesterday?" "Uncle Huang," Lin Qian greeted him before getting to the point. "Yesterday, 2 people came with me to tour Lin Pharmaceuticals. Do you know when they left?" "Huh? Didn't my secretary tell you?" "They looked around for a bit, got bored, and left." "Did they leave together?" "I'm not too sure about that, but since they came together, I'd assume they left together. If you want, I can have my secretary talk to you." For some reason, even though Huang said this, Lin Qian had a feeling Wang Hui was still at Lin Pharmaceuticals. "Uncle Huang, is anyone working at the company these days with the typhoon? Who'd go to work in this weather?" "Everything shut down. The biggest losses from this typhoon are for businesses." Hearing that Lin Pharmaceuticals was closed, Lin Qian felt more inclined to go check it out. That's good. With winds like this, if anything happened, the company would be responsible. "Uncle Huang, you should stay home too. Your safety is most important." After a bit more small talk, they hung up. Lin Qian went straight downstairs, grabbed a bun from the breakfast Uncle Qian had prepared, and stuffed it in her mouth. "Uncle Qian, I need to go out for a bit." Uncle Qian thought he'd misheard. "Young miss, you're going out?" Yesterday, when I went to Lin Pharmaceuticals to sort through my mom's things, I brought 2 people with me. One of them has gone missing. Maybe he went somewhere else?" "I don't think so. Huang's secretary told me both of them left, but I'm not sure if one of them actually did." "I'm going to check." If he didn't leave, what would he be doing at Lin Pharmaceuticals? The shareholders there wouldn't just let someone stay behind, would they? Why don't you wait until the wind dies down? It's too dangerous to go out now. If it had been anyone else, Lin Qian would probably have agreed right away. But Wang Hui was Grandpa Wang's grandson. In her previous life, Grandpa Wang had helped her so much. If possible, she still hoped to find Wang Hui and return him to Grandpa Wang, to repay some of the kindness she'd received before. Lin Qian recalled that in her previous life, the typhoon had briefly weakened the next day. There was a window of a few hours when the wind died down before an even stronger typhoon swept in, bringing a tsunami with it. She just needed to use those few hours to go out and look for Wang Hui. If she found him, great. If not, she'd come back. It shouldn't be too dangerous. She gathered her things and reminded Uncle Qian again. Uncle Qian, you all stay here. No matter what, don't go outside or open the doors and windows. Even if I don't come back, don't leave until you hear from me. Miss, let us go with you, Li Qian and Zhang Wei said in unison. Lin Qian thought for a moment. Li Qian, you come with me. Zhang Wei, stay home and help protect Uncle Qian. In this weather, you must keep yourselves safe. Uncle Qian knew how stubborn Lin Qian could be. He could only nag her repeatedly. If you can't find him, come back as soon as possible. Don't linger outside and don't wander around. I know. I'm off. She was about to leave with Li Qian when Hope suddenly dashed out and clamped onto her pant leg, refusing to let go. Hope, I have something important to do outside. Whine, whine. Hope just wouldn't let go, his big doggy eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Lin Qian. Lin Qian sighed and crouched down to pat his head. Be good. It's too windy outside. Stay home and keep Grandpa Qian company. She tried coaxing him for a while, but Hope just wouldn't let her go alone. She wondered if Hope somehow sensed something. With no other choice, she relented. Fine, if you want to come, then come. At worst, she'd just have to keep a closer eye on him and protect him. Li Qian quickly opened the car door for Lin Qian, and Hope immediately leapt in and claimed a seat, afraid Lin Qian would leave him behind. Lin Qian got in after Hope, and Li Qian took the driver's seat as soon as she was settled. Miss, we're heading out. Let's hurry while the wind's still mild. Although the wind was lighter than yesterday, the car still struggled against it. Li Qian pulled up the map and saw a big patch of red on the roads. Miss, the main bridge we usually take is closed. We'll have to use the back roads. Lin Qian remembered that in her previous life, the bridge between her home and Lin Pharmaceuticals had indeed been closed due to high winds. Many people had lingered there, but in the end, everyone had to leave and find another way. Then let's take the back roads. There are a lot of trees on the back roads. If any have fallen, it could be a problem. Li Qian suggested, why don't you go back home, miss? I'll go look for you. There are many places in Lin Pharmaceuticals you don't have access to. My mom gave me top-level clearance before. I only sold my shares, but they haven't changed the permissions yet. My info is still in the system, so it's easier for me to get around. But, no buts. Let's go. Lin Qian was anxious. If she didn't find Wang Hui before the tsunami, her chances of finding him later would be even slimmer. Seeing he couldn't persuade her, Li Qian carefully drove onto the back road. Miss, there's a fallen tree up ahead. Lin Qian looked through the window and saw a large tree blocking the road. She thought for a moment. Li Qian, let's get out and move it. Miss, that tree's huge. It'll be tough. Maybe we should call the city services. With this wind, there are fallen trees everywhere. We're halfway up the mountain. They won't be able to get here anytime soon. If we keep waiting, someone could get hurt. Lin Qian opened the car door. As soon as she stepped out, a strong gust nearly knocked her over. Luckily, Li Qian got out too and steadied her. Miss, get back in the car. I'll see if I can move it. He tried to usher her back, but Lin Qian shook her head. That tree's too big for you alone. Let's do it together. To Li Qian's surprise, Lin Qian grabbed a thick branch. Hope jumped out too, biting another branch and helping Lin Qian drag the tree aside. Li Qian hurried to the other side and pushed the tree in the direction Lin Qian was pulling. The wind was fierce. They had to brace themselves while dragging the tree, soon breaking out in a sweat, with typhoon rain soaking them through. Lin Qian felt utterly exhausted. This body really hadn't suffered much hardship, she thought. If it were her previous self, she wouldn't even need Li Qian. She could have moved the tree herself. Looks like she'd have to start working out soon. After a lot of effort, they finally cleared a path wide enough for the car. Lin Qian didn't dare waste any time. Let's go. Fortunately, nothing else happened, and they soon arrived at Lin Pharmaceuticals. Li Qian, don't bother parking in the garage. Just leave the car at the entrance. We're going in to look for someone. As soon as they walked in, a security guard spotted Lin Qian and came over. Miss Lin? What are you doing here in this weather? Because the shareholders had so much to deal with, they hadn't yet informed everyone that Lin Qian had sold her shares. In other words, the regular employees still didn't know Lin Qian had no official ties to the company. Although Lin Qian used to have mild face blindness, after all she'd been through in the apocalypse, her rich person's eye had long since recovered. She recognized the security guard as the one she'd seen when she came to collect her mother's belongings. I have a question. That day, didn't I bring 2 people here to tour the company? Before I left, did you see them leave? The guard thought for a moment. I remember the older gentleman left in a hurry, but I don't recall seeing the young man leave. Can I see the security footage? The guard looked a bit hesitant. Show me your payment code. The guard was stunned, not sure what she meant. Lin Qian didn't want to waste time. She had him unlock his phone, pulled up his payment code, and transferred 50,000 yuan to him on the spot. When the guard got his phone back, he was dumbfounded. That was a year's salary for him. He stared at Lin Qian in disbelief. Miss Lin, what is this? It's tough for you to be on duty during a typhoon like this. I noticed the winds died down a bit. I just called Uncle Huang, and he said the whole company's on holiday for the next few days. Consider this your typhoon bonus. Take advantage of the lull in the wind to buy some supplies on your way home. Keep your family safe, and don't go out unless you have to. Lin Qian was banking on the fact that the security guard still didn't know what was happening upstairs. Sure enough, after receiving such a large sum of money, the guard was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Lin Qian. Thank you, Miss Lin. Thank you so much. You're welcome. You've worked diligently at Lin Pharmaceuticals for so many years. You deserve this. Now hurry back. If you didn't leave soon and the typhoon picked up again, Lin Qian wouldn't be able to check the surveillance footage with him standing around. The guard thanked her profusely and left. Lin Qian, together with Li Chang, headed straight for the surveillance room, only to find that part of the footage from the day she'd come by was missing. They actually deleted the surveillance records? Her fingers flew across the keyboard, entering a string of code, and she quickly pulled up all the footage from that day. She kept her eyes glued to several screens. At first, Huang's secretary did arrange for someone to show the grandfather and grandson around, but just as Grandpa Wang had said, the guide soon received a phone call, looked anxious, said a few words to Wang Hui, and then hurried off. That matched what she'd been told. Lin Qian watched the next part of the footage. Wang Hui said something to the young lady who was supposed to guide him, and the girl left blushing. After that, Wang Hui seemed to wander around casually, looking here and there. Lin Qian's gaze followed him all the way to the restroom. After he came out, she felt something was off, so she rewound the footage and watched it again. Sure enough, another employee had entered the restroom with Wang Hui, and Wang Hui took that employee's work badge. At first, he acted completely normal, but as soon as he reached a blind spot in the surveillance, he disappeared. 2 minutes later, someone wearing a mask emerged from that blind spot, now dressed in the employee's clothes, with a different hairstyle. If you didn't look closely, you'd really think he was that employee. Only now did Lin Qian truly believe that this man had special forces training. This wasn't something an ordinary person could pull off. But what exactly was he trying to do? Lin Qian's eyes never left the monitors. At first, Wang Hui moved around smoothly, people even greeted him occasionally, and he calmly nodded back, as if he really was an employee of Lin Pharmaceuticals. But things were definitely not that simple. He kept heading toward the underground laboratory. When he reached the entrance, he looked around to make sure no one was there, then used the employee's badge to enter. What's he doing in the lab? Could Lin Pharmaceuticals be up to something shady? Lin Qian sped up the footage. Wang Hui never came out of the lab. 2 hours later, the lab's alarm went off, and soon after, someone entered. Then the alarm reset to normal, but even fast-forwarding to today, Lin Qian never saw Wang Hui come out of the lab. Let's go. Lin Qian led Li Chang and the dog straight to the lab. When they reached the door, Lin Qian pulled out her own work badge, only to find she couldn't open the door. My badge still works outside, but I don't have access here? She didn't need to guess. Something was definitely wrong. She noticed a port on the electronic lock. Li Qian, take my badge and grab any laptop from a workstation. Bring the connection cables too. Li Qian moved quickly and soon brought her a laptop. Lin Qian booted it up, plugged in one end of the cable to the computer and the other into the electronic lock. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, and soon there was a click, the door unlocked. Li Qian stared at her in shock, jaw-dropping. Miss, when did you learn how to do this? He was starting to question his whole worldview. Wasn't Miss Lin supposed to be an art major? Wasn't this hacking? Shoo. Lin Qian put a finger to her lips, signaling Li Qian to be quiet. She quietly opened the door. Inside was a completely different world from outside. She looked at Li Qian and Hope, the dog. Li Qian, you and Hope stay here. Find somewhere to hide and keep an eye on the door. If anyone comes in, let me know immediately. She handed the laptop and cables to Li Qian, then slipped into the lab. As soon as she entered, a strong smell hit her, part hospital disinfectant, part formaldehyde used for preserving corpses. When did our Lin Pharmaceuticals get a place like this? She saw no one around, but remembering how the alarm had gone off soon after Wang Hui entered last time, she stayed extremely cautious. At first, the environment looked bright, with the cold sterility of a hospital. As she walked further in, she saw shelves lined with jars containing all sorts of human body parts. She was stunned. Were these specimens from the dead or from the living? Despite the overpowering smell of disinfectant and formaldehyde, she could still faintly detect the scent of blood. She went deeper and saw two people working. Both appeared to be researchers. This subject is really good. We've checked, his body is far better than the usual test subjects. The data from experiments on him will be top-notch. He's good, sure, but we lost several colleagues just trying to catch him. So what? Now that they're dead, we can use them for research too. True enough. When do we start the drug trials? Management said to wait until the typhoon passes. They want to bring clients to observe this time. Lin Qian hid to the side, waiting until the two researchers left before sneaking over to the so-called test subject. She looked over, and the test subject looked back at her. It was Wang Hui. She almost cried out in shock. What on earth was going on? Wang Hui was hooked up to numerous tubes, connected to various machines displaying data Lin Qian couldn't understand. She was about to rush over and pull the tubes out, but Wang Hui shook his head slightly, glancing in the direction the two researchers had gone. Lin Qian thought for a moment, then pulled a gas mask from her pocket and put it on, followed by a bottle of ether tucked into her bag. She deliberately made a little noise. The two researchers quickly returned, but before they could see her, Lin Qian hid. When they saw no one, they looked puzzled. Where did that noise just come from? Maybe the test subject bumped into something? That shouldn't be possible. The subject's body is paralyzed by the drugs, only his mind is awake. His head can still move, can't it? Do you see anything by his head that could make a noise? The two researchers exchanged glances. One of them said, "Could someone else have snuck in again?" Another researcher said, "What do you think this place is? Anyone can just barge in." That's true. Maybe we just misheard. Could be. The typhoon outside is really howling right now. Let's check carefully anyway. Everyone else has gone home. It's just the two of us left. If we really let someone in again, we're both done for. As one of them was about to reach Lin Qian, Wang Hui saw her toss something, looked like a glass bottle. The bottle shattered as soon as it hit the ground, releasing a gas that quickly spread through the air. After inhaling the gas, the two researchers started to speak. There really is someone. Damn, it's ether. Before they could finish, both collapsed. Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian with admiration in his eyes, but within 2 seconds, his own head slumped and he passed out too. Lin Qian, wearing a gas mask, first pulled out all the tubes attached to Wang Hui, then simply dropped him onto the floor. She calculated the amount of ether she'd just used. It should be enough to keep them all asleep until noon tomorrow. She glanced at the lab equipment, then swept her hand over it, storing everything into her space. Only then did she drag Wang Hui out. Don't ask why she didn't help him walk. She simply didn't have the strength. Li Qian and Guzi had been waiting at the door since early on. When they saw Lin Qian dragging Wang Hui out, they hurried over to help. Li Chang, take him back to the car first. I just remembered my mom still has some things here. I'll go grab them. Li Chang looked at the unconscious Wang Hui. Is he alright? He's fine, just inhaled some anesthetic. He'll wake up tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow, that's fine. Then he realized tomorrow. Yep. Lin Qian saw that the door was shut, so she casually took off her gas mask. Miss, where did you get that gas mask? He remembered clearly that she hadn't brought one when they left the house. Lin Qian lied without missing a beat, just grabbed it from inside. Li Chang thought about it. This was a pharmaceutical company, after all. Finding a gas mask would be a piece of cake. Hope, do you want to go out with Li Chang and the others, or stay here with me? Woof. All right, you're with me. Li Chang, sorry to trouble you. Wait for me downstairs. I'll be down as soon as I grab the stuff. After Li Chang left, Lin Qian and Hope quickly made their way to the Lin Pharmaceuticals warehouse. She didn't bother sorting, whether finished products or raw materials. She swept everything into her space. Hope watched as everything Lin Qian touched disappeared, barking in shock. Lin Qian comforted her. Don't be scared, Hope. Big sister is doing magic tricks. You've seen magic tricks before, right? Hope tilted her head. Woof. Are you fooling a dog? Even though she didn't really understand, she thought her big sister was amazing, so she just followed along. From then on, Lin Qian collected things in the back, while Hope led the way, using her dog nose to sniff out all sorts of good stuff. Once the warehouse was cleared, they went to the offices. Lin Qian swept up everything from the executives' offices into her space. She would have taken the doors and windows too if she could, not wanting to leave even a single wire behind. She was thinking about collecting things from the regular employees' offices when Li Chang called. Miss, the wind's picking up. The typhoon warning just went back up to orange. Lin Qian thought for a moment, then gave up on the rest. She grabbed Hope and hurried downstairs. On the way past the break room, she didn't forget to raid all the snacks and water. Hope saw someone still lying in the back seat and immediately jumped into the passenger seat, barking at Li Chang. Put on the dog's seatbelt. Can't you see what needs to be done? Li Chang actually understood and quickly buckled Hope Indiana. Lin Qian looked at Wang Hui in the back. Why is his face so red? I was just about to tell you, he seems to have a fever. Should we take him to the hospital? Lin Qian glanced at the intensifying wind. There's no time. Let's just head home. Li Chang didn't really understand what she meant, but he respected his employer's wishes and drove straight back to the villa. On the way, the wind and rain got even fiercer. Lin Qian grew more and more worried as she watched the sky. She didn't dare ask Li Chang to drive faster. With the rain and wind, the roads were slicker than usual, and it was easy to get into an accident. All she could do was keep an eye on the time and watch the scenery outside. Beside her, Wang Hui's face grew redder and redder. Finally, Lin Qian pulled an ibuprofen from her space and, while Li Chang wasn't looking, slipped it into his mouth, not sure if it would help. Just after she'd given him the medicine, Li Chang suddenly slammed on the brakes. Luckily, everyone, including the dog, was buckled up, or they'd all have gone flying. What happened? There's a tornado up ahead. What? Lin Qian was about to lose it. She didn't remember there being tornadoes in her past life. Seeing how close it was, she realized driving away wasn't an option anymore. Li Chang, back up. Stay away from trees and utility poles. Li Chang reacted quickly, steering the car to a relatively open area, away from trees and power lines. Lin Qian stared at the tornado ahead, terrified it would come their way. Quick, duck down and lock the doors. She wanted to hide in her space, but with Li Chang right there, she could only hope the tornado wouldn't come their way. If it really came to it, she'd hide in her space at the very last second. Luckily, fate was on their side. The tornado changed direction a few hundred meters away, but the trees and utility poles nearby were all knocked down. After the tornado passed, Li Chang frowned at the blocked road ahead. Lin Qian made a snap decision. Let's leave the car here and walk back. The villa was only 2 kilometers away. She calculated that if they could get back within an hour, they'd be safe. Without hesitation, She found a rope, tied one end to Hope and the other to herself, so they wouldn't get separated no matter what happened. She had Li Qian support Wang Hui on the other side, planning to help him walk back together. Lin Qian looked at the 1.82-meter-tall Wang Hui, frowning, but she had no better idea, so she let Li Qian carry him. Luckily, Li Qian had a military background. Even though Wang Hui was tall and heavy, Li Qian hoisted him up with ease. The wind grew stronger, lashing their faces like knives. The rain poured harder. They had to dodge fallen trees and power lines, always on the lookout for flying debris from the typhoon. Just as they neared the villa, they ran into Fang Ziyu, who was driving Cheng Ye home from the hospital. Fang Ziyu stopped next to Lin Qian. "Qian, why are you walking? Where's your car?" Lin Qian didn't even want to spare a glance at these two scumbags. She kept walking without pausing for a second. "Qian, you should get in the car. The wind is so strong, if anything happens, Ziyu will be worried." Cheng Ye's fake concern came out right on cue. Lin Qian had only wanted to hurry back to the villa with the typhoon raging outside, not even planning to acknowledge this pair of scum. But since they insisted on coming over, she didn't feel the need to be polite. She figured Cheng Ye was just putting on a show and had no intention of actually letting them in the car. Well, if that's the case, she couldn't be blamed for what happened next. "Sure, but there's 3 of us and a dog. If we get in, it might be a tight squeeze for you." "Qian, what are you saying? In this wind and rain, how could Ziyu and I just watch you walk home and do nothing? Come on, get in." Cheng Ye was convinced Lin Qian wouldn't actually get in the car. After all, the whole broken engagement fiasco had made things ugly between their families, practically enemies now. "All right then, why don't you open the door?" As soon as Fang Ziyu heard Lin Qian agree, he pressed the button to unlock the doors, but the side where Cheng Ye was sitting stayed firmly shut. Yeah, hurry up and open the door so Qian and the others can get in." I. It's not that I don't want to, I just don't know what's wrong, it won't open." Cheng Ye put on a panicked face. Fang Ziyu, glancing at the worsening storm, sounded a little anxious too. "If your side won't open, can't you just open the other side?" "It's not that, Ziyu. My stomach still hurts a bit. Every time I move, it aches. Why don't you take me home first, and then come back for Qian and the others?" Lin Qian snorted. "If you don't want us in the car, just say so. No need to put on an act." No, Qian, you've misunderstood me. The car must be broken. I really can't open it from my side." "Fang Ziyu, what do you say? Maybe I should take her home first and then come back for you?" Lin Qian wasn't about to indulge them. "Li Qian, go open the door for me. I want to see if it's really stuck." Li Qian, even with Wang Hui on his back, moved quickly. He reached for the car door handle, gave it a pull, and hey, it opened. "What's this? Didn't you say it wouldn't open? You weren't just messing with us, were you?" Fang Ziyu's face darkened instantly. Yeah, what's going on?" I don't know. It really wouldn't open just now. Maybe I'm still weak from being discharged from the hospital." Lin Qian laughed. "How much strength does it take to open a car door?" Lin Qian, that was just being kind. "She ended up in the hospital because of you last time. Isn't it normal that she's still weak? Why do you have to twist our good intentions?" Yeah. Since you're so eager to give us a ride, could your little White Lotus girlfriend move her feet? I've got a patient here." Cheng Ye looked like she was about to fall apart. "I can't move." Lin Qian's temper flared. "Li Qian, bring Wang Hui over." She grabbed one side of Wang Hui, and with Li Qian's help, they plopped him onto the back seat. The moment Wang Hui fell, Cheng Ye's feet quickly pulled back. She was annoyed. If she'd known, she would have just sat in the front. She'd thought lying in the back would be more comfortable, but who knew this would happen? Now, with these soaking wet people crowding in, she was miserable. But she still had to put on a caring face, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. She wanted to move to the front seat, but with the wind and rain outside, she'd just get soaked, so she forced herself to endure. "Do you need any help?" She said it, but her whole body was pressed as far away as possible, practically glued to the door. Lin Qian looked at her and smiled. "Sure, thanks." She glanced at Wang Hui, who was dripping wet and nearly leaning on Cheng Yaya, then suddenly let out a shriek. Cheng Yaya fainted. Yeah. Fang Ziyu looked over in alarm. She'll be fine. She's not dying. Probably just low blood sugar and a weak constitution. Just have her eat something good when you get home. Otherwise, in a few days, she might not even have anything to eat. Lin Qian clearly saw her eyelids flutter. She handed Hope's leash to Li Chang. Li Chang, take Hope to the front seat. Then she climbed into the back, ignoring Cheng Yaya, and dumped Wang Hui right on top of her. Lin Qian saw Cheng Yaya's brows twitching, her feet inching away, thinking no one noticed. Lin Qian simply swung her leg over Wang Hui and gave a hard kick. Bang! Cheng Yaya's foot slammed into the door with a loud thud. Cheng Yaya let out another scream, the pain making it impossible to keep pretending to be unconscious, so she opened her eyes weakly. And my foot hurts, Qian. Even if you don't like me, you didn't have to kick me. I'm pregnant, you know. Weren't you just unconscious? Even while fainted, you know I kicked you. Maybe you just weren't careful yourself. But if it wasn't you, who else? My foot couldn't have hit the door by itself. I know you resent me for taking Ziyu, but I'm pregnant with his child now. You're not pregnant with my child, so stop bringing it up. Aren't you tired of mentioning your pregnancy every day? And which of yours saw me kick you? There's someone between us. The space is so tight, how could I even reach you? Not only was Cheng Yaya stumped, even Fang Ziyu was a little confused. With Wang Hui wedged between them, taking up all the space, it was hard to see how Lin Qian could have kicked Cheng Yaya. But none of them realized that after the apocalypse, Lin Qian had picked up a lot of skills. No matter how cramped the space, it didn't stop her from doing what she wanted. Fang Ziyu frowned. Yeah, maybe that guy just accidentally slipped and hit you. Qian couldn't have reached you with someone in between. We're almost home anyway. Just hang in there. I'll drop them off and then we'll go home. You can take a hot shower and you'll feel better. Cheng Yaya's plan had backfired, and Fang Ziyu even noticed the problem. She was beyond frustrated. Lin Qian shot her a provocative smile and squeezed herself even closer to Cheng Yaya. The space inside the car was already cramped, so Cheng Yaya, not wanting to touch Wang Hui, could only keep shifting further to the other side. Just now, when Lin Qian kicked over, she'd secretly fiddled with the door lock on Cheng Yaya's side. As long as Cheng Yaya kept moving toward the edge, it was only a matter of time before she fell out of the car. Sure enough, Cheng Yaya kept pressing against the door, and suddenly it swung open. She tumbled outwards and finally let out a real scream. Help! As she fell, one hand grabbed the car door and the other clung to the seat, barely managing not to fall out completely. Lin Qian couldn't care less about her. She only regretted that Cheng Yaya hadn't just fallen out of the car. If she had, Lin Qian would have applauded. But Cheng Yaya wasn't having a good time either. Earlier, she'd only gotten a little wet when Wang Hui brushed against her, but now, after being battered by wind and rain, she was soaked through. In no time, her makeup was running down her face, making her look like a ghost. Fang Ziyu had originally wanted to get out and help her, but when he turned and saw her current state, he lost all desire to move. Be careful, will you? Oh dear, Yaya, are you okay? How could you be so careless? Lin Qian said, gloating over her misfortune. Cheng Yaya was furious, but Fang Ziyu just sat motionless in the front seat. Ziyu, what should I do? I'm so scared, she whimpered. TSK, what are you, still nursing? The car hasn't even started yet. Just put your foot down and climb back in. What are you wailing for? Anyone who didn't know better would think someone in your family died. Qian, how could you say that to me? Cheng Yaya stared wide-eyed in disbelief, as if Lin Qian had committed some unforgivable crime. You weren't like this before. That's right, you know that was before. Back then, Fang Ziyu was still my fiancé. So in the end, you're blaming me. Cheng Yaya tried to look pitiful, but with her makeup smeared so badly, no matter how she tried, she just looked frightening, startling everyone instead. Fang Ziyu was getting impatient. The wind's picking up. Hurry up and get in. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. So this man Cheng Yaya had schemed so hard to get wasn't much of a catch after all. But then again, if he were any good, would he have been fooled by a white lotus like her? Thinking of his fate later on, Lin Qian felt not the slightest sympathy. If anything, she was a little pleased at his misfortune. Seeing that Feng Ziyu really wasn't going to help, Cheng Yaya could only pretend to be delicate and climbed back into the car. Before getting in, she made sure to unlock the child lock, just in case Lin Qian kicked her again while the car was moving. She was pregnant, after all, and if she fell out, she'd be lucky to survive. Once Cheng Yaya was seated, Feng Ziyu started the car and headed toward the Lin family villa. Halfway there, Cheng Yaya, shivering from the cold, said, "Ziyu, the air conditioning is way too cold. Can you turn up the temperature a bit?" Feng Ziyu glanced at her in the rearview mirror. Cheng Yaya was still putting on her weak, pitiful act, thinking any man would melt under that gaze. But Feng Ziyu only looked at her for a second before turning his attention back to the road. Still, he silently turned up the air conditioning a notch. Seeing this, Cheng Yaya thought to herself that Feng Ziyu still liked her this way, and she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. "Ziyu Ji is so good to me," she said, gazing at him with adoration. Lin Qian, watching her act from the back seat, felt like she might throw up. "I seem to remember you're actually older than Feng Ziyu, aren't you?" "You're mistaken. I'm 2 years younger than Ziyu Ji. But I've seen your ID before. Did I remember wrong?" Cheng Yaya silently cursed Lin Qian. How could she remember something from so long ago? "That's just how my family is. We always change the birth date on our IDs to make it seem like we're born earlier. They say it's better for our fortune." "Oh, I see. Yes, that's it." Lin Qian didn't know if anyone else bought that story, but she certainly didn't. Cheng Yaya could tell Lin Qian was acting like a completely different person today and was racking her brains for a way to provoke her, hoping she'd lose her temper in front of Feng Ziyu. "Auntie's been gone for over a month now, right? I heard Uncle Li got kicked out by you." "Who told you that?" Lin Qian was genuinely curious. After all, very few people knew about this, so she wondered where Cheng Yaya had gotten her information. "Mr. Chen asked me how things were going at your house the other day. He said he hasn't seen you at school for a long time and that you should come back if things are settled. There's a school project he wants you to join. So I thought I'd go to your house to find you, and I happened to see Uncle Li standing at the door, cursing you for being unfilial and saying you even sent Grandma Li to the police station." "That's not true, is it?" Lin Qian pictured Mr. Chen in her mind. If Cheng Yaya hadn't mentioned him, she'd have forgotten all about him. He was no good either. Every time Cheng Yaya framed her, he always took Cheng Yaya's side. "What, you guys can't do the project without me? You need me there to make you all look less useless?" Cheng Yaya looked shocked. "How can you say that? Mr. Chen is just worried about your studies. Don't you know this is a key project for our school? If we do well, we'll have a much better chance at getting into grad school." "You mean you'll have an easier time, right?" "Sorry, I've got too much going on at home to get involved in your mess." "Shan, is it because I'm with Ziyu Ji now that you're acting like this? Did you forget? We used to say we'd do everything together. You used to share everything with me and said I was your best friend. But why are you treating me like this now?" Whoa. "Oh, please, if you're going to cry, can you wait until I get out of the car? And anyway, I used to be naive and thought you were a good person. Now I see you for what you are, a piece of trash. So stop pretending in front of me, okay? Back then, I was stupid enough to share everything with you because I felt sorry for you, but I never said I'd share my fiancé too. Now I regret it so much, so stop reminding me, it just makes me feel like an idiot." Lin Qian was already regretting getting into Feng Ziyu's car. "Lin Qian, that's going too far. Our families were engaged for business reasons. I only agreed to the engagement because I wasn't with Yaya yet. But later, I fell for her and your family broke off the engagement anyway." "Yeah, it was my family who broke it off." "And what were you doing at the time? Trying to have it both ways? When my mom wanted to break off the engagement, you guys fought tooth and nail against it, didn't you?" Lin Qian was dripping with sarcasm. "You sure talked a good game back then. You said you were willing to marry me, that no matter how many other women there were, they'd all just be concubines, and my status as Lady Feng wouldn't change. TSK, how many years has it been since the founding of Xinhua now? And you're still clinging to that old-fashioned polygamy nonsense? Is your brain fully developed yet? Or do you still need someone to spoon-feed you and wipe your ass? Let's not forget, it was your family begging my mother for this marriage alliance in the first place. If we hadn't misjudged you and thought you were decent, do you really think we'd have ever had anything to do with you? Feng Ziyu was left speechless by Lin Qian's barrage of words. Watching Feng Ziyu and Cheng Yaya, that scummy couple, pull all their tricks, Lin Qian couldn't hold back anymore. She clenched her palm, itching to pull out her tang sword and stab someone. Cheng Yaya was momentarily stunned by the cold, fierce look in Lin Qian's eyes. It took her a while to recover, and she reassured herself Lin Qian wouldn't do anything. After all, they were in Feng Ziyu's car. If you don't want to go, then forget it. I'll just let Teacher Chen know. But I really don't think you should have kicked Uncle Li out of the house. After all, he's your father, and Grandma Li, she's so old. No matter what, you shouldn't have sent her to the police station. That's just too. Look, if you can't stand it, why don't you take them home and look after them yourself? Or how about when your mom dies, I let that crazy old woman crash your mom's funeral? Let's see if you'll still be saying the same thing then. But Uncle Li said they just wanted to pay respects to your mother. Aren't you being a bit too heartless? Oh, sure, you're always right. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on this White Lotus. Feng Ziyu, hearing all this, turned to Lin Qian and said, Lin Qian, now that Aunt Lin is gone, we all know you're grieving, but you don't have to turn into a porcupine and lash out at everyone. Even if our engagement is off, we're still friends. Yetta and I are saying this for your own good. Wow, thanks so much. But I don't lash out at everyone, only at people who deserve it. So please, do me a favor and save your kindness for yourselves. Stop hovering around me, okay? Maybe Lin Qian's tone was just too sarcastic, because Li Chang, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but laugh. Feng Ziyu turned to glare at him, his face dark. You're just a bodyguard. What are you laughing at when your employers are talking? Did we say anything wrong? I'm just a bodyguard, I wouldn't dare question my employers. But since my miss said you should focus on your own business and stop bothering her, I naturally think she's right. After all, she's the one paying my salary. Don't you agree, young Master Feng? Feng Ziyu was so angry he almost fell over, but he couldn't find a way to argue with Li Chang's words. Luckily, Lin Qian's villa was just up ahead. Feng Ziyu looked at it and, for some reason, felt like something was different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what. Qian, have you been renovating lately? Yeah. Hasn't your fiancé been spying on my house every day? Didn't she tell you? Why are you renovating for no reason? I thought your house was already great. Yeah, so why do you care? I was just asking. No need to bite my head off every time. You don't look like you're doing too well these days. If you need anything, you can always come to me. And what makes you think I'm not doing well? Lin Qian was honestly amazed by Feng Ziyu's logic. If you were doing fine, would you have sold your shares for peanuts? Wow, what an idiot. Yeah, I'm doing so terribly, but I'm not asking you for help, am I? So don't come to me for anything either. But since you gave us a ride today, let me give you a friendly reminder, you'd better stock up on food at home these next few days. If you end up with nothing to eat, don't come knocking on my door, I won't let you in. Feng Ziyu looked at her like she'd just told the world's funniest joke. Even if I starved to death, I wouldn't come to you. Don't worry. Cheng Yaya was even more incredulous. Qian, what nonsense are you talking about? Why are you making Brother Ziyu sound like some beggar? In this day and age, who would go to someone else's house for food? That's just ridiculous. Fine, just remember what I said today. If you die, don't blame me. Lin Qian looked at Cheng Yaya. And you, watch out for that woman next to you. She's no good. Don't end up dead because of her and not even know what happened. What's that supposed to mean? Feng Ziyu snapped. Cheng Yaya, on the other hand, looked a bit guilty and hurriedly urged him, Brother Ziyu, Qian's probably just too upset these days. She's not making much sense. The typhoon's getting worse, let's hurry home. Yeah, you'd better get home and keep an eye on your house. Wouldn't want to lose it too. Feng Ziyu was so angry he wanted to get out of the car and argue with Lin Qian, but the storm was too fierce, so he could only fume helplessly in the car. Lin Qian, stop being so passive-aggressive all the time. We don't owe you anything. Oh. Lin Qian had said all she needed to say, given all the warnings she could. There was nothing more she could do. After all, good advice can't save those who are doomed. She and Li Cheng each helped Wang Hui out of the car and into the villa. Hope, the dog, barked twice. Feng Ziyu and Cheng Yeye were both dumbfounded. Don't be mad, Brother Ziyu. Qian's so upset she even kicked Uncle Li out, let alone us. Give it some time, she'll probably calm down. I don't care how she acts. I never should have let them in the car. I give them a ride and somehow I'm the bad guy. Feng Ziyu slammed on the gas and sped away. Cheng Yeye watched his expression from the back seat. Don't be angry, Brother Ziyu. Qian didn't mean it. Look at how she treated Uncle Li and Grandma Li. She doesn't owe us anything. She's just in a bad place right now, so let her vent. Yeah, you're just too kind. Cheng Yeye blushed. Not really. I just think Qian's acting this way because her mom just died, and then she saw Uncle Li bringing his son home. True. Uncle Li really is something. Aunt Lin just died, and he couldn't wait to bring someone else back. That's just shameless. Well, it's understandable. Who doesn't want a son to inherit the family business? I guess I'm just lucky. I got pregnant with the Feng family's first grandson on my first try. Cheng Yeye glanced over at Feng Ziyu. Brother Ziyu, honestly, it doesn't matter how many women you have outside. If you have any children, just bring them home, and I'll raise them like my own. Just please, never leave me. She gazed at Feng Ziyu with deep affection. You can do whatever you want outside, as long as you come home in the end. That's enough for me. Feng Ziyu looked at Cheng Yeye, then thought of Lin Qian and sighed. If only Qian were as understanding as you, our families wouldn't have had to call off the engagement. Hearing this, the virtuous expression on Cheng Yeye's face almost slipped, and she nearly ground her teeth to pieces. She had just said that casually, but she hadn't expected Feng Ziyu to actually think that way. Thank goodness the Lin family had already broken off the engagement. Otherwise, there'd be no place for her in the Feng family. Well, there's nothing you can do. Qian was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, so she's bound to be a bit spoiled. Honestly, you're already amazing in my eyes. You're a top-notch man. If even you aren't good enough for her, I really wonder what kind of person she'll end up liking. Oh, by the way, Brother Ziyu, do you know that man Qian brought with her just now? Could he be her boyfriend? Even as she walked away, Cheng Yeye couldn't resist taking another jab at Lin Qian. Feng Ziyu recalled the man, Wang Hui, who'd been sitting in the back seat earlier. He didn't want to admit it, but that guy really did outshine him in every way. Seeing Feng Ziyu's face darken, Cheng Yeye pressed on. From the back, it looked like Qian really cared about him. When we went over that speed bump, I saw her shielding him. They seemed pretty close. After hearing all this, Feng Ziyu felt even more uncomfortable. But Cheng Yeye wasn't done. When you two broke off the engagement, I wondered if it was because Lin Qian had found someone better. Aunt Lin insisted it was your fault. But from the way she acted with that guy, it looks like they've known each other a long time. Maybe she's been seeing him behind our backs all along, just afraid of gossip, so she pushed the blame onto us. But what did we do wrong? We just truly love each other, that's all. She finished with a deliberately sorrowful sigh. We used to be so close. I really did want her blessing. The more Feng Ziyu listened, the more he thought it was possible. After what she's done, you still speak up for her. She's not welcome at our wedding, no matter who she's with. She looks down on me? Well, I look down on her too. If I hadn't thought the Lin family was still useful, did she think I'd cling to her? Feng Ziyu said angrily. That pretty boy she brought with her, he looks like a freeloader. So, what if he's a little handsome? There are plenty of guys better looking and with better bodies than him. Qian just can't see how great you are. She's bound to regret it one day, Cheng Yeye chimed in. Hearing this, Feng Ziyu finally felt a little better. Looking at Cheng Yeye, he found her more pleasing to the eye than ever, and felt that breaking up with Lin Qian to be with her was absolutely the right choice. Yeye, take good care of yourself and the baby. Once our son is born, we'll go get our marriage certificate right away. Chang Ye secretly scoffed, but still put on a sweet, expectant face. I'm sure our son will be just as outstanding as you. And after he's born, I want to give you a daughter too. While they were discussing children, Lin Qian and Li Cheng finally managed to bring Wang Hui home. As soon as Hope got to the door, she started shaking off the rain and was dry in no time. Uncle Chen saw Lin Qian and the others come in and was startled to see them all soaked. How did everyone get so wet? He called out for Zhang Wei to help support Wang Hui. Zhang Wei, come here quickly. Uncle Chen didn't even have time to ask what had happened. He just wanted Lin Qian to hurry and take a hot shower and change clothes. Miss Lin, you and Li Chang go take a hot shower and get changed. In this weather, you'll catch a cold if you stay wet. I'll take care of this gentleman with Zhang Wei. Now that she was home, Lin Qian was indeed exhausted. Wang Hui didn't seem to be in any serious danger. He'd just inhaled a bit too much ether and was unconscious, so there was nothing to ask him for now. She trusted Uncle Chen, and she herself was feeling uncomfortable and tired, badly in need of a hot bath. But she didn't forget to call Grandpa Wang to let him know she'd found Wang Hui. When Grandpa Wang saw Lin Qian's call, he answered right away. Miss Lin, how did it go? I found Wang Hui, but the typhoon was too strong, so I had to bring him back to my place first. She was too embarrassed to admit that Wang Hui was unconscious because of her own mistake. Grandpa Wang continued, how's he now? Can you put him on the phone? Lin Qian hesitated, then decided to tell him the truth about what Lin Pharmaceuticals had done to Wang Hui. Grandpa Wang, I owe you an apology. Wang Hui must have discovered something about Lin Pharmaceuticals, and someone captured him and locked him in a lab. When I found him, he was hooked up to all kinds of tubes. They were about to experiment on him. But don't worry, when I got there, he was still awake and seemed in good spirits. He's unconscious now? Grandpa Wang immediately caught the key point. He's unconscious now? Lin Qian. After a moment's thought, she decided to come clean. I'm sorry. To get him out, I threw a small bottle of ether in the lab. He inhaled it and is still unconscious. Miss Lin, could you give me your address? I'd like to come see him right away. Grandpa Wang, the typhoon is too strong right now, it's not safe for you to come. Don't worry, since I've rescued him, I'll do everything I can to return your grandson to you safe and sound. Miss Lin, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that Wang Hui is my only family, and I can't help but worry. Lin Qian understood how he felt. After all, she'd spent a long, dark period with Grandpa Wang after Wang Hui went missing. She'd witnessed all his grief. She checked the time. There was still a while before the tsunami hit, and Grandpa Wang's place wasn't far from the villa. A round trip would only take about an hour. Grandpa Wang, are you at home right now? I'm at the antique shop. Then don't go out. I'll come pick you up. Lin Qian changed into dry clothes, went down to the garage, and took out the bulletproof military vehicle she'd imported from the US. She drove it straight to pick up Grandpa Wang. Money really does buy a better experience. Driving this custom military armored vehicle, Lin Qian didn't feel a single bump, even in this terrible weather. It was as smooth as walking on flat ground. Well, that's to be expected. If a bomb-proof armored car couldn't handle this, she wouldn't have spent so much money on it. She pushed the speed to the max, and in less than 20 minutes, she was parked outside Grandpa Wang's shop. Lin Qian had originally planned to call Grandpa Wang, but considering the harsh conditions ahead, she figured it would be much safer for him to stay at the Lin family villa than to remain here. She immediately got out of the car and walked to the shop entrance, knocking on the door. Grandpa Wang, it's me, Lin Qian. Grandpa Wang quickly came to open the door, surprised to see Lin Qian arrive so soon. You're here already? No time to talk. Hurry and get in the car. The 12th typhoon is already here, and the weather service says it's about to get even worse. I'll just pack a few things. Grandpa Wang, there's no time. Forget about packing. I need to grab some medicine. All your medicine is here? Lin Qian stepped inside. Grandpa Wang headed straight to his pharmacy to gather some essential medicines. Lin Qian remembered that in her previous life, everything here had been looted not long after the disasters began. There had been nothing left. She said to Grandpa Wang, I know a bit about medicine too. Let me help you pack. While Grandpa Wang wasn't paying attention, she quietly stored all the medicinal herbs she touched into her space. All right, let's go. Grandpa Wang was anxious too. He'd been planning to risk the storm to go to Lin Qian's house to look for his grandson, but he hadn't expected her to come pick him up herself. Grandpa Wang, why don't you wait in my car? I need to use the restroom. Where is it? Though he was in a hurry, Grandpa Wang wasn't the type to deny someone a bathroom break. He pointed, it's over there. I'm a bit slow, so I'll wait for you in the car. Once she saw Grandpa Wang leave, Lin Qian quickly stored all the remaining herbs and even the shelves into her space. While Grandpa Wang was getting into the car, she also packed away other useful items from the shop. Seeing that there was nothing important left in the shop, she hurried to the car and started the engine. Although Grandpa Wang was a doctor, his family had been military officers for generations, so he knew a thing or two about military vehicles. When he saw the car Lin Qian was driving, his expression changed. How much power must it take to drive a car like this in China? To be honest, Lin Qian had hesitated before leaving home. She'd quietly brought this car in from abroad, and if the authorities found out she had it, they'd definitely requisition it, especially in times like these. But the situation was urgent, and she had no other choice. In her past life, Grandpa Wang had always protected her. Even if she was unlucky enough to get caught with the car, so be it. She would still have used it to bring Grandpa Wang back. Grandpa Wang was shocked and curious, but after living so many years, he wasn't one to pry. Everyone has their secrets. All he cared about was keeping his grandson safe. With the pedal to the floor and the wind at her back, Lin Qian made it home in just 15 minutes. She drove so fast that Grandpa Wang, sitting in the back, nearly had a heart attack. Luckily, the weather was so bad that there were hardly any traffic police on the roads. As long as she got the car home today, no one would be able to take it from her. Uncle Chen finally relaxed when he saw her return. Miss, you're finally back. Do you know how strong the typhoon is now? Uncle Chen, I'm fine, aren't I? Don't worry. I just went out to pick up Grandpa Wang. He was worried about his grandson and insisted on coming himself. I was afraid something would happen to him, and then how would I explain it to his family? With Grandpa Wang standing right there, Uncle Chen could only sigh. You still need to look after yourself first. The young lady is gone now. If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to her when I die? Uncle Chen, of course I'll look after myself. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have gone out, right? All right. Next time I'll be sure to check with you first, okay? There's going to be a next time? No, I plan to live a long, healthy life so I can take care of you in your old age. Uncle Chen finally smiled. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters to me. Lin Qian introduced Grandpa Wang to Uncle Chen. Grandpa Wang, this is our housekeeper, Uncle Chen. Please make yourself at home here. If you need anything, you can ask me or Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, this is Grandpa Wang, the grandfather of the person I brought back. He was worried about his grandson, so I brought him here. Could you arrange things for him and take him to see his grandson? I'm exhausted and starving. Please make me something good to eat later. I'm going to take a bath first. Afraid Uncle Chen would keep lecturing her, Lin Qian made a quick escape. Uncle Chen turned to Grandpa Wang, understanding how anxious he must have been to brave such a typhoon. Hello, would you like me to take you to see him? From the way Lin Qian and Uncle Chen interacted, Grandpa Wang could tell that Uncle Chen's status in the Lin family was not that of an ordinary servant. He replied politely, "Thank you for your trouble." "It's no trouble at all. Since Miss Lin brought you here, you're our guest. Please follow me." Uncle Chen led Grandpa Wang to the guest room where Wang Hui was staying. "He's resting here. When Miss Lin went out to get you, I checked on him. He doesn't seem to have any major issues. If nothing unexpected happens, he should wake up tomorrow morning." Looking at his unconscious grandson, Grandpa Wang was both anxious and grateful. "Thank you so much for everything." "It's nothing. I'll go prepare dinner for you and Miss Lin. There's another guest room next door, which I've already set up for you. The door's open, so you can rest whenever you like. I won't disturb you further. If you need anything, just come down to the kitchen." With that, Uncle Chen quietly left, gently closing the door to give the grandfather and grandson some privacy. Grandpa Wang looked at the unconscious Wang Hui, feeling both heartache and anger. In the end, his worry won out. He checked Wang Hui over carefully, and only after confirming there was nothing seriously wrong did he finally relax. Then he started muttering by the bedside. You honestly. It's one thing to work hard, but do you have to risk your life? If it weren't for Miss Lin this time, you might not have made it. Unable to hold back his frustration, Grandpa Wang gave Wang Hui a slap on the face. If you don't care about your own life, you might as well kill me first. Then our whole family can reunite in the afterlife. But as soon as he saw the red mark appear on Wang Hui's pale face, Grandpa Wang's heart ached again. Oh, what kind of sins has our Wang family committed? He took out the family's ancestral whip from his coat. Who knows if this whip is cursed? We've guarded it for generations, but it's never brought us any luck, only sacrifice after sacrifice for the country. If it weren't for Miss Lin this time, I fear you wouldn't have survived either. Grandpa Wang stroked the whip for a while before finally making up his mind. Miss Lin saved you this time, and we don't really have anything valuable to repay her with. She seemed quite interested in this whip, and since you don't really use it anymore, why not give it to her? I don't think our ancestors would object. He placed the whip next to Wang Hui. I'm getting old. We'll wait until you wake up to decide. Whether you want to give it away or not is up to you. Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Hui, who was sleeping soundly, sighed, and stood up to walk to the bedside. Outside the window, the typhoon was raging, and all the younger trees were being uprooted, battering the surrounding houses. Just as he was lost in thought, a large tree suddenly flew straight toward the window. Startled, he instinctively lunged to shield Wang Hui, afraid the tree would crash through the glass. But after lying on top of Wang Hui for a while, he realized the tree hadn't come through. He slowly got up and saw that there was no sign of the tree at all. Rubbing his eyes, he wondered what was going on. Looking closer, he realized, goodness. The tree hadn't missed the window. It had hit it, but the glass hadn't broken, and the typhoon had blown the tree elsewhere. Puzzled, he reached out and touched the window. It felt different from ordinary glass. Bulletproof glass? He was deeply shocked. What kind of family installs bulletproof glass in their windows? After what had just happened, he looked around the house and felt that everything seemed off, far too unusual. This was definitely not an ordinary household. As a renowned traditional doctor, Grandpa Wang had visited many high-ranking officials' homes, and thanks to his family's connections, he'd even been to the homes of military officers and even the home of the President of China. None of those places had defenses as strong as this villa. Looking at the villa, then at Wang Hui lying on the bed, he thought to himself that perhaps he and his grandson really were blessed by their ancestors to have met Miss Lin and received her help in such circumstances. As an experienced old man, Grandpa Wang became even more determined to give the whip to Lin Qian. Even if that brat Wang Hui objected when he woke up, it wouldn't matter. Having lived so many years, he had a sense of caution. This typhoon felt very strange to him. But there was no point in overthinking. Being able to stay here was already a blessing. He couldn't really expect others to wait on them. Grandpa Wang went to the guest room next door and found that all the bedding was brand new. Uncle Chen had even thoughtfully laid out some new daily necessities suited to him on the bed, making Grandpa Wang feel even more grateful. After tidying up a bit, he headed downstairs to the kitchen. When Uncle Chen saw him, he greeted him warmly. You're up. Did you check the guest room? Is there anything you're missing? No, we've already imposed so much. It's not right to trouble you further. I just came to see if you needed any help. My cooking skills are average, but I can at least lend a hand. Uncle Chen would never let a guest help out and hurriedly tried to usher him out. You're our guest. How could I let you do such things? Please, just rest outside. I've already turned on the TV, go watch for a bit. I'll be done soon. But Grandpa Wang wouldn't hear of it. How can that be? Miss Lin saved Wang Hui's life. We owe you so much. How could I just sit here and let you wait on us? Really, let me help out, or I'll feel uncomfortable just sitting around. As he spoke, Grandpa Wang gently pushed Uncle Qian aside and began picking vegetables. Uncle Qian had no choice but to let him help. But to his surprise, Grandpa Wang was quick and skillful. Uncle Qian had learned to cook specifically to serve the Lin family, but Grandpa Wang's skills were every bit as good as his own. Your cooking skills are really something. Seeing Uncle Qian's surprised look, Grandpa Wang chuckled. Don't be fooled by my age. My parents passed away early, so I had to take care of myself as a kid. Later, after I got married, my wife couldn't cook, and when our child was born, neither of them could cook, so the whole family depended on me. I had no choice but to learn, and I even took a cooking class to make sure they ate well. After I started practicing medicine and improved my cooking, I realized that a lot of foods have medicinal properties. If you prepare them right, dietary therapy can be much better than seeing a doctor or taking medicine. Don't look at me now, over 70, but my recent checkup results were better than many young people's. That's great. While you're here, you have to teach me more. Our young miss is wonderful in every way, but she's a bit frail and too skinny. I've been thinking about how to help her eat better and put on some weight. The two old men hit it off immediately. Uncle Qian started calling Grandpa Wang Brother Wang, while Grandpa Wang called Uncle Qian Xiao Ming. When Lin Qian came downstairs, she was greeted by this harmonious scene. Xiao Ming, pass me that, would you? Sure thing, Brother Wang. Should I add this in now? In the end, it was Grandpa Wang instructing Uncle Qian on what to do. When Lin Qian came down, Uncle Qian said, Miss, please have a seat. I'll bring you a bowl of soup first. Brother Wang is making us some medicinal cuisine. It'll be ready soon. Seeing two people who had truly cared for her in her previous life getting along so well, Lin Qian felt genuinely happy and watched them with a smile. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Lin Qian's phone chimed with a string of WeChat notifications. She opened it to see a message from Li Hongli, a member of the Villa Community's Owners Committee. Hello everyone, I've received word that this typhoon isn't going to be so simple. It's best for everyone to stock up on extra food. As soon as she said this, the group chat exploded with discussion. Li Hongli's husband was a senior executive at Walmart in Ju City, with plenty of connections, so even if people didn't fully believe her, they didn't dare ignore her advice. With the typhoon this bad, how are we supposed to stock up? Even if we wanted to buy things, we can't. Exactly. But every time there's a typhoon in Ju City, it only lasts a day or two. It shouldn't be that serious, right? I have to eat fresh air-shipped food every day. If you have money, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Li Hongli continued, I'm planning to wait until the wind dies down a bit. My husband has a large batch of supplies ready to sell, and he's also pulled some strings to transfer more goods from other stores, just in case. But as you all know, transporting things in this weather won't be cheap. Let me know if anyone wants to join in. As soon as she said this, several wealthy owners immediately sent red envelopes in the group chat. Even if they didn't get any supplies, it was worth it just to build connections. Lin Qian recalled that in her previous life, the Homeowners Association chair had said the exact same thing. Li Hongli had kept her word. After much effort, she managed to bring back a batch of supplies and distributed them according to how much each person had paid. But many people in this villa community were impossibly picky. They insisted on eating only the freshest food, even during a typhoon, and refused to listen to Li Hongli's advice. After the tsunami, though, when many people could barely find drinking water, they suddenly remembered that Li Hongli had stocked up on plenty of food, and all started eyeing her family's supplies. One pitch-black night, the usually glamorous residents of the villa community snuck into Li Hongli's house. When she accidentally caught them, they turned violent out of desperation, killed Li Hongli and her husband, and stole their supplies. Lin Qian thought about the nearly 1 billion yuan she still had left. Since money would soon be useless, she might as well make use of Li Hongli's connections. She opened WeChat and sent Li Hongli a voice message. Sisterly, I want to buy a large batch of supplies too. How much can you get? I'll give you a 10% commission. After all, if the money was going to be worthless, she might as well spend it. Since she had a channel, it was always better to stock up. Li Hongli had already been planning to make a killing off this typhoon. Her husband had the authority to move Walmart's inventory. In this kind of weather, even if a huge amount of stock went missing from the warehouse, who would ever suspect her husband was behind it? When Li Hongli saw Lin Qian's message, she didn't think much of it at first. Everyone knew Lin Qian was a fool. Her mother had just died and she'd kicked her father out, then sold her shares for cheap. If only they'd found out sooner, they would have bought some themselves. She wondered what Lin Qian wanted from her at a time like this. Could it be she wanted to buy supplies? Li Hongli quickly played the voice message and burst out laughing as she replied, "Qian, we can get some supplies, but they won't be cheap." "That's fine. I'm planning to spend 1 billion yuan on supplies." Li Hongli's eyes widened at the number. She didn't even care about the red packet notifications dinging in her group chat. "Qian, did you type that wrong? Did you say 1 billion? Lin Qian sent another voice message directly. "Sisterly, I didn't make a mistake. I really do want to buy 1 billion yuan worth of supplies. You can take a 10% commission and the rest, just get me as much as you can. But I need to receive everything today." Li Hongli was so shocked she could barely speak. You're not joking with me, are you? Since Li Hongli often helped the villa residents buy things, Lin Qian had her account. Without another word, Lin Qian transferred 100 million yuan to Li Hongli's account as a deposit. "Sisterly, check your account. You should have received the payment. Consider this a deposit." As soon as the money arrived, Li Hongli saw the notification. She didn't even care about continuing the conversation. She opened her account and counted the zeros. 100 million. Lin Qian had really transferred her a full 100 million. She no longer doubted Lin Qian and quickly replied, "Qian, what do you need so much for?" Lin Qian answered smoothly, "With such a big typhoon, I figure a lot of places will be hit hard. I want to buy supplies now so I can send them wherever they're needed later." Li Hongli was very familiar with the Lin family's charity work. "So, where do you plan to send them?" "Send everything to my house first." "To your house?" "Yes. The typhoon is too strong right now. Even if I wanted to distribute them, it's not possible. Better to store them at my place for now. My house was just renovated, so there's plenty of space. Once the typhoon passes, I'll send them out slowly." "That works. So, what do you need?" "Just get me a bit of everything." "Oh, do you have inflatable boats or rubber rafts? If so, send me some too. I'm worried the typhoon will cause flooding. As for the rest, just get me a variety of supplies." "Sure, we have those. I'll arrange everything right away." "Sisterly, I need to see the supplies today, or I don't want them. After today, it would be impossible to deliver anything." Although the typhoon was still raging, the weather forecast said there would be a few hours of lull soon, when the winds would die down. It was only a few hours, and after that, the winds would pick up again. With Walmart's resources, it would be difficult, but not impossible to deliver everything during this window. But after today, who knew? In her memories, the tsunami hit on the 3rd day of the typhoon, but with the apocalypse arriving early, who could say when the tsunami would come? Okay, Qian, don't worry. We'll get everything to you today." With that much money on the line, Li Hongli only cared about the big clients now, ignoring the rest. Having made arrangements for her last bit of money, Lin Qian felt completely at ease. If nothing unexpected happened, she could live out her days in this villa with Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang. This life, she would never have to suffer like her last one. The thought filled her with joy. Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang soon brought the food to the table. It looked different from their usual meals. Uncle Qin explained, "These are all Grandpa Wang's specialties. He even taught me how to combine ingredients for better nutrition." Lin Qian remembered that Grandpa Wang had been a great cook in her previous life too, but back then, no matter how skilled he was, he had no ingredients to work with. But now, things were different. That soup just now was delicious. Lin Qian smiled. "Thanks to Grandpa Wang, I get to eat something special today. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't braved the typhoon to help me find Wang Hui, I might never have seen him again in this life." Grandpa Wang knew how dangerous Wang Hui's job was. Otherwise, any regular soldier would have done. Why send a special forces operative? He might look gentle, but in the army, he was highly valued. Lin Qian was touched that Grandpa Wang didn't blame her. After all, if she hadn't taken Wang Hui to Lin Pharmaceuticals, he wouldn't have suffered so much. I'm just glad you don't blame me, Grandpa Wang. After all, I was the one who took you to the company and listened to Secretary Huang, so I didn't bring you back. That's why Wang Hui got into trouble. Grandpa Wang was reasonable. How could I blame you? We asked you to take us there. But still, it all started because of me. Besides, Lin Pharmaceuticals used to be my family's business. If something happened to Wang Hui there, I can't escape responsibility. Miss Lin, I, Wang Mingwan, have lived a long time and know right from wrong. You told us from the start that you'd sold all your shares in Lin Pharmaceuticals, so it had nothing to do with you anymore. Besides, we were the ones who insisted on visiting. If I blamed you for this, I'd have wasted all my years. Lin Qian's eyes reddened. She knew Grandpa Wang was a reasonable and understanding person. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. Throughout the meal, Lin Qian felt guilty toward Grandpa Wang, while Grandpa Wang, grateful to Lin Qian, was in good spirits. All in all, the meal ended on a pleasant note for everyone. As soon as Li Hongli received the money, she immediately contacted her husband. With the financial backing, her executive husband quickly arranged for high-end vehicles to transport the supplies, even hiring bodyguards to clear the way. The convoy grandly delivered the goods to the Lin family villa. Lin Qian and the others had just finished eating when she received a call from Li Hongli. Xiao Qian, the supplies are almost there. I've also arranged for people to help unload. Could you please open the gate for us? Lin Qian was overjoyed and went out herself to open the gate. To her surprise, Li Hongli's husband had come in person. When he saw Lin Qian, he greeted her warmly and shook her hands. Xiao Qian, as soon as your sister Li told me you needed supplies here, I arranged everything right away. I wasn't late, was I? No, not at all. Lin Qian gently withdrew her hands from his. It's just a small matter. How could we trouble you, Brother Feng, to deliver it yourself? The typhoon is so fierce, it's too dangerous. It's not dangerous, not at all. The rest of the supplies are still on their way. I'll have my people move everything into your basement, okay? Lin Qian had already cleared out the basement, so it was empty and perfect for storing the supplies. She led them to the basement. Li Hongli and her husband were secretly amazed at how different it looked from before. Xiao Qian, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were hiding some treasure down here. This basement looks even safer than our Walmart warehouse. I just had it renovated recently, so I upgraded everything. Safety first, after all. Yes, absolutely. I never expected you and President Lin to be so caring. I'm really sorry I couldn't attend President Lin's funeral before. Work was just too busy. You don't blame me, do you? Lin Qian didn't mind his polite words. After all, her mother probably wouldn't even remember who this man was, and now that she was gone, it didn't matter whether people put on a show or not. It was only because Lin Qian had spent so much money on the couple that he was being so courteous now. Li Hongli pinched her husband. You? And you call yourself an international executive? Xiao Qian is still grieving after Wanqing's passing. Don't bring that up. Yes, my fault. He started directing the workers. Hurry up and unload. Xiao Qian, I'll have my people bring everything in and unload for you. I need to deliver supplies elsewhere, so I won't bother you any longer. If there's any problem with the goods, just contact me anytime. Lin Qian was more than happy to see them go. She didn't want to keep up the polite small talk. You two go ahead. Once everything's unloaded, I'll transfer the remaining payment to Sister Li's account. The couple had done business with the Lin family many times and always trusted Lin Qian. Hearing this, they said their goodbyes. They still had other places to make money. They were even a bit pleased about the approaching typhoon, hoping the disaster would be worse so they could earn more. Watching their bank balances grow, their smiles grew wider. Lin Qian looked at their grinning faces and thought to herself, go ahead and smile while you still can. Soon, you won't be able to. But seeing the steady stream of supplies being delivered to her home, she finally felt at ease. The delivery trucks didn't finish unloading until late into the night. After sending everyone off, Lin Qian immediately raised the villa's security level to the maximum. From now on, no one would be able to get into her villa. Just as Lin Qian was about to enjoy a good night's sleep, Uncle Qin came looking for her. He spoke seriously, "Miss, I feel like there's something off about this typhoon. For the next while, we'd better stay home and not go anywhere." He was truly worried Lin Qian would go out again like today, insisting on leaving even in such a big storm. His heart could hardly take it. "Don't worry, Uncle Qin. We're not going anywhere. The villa has everything we need after the renovation. We could live here for a lifetime without any problems." Hearing this, Uncle Qin finally relaxed. "Then you should rest early, Mississippi. I'll go watch the news. The typhoon warning is already at level 18. I just have a bad feeling, like something big is about to happen." Lin Qian took Uncle Chen's hand. "Uncle Chen, do you trust me?" "Of course I trust you." "Then go take a nice hot bath and get some good sleep. We spent so much money on this villa, it won't be affected by the typhoon so easily. And look, I bought so many supplies from Sister Li and Brother Feng today. Everything's stored in the basement. We have food and shelter, so nothing will happen to us. I won't let anything happen to you either." In her heart, Lin Qian silently repeated, "In this life, I will never let anything happen to you again." Uncle Qin thought about it and agreed. "If that's the case, I'll go rest. But miss, if anything comes up, you must come find us right away." I know. Lin Qian ushered Uncle Qin out and closed the door. With a thought, she appeared inside her space. Looking at the warehouse piled high with supplies, she felt a deep sense of security. Now, she could truly call herself a rich woman. There probably weren't many ordinary people in the world with as many resources as she had. She glanced at the old-fashioned clock and saw the time displayed was increasing. She felt completely satisfied. Just as she was about to leave the space, she noticed something odd. The old-fashioned clock was actually able to keep counting time. Amazing! She'd originally thought the clock only had 24 hours and wondered what would happen if time went over that. Now it seemed the space was more user-friendly than she'd thought. Leaving the warehouse, she was surprised to find that the original Chinese-style house had become even bigger. Though it still looked traditional, it now had many modern facilities. There was even running water and electricity. How did this happen? She couldn't figure it out. She'd been so busy bringing supplies in these days, she hadn't noticed what had triggered the changes in the space. Opening the front door, she discovered a small patch of black soil had appeared outside. Incredible! She remembered she had collected some seeds and wondered if she could plant them here. As she thought about the seeds, they appeared in her hand from the warehouse. She tried to will them to plant themselves, but they just stayed in her hand, not moving at all. So she'd been overthinking it. She couldn't control planting with her mind alone. She'd have to do it herself. She found a hoe, turned over the black soil, scattered the seeds, and then left the space. It took Lin Qian quite a bit of effort to finish planting the fields, and by the time she was done, it was already 3 in the morning. She exited her space and stepped out onto the balcony, gazing out at the typhoon howling outside, whipping all sorts of debris toward the villa. Yet, not a single thing could harm her home, which gave her an inexplicable sense of peace. She turned to look at the bed she had spent a fortune on, flopped down onto it, and sighed, "This is what life is all about." With that, she drifted off into a deep, restful sleep. In just one night, the devastation brought by the typhoon was shocking. The fierce winds rampaged like wild beasts, uprooting trees and sending branches flying. Torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, causing floods to surge through the streets, turning them into raging rivers. Buildings suffered severe damage, countless rooftops were torn off, walls cracked, and chaos reigned everywhere. People's lives were thrown into disarray, their homes ravaged, and the peace and security in countless hearts were shattered. Fortunately, Lin Qian lived in a villa halfway up the mountain. No matter how severe the flooding, it wouldn't reach here anytime soon. The first thing she did upon waking was check the news on her phone, only to be shocked to discover that the bridge connecting their villa to the city had been struck and destroyed by lightning brought by the typhoon. She tried to recall what had happened to that bridge in her previous life. It seemed it had been destroyed too, but not at this point in time. She couldn't shake the feeling that many things were different now, and all the disasters seemed to be developing in a more severe direction. Her phone kept chiming with notifications. When she checked, good grief, nearly 1,000 messages, and the number was still climbing. She could already smell breakfast wafting up from downstairs, so she simply tossed her phone onto the bed and headed down to eat. "Miss, breakfast is ready." She saw Uncle Chen and Grandpa Wang sitting in the living room, having finished their meal and now watching the news. "I'll be right there." After freshening up, Lin Qian went to the dining room. She had just finished a small bowl of porridge when she heard a commotion upstairs. It turned out Wang Hui had woken up and was stumbling out of the guest room. When Wang Hui first woke up, he was still groggy from the lingering effects of the ether. His head was spinning, and it took him a while to remember that the last thing he saw before fainting was Lin Qian. Thinking about how long he'd been missing, he figured Grandpa must be worried sick. He reached for his phone to contact him, only to realize He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and shook his head hard, but the dizziness wouldn't go away. So he decided to get up and see where he was. That was when Lin Qian saw him. "Wang Hui, you're awake," Lin Qian called out. She wasn't particularly surprised. She'd figured he'd wake up around this time. But Grandpa Wang was so excited he jumped up from the table. "You rascal, you're finally awake." Not caring about manners, he hurried upstairs to help Wang Hui down. Lin Qian figured she'd had enough porridge and decided to give Grandpa Wang and his grandson some space. She said to Uncle Chen, "Uncle Chen, let's go organize the things in the warehouse from yesterday." She had already stored most of the perishable food in her space last night, leaving only the items with longer shelf lives. There was also a large cold storage room of about 100 square meters in the basement, so the remaining food could be kept there for a long time. As they walked, Uncle Chen said, "Miss, did you see the news today? The typhoon has been stuck at level 18 all night. That's never happened before. And the city streets are almost entirely underwater." Lin Qian nodded. "Yes, I saw. The bridge connecting us to the city was struck by lightning and destroyed. It's not going to be easy to get out now. Good thing you had the foresight to buy so many supplies, Mississippi. Even if the floodwaters don't recede for a while, we won't have to worry about getting by." Uncle Chen was full of praise. Good people are rewarded. If Miss hadn't been thinking about helping disaster victims, she wouldn't have bought so much, and their remaining food wouldn't have lasted many days. Lin Qian wasn't nearly as selfless as he thought. It was just an excuse, and now that Uncle Chen brought it up, she felt a bit awkward. After delivering the goods last night, it was already late. She just tossed some fresh food into her space and left, not really paying attention to what had actually been delivered. Now that she looked, Li Hongli had really done a good job. Almost everything was useful. Uncle Chen was also amazed at the sheer amount of supplies. "Miss, I'll go call Li Chang and Zhang Wei to help. With so much stuff, who knows how long it'll take to organize it all." Lin Qian saw that although there was a lot, the delivery people had sorted everything into categories, so there wasn't much need for further organizing. She thought about it and decided, let's not bother. There's so much here, and who knows how long it would take to sort it all. We don't need any of it right now anyway. "Miss, we have nothing else to do at the moment. If we organize it now, we'll be able to find what we need quickly later." Uncle Chen insisted, and Lin Qian couldn't argue with him, so she let him have his way. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to help, but Uncle Chen quickly stopped her. "Miss, you shouldn't be doing this kind of work. Like you said, there's so much here, and who knows how long it'll take. With the typhoon, I can't go out anyway. Let Li Chang, Zhang Wei, and me handle it slowly." Lin Qian thought about it and realized he was right, so she left it alone. When she returned to the living room, she found Wang Hui sitting there with a serious look on his face, watching the news, while Grandpa Wang was tidying up the table. She didn't stand on ceremony with Grandpa Wang. After all, with so few people living here, even she had to clean up after herself. If she didn't let Grandpa Wang help, he probably wouldn't feel comfortable staying. Grandpa Wang saw her return and said, "Miss Lin, we just saw that the bridge to the city has been destroyed by the typhoon. Who knows when the city will repair it?" We know it's an imposition to stay here, but it looks like we'll have to trouble you for a few more days." As he spoke, Grandpa Wang felt so embarrassed he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. At his age, he'd never had to be so shameless. Lin Qian understood how he felt. She had always intended for them to stay. "Grandpa Wang, who knows when this typhoon will end? You can't go back now anyway. It's just me, Uncle Chin, and 2 bodyguards here. Everyone else has gone home. With so few people, it's a bit scary. You two can just keep us company and stay here without worry." Lin Qian's words finally managed to calm Grandpa Wang's anxious heart, if only a little. Not wanting to make the grandfather and grandson feel uncomfortable, she excused herself, saying she was going back to her room. But just as she was about to leave, Wang Hui called out to her, "Miss Lin, please wait a moment." Lin Qian remembered how, back in the Lin Pharmaceuticals lab, Wang Hui had been hooked up to countless tubes. He seemed to be in decent spirits now, but who knew how he was really doing? She stopped in her tracks. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "My health is fine. It's just, you saved our lives. That's a debt we can never repay. We don't have anything of real value to give you, but if you don't mind." Wang Hui took out the family heirloom, the Qixin Patriot whip, and solemnly held it out to her. "If you don't mind, please accept this whip." Lin Qian had never expected to receive their whip as a reward. She looked at Grandpa Wang, completely at a loss. Grandpa Wang put down his work. "This is something the 2 of us discussed. Since you came to us asking about this whip, it means you need it. We really don't have anything better to offer you, so please accept this as our thanks. You didn't just save Wang Hui, you saved me too." But Grandpa Wang took the whip and pressed it into Lin Qian's hands. "You and this whip are fated to meet. Take it. We've guarded it for so many years and never had any luck with it. Honestly, when Wang Hui's parents passed away, I thought about selling it, but never found a good buyer. Now, giving it to you, I hope it will have a different destiny in your hands." Lin Qian simply couldn't refuse such a precious gift. After all, in her past life, this whip had accompanied her through countless life-and-death situations. She thought for a moment, then stopped trying to decline. She decided that in the days to come, she would do her best to protect them in return. She took the whip with both hands. "I really do want this whip. I know I shouldn't accept it, but I just can't say no. I promise I'll cherish it." Lin Qian knew that helping bring Wang Hui back didn't come close to being worth this whip. Silently, she made up her mind to protect Grandpa Wang from now on. Seeing her accept the whip, Grandpa Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all the kindness Lin Qian had shown them, if she hadn't accepted the gift, they would have felt too ashamed to keep staying in her home. "Now that we've given it to you, it's yours. But hearing you say that makes us very happy," Grandpa Wang said with a smile. Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian. "Miss Lin, if you have a moment, there's something I'd like to ask you." Lin Qian guessed he wanted to ask about Lin Pharmaceuticals, so she invited him to the sitting room. She brewed tea for everyone, and after handing out a cup to each, she said, "It's typhoon season now. None of us can go out, so we have plenty of time. Ask whatever you want." Wang Hui looked at the fragrant tea on the table. He'd only ever tasted something this aromatic when meeting with a high-ranking official before. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but this tea was definitely valuable. But he didn't have time to savor it. Anxiously, he said, "Miss Lin, I'm actually investigating a case, and the clues led me to Lin Pharmaceuticals. When I learned you were the young owner, I thought you could take me inside to have a look and help with the investigation. I think I mentioned before, after my mother passed away, I sold my shares. I'm not the owner of Lin Pharmaceuticals anymore." "I know, but you were still able to get us inside. That means you still have some influence there. With the typhoon going on, I doubt the people at Lin Pharmaceuticals have realized what's happened yet. But once the storm passes, they'll catch on, and it'll be much harder for us to track them down." Lin Qian took a sip of tea, thinking to herself, "You were on the brink of death and still want to chase leads?" She gestured for Wang Hui to drink his tea first. Wang Hui wasn't sure what Lin Qian was getting at, but since she'd saved him, he figured she probably wasn't involved in the case. Still, he didn't know if she knew anything about it or if she'd be willing to tell him if she did. But as long as there was even a sliver of hope, he didn't want to give up. After all, his promotion depended on it. Once he'd drunk his tea, Lin Qian finally spoke. I don't think this case should be your top priority right now. What do you mean? Wang Hui was confused. Lin Qian walked to the window and looked out at the raging typhoon. Look at what's happening outside. In the face of such a disaster, everyone's just trying to survive. No matter how big your case is, it'll have to wait. She sighed. I imagine your whole department is focused on the typhoon right now. So many people are affected. If this keeps up, people won't even have enough to eat, let alone care about a case. Wang Hui knew Lin Qian was right, but his department had been working on this case for over a year. They'd finally found some leads, and he didn't want to give up now. Just as he was about to say more, something large, he couldn't tell what, suddenly slammed into their window. Startled, Wang Hui leapt up and shielded Lin Qian in his arms. Lin Qian was nearly suffocated by his embrace. She patted him, but he didn't respond, so she had no choice but to wait for him to come to his senses. After a long moment, realizing the object hadn't broken through the window, he awkwardly released her. Sorry, I thought it was going to hit us. Don't worry. My house is pretty sturdy. Wang Hui had to admit, the house's defenses were more than just pretty sturdy. For something as big as a rock to be hurled by the typhoon and not even scratch the window, it must have cost a fortune to build. Lin Qian turned to Wang Hui. Sorry for the scare. As for the case, I really don't know much. To be honest, my mother was ill for a long time before she passed, and she'd already handed over the company to Huang, the one who arranged for you to visit that day. I was captured by those people, so they must have realized we were onto them. By rescuing me, you might have implicated yourself. Lin Qian didn't know how to explain. Even if Huang had done something wrong, letting him survive this disaster was punishment enough. Wang Hui, do you realize? If I hadn't gone looking for you, you might already be dead. Look at the news. She handed him her tablet. On the screen was a breaking news alert. The typhoon had triggered a massive tsunami, sweeping away all the buildings along the coast. Lin Pharmaceuticals is right by the sea. If the evidence you wanted was there, I'm afraid it's all gone now. Wang Hui stared at Lin Qian's tablet in shock. When did this happen? He was sure he hadn't seen this news when he'd checked earlier. Lin Qian took a sip of tea. Well, my tablet is a bit more advanced. It can receive news updates the moment they're released. Afraid Wang Hui wouldn't believe her, she led him downstairs so he could watch the news on TV for himself. Let's not talk about the case for now. If the typhoon passes and you need my help, I'll do everything I can. But just look at the situation. This typhoon isn't just affecting Shi, it's a disaster the whole country's never seen before. No sooner had Lin Qian finished speaking than an emergency bulletin flashed across the TV screen. The content was exactly what she'd just shown Wang Hui on her tablet. Wang Hui's expression could no longer be described as shocked. He looked at Lin Qian as if she were a ghost. Your tablet. Lin Qian didn't bother hiding it. I got interested in hacking a while back and picked up some skills. When I was bored, I accidentally hacked into the National Information Network. Accidentally hacked into the National Information Network when you were bored? Clearly, she'd done it on purpose. But why was she telling him something so incriminating? Wait, hadn't he just told Lin Qian he worked for a special government department? Did she really trust him this much, not worried he'd turn her in? Lin Qian seemed to read his mind. I just checked the latest updates, nothing else. Oh, and I looked up your file while I was at it. She spoke casually, as if it was nothing. Wang Hui, 24 years old. Born into a family with generations of military service, with a bloodline steeped in loyalty and devotion to the country. Your ancestors were all renowned heroes in the military, making great contributions to the nation's peace and prosperity. Oh, except for Grandpa Wang, but he was a military doctor. Even after retiring, he continued to serve the country and once treated the president. Growing up in this environment, you developed a keen interest in military affairs and tactics, often training with your parents in the hills behind your house and learning wilderness survival skills. At 16, You were selected for the National Youth Special Forces Reserve Training Camp. Thanks to your outstanding physical abilities, quick reflexes, and strategic mind, you stood out among the candidates and quickly became a top trainee. Over the next few years, you went through countless extreme challenges and rigorous selection processes. Whether it was physical tests, tactical drills, or psychological evaluations, you excelled in every task. At 20, you officially became a member of the National Special Forces and were assigned to a highly classified Special Operations Unit, Shadow Blade. Within the team, you quickly became a core member thanks to your exceptional skills, participating in numerous high-risk missions at home and abroad, counterterrorism, rescues, intelligence gathering, and earning many commendations. You're not only proficient with all kinds of weapons and close combat, but also skilled in demolition, infiltration, and electronic communications. A true jack of all trades, you always manage to find a breakthrough in the most complex situations and devise the best strategies. Your calm judgment and selfless dedication have earned you the respect and trust of your teammates. But because of your looks, you've picked up the nickname Pale-Faced Cheetah in the unit. Wang Hui was dumbfounded. Even Grandpa Wang, standing nearby, looked at him in disbelief. He quickly pulled Wang Hui aside. Even if you're grateful she saved your life, you didn't have to bear everything to her, did you? Are you trying to win her over or something? Wang Hui was inwardly cursing. Grandpa, I did not. Grandpa Wang's expression clearly said, if I believe a word of that, I'll call you Grandpa instead. Grandpa, I really didn't. Wang Hui turned back and grabbed Lin Qian. Miss Lin, how do you know so much about me? My tablet told me. Wang Hui and Grandpa Wang. What did you say? Lin Qian tapped her tablet a few times and handed it over. Here, see for yourselves. Wang Hui snatched it up. Sure enough, it displayed his personal file, with the words Top Secret glaring at the top. You. A thought struck Wang Hui. Are you one of our higher-ups? No, I'm just a bit better with tech than most people. Wang Hui and Grandpa Wang exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. With decades more life experience, Grandpa Wang managed to steady himself and asked a question no one expected. In the unit, do they really call you Pale-Faced Cheetah? How would I know? They call me Cheetah, sure, but who'd risk their life calling me pale-faced to my face? Wang Hui was about to lose it. Just like Grandpa said, Lin Qian had practically revealed the color of his underwear. Relying on his strong mental fortitude, he forced himself to accept the situation. Miss Lin, I don't care how you accessed our classified files, but I hope you won't leak them. Of course. It's not like I have nothing better to do. Wang Hui choked. Wasn't she the one who just said she hacked into the national systems out of boredom? He silently resolved that once the typhoon passed, he'd make sure the higher-ups beefed up their information security. It's not that he didn't trust the country's security systems, but there were always a few people out there with almost supernatural skills. Since you're so well-informed, Miss Lin, did you know something in advance? He'd already heard from Grandpa Wang that she'd spent a fortune yesterday stocking up supplies, all now sitting in her warehouse. Not exactly. Actually, you might not believe it, but I do have some ties to your family, and I trust Grandpa Wang more than most. Wang Hui was puzzled. What did that mean? She trusted Grandpa Wang more. What about him? She'd saved his life. He couldn't possibly betray her at a critical moment, could he? Lin Qian glanced at the storm outside and continued, this typhoon and tsunami, they're just the beginning. She looked at Wang Hui seriously. I don't know you well, but since you were willing to give me the 19-section whip, I'll do everything I can to protect you and Grandpa Wang in the days to come. Wang Hui had no idea just how heavy the promise Lin Qian had just made truly was, so heavy that, even if he gave everything he had in the future, he would never be able to repay her. These days, you two can just stay here and rest easy. Don't overthink things. After all, you've already handed over your whips to me, so it's not like I could take anything else from you, Lin Qian said with a wry joke before leaving Grandpa Wang and Wang Hui staring at each other awkwardly, at a loss for words. Wang Hui glanced around, then leaned in to whisper to Grandpa Wang, Grandpa, she said she has some kind of connection to us. What kind of connection? How should I know? Maybe your parents knew her parents. Grandpa Wang replied. The more Wang Hui thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He was just about to say something when, all of a sudden, a tightness gripped his chest. Before he could react, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hui. Before Wang Hui even realized what was happening, his whole body slumped backward and he lost consciousness. Grandpa Wang, despite being a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, was completely at a loss in this situation. In a panic, he shouted, Miss Lin. Miss Lin. Lin Qian had just entered her room and was about to check her phone when she heard Grandpa Wang's anguished cry. She rushed down the stairs as fast as she could. As soon as she reached the bottom, she saw Grandpa Wang standing helplessly beside the unconscious Wang Hui, blood everywhere. She couldn't even tell if he was alive. She was startled. Grandpa Wang, what happened to Wang Hui? Grandpa Wang's eyes were red. I don't know. He was just talking to me, and then suddenly this happened. Miss Lin, what should we do? There's no hospital nearby and… Grandpa Wang, don't panic. We have a medical room at home. Don't move him yet. I'll call someone to bring a stretcher and take him there. We'll use the equipment to see what's wrong. Oh, okay. Grandpa Wang's voice trembled uncontrollably, but Lin Qian didn't have time to comfort him. She quickly went to the medical room and brought out a stretcher from her storage space. Although the Lin family had a medical room, it wasn't well equipped, so she simply took out some equipment she'd collected from the lab and set it aside. Then she called Li Chang and Zhang Wei over. Something's happened to Wang Hui. Hurry downstairs, put him on the stretcher, and bring him here. Li Chang and Zhang Wei quickly brought Wang Hui over. Lin Qian, seeing how weak his breathing was, instructed, put him here. She pulled Grandpa Wang inside. Grandpa Wang, you're the most knowledgeable about medicine among us. You were right there when Wang Hui suddenly started coughing up blood. Did you notice anything? Grandpa Wang was beside himself with worry. I only noticed that his qi and blood seemed off, but I couldn't pinpoint the problem. I was afraid he'd keep bleeding, so I gave him acupuncture. His breathing seems a bit more stable now. Lin Qian looked over at Wang Hui. His pale face seemed to be regaining some color. Grandpa Wang, you're the most skilled among us, but if you can't figure out what's wrong, I'd like to run some tests. We can do blood work and some imaging here. Do you have any objections? No, please go ahead. Poor Grandpa Wang at his age, this shock was no less than when he learned of his son and daughter-in-law's deaths. His eyes were red with worry. I think he's stable for now. Why don't you wait outside? I'll let you know as soon as I have results. Grandpa Wang wanted to stay, but realizing that families like Lin Qian's might have secrets they didn't want outsiders to see, he thought it over and nodded, leaving the room. After Grandpa Wang left, Lin Qian had Li Chang and Zhang Wei put Wang Hui on the examination table. Fortunately, her family's business was in pharmaceuticals, so she was familiar with some of the medical equipment. She drew a vial of Wang Hui's blood, then sent Li Chang and Zhang Wei out to keep Grandpa Wang company. She wanted to take Wang Hui into her storage space to examine him, though she wasn't sure if it was possible to bring someone else in. Once everyone had left, she went to Wang Hui's side, placed her hand on him, and with a thought, brought both Wang Hui and his bed into her space. She was delighted since she could bring him in. She could run the tests inside, without needing to take out more equipment. She first ran a blood test and discovered that his blood's coagulation function was abnormal. Worried he might wake up, she gave him an anesthetic injection to keep him asleep for several hours. Staring at Wang Hui's test results, she walked over to the bed where he'd been lying and examined the tubes attached to it. Only then did she notice that the tubes were connected to a box of blue, transparent liquid. She hadn't paid attention to what it was when she brought it in. She opened the valve and drew out 2 tubes, taking one to the lab for analysis. Under the microscope, the blue liquid appeared extremely active. She then mixed Wang Hui's blood with the blue liquid and found that, upon contact, the blue liquid instantly bonded with the blood and then disappeared without a trace. What is this stuff? She drew another vial of Wang Hui's blood, added a drop of the blue liquid, and ran another test. To her surprise, the blood's coagulation function was restored and seemed even more aggressive than normal blood. After some hesitation, She decided to inject one vial of the blue liquid into Wang Hui to stabilize his coagulation factors. Sure enough, after the injection, further tests showed that all the previous problems had disappeared. If she didn't have the earlier blood samples as proof, Lin Qian would have thought she was imagining things. While Wang Hui was still unconscious, she ran a full set of tests and found that his physical functions seemed stronger than those of ordinary people. She couldn't tell if this was his natural state or a result of the blue liquid. If it was because of the blue liquid, and considering Wang Hui's current condition, it seemed the substance did have effects on the body. Would he need long-term injections? She looked at the large container of blue liquid and the blue pills beside it. It seemed the liquid was made by dissolving the pills. Even if long-term injections were needed, supply wasn't an issue. But not knowing what this stuff was, she couldn't accept the idea of indefinite injections. She took out 2 of the pills, planning to ask Grandpa Wang about them later. Seeing that Wang Hui was out of immediate danger, she brought him out of her space and found Grandpa Wang, handing him the blue liquid and the blue pills. Grandpa Wang took the blue liquid and the pill, held them in his hand, and sniffed them lightly. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on his face. Lin Qian immediately noticed something was off. Could Grandpa Wang actually know what these things were? Grandpa Wang, do you know what this is? Grandpa Wang's expression turned grim. I'm not sure if it's what I've seen before, but it does look a bit like it. I got this from the lab where Wang Hui was being held. When I went in, Wang Hui's body was hooked up to countless tubes, all connected to a large container of this blue liquid. The liquid was being continuously injected into him. What did you say? Wang Hui was being injected with this stuff. Lin Qian didn't know why Grandpa Wang looked so shaken, but she still replied, yes. And the whole lab was filled with all sorts of organs soaking in this blue liquid. At first, I thought it was formalin, but now it seems it was actually the same liquid. She suddenly recalled, with a strange clarity, that those organs soaking in the liquid seemed to still be alive. When she was hiding from the 2 lab workers, she saw a heart placed right next to her. It seemed to beat once. At the time, she thought it was impossible and brushed it off as her imagination. But now, it seemed those organs really were still alive. Luckily, before she left, she'd considered that they might be up to something shady with Lin Pharmaceuticals, so she'd stored all those organs soaking in the blue liquid into her space. Looks like she'd have to go back into her space and check them carefully. Upon hearing Lin Qian's words, Grandpa Wang's legs gave out and he nearly collapsed as his vision went black. Fortunately, Lin Qian was right beside him and caught him just in time, preventing him from falling to the floor. She helped Grandpa Wang to the sofa and was about to pour him a glass of water to help him recover, but Grandpa Wang waved her off and grabbed her hand. Miss Lin, I'm fine. I just remembered some bad memories. He placed the blue liquid and the pill on the table. Actually, I've seen these 2 things before. Wang Hui's parents died because of them. Lin Qian looked at him quietly, not rushing him, just waiting for him to continue. This thing, we called it blue vein. At first, I wasn't sure, since it's been over a decade and it looks a bit different from the first time I saw it. But Wang Hui's symptoms are exactly the same as his parents before they died. And when he mentioned a special mission, I became certain it must be the same thing. What does it do? We're not entirely sure about its exact function. According to Wang Hui's parents, it's some kind of drug that stimulates human potential, acting on the blood. All these years, I thought it had disappeared. I never imagined Wang Hui was investigating it. Grandpa Wang sighed. I guess I'm not the only one who can't let go of his parents' deaths. He always told me to move on, but in the end, he went to investigate the very thing his parents were chasing before they died. Lin Qian suddenly understood why Wang Hui had been so desperate to get information from her earlier. It was all tied to his parents' deaths. If Wang Hui's been injected with this stuff, he probably doesn't have much time left. In that moment, Grandpa Wang seemed to age decades. Grandpa Wang, I just took a few vials of Wang Hui's blood for testing. I found that his blood's clotting factors were severely damaged and had lost their original function. That's probably why he suddenly started coughing up blood. But why is he only coughing up blood now? Back when his parents... Grandpa Wang seemed to realize something. But after all these years, Maybe this blue vein has been improved and is different from before. He looked at Lin Qian, as if accepting Wang Hui's inevitable fate, and said sorrowfully, "Miss Lin, I never thought that after all your efforts to bring him back, we still can't change our family's fate." "Grandpa Wang, don't say that yet, I'm not finished." I took another vial of Wang Hui's blood and added some of this blue liquid. The clotting factors in the blood immediately regained their activity, and his blood became unusually active and aggressive. When I saw he was having trouble breathing, I didn't have time to tell you. I injected him with a full dose of the blue liquid, and he visibly stabilized. I drew another vial of blood afterward, and found not only was there nothing wrong, but his blood looked even healthier than a normal person's. Hearing this, Grandpa Wang seemed to come back to life, like a withered tree in spring. He trembled as he tried to kneel before Lin Qian. Lin Qian quickly stopped him. "Grandpa Wang, this is what I should do. Not to mention I took your whip, and I'm the one who brought you all to Lin Pharmaceuticals and got you into this mess. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. It's already more than enough that you don't blame me." Grandpa Wang, unable to kneel, had tears welling up in his eyes. Where before they'd been lifeless, now they brimmed with emotion. He choked out, "I know you're saying this to comfort me, but we really do owe you." Lin Qian soothed him. "Grandpa Wang, don't say that. Go check on Wang Hui. He's resting upstairs and should wake up soon." "All right, I'll go now." After such a roller coaster of emotions, Grandpa Wang seemed to have aged another 10 years, his back hunched as he walked away. Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness watching him. But then she thought, being able to live like this in this lifetime was already a blessing. Although Grandpa Wang was older now, compared to how she'd seen him in her previous life, he looked much younger. Now that Wang Hui was back, Grandpa Wang's last wish from his previous life was fulfilled. She'd also retrieved the 19-section whip, had plenty of supplies, and was living in such a sturdy house. Just thinking about it filled her with hope for the future. But on the other hand, those suffering from the disaster weren't nearly as optimistic. Complaints were everywhere, especially from those who hadn't bought supplies from Li Hongli at the start. They were all full of regret now. When Lin Qian checked her phone in her room, she saw thousands of new messages in the group chat and hundreds of private messages. Opening the group chat, she saw those who hadn't managed to buy supplies all calling out to Li Hongli. "Sisterly, do you still have any supplies? I'm willing to pay a high price." A flood of similar messages followed, with countless people chiming in, +1. Lin Qian glanced at her phone, but didn't feel like reading any further. She was about to turn off her phone and take a break when, unexpectedly, it started ringing. She looked at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Instinctively, she hung up and set the phone aside, but whoever was calling was relentless, dialing again and again as if they wouldn't give up until she answered. Frowning, Lin Qian finally picked up. "Who is this?" Qian, it's me, your dad." It was Li Qian. At least he had some self-awareness and didn't ask why Lin Qian had blocked his number and WeChat. "What do you want?" She was already reaching to hang up when Li Qian seemed to sense her intention. Qian, don't hang up yet. Just listen to me for a moment." "Go on." "It's like this, your grandma got taken to the police station a while back, remember? Right before the typhoon, I managed to pull some strings and get her released. We were just about to bring her home when the typhoon hit. Now your grandma, your brother, your Aunt Sue, and I are all staying in a hotel." Li Qian paused. "And then?" So this whole family still hadn't realized their house had already been destroyed by the tsunami. "Lucky them." Li Qian continued, "I remembered you sold your shares before, right? I recall some shareholders didn't have enough cash and gave you a bunch of supplies instead. I wanted to ask if you still have those supplies." As expected, Lin Qian knew nothing good would come from this call. First he wanted her shares, now he wanted her supplies. "They're gone. I donated all of them." With that, Lin Qian hung up with a snap and blocked his number. On the other side, Chen Su saw that Lin Qian had hung up on Li Qian. "Couldn't you have at least asked how she's doing in the typhoon, whether she's hurt or not? How can you just jump straight to asking about supplies? What is there to say to her?" She lives in a villa halfway up the mountain. Neither the tsunami nor the flood could reach her. What could possibly happen to her? Lee's mother cursed bitterly. I told you not to call that ungrateful brat. She already kicked us out, and you're still asking her about supplies? Those supplies should be ours. We should just go over there and take them back. Li Shouqing sighed. Mom, you think I don't want to go straight there? But look at the typhoon outside. We're lucky we can even get out of this hotel. The water's risen so high that the first floor is already flooded after just one night. Chinsu said worriedly, I wonder how our house is doing. It's right by the sea after a tsunami. Can it still be standing? If I'd known, I wouldn't have insisted on that place. Didn't she have several other properties? Maybe we could move into one of those? Living in a hotel every day is just too much. Now that they no longer had the Lin family support, they'd spent all their money buying Lin's shares and were deep in debt. Every penny counted. That house was the best located of all her properties. I asked you all at the time, and you insisted on that one. Besides, that complex has the best facilities. I heard the monthly maintenance fees are over 10,000. Even if it's affected, it shouldn't be too bad. Let's not worry too much yet. Since the typhoon started, Shinsuza had been twitching nonstop. Do you think we could find a time to go back? We left a lot of valuables at home. Over the years, Li Shouqing had taken plenty of gold and jewelry from Lin Qian's mother and Lin Qian herself, all of which he and Li's mother had stashed in the seaside apartment. Hearing this, Li's mother stood up anxiously. Exactly. That girl gave me so many good things, I put them all there. Li Shouqing looked at the two of them. So, what do you want me to do? How are we supposed to get out now? Maybe we could ask the hotel if they have a boat? I remember they have those inflatable ones. What are they called? Rubber dinghies? Maybe you could borrow one and go back to check. Li Shouqing hesitated. But look at the wind out there. Who knows when the typhoon will end? Maybe we should wait until it dies down a bit. While they were talking, Li Shen was playing video games on the TV. Li Shouqing walked over. Shin, stop playing for now. Let's watch the news and see what's happening outside. Li Shen was unwilling. It's always the news. It's just a typhoon. What's the big deal? Let me finish this round first. I'm hungry. Get me something to eat. Li Shouqing's face was bitter. Because of the typhoon, the hotel's food is almost gone. Now a single plate of fried rice costs 1,000 yuan, and they only take cash. We're out of money. Let's get through today first. Later, I'll borrow a dinghy and go home to fetch some valuables to trade for food. Then go already. What are you standing around for? Li Shouqing choked, muttering to himself, my own flesh and blood, my own flesh and blood. Li's mother chimed in, exactly. Don't let my precious grandson go hungry. Mom, look at the situation outside. It's not that I don't want to go, it's just impossible right now. Chinsu, who still needed to rely on Li Shouqing in the future, quickly spoke up in his defense. Shin, Mom, it really is too dangerous to go out now. Our whole family is counting on Shouqing. Missing a meal or two won't hurt. The typhoon looks like it's easing up a bit. Let's wait until tomorrow. If it's better then. She gritted her teeth. I'll go back with Shouqing. If the house is fine, we'll come back for you. But no matter how hard things get, we can't let the child suffer. With a pained expression, Li's mother untied her waistband and pulled out several dozen yellowed bills from a hidden pocket. Take this money and buy Shin something to eat. Chinsu was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected the old lady to have cash hidden in her waistband. Mom, I have to go out with Shouqing tomorrow. If I don't eat, I'll have no strength, and we need money to rent the dinghy too. This isn't enough. Li's mother's face changed, but she had no choice. Grumbling, she pulled out a few more bills. That's all there is. No more. Chinsu didn't mind and quickly took the money. Thank you, Mom. Once we get back, I'll have Shouqing pay you back right away. You'd better remember, this is my funeral money. Chinsu looked at the cash, at most a few thousand yuan, but she had to endure it. Of course. We'd never spend your money unless we had to. Only then did Li's mother look a little more satisfied. Do you think we could just go straight to that girl? Li Shouqing had been thinking about this for a while, but every time he remembered how Lin Qian had blocked him on every possible contact, he felt helpless. Even when he managed to find a new number to call her, she blocked that too. Mom, She doesn't even acknowledge me as her father anymore. She's blocked every way I have of contacting her. You raised her for so many years. How can she just deny you like that? If people heard about this, let's see if she'd even have the face to keep living in this world. Li's mother said bitterly. Chinsu's eyes lit up at Li's mother's words. Shoqing, I think Mom's right. After all, you were her father for so many years. We've all seen how much you've done for their family. She can't just cut you off like that. But with her attitude now, what am I supposed to do? Chinsu quickly suggested, the Lin family is well known, not like us. She might not be afraid of us, but is she not afraid of public opinion? You mean? Li Shoqing's eyes brightened. We can't go out anyway, right? Don't you know some people who work at Doma? Why don't we register an account on Doma and expose the fact that she's refusing to acknowledge you? If she cares about her own and her dead mother's reputation, she won't be able to just leave us behind. Li's mother jumped in, yes, exactly. In ancient times, unfilial children like this would be sentenced to death. That wretched girl even got me thrown in jail, just for that. She deserves to die 100 times over. All right, I'll call him right now. Li Shoqing was excited by this plan. If they could use public pressure to force Lin Qian to take them back, then they could go back to living. On the other side, after Lin Qian hung up the phone, she tossed it aside and entered her spatial dimension with a thought. She was about to check on the organs soaking in the blue liquid when a flash of green caught her eye. She looked over at the black soil in shock. The seeds she'd planted just yesterday had already sprouted and grown. She couldn't tell what they were, so she pulled out her phone, downloaded a plant identification app, snapped a photo, and saw the result: bok choy. She was thrilled. Did this mean she'd never have to worry about fresh vegetables again? Judging by how fast they were growing, she'd be able to eat them in just a couple of days. This was incredible. If that was the case, could she plant fruit trees too? She forgot all about the organs and rushed out of the space to the fridge, grabbed all kinds of fruit, and stuffed herself until her stomach was full. Looking at the pile of fruit pits on the plate, she felt like she was staring at a fortune. She took the fruit seeds into the space, transformed into a farm girl, and started digging up the soil, planting all the seeds. She then fetched water from a small stream next to the black soil and watered the freshly planted seeds, making sure to water the sprouting bok choy as well. Not long after she watered them, she could actually see the bok choy growing bigger before her eyes. Not quite believing it, she watered them a bit more, but this time there was no reaction. It seemed there was a daily limit to how much water they could take. They only grew a little each day, and more water didn't make them grow faster. She sighed, washed her hands in the courtyard, and went to the place where she stored the organs, checking each jar carefully. As she examined them, she found nothing unusual. They looked just like ordinary specimens preserved in formaldehyde. She moved forward and stopped in front of the heart. At first, the heart showed no signs of life, but she kept staring at it, barely blinking, yet nothing happened. She sighed. Forget it, I must have imagined it. Just as she was about to leave, the heart suddenly gave a single, distinct beat. Lin Qian stared at it, certain this time it wasn't her imagination. But how could a heart beat outside the human body? This was too bizarre. As she was lost in thought, the heart's beating suddenly sped up, as if it was trying to send her some kind of message. A surge of nervousness and curiosity flooded her. She quickly carried the heart back to the lab, fetched the most precise monitoring equipment, carefully took the heart out of the blue liquid, and hooked it up to the devices. Watching the waveform and data on the screen, she confirmed it was all real. Not only was the heart beating, but its vitality seemed to be increasing, completely defying all known biological principles. So this was what the blue liquid did. No wonder the authorities had been tracking this blue vein since Wang Hui's parents, never giving up the investigation. If the government could harness this, it would be a groundbreaking discovery in biology. But if it fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. But why did this thing show up at Lin Pharmaceuticals? She was about to analyze the heart further when she suddenly heard knocking from inside the space. Realizing it was a sound from outside, she quickly sealed the heart back in its jar and hurried out of the space. Lin Qian opened the door to find Grandpa Wang standing there. He looked at her and said, "Miss Lin, Wang Hui is awake. He wants to see you." Lin Qian followed Grandpa Wang to Wang Hui's bedside. "How are you feeling?" Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian, suddenly unsure what to say. He felt as if he died and come back. His memories were jumbled. He clearly remembered sneaking into Lin Pharmaceuticals, getting caught and experimented on, then a typhoon hit, followed by a tsunami, and he seemed to have died in the lab during the disaster. "Miss Lin, I don't know what's happening to me. My memory seems off." After telling Lin Qian what was in his mind, he added, "But I also remember you coming to ask us about the whip, and me asking you to take us on a tour of Lin Pharmaceuticals." Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. Wang Hui's memories were clearly from his previous life, so why was he suddenly remembering them? Was he reborn like her? Or was there another reason? Could it be the blue liquid? Grandpa Wang looked at Lin Qian with concern. "Miss Lin, could the blue vein have affected his brain?" "I'm not sure, but it's possible. I just don't have the equipment here to test his brain function. Maybe I can draw some blood and see if there's anything unusual in it." Grandpa Wang didn't have any better ideas either. "Sorry to trouble you." "It's no problem." She looked at Wang Hui. "Other than your memory issues, do you have any other symptoms? Are you feeling dizzy, nauseous, or anything like that?" "Actually, not only do I not have those symptoms, I feel even better than before. I feel like I have endless energy. If Grandpa hadn't insisted I stay in bed, I could get up right now and show you a whole military routine." As Wang Hui spoke, he tried to get up again, but Grandpa Wang scolded him enough. "Lie down and stay put. If anything else happens to you, how am I supposed to go on living?" Wang Hui, who had been eager to get up, immediately lay back down obediently. "Grandpa, but I really am fine. If it weren't for my memory problem, I'd think the whole coughing blood thing was just a hallucination." "A hallucination? Why don't you go take a look at that huge pool of blood we just cleaned up?" All right, I'll stay in bed." Lin Qian looked at Grandpa Wang. "You haven't told him what we found?" "He woke up asking for you, so I went to get you. I haven't had a chance to say anything yet." Wang Hui looked confused. "What's going on?" Grandpa Wang briefly explained Lin Qian's earlier analysis and the discovery of the blue veins. Wang Hui was left in awe after hearing it. "If it weren't for Miss Lin, you'd probably have ended up just like your parents. You don't even want to get married and have kids, so I'd be left all alone in the world. What would be the point of living then?" "Oh, come on, Grandpa, not this again." Wang Hui was a bit frustrated. Every time his parents were mentioned, Grandpa Wang always acted like this. Grandpa Wang glared at him. "And how else am I supposed to act? Smile at you? What did you promise me at home? You swore you'd never look into your parents' affairs again, never investigate their deaths, but you turn around and do the exact opposite." Wang Hui was at a loss for words. He really had made those promises just to put Grandpa Wang's mind at ease. "Yeah, I was wrong, I went too far. Grandpa, please forgive me." Wang Hui was quick to admit fault. "You always say that, but you never change. Grandpa, I really know I was wrong this time. I didn't think it through and made you worry." To be honest, Wang Hui thought about how scared his grandpa must have been seeing him cough up blood and faint, just like his parents had. He hadn't witnessed it himself, and Grandpa Wang never told him, but after he joined the Special Forces and rose through the ranks, he learned the truth through other channels. He could only imagine how terrified Grandpa Wang must have been back then. "I really know I was wrong." Seeing Grandpa Wang still looking upset, Wang Hui promised again, "Next time, I'll tell you before I do anything like this." "There's going to be a next time?" No, definitely not." Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh at the scene before her. No matter how capable someone is in front of their elders, they're still just a kid. "You two keep talking. I'll go get the blood draw equipment." Grandpa Wang looked at Lin Qian gratefully. "Thank you." He'd already lost count of how many times he'd said thank you or sorry today. "Grandpa Wang, since you're staying here for now, just treat this place as your own home. There's no need to be so polite, or I'll feel guilty every time I take your whip." Grandpa Wang realized that dragging things out would only delay his grandson's treatment, so he just nodded gratefully at Lin Qian. Lin Qian quickly returned with the blood draw kit and took 2 vials of Wang Hui's blood. Miss Lin, honestly, aside from my memory, I feel better than ever. Lin Qian more or less understood what was going on, but didn't say it outright. Let's wait for the tests and see. As she left the guest room with the blood, she paused, turned back, and said to the grandfather and grandson, Grandpa Wang, we haven't known each other long, but we've already been through a lot together. You don't have to keep calling me Miss Lin, just call me by my name. Grandpa Wang accepted immediately. Xiao Qian. Hearing Grandpa Wang call her by the same nickname as in her previous life, Lin Qian smiled. She was truly happy to be able to be with Grandpa Wang again in this life. She glanced at Wang Hui. Even if he was part of the package, it was still something to be happy about. Wang Hui wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt like Lin Qian's glance just now had a hint of dislike in it. As soon as she left, Wang Hui pulled Grandpa Wang over. Grandpa, if you weren't so old, I'd think she had a crush on you. Even though he was worried about Wang Hui's health, Grandpa Wang couldn't help but smack his hand. What nonsense. Why not say Miss Lin has a crush on you? How could that be? You're always saying I'm just a pretty boy. Besides, did you notice the way she looked at you? TSK. Grandpa Wang's face darkened, and he reached out to tug Wang Hui's ear. Keep talking nonsense and I'll have Miss Lin throw you out. Hey, easy. Wang Hui quickly pulled Grandpa Wang's hand away. Seriously, it's like she really knows us, or rather, she knows you, but not me. The way she looks at me is clearly wary and unfamiliar, but when she looks at you, it's totally different. There's even a bit of, how should I put it? Like the way she looks at Uncle Chen, a look you give someone you've known for years and care about deeply. And did you notice? Just now when she told you to call her by her name, and you called her Xiao Qian, she looked so happy she almost burst out laughing. Grandpa Wang thought about it and realized it was true. Didn't she say she has some connection to our family? Maybe she just sees me as an elder. That day when we went to Lin Pharmaceuticals with her and met Huang, she's definitely more familiar with him than with you, but did you see her look at him that way? So, what are you getting at? Nothing, it just feels a little strange. Forget about strange or not. Miss Lin saved us and she's been nothing but kind. Isn't it better for us if she treats us like this? Who knows what's going to happen with your health, and with things outside as they are, who knows what the hospitals are like. Even if you went, they might not be able to treat you. Staying here is the safest option. Wang Hui didn't feel great about it, but he knew this was the best choice. This was the closest he'd ever gotten to the truth about his parents' deaths. In the end, the grandfather and granddaughter decided to stay put for now. Not only was the typhoon still howling outside, but the tsunami had already destroyed many homes, with water nearly reaching the first floor. It simply wasn't the right time to leave. Lin Qian had pretty much confirmed that Wang Hui had been reborn, but this brought up a new question. What exactly had caused their rebirth? She placed a sample of Wang Hui's blood into a machine she'd salvaged from the lab, and was surprised to find that his blood was even more active than before. She glanced at the heart sitting nearby, pondering the connection between the two. This heart is surviving just fine outside the body. Does that mean this blue vein liquid works like a stasis chamber? As long as you put organs into the blue liquid, they stay alive. And if you inject it directly into the human body, it changes the body's functions. If I take this idea even further, could this blue vein liquid actually bring people back to life? But if Wang Hui's parents died from coughing up blood after exposure to the blue vein liquid, was it because they didn't get treatment in time, or was there some other reason? It looked like she'd need to find an opportunity to ask Grandpa Wang about it. For now, Lin Qian couldn't dig deeper into these secrets, so she simply put the heart and the equipment back into her storage space. They spent more than half a month living like this. Lin Qian hadn't paid much attention to how people outside were faring. Her mind was entirely occupied with the blue vein liquid and her storage space. During this time, Uncle Chen came to her several times, saying that Li Shouqing's family was crying online about how unfilial Lin Qian was, trying to use public opinion to force her to give in. Lin Qian ignored all of it. But her lawyer, Su Li, couldn't stand seeing the internet so one-sided, with everyone attacking Lin Qian and sympathizing with Li Shouqing's family. So she directly posted the agreement between Li Shouqing and Lin Qian's mother online, along with evidence showing how Li's family had leeched off the Lin family for years while supporting another wife and children outside. At first, Li Shouqing's family tried to fight back, accusing Su Li of fabricating evidence. But Su Li was a highly respected lawyer throughout China, and the onlookers simply didn't believe she'd risk her reputation over some petty family feud. Public opinion quickly flipped. Suddenly, everyone sympathized with Lin Qian, the orphan daughter, and some conspiracy theorists even speculated that Lin Qian's mother's sudden illness might have been orchestrated by Li Shouqing, who then forced Lin Qian to sell her shares at a loss after her mother's death. With all these natural disasters, I bet these bloodsuckers can't survive on their own and still want to leech off this poor girl, making Miss Lin keep working herself to death for them. It had to be said, some netizens really saw through the truth. In her previous life, hadn't Lin Qian worked herself to death for this entire family? But none of that mattered anymore. Right now, Lin Qian was focused on her own survival, though she was still grateful to Su Li. Lawyer Su, thank you for standing up for me. Now that the disaster has struck, if you can, you should reinforce your house and stock up on supplies. Don't trust anyone easily. I've heard that this disaster won't be ending anytime soon. Su Li had already heard from Lin Qian's mother that Lin Qian had some unusual abilities, so she took her words seriously. But with the typhoon raging, it was impossible to find anyone to help reinforce her house, so she used her connections and spent a fortune to stockpile supplies at home. As a result, she'd been doing pretty well lately. She didn't dare let anyone know how much food she had, so she pretended to go out searching for supplies with everyone else every day, but deep down, she was extremely grateful to Lin Qian. Lin Qian had no worries about food or drink, lived in a Western-style house, kept a fancy dog, and could protect the people she cared about. But she still hadn't figured out why her storage space had suddenly gained a patch of black soil that could grow things and even accelerated time. It wasn't until she was sorting through her mother's belongings that she realized several antique vases she'd put into the space earlier had disappeared. No matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find them. Standing in the warehouse inside her space, she was baffled. Did you eat my mom's antique vases? Of course, the space didn't answer. To confirm her suspicion, she grabbed some of her own antique collectibles from home and tossed them all in. Sure enough, the antiques vanished instantly, and in exchange, her storage space expanded. The entire house inside looked bigger and more vibrant. She went outside to look at her black soil plot and found it had more than doubled in size. So antiques really can help the space evolve. She checked the accumulated time and realized that ever since she'd put her mother's belongings in, the time had increased, just not by much. She hadn't noticed before. This time, after throwing in so many antiques, the time limit jumped to 3 hours a day inside the space. Technically, she'd already collected enough supplies and didn't need to go out anymore. But she still hoped to keep evolving the space, maybe even unlock some new surprises. She went back to her room and picked up her long-unused phone, only to find it flooded with messages, so many that it nearly crashed her phone's 1 terabyte memory. After more than half a month, even people who'd stockpiled food at home were running low. Those who used to insist on only eating the freshest food were now willing to pay a fortune for a single pack of instant noodles. There were countless messages in the group chats, and many people had contacted Lin Qian privately, most of them the same people who'd traded supplies for her shares before. At first, they were all polite, asking if she'd already donated the supplies from before, and if not, offering to buy them back. When Lin Qian didn't reply, their tone turned nasty, with all sorts of threats, thinking that a young girl would be scared and hand over the supplies. Lin Qian initially planned to ignore them, but then she realized that even if she lived in this fortress-like house and wasn't in much danger, the constant buzzing was annoying. So she simply pulled all these people into a group chat. Sorry, uncles and elders. My phone was on silent for a while, and my dog must have dragged it off somewhere. I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked. With the bridge out and the floodwaters not receding, I couldn't get it back, so I missed all your messages. I just found my phone and saw that you were all trying to contact me. As for those supplies you asked about, I already sent them to a poor mountain area before the disaster hit, so there's nothing left at home. I'm almost out of food myself and was just about to go out looking for supplies. I did get a lot of money from you all before, and I'm happy to use it to buy any extra supplies you might have. If you have any, please message me privately. As soon as Lin Qian spoke, everyone at first just laughed it off, joking that they could barely keep food on the table themselves. They assumed Lin Qian couldn't possibly act so quickly, and even made snide remarks, saying she was just as efficient as her mother. Although she managed to brush off the group for now, there was still one person left, Li Hongli. Li Hongli and her husband had personally delivered nearly 1 billion yuan worth of supplies to Lin Qian, so she wasn't about to believe Lin Qian's claim that everything had already been donated. After all, with the typhoon, tsunami, and floods hitting one after another, it was nearly impossible for anyone to even leave, let alone transport such a massive amount of supplies. They suspected Lin Qian might know something they didn't, which was why she'd bought up so many supplies from them in advance. Li Hongli's husband had been harshly reprimanded by the board for selling off most of the company's supplies on his own initiative. He was ordered to recover the goods within a set time. So, the couple had been pestering Lin Qian nonstop, hoping to buy the supplies back from her. But now that everything was in Lin Qian's hands, there was no way she'd give any of it back. When Li Hongli saw that Lin Qian wasn't replying to her messages and her phone was switched off, she first worried something might have happened to her. She considered coming over with her husband, Zhou Jufeng, to check on her, but since they still had food at home and didn't want to risk it, they kept putting it off until today. When the doorbell rang at the villa, Lin Qian was about to check when Uncle Chen came over to tell her that it was Li Hongli and her husband at the door. "Miss, they're here asking about you." "What should I say?" "Just tell them I'm out delivering supplies to the disaster area and haven't come back yet." Uncle Chen relayed Lin Qian's words to the couple outside, but they refused to leave, clearly not buying his story. Li Hongli often saw Uncle Chen walking Hope, the dog, around the villa complex. She was a smooth talker, and they'd chatted a few times before. She walked up to the video intercom and forced a smile. "Uncle Chen, look, the typhoon blew out our windows yesterday. Now the whole second floor is flooded. I remember little Qian was renovating the villa recently, right? It seems like your house is the only one in the whole neighborhood that wasn't affected. Could you let us stay here for a couple of days?" "Sorry, Miss Lin isn't home. I can't just let anyone in." "Uncle Chen, can you get in touch with Lin Qian for us? We're all on good terms. She'd definitely let us stay. Please, just help us put in a word. We're not asking for a free stay, we'll pay. 1,000 a day, no, 10,000. Zhou Jufeng tugged at her sleeve. "Why are you wasting your breath on this lousy servant? He can't make decisions. Besides, 10,000 a day could get us a luxury hotel." Uncle Chen didn't indulge them. "Sorry, I really am just a lousy servant. I can't make these decisions. Please leave." Li Hongli wished she could cover his mouth. "What do you know? This is Uncle Chen. Even Lin Wanqing used to treat him with respect. He's not just any butler." She turned back to the intercom, awkwardly saying, "Uncle Chen, please don't mind my husband. He's just like that. Just let us in first. If Lin Qian doesn't want us here, we'll leave." But once they got in, it wouldn't be so easy to get them out. Uncle Chen wasn't stupid, and Lin Qian was watching from inside. "Uncle Chen, we're neighbors. If Lin Qian comes back and sees you wouldn't let us in, don't you think she'd be upset? She's so kind. She spent so much to buy supplies for strangers in the disaster area. She wouldn't just turn her back on her neighbors." "That's not my concern. Without Miss Lin's permission, I can't let anyone in." Seeing Li Hongli still refusing to leave, Lin Qian simply cut off the conversation. When the couple realized they couldn't get through to Uncle Chen, Li Hongli started cursing. "Who do you think you are? Just like my husband said, a damn servant, acting all high and mighty." Zhou Jufeng, furious, kicked the door. But to his surprise, the door was so solid that not only was it undamaged, he ended up breaking his own foot. His scream echoed through the villa. "Lin Qian, watching everything on her tablet, had already seen their antics. "Honey, are you okay? What the hell is this door made of? I kicked it with all my strength and nothing happened. Did I just break my foot?" Zhou Jufeng stared at the door in disbelief, gritting his teeth through the pain as he tried to examine it, only to find he couldn't even gauge its thickness. He'd always moved in high circles and seen a lot, so he turned to Li Hongli and said, "Honey, do you think that brat knew something in advance? Why else would she fortify her villa like this?" Li Hongli hesitated. "No way. I could believe it if it were her mother, but Lin Qian's just a college student. What could she possibly do?" Zhou Jufeng thought for a moment. "Forget it, help me back home. She bought so much from us, there's no way she donated it all. The supplies must still be inside. If she won't let us in, we'll just tell everyone she bought nearly $1 billion's worth of supplies from us. We'll get the other villa owners together and break down this door. Then everything inside will be ours." Lin Qian watched as Li Hongli finally helped Zhou Jufeng away, then turned to Uncle Qin. "Uncle Qin, if anyone else comes to the door in the future, no matter who it is, don't let them in." Uncle Qin had seen the dark side of human nature these days. People who used to be polite would show their true colors in a disaster. Having worked with Lin Qian's mother for so many years, he was more guarded than most. Not just outsiders like Li Hongli. Even when Grandpa Wang and his grandson first moved in, Uncle Qin kept a close eye on them, just in case they meant harm to Lin Qian. "I understand, Mississippi. Who knows when this will end? We have a lot of supplies, but no matter how much we have, it won't withstand others' greed. It's best if no one else finds out." "I'm afraid that's impossible. You heard them just now, they couldn't get in, so now they're going to tell everyone I have over $1 billion in supplies." Uncle Qin frowned. "Things are chaotic outside. I heard several families in the villa complex have already died, and the police aren't doing anything. We'll have to be extra careful." The two bodyguards and Grandpa Wang and his grandson, hearing the commotion, hurried over. Seeing Lin Qian and Uncle Qin looking grim, they quickly asked what had happened. Uncle Qin explained the situation. Zhang Wei was immediately agitated. "Let me go teach them a lesson." Uncle Qin grabbed him. "Where are you going?" "Just stay put. They've been coming to harass us for over half a month now, day after day. Do they really think the Lin family has no one left?" Only then did Lin Qian realize this wasn't the first time someone had come to the villa. In the days after the disaster began, many homes had been damaged to some extent. People looked at the biggest, most beautiful villa in the neighborhood, remembered that Lin Qian was a young orphan girl, and started getting ideas. But none of them were fools. No one was about to open the door for those people. The result of not opening the door was that those who usually looked glamorous and refined turned out to be even nastier than ordinary people when they started cursing and throwing tantrums. No wonder Zhang Wei was so agitated. Over these days, everyone had realized this disaster wasn't going to pass easily. In the city, people were already fighting over a single pack of instant noodles. Malice was everywhere and murders were happening all over. Rumor had it that water and electricity had long since been cut off in the city. Their villa area still had some utilities because of its location, but even so, water and power were intermittent and couldn't last a whole day. A complete blackout and water outage was only a matter of time. There was only one TV channel left, broadcasting disaster reports day after day, urging citizens not to riot, promising the disaster would soon pass, and assuring everyone that the government and military would send help. Some people believed it, others didn't. During a disaster, people's hearts are most easily unsettled. "Don't worry about them. We just need to live our own lives," Lin Qian told them. Even if Grandpa Wang and Wang Hui hadn't understood at first, they could see clearly now. Even though they'd given her the whip, what Lin Qian had done for them already far exceeded what she owed them. After coming back from the dead, Wang Hui still wanted to investigate the truth behind his parents' deaths, but over this period he'd figured out that it wasn't a memory problem, his mind was fine. He really had died once. In his previous life, without Lin Qian, he disappeared in the tsunami along with Lin Pharmaceuticals. In this life, because Lin Qian appeared, he survived. He was afraid of scaring Grandpa Wang, so he never dared to tell him any of this. He wanted to go out and look for supplies. Even though he knew Lin Qian's house had nearly a billion's worth of goods, that wasn't a reason for him and his grandfather to just freeload off her. But every time he brought it up, Lin Qian would brush him off with various excuses, saying there were plenty of supplies and they should just stay and rest easy. How could he possibly feel at ease? He already owed her his life. Besides, as a grown man, it was inappropriate to keep living in a young girl's house, eating her food. It wasn't just him who felt uncomfortable. Grandpa Wang had also been constantly urging Lin Qian these days to let them go out and look for supplies. Of course Lin Qian wouldn't agree, always refusing by citing Wang Hui's health issues. Now, with everyone gathered, Wang Hui brought it up again. Xiao Qian, who knows how long this situation will last? I feel like my body's fine now. After discussing it with Grandpa, we really want to go out and look for supplies. Otherwise, even if we keep staying here, we won't feel at ease. For some unknown reason, ever since Lin Qian injected him with that blue serum after he coughed up blood and died, Wang Hui had felt full of energy. Lin Qian drew his blood for tests every day, but never found any more problems with his clotting factors. She discussed it with them, but couldn't reach a conclusion. She didn't know if Wang Hui's body had been completely transformed, or if the blue serum's effects just hadn't worn off yet. Lin Qian was extremely cautious and didn't want to let him go out. If something happened while he was out, Grandpa Wang would be devastated. But this time, Grandpa Wang was firm. That's right. If you won't let us go out and look for supplies, then we'll just move out. He'd lived a long life and never imagined he'd one day have to rely on a young girl to survive with his grandson. Even if Wang Hui had health problems, that wasn't a reason for them to keep mooching. He got up early every day to do chores, not wanting to seem useless, but no amount of housework could ease his unease. Wang Hui seized the opportunity. How about this? If you're worried something will happen to me, give me a syringe. If I feel anything wrong with my body, I'll inject myself. Lin Qian was definitely unwilling. Things were so chaotic outside, who knew what might happen? If he ran into danger while he was weak, he might not even get the chance to use the syringe before it was too late. Lin Qian ignored him, thinking back to her previous life. What came after the tsunami and floods? A sharp drop in temperature, then the floodwaters froze, and the sudden cold killed many people. If she wanted to find antiques to upgrade her space, she'd have to go out and look for them during this window. Thinking of this gave her a headache. If only she'd known her space loved antiques, she should have spent some of her money back then to buy some and expand it. She was living comfortably, eating well and staying warm. She really didn't want to go out. But she'd only survived 7 years in her previous life's apocalypse, and who knew what would happen next? In the end, she decided she had to go out and scavenge some things. Now that the Wang family insisted on going out too, she finally decided, how about this? Grandpa Wang, you and Uncle Chen stay home and watch the house. I'll go out with Wang Hui. Grandpa Wang immediately frowned. What's a young girl like you going out for? What if something happens? Grandpa Wang, I may be a girl, but my fighting ability isn't any worse than Wang Hui's. How about I compete with him? If I lose, I won't go. Lin Qian thought to herself, if I don't go, Wang Hui can forget about going too. Only then did Grandpa Wang remember how Lin Qian seemed to practice swinging that 15-pound whip every day. At first, she struggled to lift it, but she improved quickly. In less than half a month, she was wielding it with the force of a tiger, as if she and the whip were one. Facing her with the whip, even Wang Hui wasn't her match. Even with his body enhanced by the blue serum, Wang Hui couldn't beat her. That showed just how formidable she was. Wang Hui didn't know where she'd learned her moves. They didn't look orthodox, but they were practical and every strike was ruthless, always aiming for vital points. Even though Wang Hui had been through many life-and-death battles, he'd never seen anyone fight with such ferocity. She fought as if she didn't care about her own life. Wang Hui rubbed his nose, remembering the last time she'd whipped him. The spot still ached faintly, and the wound had only just healed. He definitely didn't want to get whipped again. The burning pain was something he never wanted to experience again. In the end, The grandfather and grandson had no choice but to agree. Li Qian and Zheng Wei, seeing that Lin Qian was going out, sensibly packed up their things, ready to follow her. Lin Qian refused. Wang Hui and I will go out. You two should stay home and keep watch. Uncle Qin and Grandpa Wang are both getting on in years. Even though our villa is secure, I still don't feel comfortable leaving them alone. So you two stay. Besides, the two of us going out to scavenge won't attract much attention, but 4 people would be a bit much. This time, both Grandpa Wang and Uncle Qin agreed with Lin Qian's reasoning. Wang Hui also chimed in reassuringly, don't worry. Even if something happens to me, I'll make sure she gets back safe. Only then did Li Qian and Zheng Wei agree to stay behind. Since they'd decided to go, the sooner the better. Lin Qian went back to the storage room and dragged out an inflatable boat, then slung on a backpack to look the part. She tossed the inflatable boat to Wang Hui to carry, then took out the Republican-era Tang sword she'd gotten from Guzi and handed it to him. You can't go out unarmed. Take this sword. Wang Hui was surprised when he saw the sword. Isn't this the one from Guzi's shop? Grandpa Wang recognized it too. Xiao Qian, the friend who introduced you to our family, don't tell me it was Guzi? Lin Qian didn't answer, so the grandfather and grandson took her silence as confirmation. Wang Hui swung the Tang sword a couple of times. I wanted this sword from the start, but he insisted on keeping it in the shop as some kind of treasure. How did you get him to sell it? He asked me for 2 million. What? You paid that much? Of course not. I may have money, but I'm not stupid. I gave him 500,000, and he sold it to me without a fuss. When Wang Hui and Grandpa Wang heard she'd spent 500,000 on the sword, they both looked at her with a hint of sympathy. Wang Hui couldn't help but grumble. You know he only paid 50,000 for this sword, right? And he tried to charge you 2 million. Honestly, even 100,000 would have been too much. He shook his head. Forget it. If I get the chance, I'll get your money back. No need. This sword is worth every penny. You'll see. How is this any different from a kitchen knife? I'd be better off with one of those. Then do you want it or not? If not, give it back. Seeing his attitude, Lin Qian got annoyed. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? I've had my eye on this sword for ages. Sure, a kitchen knife works, but it's nowhere near as impressive as this. In her previous life, Lin Qian had also used the sword, and it was absolutely worth the 500,000. To her, it was a bargain. Though it was just a Republican-era replica, it was made from a rare material. Once it tasted blood, it became razor-sharp, able to slice through iron like mud. Other than her whip, it was the most handy weapon she'd ever used. If it weren't for the fact that they'd given her the 19-section whip, she wouldn't have been willing to part with it. She'd only haggled with Guzi so she wouldn't look like a fool, but in her eyes, even 2 million didn't match the sword's true value. Now, Wang Hui was the lucky one. Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to argue. She rolled her eyes at him, checked her tablet to make sure no one was around, then opened the villa's main gate. She tossed a raincoat to Wang Hui, put one on herself, slung her backpack, and went to the basement to drive out the military vehicle. It was Wang Hui's first time seeing Lin Qian's car, and his eyes nearly popped out. With a ride like this, why are you afraid of a typhoon? He walked around, touching the car, his envy plain as day. Where did you get this thing? Imported from abroad. This car is way too conspicuous. If we run into the military, they might requisition it. At a time like this, who'd dare take my car? They'd have to ask my whip first. Lin Qian patted the 19-section whip coiled at her waist. Wang Hui looked at it and shook his head in disbelief. Only you would carry such a heavy whip around. Aren't you worried about getting struck by lightning? Compared to my life, this weight is nothing. Lin Qian was just about to drive out when Hope suddenly dashed out of the villa through the pouring rain, squeezed past Wang Hui at the car door, and jumped into the car ahead of him, even buckling itself in. Wang Hui, a trained Special Forces soldier, couldn't believe he'd almost been knocked over by a dog. Is your dog possessed or something? How did you raise it? It's almost as strong as a military dog. Lin Qian ignored him. With Hope taking the front passenger seat, Wang Hui could only sulkily get in the back. Outside, the The typhoon had almost passed, but the torrential rain was still pouring down, making everything look eerie. Even though Lin Qian had checked to make sure no one was around before leaving, as soon as she stepped out, she felt eyes on her. Wang Hui came up beside her. Someone's watching us. Ignore it. Let's just go. Lin Qian floored the gas and sped out of the villa. Anyone who'd wanted to block them didn't even get the chance. No one had expected Lin Qian to drive out in a vehicle like this, so all they could do was watch in frustration as she sped away. Among those watching were Li Hongli and Zhou Jufeng. Their villa wasn't far from the Lin family's, so they saw Lin Qian's car as soon as it pulled out. Zhou Jufeng took in the scene. See? I told you that girl was still holed up in the villa. Are you sure it was Lin Qian? Of course. There aren't any other women left in the Lin family. But didn't she buy all that stuff from us? Why would she need to go out? She can't be stupid enough to donate it all, can she? No way. Everyone saw how much her car can carry. They haven't moved anything out these past few days, so the supplies must still be inside. Should we tell the other villa owners? If everyone comes to fight over it, won't that ruin your job? At a time like this, who cares about work? Being able to eat is good enough. Even if I sell the supplies at a low price, as long as I follow the proper procedures, if they fire me, they'll have to compensate me. The higher-ups just want to get the supplies back so they can sell them at a higher price. Even if I could get the supplies back, there's no way I'd return them. There are only so many people in our villa community. Even if everyone splits the supplies, we'll still get a good share. But if I hand them back, what do I get? Zhou Jufeng saw right through the company's tricks. Li Hongli's eyes lit up. Should I post in the owners group? Maybe we can set up some roadblocks and, when she comes back, we can grab her and make her hand over the supplies from the basement. That's a good idea, but with my leg like this, there's no way the two of us can do it alone. See if anyone in the group is willing to help, or maybe message a few of the stronger ones privately. If that doesn't work, then post in the group. Li Hongli thought it over and realized he actually made a lot of sense. There's an Asian boxing champion living in our villa community. He's in the owner's group chat, but he never says a word. Do you think he'd even bother with me if I reached out? You mean Zhao Tianwei, the boxing champ? Yeah, that's him. Last time I called out to the group, he ignored me. I don't even know if he's actually at the villa. Heard he's always out competing. Zhou Jufeng considered it and agreed. He's actually the perfect candidate. Try contacting him first. If he ignores you, we'll look for someone else. So should I just get straight to the point? Are you stupid? Just say Lin Qian bought a bunch of supplies from us before, but don't mention how much. See how he reacts first. Alright. Li Hongli immediately pulled up Zhao Tianwei's WeChat. Boxing champ, this is Li Hongli from the Villa Owners Committee. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. It took ages for a reply, and all she got was a single punctuation mark. Li Hongli knew celebrities all had their own quirks, let alone a boxing champ. I was wondering if you still have any supplies at home. Whether I have supplies or not, what's it got to do with you? Seeing his impatient reply, Li Hongli hurried to explain. Here's the thing. When the typhoon first hit, I told everyone in the group that my husband could help buy supplies. Maybe you missed it, but a few people bought some. That Lin family girl bought the most, several truckloads, in fact. If we pooled all those supplies, it'd be enough to feed everyone in the villa community for years. And she's got all sorts of other stuff too, even several inflatable boats. Even if we can't get food, if we just get the boats, we can go out and find some ourselves. We've tried talking to that girl several times, but she just ignores us. She even just drove out in a military vehicle. It looked custom-made. I've never seen anything like it. I'm thinking we should wait for her to come back and have a proper talk with her. We're all neighbors here. Surely we can't just watch each other starve, right? Zhao Tianwei replied quickly. So what you're saying is, you want me to help you rob that girl? Li Hongli was a bit taken aback by how blunt he was. I wouldn't put it like that. We just want to borrow some things from her. It's not like this disaster will last forever, right? We'll pay her back when it's over. Besides, she bought all those supplies for disaster relief anyway. Aren't we closer to her than those random victims? After she sent that message, there was a long silence. Just as Li Hongli was about to give up, thinking Zhao Tianwei would refuse, he finally replied, When? Li Hongli was so happy she shouted. It worked. Zhou Jufeng hobbled over on his injured leg and peeked at her phone, looking pleased as well. Since Zhao Tianwei agreed, we don't need to find anyone else for now. He's the kind of guy who could beat the Thai boxing champion. I'll coordinate with him, then. Li Hongli quickly replied, the security guards at the gate have all gone home. No one's guarding the villa entrance now. I plan to wait at the gate. When she comes back, we'll know right away and can ask her to come down and talk. When did she leave? Just now. After another pause, Zhao Tianwei replied, I can go with you to find her, but I have one condition. Go ahead. Li Hongli figured as long as his demands weren't too much, she could agree. Worst case, just give him more supplies. There are a lot of people staying at my place right now. I can have someone watch the villa entrance, but when the time comes, I want to be in charge of distributing the supplies. Zhou Jufeng noticed Li Hongli's face suddenly darken. What's wrong? She handed him the phone. See for yourself. What do we do now? Zhou Jufeng was also annoyed after reading it. Here's what we'll do. We pretend to agree for now. He doesn't know where the supplies are anyway. If no one leads him, he'd never find Lin Qian's basement. She's got several rooms down there. When the time comes, we'll control Lin Qian first, then take him to a room with some food and let them take what they want. Once they leave, we'll move into her villa ourselves. All the rest of the supplies will be ours. Zhao Tianwei was getting annoyed by Li Hongli's lack of response. One of his underlings came over. Boss, what's up? Some woman from the villa just told me the Lin family's got a ton of supplies, enough to feed everyone here for years. She wants us to help her rob that girl. I agreed, but I said I want to be in charge of dividing up the supplies. She hasn't replied. Who cares if she replies? She's just a woman, she's not calling the shots. If it comes down to it, we'll just do it ourselves. Don't need them. Zhao Tianwei was about to agree when Li Hongli finally messaged back, we'll do whatever Brother Zhao says. Only then did he smile. At least she knows her place. All right, guys, a few of you come with me to the villa entrance. Once we get those supplies, we're eating well tonight. There were 5 or 6 people living in Zhao Tianwei's villa. As soon as he spoke, everyone got excited. God knows what kind of days they'd been living through lately. It wasn't that they lacked supplies. They were just aggressive, going out every day to rob others, and had managed to bring back quite a haul. Several villa households had died because of them. So from the start, Zhao Tianwei hadn't refused Li Hongli because he was unwilling, but because he needed to make sure he'd get a share of the supplies. No sooner said than done. Zhao Tianwei and his crew stormed out of the villa, not even bothering with umbrellas or raincoats. They didn't believe for a second that a group of grown men couldn't handle a young girl. Li Hongli watched them leave through her binoculars, thrilled, and grabbed Zhou Juanfeng's sleeve, accidentally jostling his injured leg, making him grimace in pain. Are you trying to kill your own husband? Sorry. Li Hongli helped Zhou Jufeng over to the sofa. What if Lin Qian doesn't stop the car? That vehicle of hers looks seriously tough. They'd never seen real violence before, and still thought of Lin Qian as just a timid, obedient, newly adult girl. Should I go out and wait with them? Zhou Jufeng thought about Zhao Tianwei's group of men and felt uneasy. Forget it. Maybe I'll go with you to wait outside the Lin family villa. Li Hongli looked at his injured foot. But what about your leg? It's fine, probably just a bruise, not broken. No big deal. Li Hongli was still very concerned about her executive husband. They say it takes 100 days to heal bones and tendons. You just got injured, and in our current situation, we can't even go to the hospital. You should be careful and just stay home. I'll go by myself, don't worry. Zhou Jufeng thought about it and realized that, in his current state, he really would just be a burden to her. Then wait until you see that brat come back before you head out. We live close by anyway. Just be careful and take the kitchen knife with you. Li Hongli agreed. Lin Qian and Wang Hui had no idea what was happening in the villa district. One was focused on searching for antiques, the other on finding food and supplies. Their car was already nearing the foot of the mountain, but they hadn't found anything worthwhile. The supermarkets near the villa district had long since been looted, so there was no point in even checking them. As they approached the base of the mountain, they saw the floodwaters surging ahead. Without even blinking, Lin Qian said to Wang Hui, "Wait here. I'll park the car first." Lin Qian drove the car to a secluded spot, made sure no one was around, and then put the car away into her space. When she returned, she saw that Wang Hui had already inflated the rubber boat and was waiting for her by the floodwaters. "Did you put the car away?" Lin Qian nodded and deftly pushed the rubber boat into the water. Hope, the dog, jumped in right away. Seeing Wang Hui still in a daze, she said, "Come on, get in. We need to get back before dark, or it'll be dangerous." Wang Hui knew that, of course. He was just shocked at how quickly Lin Qian had adapted to the disaster. Her composure was astonishing. Even as a special forces soldier, he was still struggling to accept the situation, but Lin Qian, just a young woman, had already adjusted so well. If he didn't know better, he'd think she'd always lived in an environment like this. If only Lin Qian could hear his thoughts, she might have given him a thumbs up for his sensitivity. "Where are we heading first?" "I want to check out the city museum." "What for?" Wang Hui couldn't understand, and Lin Qian couldn't exactly tell him she was after antiques. "The city museum is downtown. There are lots of big supermarkets and high-end office buildings nearby. There must be plenty of supplies. I just don't know if anyone's already been there." Wang Hui thought about it and agreed. "All right, let's head that way." At first, they didn't see a single person, not even a bird. But that was to be expected. The villa district was so upscale, there weren't any other neighborhoods for miles. After about an hour of paddling, they finally saw people as they passed a residential area. The people in the neighborhood spotted them in their rubber boat and called out, "Hey, young man, young lady. Where are you going? Can you take me with you? I'm out of supplies at home, and I have a little grandson to take care of." Lin Qian ignored the calls, but Wang Hui glanced up and saw it was a rather mean-looking old lady. Noticing Wang Hui looking her way, the old lady quickly waved. "Young man, over here, over here." Wang Hui was about to say something to Lin Qian, but she didn't even turn her head. "Don't get involved." Wang Hui was frustrated. "I haven't even said anything yet. Don't even think about it. Remember why we're out here." Wang Hui felt misunderstood. "I wasn't planning to help her. I just noticed that old lady sounds more energetic than my own grandpa. She doesn't look like someone short on supplies. Don't worry, I know what's important. I won't go around playing the Good Samaritan." Lin Qian was satisfied. "I thought you soldiers were all about patriotism and helping those in need. In peacetime, maybe. But after what I've seen on the news these days, even without leaving home, I've seen the dark side of human nature. Right now, it's best to avoid contact with others. Who knows if someone's a person or a monster?" When the old lady saw that Wang Hui just glanced at her and then kept paddling away, completely ignoring her, she went berserk. Unbelievable. Young people these days are so heartless. I have a little grandson to care for and they won't even help. Are they just going to let us die? At first, the other residents were tempted when they saw Lin Qian and Wang Hui in the rubber boat, but as soon as the old lady started shouting, they immediately shut their doors and windows, afraid she'd latch onto them. This old lady was always taking advantage of others because of her age, so even now, no one wanted to help her, no matter how desperate she seemed. After wailing for a while and seeing the boat long gone, and the surrounding residents all shutting their doors, she cursed a few more times and slammed her window shut. Even though they'd paddled far away, Wang Hui's sharp eyes didn't miss a thing. That old lady screamed for so long, but none of the neighbors paid her any attention. In fact, they all shut their windows. She must not be easy to get along with. Good thing you ignored her. Lin Qian hadn't expected him to notice that. "I don't interact with unrelated people more than necessary. I suggest you do the same." "Sure, I'll look out for you for Grandpa Wang's sake, but if you're looking to get yourself killed, I can't stop you." Wang Hui hadn't expected her to bring this up out of nowhere, but after spending time with her, he already knew this was the kind of person she was. He also realized that she really only took him in because of Grandpa Wang. If it weren't for him, he'd probably have been kicked out long ago. "In your eyes, am I really that clueless?" Wang Hui couldn't believe it. "I don't know, but I'd rather say the harsh words up front. Don't blame me for being heartless if you see me refuse to help someone and end up resenting me. If you're going to die, at least die cleanly. Wang Hui. He used to be a staunch materialist, but dying and coming back to life had shaken his beliefs. He was starting to see Lin Qian as his new faith. After all, he wouldn't have survived without her. But why was his new faith so cold-hearted? He felt like his heart was about to break. Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian with a pitiful expression, but before she could say anything, the dog, Hope, barked right in his face. Woof! Wang Hui felt even worse. He'd thought he'd built a deep bond with Hope after all this time, even training him a little here and there. But at this crucial moment, the dog was still on Lin Qian's side. He patted the dog's head. I get it. I won't let your owner down. Hope barked again. Somehow, Wang Hui understood the meaning. If you're going to die, die far away. Just like us dogs, we never die at our owner's side. Lin Qian understood what the dog meant and patted Hope's head. Good girl, Hope. Wang Hui. He was annoyed and fell silent. Since he wasn't talking, Lin Qian was even less likely to start a conversation. Hope also sat quietly to the side, not making a sound. Lin Qian spotted a building up ahead. We're here. Wang Hui looked up, but couldn't recognize anything from before. The whole area had been ravaged beyond recognition by the typhoon, tsunami, and floods. He'd spent most of his time in the army, only leaving for special missions or coming home every few years to stay with Grandpa Wang. He rarely went out, so there was no way he'd recognize this place. Since Lin Qian said so, he'd just go along with it. Where do we start looking? Lin Qian pointed at a large supermarket. See over there? That's a big supermarket. Let's check it out first. Although her main goal was to search for antiques, she was still very interested in a bit of zero-cost shopping. The two of them entered the supermarket, put away their inflatable boat, and walked together on the second floor. The whole floor was a mess, with all sorts of daily necessities scattered everywhere, but not much food. Wang Hui picked up some things they needed, then noticed Lin Qian standing still. Aren't you going to take anything? Lin Qian glanced over expressionlessly. Only then did Wang Hui remember she was loaded, with a basement full of good stuff. She probably didn't care about any of this. He felt a bit awkward and stopped talking, quietly stuffing more into his backpack. Lin Qian noticed Wang Hui sticking close by her side, which frustrated her. She didn't have any room to do her own thing. Wang Hui. Yeah. Suddenly hearing Lin Qian call his name, Wang Hui felt like he was being singled out by a boss. He almost instinctively shouted here, but managed to hold it back, otherwise, he'd have lost all face. How about we split up? Otherwise, we'll be here all day. Sure. When we're done, we'll split whatever we find 50-50. Lin Qian didn't object. She didn't mind supporting them, but she also didn't want Wang Hui to get used to taking things for free. She didn't lack for supplies, but she knew that relationships lasted longer when there was give and take. Let's meet back here in 3 hours? Okay. With that, they split up. Lin Qian couldn't wait to leave with Hope. Woof. Hope was clever and had already noticed Lin Qian eyeing the home appliances and furniture section earlier. This supermarket was the fanciest one in the area, and the appliances were all high-end. When Lin Qian got to the home appliances section, she saw that not many people had bothered with these things. Some were scattered on the floor, but most were still in good condition. Her villa had everything she needed, but who knew when she might need these? Better to take them all. After collecting the appliances, Lin Qian glanced at Hope and suddenly realized she hadn't stocked up on dog supplies. These past days, she'd just fed Hope whatever she was eating without even thinking about it. She decided right away, Hope, I'll go find you some things you can use. Woof. Best owner ever. Lin Qian remembered that most of the supermarket's food was on the first floor. She pulled a wetsuit out of her storage space and put it on. Hope, wait here. I'll go downstairs and see if there's anything good for you. Woof. Okay, master. Lin Qian had a clear goal, find some dog food. She wasn't sure if there'd be any, but after searching around downstairs for a while, she actually found a lot of sealed bags of dog food. She put them all into her storage space. Since she was already there, She wandered around and picked up all the sealed, long-lasting food she could find. She might not eat it herself, but food was food. Seeing so much go to waste felt like a crime. After another look around and finding nothing else worthwhile, she swam back up. Hope was waiting for her. Woof. Did you find something tasty? I did. Next, we're heading to the museum next door. The museum and the supermarket were basically Building A and Building B, connected by a corridor. Lin Qian led Hope across the walkway to the museum's second floor. The doors were tightly shut, but peeking through the window, she saw that the exhibits upstairs were still intact. She got excited, unfastened her whip, and gave the glass a sweep. But the glass didn't break as she'd imagined. Looking closer, she didn't even see a single crack. She sighed. That was wishful thinking. With so many artifacts inside, it made sense that the museum would have reinforced glass. No matter. The skill she'd picked up most in the apocalypse was lockpicking. She pulled out a piece of wire, went to the second-floor door, and poked it in. In no time, there was a click. Hope, it's open. Let's go in. She didn't care what kind of antiques or artifacts they were. If she saw it, she wanted to collect it. At first, she thought she'd have to remove the glass display cases to get the items, but it turned out the glass was even tougher than the windows. Left with no choice, she just collected the whole display case. Sure enough, as soon as she put the item into her storage space, it disappeared, leaving behind an empty glass case. The glass cases were useless to Lin Qian, so she just tossed them back out. After finally sweeping the second floor for antiques, she put her wetsuit back on and dove down to the first floor. Not long after she went underwater, something like a piece of clothing floated by. She reached out to push it aside, only to Lin Qian put it straight into her storage space. She checked every area, collecting anything she could. When she checked the time, there were less than 15 minutes left before she was supposed to meet Wang Hui. She quickly surfaced, changed clothes, took some of the food she'd just collected and stuffed it into her backpack, then returned to their meeting spot. Wang Hui wasn't back yet, so she took out 2 packs of ready-to-eat chicken breast, one for herself, one for Hope. When Wang Hui returned, he saw Lin Qian and the dog happily munching on chicken breast. He was pretty sure they hadn't brought that with them. Lin Qian quickly answered his unspoken question. I just dove underwater and found a lot of well-packaged food. It's still good, so I brought some back. She tossed Wang Hui 3 packs of chicken breast. Wang Hui, seeing the chicken breast still damp with water, was excited. Is there more down there? There is, but I've already picked up pretty much everything edible. Wang Hui glanced at Lin Qian's bulging backpack and, more importantly, the military green duffel bag next to her, nearly as tall as she was, stuffed full of supplies. Wang Hui couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, it's all food in here? Yeah, isn't that why we came out to look for food? He was still in disbelief. Lin Qian looked like such a delicate, gentle girl. It was already hard enough to accept that she could fight better than him with a whip, but now she was even better at scavenging for supplies. It just didn't make sense. He'd thought he'd gathered quite a lot of good stuff himself, but compared to the supplies in Lin Qian's army green bag, his haul was hardly worth mentioning. He brought his own bag over, only to see a look of disdain in Hope's eyes. He actually saw disdain in a dog's eyes. Was there no justice left in the world? It would have been one thing if Hope had just looked at him, but after seeing what he'd found, the dog even barked at him. The meaning was obvious. That's all you got? Was he supposed to be shameless or something? Of course, he didn't dare argue with the dog. He could only say awkwardly, I thought I'd finish searching the second floor first. I saw someone had hidden some food up there, so I grabbed it. He opened his bag to reveal some long-lasting food items, though none of them looked particularly appetizing. Still, it wasn't easy to find anything at all. This supermarket had been picked over long ago. The fact that he'd managed to find these things hidden on the second floor was already impressive. Lin Qian gave him a small nod of approval. These things weren't on the shelves, right? There's basically nothing left in plain sight here. Must have been several waves of people already. But there's just too much stuff in a supermarket, so they probably couldn't carry it all away at once and had to hide some for later. I found these in a concealed corner. I figured if they could stash one bag, they could stash a second. I've already found all their hiding spots and moved the goods to an even more hidden place. When they come back, they definitely won't find them. I'll just come back and pick them up later. Lin Qian frowned slightly. She didn't want to come back here again. Where did you hide the rest? Wang Hui was surprised she'd ask, but he trusted she wasn't after his stuff. Want me to show you? Sure. I figure if we could find them, it's only a matter of time before someone else does, no matter how well they're hidden. Might as well take everything back now. Will our inflatable boat hold it all? Wang Hui glanced at the bag next to her, which was almost as tall as she was. Let's go take a look first. What about these things? Just leave them here. Hope can guard them. Wang Hui thought about Hope's combat abilities and agreed. Before leaving, he crouched down and said to Hope, "Hope, if anyone comes, bark loudly." We'll be right back, okay? He wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but he thought he saw Hope roll his eyes at him. But when he looked again, there was nothing. Hope walked over to Lin Qian's bag and sat down beside it. Seeing this, Wang Hui led Lin Qian to the various hiding spots. Lin Qian quickly saw all sorts of things, not just food, but also lots of daily necessities, and they all seemed to be of decent quality. Our inflatable boat can handle it. Let's take everything. Next time, we'll just scavenge somewhere else. Since Lin Qian had said so, Wang Hui got to work. I'll carry these over to Hope. Lin Qian had noticed a spot with a lot of hygiene products. She'd collected some before, but not much. Survival was important in the apocalypse, but she knew that for some people at the top, they lived for pleasure but didn't want to get sick. Hygiene products were always in high demand. In her previous life, a single-used hygiene product could be traded for a whole kilo of grain with a wealthy household. That showed just how scarce they were. While Wang Hui was hauling things back, Lin Qian went straight to the hygiene section, swept the entire shelf into her space, and then headed to where Wang Hui had hidden the other supplies. They were just about to move the last bag back when they heard Hope's furious roar. Yes, a roar. Lin Qian's heart clenched. She didn't care about the supplies anymore and sprinted toward Hope. Wang Hui slung the bag over his shoulder and followed close behind. When they arrived, they saw 5 burly men facing off against Hope. 2 of them at the front had drawn knives, and there were bloodstains on Hope's body. Lin Qian's eyes turned cold as she walked over to Hope's side. When the men saw Lin Qian, a fair, delicate-looking young woman, they started whistling and making crude remarks. One of the lackeys even called out, "Boss, looks like our luck's in today. Not only did we find a stash of supplies, but we even ran into a little beauty." The leader's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Qian. "Hey, pretty girl, come with big brother." Wang Hui, carrying the supplies, saw the scene and his expression turned icy. The leader's eyes grew even brighter when he saw Wang Hui rushing over. Not only had they found a little beauty, but her man was also quite the looker. If they could bring these 2 back, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink for a while, and their bodies would get plenty of pleasure too. The little beauty would be his. The pretty boy could be left for the others. These men were local thugs. Before the disaster, they'd been nobodies, but now they were living large, using their ruthlessness to rob people of supplies and women. But Lin Qian and Wang Hui looked like rich kids, soft and untouched. The thugs had never encountered prey like this before. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. The 2 in front looked easy to handle, but that dog was vicious. Even when the leader had drawn his knife, he'd only managed to scratch it a little. Lin Qian ignored the group, crouching down to check Hope's wounds. Seeing only a scratch on his front paw, she breathed a sigh of relief. She made it look like she was taking iodine and bandages from her bag, but really she was pulling them from her space. The leader felt a bit embarrassed that Lin Qian hadn't even glanced at him, but he thought to himself that if such a girl was willing to follow him, he could tolerate a bit of attitude. "That's your dog, right? You, and it should come with us." Lin Qian didn't spare them a glance, focusing on treating Hope's wound. Wang Hui stood guard beside her, ready for anything. "Hey, kid, relax. Meeting in a disaster like this is fate. If you come with us, you won't be treated badly." Wang Hui ignored them completely. After finishing, Lin Qian patted Hope's head. Don't be scared. You two stay here, I'll handle this. Wang Hui had originally wanted to step in and handle things for her, but Lin Qian shot him a look. He instantly understood what she meant and took half a step back, letting her deal with it herself. Lin Qian stood up and looked at the group of men as if she were staring at a bunch of corpses. Just now, who hurt my dog? The leader, seeing Lin Qian's face turn cold, grew even more excited. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Come with us, and I'll treat it like my own son, okay? I'll ask one more time. Who exactly hurt my dog just now? None of them took Lin Qian seriously. One of the burly men holding a knife looked completely unconcerned. Little girl, it's just a dog. So what if it got hurt? What's the big deal? Lin Qian's eyes turned icy as she stared at him. So it was you. No one saw when Lin Qian made her move. All they saw was a flash, like a snake darting through the air, and everyone instinctively took a step back in fright. Lin Qian never missed when she struck. The whip landed squarely on the man who'd just spoken, instantly drawing blood. The man screamed. The other men turned to him. Old Third, are you okay? I'm going to kill that bitch. She doesn't know what's good for her. The leader barked, brothers, get them. Today we have to drag this bitch and that pretty boy back with us. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qian's whip lashed out again, sending the man sprawling on the ground, howling in pain. The remaining 3 men saw that this seemingly delicate young woman was actually so fierce, and they all hesitated, thinking about backing off. But the leader glared at them. What are you standing around for? Get her. I don't believe a few grown men like us can't handle one woman. Old Third chimed in, I'll take care of the dog, the rest of you grab the girl. They hesitated for a moment, but then thought, there's so many of us, how can we be scared of a little girl? With that, they all charged forward. Lin Qian flicked her whip, striking all 3. As Old Third got close, no one even saw Lin Qian move, but suddenly the whip was wrapped around his neck. With a sharp tug, Old Third's head came clean off. Blood sprayed all over the remaining 4 men. At first, they didn't even realize what had happened, just felt something hot splatter on them. When they wiped their faces and saw it was blood, they were stunned. They never imagined Lin Qian would actually dare to kill someone. You killed Old Third. I'll fight you to the death. The leader's eyes bulged with rage as he charged at her with his knife. But he barely took 2 steps before Lin Qian's whip sent him crashing to the ground. He landed right next to Old Third's severed head, and when he saw Old Third's eyes still rolling, all the fight went out of him. He wet himself on the spot. He turned to look around and realized the other 3 had already fled without a trace. Only now did fear finally hit him. He dropped to his knees before Lin Qian. Auntie, we didn't know who we were messing with. You've beaten us, you've killed, just let me go, please? Pretend I'm nothing, just let me go. Lin Qian continued to stare at him coldly. He tried to crawl closer, but the stench of urine hit her nose, making her frown in disgust. Sensing this, the man quickly backed away a few steps, then started banging his head on the ground. Auntie, I was wrong. Please, you're so magnanimous, just let me go. I swear, if I ever see you again, I'll turn and run the other way. Lin Qian had no sympathy for people like this and was getting impatient with his begging. She was about to finish him off with her whip. But Wang Hui reached out and stopped her. Let it go. Lin Qian paused, looking at him. Wang Hui's eyes held a hint of mockery. But since he'd already spoken, he said, they've paid the price. Just let it go. The man saw Wang Hui speaking up for him and immediately started groveling. Uncle, I was really wrong. Please, beg Auntie for me. I'm just a pile of dog shit, not worth you two getting angry over. Hope barked at him. My shit doesn't stink as bad as you. Don't insult my shit. The man was quick to react. I misspoke, dog grandpa, sorry. I'm pig shit, stinking pig shit. Please don't be angry. Lin Qian ignored him and turned to Wang Hui. He heard hope. Hearing this, the man started slapping himself hard across the face, crying, I was wrong. Please, Auntie, forgive me. Uncle, forgive me. Dog grandpa, forgive me. His face swelled up after just a few slaps. Lin Qian looked at Hope. What do you say? Woof. Forget it. Not worth dirtying our hands. Lin Qian put down her whip. Since Hope says to let it go, then get lost. Thank you, Dog Grandpa. May Dog Grandpa live a long life. Auntie, Uncle, may you live 1,000 years. He kowtowed to Hope, then scrambled away as fast as he could. Lin Qian glanced at Wang Hui and Hope. You two are pretty soft-hearted. Wang Hui and Hope exchanged glances, neither daring to say a word. In the end, Hope cleverly lifted his injured leg for Lin Qian to see, then grabbed a bag of supplies in his mouth and limped off. Wang Hui, seeing Hope's quick thinking, didn't want to be left behind. He grabbed a bag of supplies and followed. Lin Qian couldn't stay angry at them. She could only sigh and haul the rest of the supplies onto the inflatable raft. By the time the three of them, 2 people and a dog, got on the raft, it was already 5 p.m. Ever since the disaster, it got dark much earlier. They had to get home before 7, or who knew what might happen in a city with no water or power. Wang Hui was surprised to see the raft could actually hold so many supplies and couldn't help sneaking a few glances at Lin Qian. Lin Qian noticed. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that. Are you thinking I was too ruthless back there? Wang Hui quickly waved his hands. Absolutely not. In that situation, if we didn't scare them off, they'd just keep coming after us. We'll definitely have to come back to the city again. If we run into another group like that, wouldn't it be a pain? Lin Qian looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected him to react this way after seeing her kill someone. She'd thought he'd lecture her. Then why did you tell me to spare him? He's not a threat. Even though he's the leader, the real muscle was Old Third. With him dead, the leader's nothing to worry about. Wang Hui thought of the man wetting himself in front of Lin Qian. Besides, he actually pissed himself in front of you. That stench was awful. No need to dirty your whip. Then why didn't you use your tang sword to kill them? Wang Hui rubbed his nose. Didn't you say you wanted to handle it yourself? I just didn't want to steal your thunder. You looked so cool back there. Lin Qian glanced at him coolly. The way you're acting right now, you really don't seem like a soldier. Had you passed your ideological and moral evaluations? Wang Hui grinned. Whether I've passed or not, isn't that something you can check for yourself? Lin Qian couldn't be bothered to argue further. Let's hurry back, or it'll really get dark soon. Wang Hui grabbed the oars and started rowing hard, silently thinking to himself, who was it just now who wouldn't stop talking? Of course, now that he and Grandpa were eating and staying at someone else's place, he didn't dare say much. When they first arrived, plenty of people had already noticed them. Now, as they rowed back with a rubber boat packed full of supplies, even more eyes were on them. But this time, Lin Qian openly carried her blood-stained whip in hand, and Wang Hui had his tang sword out in the open. Even if anyone was eyeing their supplies, no one dared to make a move. No one tried to rob them outright, but there were plenty of furtive and assessing glances. As they passed by the old lady's apartment complex again, she was already waiting downstairs. When she saw them hauling so many supplies, she immediately brought her grandson down, trying to block their path. Young man, young lady, look at my grandson, such a sweet child. But if he doesn't get something to eat soon, he'll starve to death. Can you really bear to let that happen? Lin Qian had seen all kinds of faces in the apocalypse and knew exactly what the old lady was up to. She didn't care for this kind of moral blackmail and simply signaled Wang Hui to steer clear of them. At first, the old lady thought they were stopping and actually coming over. Yes, come here. You two have so many supplies, there's no way you can use them all yourselves. Why don't you stay at our place? It's always safer with more people watching over things. But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized Lin Qian and Wang Hui had already changed direction and were getting further and further away. Upstairs, plenty of people had seen them bringing back supplies and were craning their necks out the windows to watch. Among those gazes were envy, jealousy, resentment, all kinds of emotions. Lin Qian immediately caught a pair of eyes filled with malice. She looked up and locked eyes with a man. The man upstairs hadn't expected Lin Qian to notice him so quickly. Hey, beautiful, bring those supplies up here and I'll spare your life. He raised his hand, revealing a bow and arrow, The arrow aimed right between Lin Qian's brows. Seeing that Lin Qian and Wang Hui didn't move, he grew even more arrogant. "You'd better be careful. My arrows don't have eyes. If you get hurt, don't blame me." Wang Hui was just thinking about how to deal with the situation when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lin Qian pull out a gun. She didn't waste words. She simply raised the gun and aimed at the man's forehead. With a bang, blood splattered everywhere. The man was killed on the spot. Wang Hui was shocked, but he wasn't stupid. He didn't ask where Lin Qian had gotten the gun. But the people upstairs, seeing that Lin Qian had a firearm, all quickly ducked back inside and slammed their windows shut. The old lady, seeing Lin Qian pull out a gun without a word and shoot the building's strongest fighter dead, started screaming at the top of her lungs, "Murder! Murder! Murder!" Her chubby grandson joined in, wailing, "Aya! Aya! Aya!" Lin Qian, annoyed, cracked her whip against a post in the water. The splash sprayed the old lady and her grandson in the face, and the post snapped and toppled over. "If I hear another word out of you, you'll end up just like that man." The old lady immediately shut her mouth and clamped her hand over her grandson's mouth too. One look at Lin Qian's eyes told her this was no joke. Satisfied, Lin Qian was about to have Wang Hui row them away when another rubber boat appeared ahead. But the people on that boat were all grinning from ear to ear. Lin Qian thought maybe they'd found something good, but on closer look, all they had were some wilted vegetable leaves. They spotted Lin Qian and Wang Hui too. Their smiles froze when they saw the boat loaded with supplies and a big, healthy dog. Even if they couldn't see exactly what was in the boat, the fact that Lin Qian and Wang Hui could haul it back in these conditions meant it had to be valuable. The group exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with greedy intent. They rowed their boat over. "Hey there, handsome, beautiful, mind if we get to know each other?" Lin Qian's frown was so deep she could crush a fly between her brows. Why are there so many annoying people? Seeing Lin Qian's impatience, Wang Hui cut straight to the point. "We don't know you. Please, who's Li Fang?" Lin Qian genuinely had no idea. Another person laughed. "Come on, pretty lady, don't joke. You don't know Li Fang? He's the chief of our county's public security bureau." "Oh, and?" The man was incredulous. "Now that you know my dad's the chief, aren't you going to hand over your supplies?" He said all supplies found by residents must be turned in for unified distribution. "Oh." Lin Qian pulled out her blood-stained whip. "What did you say?" Seeing the blood on the whip, the man tugged at his companion. "Her whip and that guy's tang sword look pretty good. Hand over your whip, the sword, and the supplies, and you can leave. The supplies will be distributed to your neighborhood later." "You know where I live?" Lin Qian asked. "I don't care where you live. If you pass through here, you have to turn in all the supplies you've collected. The whip doesn't count as supplies. There's blood on your whip. We have reason to suspect you've hurt someone. We'll have to confiscate your whip and the sword. Those were valuable items after all." Lin Qian sneered. "And if I refuse? What are you going to do?" "If you refuse, don't blame us for enforcing the law." "Oh, so you're planning to rob us." "What do you mean, rob?" "I told you, this is a government order." Wang Hui stared at them. "Do you have the authority to enforce the law?" "My dad is Li Fang. I'm his son. Why would I need any other authority?" The man laughed, as if he'd heard a joke. "If you don't cooperate, you and your supplies will have to stay here. When the flood recedes, we'll hand you over to the police." The old lady, hearing the commotion, opened her window and stuck her head out again. "Don't let them go. They have a gun. They just killed Huang Yu. And they don't respect the elderly or care for children. I called out to them twice and they ignored me, and they almost killed me just now. If I hadn't run fast, my grandson and I would be dead. You have to arrest them." The group's faces changed. "You have a gun? And you killed someone?" Lin Qian lazily stroked her whip. "That's right. You want the supplies? Come and get them yourself." "Woof." Hope barked fiercely at them, clearly eager for trouble. "Come on, fight me if you dare." Those men, however, were quite perceptive. Seeing that Lin Qian didn't look like someone easy to mess with, and having heard she'd just shot someone, they suspected she might be with the military. After all, not just anyone could get their hands on a gun these days. Now, looking at Lin Qian, Wang Hui, and that dog that looked just like a military canine, they became even more convinced. It's all a misunderstanding. Where are you two stationed? Wang Hui, seeing how these people were acting, grew impatient. His hand itched to use the tang sword he was holding. That's none of your business. Are you planning to rob us, or are you going to get out of the way? Hearing this, the men were even more certain these two were with the authorities. They quickly stepped aside. The water's too high. We accidentally bumped into you with our family. Sorry about that. Whose family with you? Lin Qian said coldly. Seeing they'd moved aside, Lin Qian walked straight through. Once they'd left, the group started whispering among themselves. Should we follow them? If we could get our hands on their supplies, we'd be set for a long time. But those two are obviously ruthless. We tried talking nicely just now and they didn't react at all. In fact, they even looked at us with a bit of mockery. They mocked me, asked the man whose father worked for Li Fong. I mean, the way they looked at us had that vibe. Especially the woman, when she told us to get it ourselves, her eyes were like she was looking at corpses. I was really afraid they'd attack us at the slightest provocation. No way. Even if they're with the military, they can't just kill people, right? But didn't that old lady say they killed Huangyu? Everyone knows what kind of person Huangyu was, and yet they shot him dead just like that. If we really fought them, do you think we'd last even a few seconds? To be fair, there was at least one smart person among them. He continued, if you guys want to follow, go ahead. I'm out. He immediately got off the rubber boat and headed upstairs. Now there were only 3 left on the boat. Are we following or not? The man whose father worked for Li Fong gritted his teeth. We're following. Let's see where they're staying. Even if we can't rob them outright, we can always steal from them later. All right. They watched as Lin Qian and her group drove the rubber boat away, then hurried to follow. Wang Hui noticed them tailing almost immediately. They're following us. Let them. If they want to follow, let them, Lin Qian said indifferently. Wang Hui thought about it and agreed. Those weaklings weren't even worth Lin Qian's time. He could take care of them himself with a single toe. Because of this little episode, it was already completely dark by the time they returned to the foot of the villa's hill. Lin Qian told Hope and Wang Hui to stay and guard the supplies while she went to get the car. Wang Hui stopped her. It's pitch black out. Let Hope go with you. I can guard things here by myself. Woof. Yeah, I want to go too. All right, but be careful, Lin Qian said. She glanced behind her. Those men were sneaking closer and closer. Seeing Lin Qian leave, the men whispered, so, the woman and the dog are gone. Should we? One of them made a throat-slitting gesture. After a quick discussion, they decided now was the perfect opportunity. They all thought Wang Hui, with his fair and delicate face, didn't look like he had any fighting ability. Not long after Lin Qian left, the men approached Wang Hui. Hey there, kid. Where'd your girlfriend go? Leaving you here all alone, aren't you worried something might happen to you? Another chimed in, why don't you come with us? We'll make sure you eat well and live well. You can have a different beauty every day, no need to be hung up on just one woman. Sure, she's pretty, but she's so skinny she probably has no energy at all. Wang Hui couldn't be bothered to waste words. He drew his sword. If you don't want to die, get lost. Even though Wang Hui had drawn his sword, it was too dark for them to see his expression. They kept mocking him. Oh, look at this pretty boy. Can you even lift that sword? One of them reached out, trying to grab Wang Hui's sword. With a single swift motion, Wang Hui chopped off the man's arm. Even in the darkness, you could see the arm flying and blood spraying. The man didn't even realize what had happened until the pain hit. He screamed in agony. The other two, seeing that this pretty boy had actually attacked, quickly backed away. Wang Hui, already fed up with being followed, snapped, anyone else want to die? Come on, I'm not as nice as that young lady. The two grabbed the wounded man and tried to leave, but he shook them off despite the pain. I don't care who you are. You cut off my arm today, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. If you have time to yap at me, you'd better hurry up and see if you can find a doctor to reattach that filthy paw of yours. Friendly reminder, if you don't stop the bleeding soon, you'll bleed out and die. The man had only been acting tough. Now, with his arm chopped off and Wang Hui's words scaring him further, he hurriedly picked up his severed arm and urged the others, "Quick, go find my dad." The three of them quickly left. When Lin Qian drove back, she sniffed the air. "Those guys came by, didn't they?" "Yeah." "You fought?" "Yeah. Chopped off the arm of that Li Fong guy's son." "Woof. Where's the arm?" "That's good stuff." Wang Hui actually understood. He took it with him. "But even if he hadn't, you can't eat it, it's filthy. The blood and flesh of these people are poisonous. If you eat it, you'll end up just like them." Hope, remembering how stupid those guys looked, immediately spat a few times. "Forget it, then. I don't want to catch idiot disease. My master would definitely abandon me if that happened." He looked up at Lin Qian obediently. "Woof. Don't worry, I won't eat them. I won't turn into an idiot." "All right, even if you did, I'd still want you. Now, you two, hurry up and load the supplies into the car." Wang Hui grabbed a bag in each hand, while Hope dragged the biggest bag toward the trunk. The two humans and one dog quickly loaded everything into the car. Just as Lin Qian was about to get into the driver's seat, Wang Hui tugged at her. She looked at him, puzzled. "What is it?" "Well, I know it's a bit presumptuous, but I've never seen such a nice car before. Could I drive it?" Lin Qian was more than happy not to drive. She immediately moved to the passenger seat. But Wang Hui just stood there. "Get in already. What are you waiting for? It reeks of blood here, it's disgusting." "Woof. Let's go. Don't make the poop shoveler mad, or neither of us will be in for anything good." Even Hope was urging him now. Wang Hui quickly got into the car. He was currently living at Lin Qian's house, so he didn't dare risk upsetting this lady. As a Special Forces soldier, he'd driven cars like this before, but never anything as nice as Lin Qian's. Even though Lin Qian already looked displeased, he couldn't help but quietly run his hand over the seat before getting in. When he adjusted the seat and put his hands on the steering wheel, he was as excited as he'd been when he got promoted. "This is a really nice car. You can't find something like this easily in the country, can you? It was custom-made overseas. What were you thinking ordering a car like this? The import procedures must have been a nightmare, right?" "I didn't do the paperwork. I smuggled it in." Wang Hui was momentarily speechless. Was she really just telling him this so openly? Forget it. He decided he hadn't heard anything. The moment he started the engine, he could feel how different this car was. With a car like this, who cared about planes or anything else? They soon arrived at the entrance of the villa. Zhao Tianwei and his group were already waiting, shivering in the cold, barely able to hold on. Li Hongli saw Lin Qian and the others returning from the window and hurriedly said to Zhou Jufeng, Lin Qian's back. "I'm going down." Zhou Jufeng looked at his wife. "Be careful. If you can't reason with her, just use your usual tricks, make a scene, cry if you have to. If it really doesn't work, just come home. We still have enough supplies to last a while." "I know." With that, she grabbed a knife and rushed downstairs. As soon as Li Hongli reached the door, the people inside noticed, but no one paid her any mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianwei and his men were discussing whether to leave just one person on guard when they saw Lin Qian's car approaching. Even someone like Zhao Tianwei, the Asian boxing champion, couldn't help but show a greedy look when he saw such a nice car. "Let's go, block them." Somehow, they'd managed to find the remote for the neighborhood's gate and lowered the barrier just before Lin Qian's car arrived. With the barrier down, Wang Hui had no choice but to stop the car. Lin Qian had been resting with her eyes closed in the car. When they stopped, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the 5 or 6 burly men ahead, she didn't need Wang Hui to explain. She knew exactly what was going on. Zhao Tianwei walked straight up and was surprised to see a pretty boy in the driver's seat. "Where's the girl?" It was pitch black outside, so he couldn't see clearly into the car. He only vaguely saw Wang Hui and didn't notice Lin Qian in the passenger seat. But after waiting here so long, even if it wasn't Lin Qian, he was determined to drag someone out. Worst case, he'd just put on more clothes and wait for the girl to come back. He knocked on the window. "Get out." Wang Hui looked at Lin Qian. "What do you want to do?" "Ignore him. Didn't you hear me? I told you to get out. From the back seat, Hope suddenly started barking woof. 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 Brother Wei, this is that girl's car and she has a dog. If the dog's here, the girl must be too. That convinced Zhao Tianwei, and he knocked even harder on the window. Get out, or don't blame me for what happens next. Lin Qian shot a cold glance at Zhao Tianwei outside the window. That face was exactly the same as in her previous life, just as nauseating. The view from inside the car was much clearer than from outside. Sitting inside, she could see everything perfectly. Wang Hui, just drive through. Lin Qian hadn't provoked them, but they'd come looking for trouble. If she weren't so tired today, she'd have taught them a lesson already. Wang Hui pointed at the barrier ahead. But, just ram it. My car can take it. If Lin Qian had been in the driver's seat, she would have floored it already. By the time Zhao Tianwei realized something was wrong, Wang Hui had already stepped on the gas. But just then, some idiot jumped out and blocked the car. Wang Hui slammed on the brakes, sending Hope, who wasn't wearing a seatbelt, tumbling in the back seat. Woof! What the heck are you doing? Even the dog was angry. Lin Qian was losing patience. Wang Hui, unbuckle your seatbelt and get in the back. The car was spacious, but with Wang Hui's 183-meter frame, it was still a squeeze. But he knew what was important and quickly climbed into the back to join the dog. Lin Qian slid into the driver's seat, started the car and, without hesitation, floored it toward the barrier. The guy in front, seeing how reckless she was, panicked and scrambled out of the way, but still got both feet run over. His agonized screams pierced the night. People inside the villa heard the noise and tried to look out the windows, but it was too dark and rainy to see anything. A few people with sharp ears thought the voice sounded like one of Zhao Tianwei's group. They wondered if something bad had happened to them. If even those tough guys were in trouble, what would happen to the rest of them, who couldn't even kill a chicken? With that thought, they double-checked their doors and windows, determined not to end up like some of the other households. They already knew several families in the villa complex had died out completely, and they were increasingly worried about their own fate. Some who had privately bought supplies from Li Hongli didn't dare say a word in the group chat. Those who used to brag in the group about how much food they had, none of them seemed to be alive anymore. Zhao Tianwei's lackey had been run over by Lin Qian's car, his bones crushed. Brother Wei, my feet, my feet. Zhao Tianwei was startled. He hadn't expected such a ruthless move from a young woman. Interesting. He told the others to carry the injured man back. Brother Wei, I can't. My feet are like this. If you carry me back, I might die. Can you take me to the hospital? Xiao Mao, it's not that I don't want to take you, but you saw the news, half the hospitals have been blown down by the typhoon, and with so many people getting hurt lately, the hospitals have no resources. Let's go home first. We still have some medicine for bruises and injuries. The man seemed to think of something terrifying. Brother Wei, am I going to die? I think my bones are broken. If your bones were really broken, could you still talk? Zhao Tianwei was skeptical. No, Brother Wei, come look. It really hurts. Boxers could usually handle pain better than most, but Zhao Tianwei frowned and went to check. He saw that the man's bones really were broken. Xiao Mao's feet were visibly deformed, bone protruding through the skin, blood gushing from the wound and pooling rapidly on the ground, splattering everywhere in the rain. Zhao Tianwei saw that his friend's face had turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes full of terror and pain. Right after Xiao Mao finished speaking, he was already starting to lose consciousness. Seeing his brother reduced to this state by Lin Qian, a mere young girl, Zhao Tianwei was furious. You guys take Xiao Mao back first and tend to his wounds. If it's serious, I remember there's a doctor living in our villa complex, someone named Fong, right? Fong Ke, yes. Why don't we take him straight to her? She's a surgeon at Zhu City First People's Hospital. Lots of people can't even get an appointment with her. I saw her come home from the hospital before the typhoon hit, so she must be home now, one of the guys shouted. Zhao Tianwei looked over and saw that Xiao Mao had already passed out while they were talking. All right, two of you take him to Dr. Fong's house. Tell her she must save his leg. The rest of you, come with me. We're going to find that Lin girl and get revenge for Xiao Mao. After watching his men carry Xiao Mao away, Zhao Tianwei stormed off toward the Lin family villa. Meanwhile, the car that had crashed through the barrier was completely unscathed. Wang Hui stared in disbelief. Is your car bulletproof? What do you think? Lin Qian replied. Li Hongli was also shocked to see Lin Qian driving back unharmed. Zhao Tianwei was a boxing champion. After all, how could he not handle Lin Qian? She watched as Lin Qian parked her car outside the villa gate, quickly hid the knife behind her back, and forced a smile. Xiao Qian, you're finally back. You don't know how many times we tried to find you. Your butler, Chen Ming, wouldn't even let us in. I know, Lin Qian replied. Li Hongli thought she'd misheard. What did you say? I said I know. I was the one who told Uncle Chen not to let just anyone in. Is there a problem? No, of course not. I just meant, in times like these, as neighbors, we should help each other out, right? The typhoon damaged both my house and your brother Fang's, so we were hoping to stay with you for a few days. Don't worry, we'll pay you. Lin Qian rolled down the window. Do you think I need money? Li Hongli kept up her smile. Of course not, I know you're not short on cash. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spent $1 billion on supplies here, right? Speaking of which, there's something I wanted to discuss. Because your brother Fang's company found out he sold you all those supplies at a low price, they're threatening to fire him unless he takes them back. What do you think we should do? I paid you $1 billion for those supplies. That's hardly a low price, is it? You even took a commission. Forgotten already. Yes, as long as you're willing to return the supplies, we'll transfer the money back to you right away. Heh, Lin Qian sneered. Sisterly, do you take me for a fool? Not to mention, I've already donated those supplies, but even if I hadn't, I paid real money for them. They're mine. Why should I return them? Li Hongli slapped her own mouth. Listen to me, I'm just bad at talking. Xiao Qian, we'll buy them back from you, okay? We haven't seen any trucks taking supplies from your house these days, so you must still have most of them, right? Please, have some pity on your sisterly and brother Feng. He really can't afford to lose his job. Sisterly, do you even believe what you're saying? The people at the villa entrance, did you send them? Li Hongli feigned ignorance. What are you talking about, Xiao Qian? What people at the entrance? Sisterly, let's not beat around the bush. Isn't this tiresome? I'm not giving you the supplies, and you're not coming into my house. Seeing this, Li Hongli immediately burst into tears, pulling out the knife she'd hidden and pressing it to her own neck. Lin Qian, are you trying to drive us to death? If you don't give the supplies back, I'll kill myself right here at your door. Lin Qian frowned. She didn't care about Li Hongli's life or death, but dying at her doorstep would be a hassle. Just then, Zhao Tianwei arrived at the Lin family villa, full of rage. Oh? What's going on here? The little girl hurt our Xiao Mao and now you're driving someone to suicide. Li Hongli, worried Lin Qian wouldn't stop her, was at a loss for how to back down. Zhao Tianwei's arrival gave her the perfect excuse. Brother Wei, you have to help me. I just asked her to sell back the supplies we bought for her from my husband, but she refused no matter what. She's trying to drive us to death. Zhao Tianwei walked over, casually took the knife from Li Hongli's hand, and said, "This is nothing. No need to go that far. I'll handle it for you." That big brother act gave Li Hongli goosebumps, but she really did need someone like Zhao Tianwei to help her take down Lin Qian, so she and Zhou Jufeng could get the supplies back and move into the Lin villa. Zhao Tianwei twirled the knife in his hand. Little girl, you injured our Xiao Mao just now. How do you plan to settle this? Woof woof woof. Before Lin Qian could speak, Hope stuck his head out and barked furiously at Zhao Tianwei. Shameless. My owner was just walking down the road, and you people blocked her way. That's why you got hurt. Lin Qian shot Wang Hui a cold look. Wang Hui shivered and quickly pulled Hope back. Good dog, let's not get in the way. Lin Qian stared at the people blocking her car. You have 10 seconds to move. 10, 9, 8. Earlier at the villa entrance, she could have just driven through, but this was her own doorstep. She couldn't just ram her way in, so she had to get out of the car. Little girl, we just want to talk. You hurt our guy, so you owe us an explanation. What? Lin Qian hurt one of your people. She ran over my brother with her car. His legs are probably done for the bones were sticking out. Li Hongli was stunned. She couldn't imagine how a young girl like Lin Qian dared to do such a thing. Wasn't she afraid of revenge? Zhao Tianwei was the Asian boxing champion. One punch from him, and Lin Qian would be meeting her ancestors. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wang Hui watched as Lin Qian's whole demeanor turned icy and hugged Hope tightly. Doggy, your sister seems really angry. Hope let out a low woof. Then shut up, idiot. Don't drag me down with you. Hope wriggled out of Wang Hui's arms and kept his distance, afraid his owner would take her anger out on him. Seeing that no one was taking her seriously, Lin Qian got out of the car. Zhao Tianwei saw Lin Qian get out even though he was holding a knife, and thought she was finally scared. He grinned smugly. That's more like it. Let's talk this out. After getting out of the car, Lin Qian turned to Wang Hui and said, You take Hope and head back first. When Zhao Tianwei saw that Wang Hui was actually going to listen to her and drive away, he strode forward, slapped his knife down on the car hood, and said, Little girl, you can't drive this car in. Lin Qian had dealt with this man plenty in her previous life. She could tell what he was up to the moment he moved. Why can't I drive my own car in? This car will belong to me from now on. Zhao Tianwei had just slammed the hood with some force, but not only was there not a single scratch, the impact even made his own hand ache from the recoil. He'd paid special attention to the spot where the car had hit the railing earlier. The railing was a mess, but the car didn't have so much as a mark. He wasn't exactly inexperienced. He knew at a glance that this car was no ordinary vehicle, and his interest was piqued. A little girl like you shouldn't be driving a car like this. I've got plenty of cars that would suit you better. Pick any one you like. Lin Qian's brows twitched. She remembered that Zhao Tianwei's garage really did have all sorts of world-class luxury cars. Even if she couldn't drive them now, it wouldn't hurt to take them off his hands. I'm not planning to switch cars. So, there's nothing to talk about? Zhao Tianwei moved closer, knife in hand. Little girl, I'm warning you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. My knife and my fists don't have eyes. If you end up with a scar on that pretty little face, I'd feel bad, you know. Lin Qian looked young and delicate, her figure nothing special, but he'd never seen such fair, beautiful skin on a girl before. Her face was like a rosebud, just waiting to be picked. Normally, they didn't go around forcing women, but at this moment, Zhao Tianwei was tempted. He reached out to touch Lin Qian's face. Hope leapt out of the car, barking furiously at Zhao Tianwei. If Wang Hui hadn't been quick to grab him, he'd probably have already bitten off Zhao Tianwei's filthy hand. Wang Hui held on for dear life. Let's not cause trouble for big sister, okay? Hope barked at him. Woof. Useless. That blatant disdain made Wang Hui doubt himself for the first time in his life. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but Lin Qian had just told him to go back. If he got involved now and she got angry, what would he do? With Lin Qian's combat skills, a few guys like this were no problem. She could beat him. How could she not handle these thugs? Impossible. Zhao Tianwei's move disgusted Lin Qian. Remembering what he'd done to her in her past life, she immediately drew her whip and lashed it at his hand. She held back, not tearing his arm off, but the blow was enough to break his hand, though it still hung from his arm. The force of Lin Qian's whip sent Zhao Tianwei's knife flying, landing right at Li Hongli's feet. Li Hongli jumped in fright, trembling as she picked up the knife and forced herself to speak through her fear. Xiao Qian, there's no need to get so angry. We just wanted to talk things over. If you don't want to, that's fine. No need for this. Get lost. Just one word from Lin Qian. Li Hongli didn't dare linger for a second. She scrambled away as fast as she could. She'd never felt killing intent before, but that one look from Lin Qian froze her blood. She truly believed that if she stayed a second longer, Lin Qian would kill her. Zhao Tianwei now understood that Lin Qian was nothing like what Li Hongli had described. He didn't dare attack rashly. Little girl, you hurt my brother's leg, and now you've injured my hand. I can't just let this go. Lin Qian flicked her whip. So, tell me, Brother Wei, how do you want to settle this? I'm sure you know I'm the Asian boxing champion. You've injured my hand with one lash. How am I supposed to make a living now? Shouldn't you share some of your supplies with me? You're joking, right? Zhao Tianwei had never imagined he'd be bested by a little girl. He wanted to say more, but someone behind him tugged his sleeve. Brother Wei, let's go back and discuss this first. Zhao Tianwei hadn't survived this long by being stupid. Lin Qian had crippled his hand with just a whip, and they didn't have any decent weapons on them. If they fought, they'd be the ones to suffer. I'll go back and tend to my injury, but this grudge between us isn't over. I won't let you off. I'll be waiting. Lin Qian was curious to see how Zhao Tianwei planned to not let her off in this environment. If she could watch him struggle and suffer in this life, it would be the happiest thing for her these days. After everyone left, Lin Qian opened the gate and walked inside. Hope didn't get back in the car, but followed Lin Qian straight into the villa. Wang Hui scratched his nose. What else could he do? He got back in the car and drove it inside. He parked by the living room door, and as he was about to start unloading supplies, he noticed Lin Qian giving him a cold look. He quickly caught on and, seeing Uncle Chen approaching, hurried to ask, "We found quite a lot of stuff this time. Where should I put it?" Uncle Chen led him to the basement. Wang Hui, on his own initiative, divided the supplies into 3 portions, then told Uncle Chen, "Originally, I agreed with Xiao Qian that we'd split everything 50-50, but thinking about it, since Grandpa and I are staying here for free, that doesn't seem right. So Grandpa and I will take 1 share and Xiao Qian will take 2. Uncle Chen replied politely, "Since Miss Lin agreed to split it evenly, then it's 50-50. She doesn't take advantage of others." "How is this taking advantage? She did most of the work." Uncle Chen insisted, "I don't know what happened out there, but since Miss Lin said half, then it's half. No more." He split the middle portion in 2. "I'll only help Miss Lin store her share." Wang Hui sighed. Of course he knew, they were already getting a great deal. He'd been a Special Forces soldier, but right now he felt he couldn't compare to Lin Qian at all. "Uncle Chen, can you help me store these things?" Uncle Chen pointed to a room. "There's an empty storeroom here with temperature control for food. You can put your things inside." He took Wang Hui to the storeroom, gave him the code, then left with Lin Qian's share. When Wang Hui finished storing his things and returned to the living room, he found Lin Qian had already showered and was lounging on the sofa watching TV. Her wet hair was dripping onto the sofa. Wang Hui frowned, grabbed a hairdryer, and said, "You should dry your hair, or you'll catch a cold in this weather." Lin Qian was about to refuse when Uncle Chen came over. "Yes, Miss Lin, you're the only one left in our family now. You have to take care of yourself, otherwise, what would I do?" Afraid Uncle Chen would keep nagging, she quickly took the hairdryer. "I'll dry it right now." Lin Qian dried her hair in just a couple of minutes. When she was done, she tossed the hairdryer back to Wang Hui and shot him a glare, clearly blaming him for meddling in her business. After all, he'd only done it for her own good, so Wang Hui wasn't really afraid. But just as he was about to put the hairdryer away, Grandpa Wang came over with a clothes hanger in hand. Without a word, he started whacking Wang Hui with it. Wang Hui, caught off guard by the sudden beating, was about to fight back, but when he saw it was his own grandpa, he forced himself to hold back. He stared at Grandpa Wang in confusion. "Grandpa, why are you hitting me all of a sudden?" Grandpa Wang didn't answer, just kept swinging the hanger at him. Even with Wang Hui's tough skin, he couldn't stand the constant blows and started yelping in pain. "Come on, Grandpa, if you're going to take your anger out on me, at least give me a reason." Grandpa Wang was so furious his hair seemed to stand on end. "Huh, you still dare ask for a reason? Don't you know what you did?" "What? What did I do wrong?" All he'd done was get Lin Qian a hairdryer so she could dry her hair. Was that some kind of unforgivable crime? "Fine, fine, fine." Grandpa Wang said fine 3 times in a row, then gave him another beating. "You want a reason? I'll give you one. Just now, outside, when those people were giving Xiao Qian trouble, why did you hide in the car instead of going out to help?" "Wait, you're hitting me over that?" Grandpa Wang swung the hanger at him again. "Just for that? Or do you think I shouldn't hit you for this?" Grandpa, aren't you even going to let me explain, defend myself? We all saw everything clearly on the surveillance inside, even heard the audio. How are you going to talk your way out of this? No, let me explain, I misspoke. Actually, I was going to help, but Xiao Qian told me to drive the car in first. Since you could hear the audio, you should have heard that, right? He turned to Hope for support. If you don't believe me, ask Hope. All I saw was Hope trying to rush out to help, and you held him back. Not only did you not help, you wouldn't even let Hope help. Grandpa Wang got even angrier as he said this. Woof. Exactly. Hit him. He wouldn't even let me help. Come on, man, we wouldn't have been any help anyway. You saw it. Xiao Qian scared everyone off with just one whip. I was totally useless there. So that's your excuse for sitting in the car like a big man, holding Hope back when you wanted to help? What else was I supposed to do? If we'd gone out, we'd just have gotten in Xiao Qian's way. If this wasn't his only remaining grandson, Grandpa Wang would have beaten him to death. Lin Qian saw things were getting out of hand and finally spoke up for him. Grandpa Wang, it really wasn't his fault. It wasn't a big deal. If they'd come out, it would have just made things messier. Wang Hui gave a look that said, see? Told you so. Grandpa Wang gave him 2 more whacks with the hanger. That's still no excuse for not helping. Wang Hui couldn't be bothered to argue anymore and just gave up. Yeah, I was wrong. Go ahead, hit me. He held out his hands, and Grandpa Wang couldn't bring himself to keep hitting him. Just then, Uncle Chen came over and took the hanger from Grandpa Wang. He's right. Miss Lin is fine, so let's just let it go. Don't get yourself all worked up. Uncle Chen had been worried too, seeing Lin Qian handle that group by herself. If Grandpa Wang hadn't held him back, he'd have rushed out to fight those people himself. At the time, he'd been a little resentful, wondering why Wang Hui let Miss Lin face that situation alone. But after seeing how Lin Qian handled it, he relaxed. Since Miss Lin told him what to do, there's nothing wrong with him listening to her. Nothing wrong? Xiao Qian's such a delicate girl, and he, a grown man, just hid behind her? If word got out, it'd be a disgrace to the Wang family. Grandpa, the Wang family's reputation won't be ruined over something like this. Don't worry. Lin Qian couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Wang Hui away. Just stop talking. Grandpa Wang's getting on in years, don't get him all worked up. Is he your grandpa or mine? Lin Qian finally cracked a smile. Are you jealous? Relax, I'm not stealing your grandpa. She glanced at Wang Hui, who was still dripping wet. Take Hope and get cleaned up. Don't catch a cold. Look at you just now. How do you have the nerve to lecture me? Lin Qian's expression cooled again as she shot him a look. That one look was enough to shut Wang Hui up. He quickly changed the subject. Those people will probably come back. We should all be careful from now on. I know. Wang Hui really didn't know what else to say. As long as you know. He lowered his head and whispered to Hope, your sister's a neat freak. Let's go, before we make anyone mad. Woof. You're the one making people mad, not me. Yeah, let's go. He half-dragged, half-pulled Hope into the bathroom. Once Lin Qian saw the 2 of them head into the bathroom, she went back to her room and picked up her phone. Sure enough, there were even more messages. She wasn't in the mood to read them. She was just about to toss her phone aside when a voice call came through. Instinctively, she picked it up and saw the caller ID, Cheng Yaya. Why was that pest still in her contacts? Without a second thought, she hung up and blocked the number. But she'd barely put her phone down when another voice call came in. She was getting annoyed. She picked it up. It was Feng Ziyu. Damn it, are they all going to keep pestering me? She answered, what? Are you all dead and want me to attend your funerals? Can't you just leave me alone? On the other end, Feng Ziyu was thrilled that she'd finally picked up. He thought Lin Qian still had some feelings for him. Seeing her hang up on Cheng Yaya but answer his call, he started to believe he still had a place in her heart. But Lin Qian's words stunned him. He couldn't believe she'd actually say something like that to him. But he had no other choice. His situation was just as Lin Qian had known in her previous life. His parents were away on a business trip abroad and hadn't made it back before the typhoon and floods hit. Now, only he and Cheng Yeye were living in the family villa. Cheng Yeye's man, Qin Gang, lived on the first floor of his own house, which had been flooded. So he asked Cheng Yeye to find a way to let him stay at the Fong family villa for a while. Cheng Yeye begged Fong Ziyu to let Qin Gang stay, claiming he was her cousin. At first, Qin Gang kept a low profile, but as the disaster worsened, he became more and more brazen in the Fong house. One night, Fong Ziyu got up and found Cheng Yeye wasn't in bed. He went looking for her and, to his shock, caught the two of them in the act right in his own villa. Fong Ziyu might usually be a pampered rich young master, but no one could keep their composure in the face of what was happening right before his eyes. He was so furious he saw stars, and without thinking, he grabbed whatever was at hand and started fighting with that shameless couple. But as a spoiled young master, how could he possibly be a match for Qin Gang and Cheng Yeye? In just a few moves, the two of them had him subdued and tied up at home. From then on, Qin Gang and Cheng Yeye basically treated the Fong family villa as their own. They ate, drank, and did everything there, turning the place into a complete mess and claiming everything in the house for themselves. The remaining housekeepers, intimidated by the pair, didn't dare resist. Besides, the Fong family hadn't treated them all that well in the past anyway. With the disaster going on, they had nowhere else to go. At least if they stayed here and served Qin Gang and Cheng Yeye, they'd have something to eat. So they ignored Fong Ziyu and started serving the new masters respectfully. Until today, when the food in the villa was finally running out. Qin Yeye thought of Lin Qian. She originally planned to use their old classmate relationship to ask Lin Qian for help. After all, she'd heard from Fong Ziyu that Lin Qian had stockpiled a huge amount of supplies before the disaster. If they could get their hands on those, the three of them could keep living the good life. So, she called Lin Qian. Who would have thought Lin Qian not only hung up on her, but even blocked her? Fuming, she went and slapped Fong Ziyu several times, then grabbed his phone and forced him to unlock it so she could call Lin Qian. But just like Fong Ziyu, she hadn't expected Lin Qian to have such an attitude. Cheng Yeye and Qin Gang, listening from the side, were both stunned. Cheng Yeye told Qin Gang to turn off the phone's mute, then leaned close to Fong Ziyu, smiling menacingly. Didn't you say she still liked you? Is this how she treats someone she likes? I told you, since she was willing to break off the engagement, there's nothing left between you two. Fong Ziyu saw Cheng Yeye pick up a knife and wave it in front of him, and he was so scared he started begging, No, even if we're not engaged anymore, we grew up together. She won't just abandon me. Give me the phone, turn off the mute, let me talk to her. Cheng Yeye glanced at Qin Gang, signaling him tea. Fong Ziyu nodded frantically. I know. Tisk. Qin Gang shook his head at Fong Ziyu's sorry state. And you call yourself a rich young master? You're not even as good as a dog. Still want to be my kid's father? Yeah, your taste is really something. After days of this kind of abuse, Fong Ziyu had become numb, even starting to doubt himself. But when he heard Lin Qian's cold voice just now, although he was shocked, he snapped back to himself. This was his house, after all. They'd taken over his home and treated him like this. Once the disaster was over, he'd make sure those two scumbags paid. But for now, he had to play along. If he couldn't get Lin Qian's help, he probably wouldn't survive until the disaster ended. With his hands tied, Fong Ziyu couldn't hold the phone, so Qin Gang held it up to his mouth. Lin Qian noticed Fong Ziyu had been silent for a while. Have you been hanging around Cheng Yeye so long you've gone crazy too? If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. Hearing Lin Qian about to hang up, Fong Ziyu panicked. This was his only hope. Wait, Xiao Qian, don't hang up. Lin Qian thought, although he was a jerk, he wasn't completely rotten. In her past life, even after he was kicked out, when everyone was targeting her, he never joined in. Remembering that, Lin Qian frowned and held back her impatience. If you have something to say, say it. But her tone was still impatient. Fong Ziyu looked up at Cheng Yeye. She frowned and mouthed, hurry up. He glanced at the fierce-looking Qin Gang beside him, shivered, and quickly spoke up. It's like this. I remember you bought a bunch of supplies a while back to donate to poor mountain areas, right? Did you donate them all? I've been holding out here for so long, but we've run out of food at home. If you still have some, could you give me a little? I'll pay, I won't take it for free. Lin Qian remembered that when Li Hongli was talking in the group chat, Feng Ziyu had even sent a red envelope. By all rights, his family shouldn't have run out of food so quickly. The only explanation was that Cheng Yeye had already brought Chen Gang in. Are you asking me this yourself, or did Cheng Yeye tell you to call me? I'm asking. It's me. Feng Ziyu wasn't stupid. He knew Lin Qian had a deep grudge against Cheng Yeye, so he didn't dare admit she'd put him up to it. He quickly said, I just thought, since you and Yeye used to be in the same dorm, maybe she should contact you first. I didn't expect you to dislike her so much. Feng Ziyu, you're not an idiot. I haven't liked her for a long time. Don't tell me you only just realized. I'm an idiot, I really am. Xiao Qian, I'm begging you, I can't go on anymore. Please give me some food. I'll pay double, no, triple the price. I don't need money. Then what do you want? Whatever it is, if I have it, it's yours. Lin Qian was about to say she didn't lack anything, but then remembered the Fong family had recently attended an auction and bought a bunch of antiques, which were still in the villa. She thought for a moment. Actually, it's not impossible. I do have some food left, but as you know, I have a lot of people to feed at home. Just tell me your conditions. Even if you want me to leave Cheng Yeye, I'll do it in a heartbeat and come back to you. Don't. You two are a perfect match. Stay together forever. Then what do you want? I remember your mom loves collecting antiques from all eras. I happen to like that sort of thing too. If you give me one antique, I'll give you enough food for 2 people for a day. What? Lin Qian, you might as well just rob me. Don't want to? Then forget it. Lin Qian wasn't desperate for their antiques anyway, so she just hung up. Feng Ziyu didn't even have time to change his mind. Qin Gang and Cheng Yeye immediately glared at him. Why did you refuse her? Are those antiques going to keep us alive? Cheng Yeye stormed over and slapped him hard several times, only stopping when his face was swollen. Go, call her again, and tell her you're willing to trade antiques for food. Feng Ziyu shook his head. You're all crazy, completely crazy. Do you have any idea how much the antiques in my house are worth? The cheapest one is worth at least $1 million, and you want to trade one just for enough food for 2 people for a single day? If that's not crazy, what is? Cheng Yeye slapped him again, right across his already swollen, unrecognizable mouth. I think you're the crazy one. If we don't use those antiques to trade for food, we're all going to starve to death. Qin Gang picked up his phone and typed directly, Fine, we'll trade antiques for food, but you have to deliver it in person. I don't believe she can resist such a temptation. As soon as she comes over, we'll just grab her. Then we won't have to worry about getting food anymore. The food will be ours, and the antiques will still be ours too. He figured that since Lin Qian liked antiques so much, she'd definitely want to come in person to make the trade. After all, she'd be getting a huge bargain. When Lin Qian saw Feng Ziyu's WeChat message, she immediately used voice input to reply, Feng Ziyu, are you out of your mind? Hearing Lin Qian's response, Qin Gang was so furious he threw his phone aside, then kicked Feng Ziyu. Feng Ziyu howled in pain but didn't dare say a word. The problem was, his mouth and face were so swollen he couldn't have spoken even if he wanted to. Seeing how angry Qin Gang was, Cheng Yeye quickly tried to calm him down. Gangji, don't get so worked up over someone so worthless. You're scaring the baby in my belly. She climbed right onto Qin Gang, shamelessly fooling around with him in the living room, right in front of Feng Ziyu. Feng Ziyu had been furious, but now he was numb. His only hope was that Lin Qian would remember their past and bring him some food. He remembered she always went out with bodyguards. If she came with them, maybe they could rescue him from this hell. After Qin Gang and Cheng Yeye finished their little exercise, their stomachs started growling. Once hunger set in, they calmed down. If they kept starving like this, they wouldn't survive, let alone anything else. Reluctantly, Qin Gang picked up his phone again and reopened the chat with Lin Qian. So how do you want to make the trade? Lin Qian saw the message but couldn't be bothered to reply. Just then, Uncle Qin downstairs called her for dinner, so she tossed her phone aside. Nothing is more important than eating. Nothing could stop her from having her meal. On the other end, Qin Gang and Cheng Yaya were getting anxious after waiting so long for Lin Qian's reply. Qin Yaya tugged at Qin Gang. Gangji, do you think she's really going to just leave us to die? She's the only person I know in this neighborhood, and she has so much food, enough to feed the whole villa complex and still have leftovers. We were classmates, for heaven's sake. How could she treat me and Fangziyu like this? She's heartless. I used to hang around her all the time, did so much for her, practically served her like a maid. Don't worry. Let's wait a bit longer. If she still won't help, he glanced at Fangziyu. We'll drag this pretty boy over there. Didn't you say they were once engaged? She must have some feelings for him, right? She can't just ignore him. Fangziyu whimpered on the side. He didn't believe Lin Qian would really abandon him, and hearing these two talk gave him a sliver of hope. Qin Gang raised his foot again, but Cheng Yaya stopped him. Gangji, don't kill him. Otherwise, we really won't get a good deal. Qin Gang stroked Cheng Yaya's waist. Fine, I'll listen to you. They took out the last bits of food from the villa and finished them off. After Lin Qian finished her meal, she slowly went back to her room, picked up her phone and replied, "Bring the antique over. Leave it at the door. Once I check it and it's real, I'll leave the food at the door too." Qin Gang and Cheng Yaya had just finished eating, but it wasn't nearly enough. When they saw Lin Qian's reply, they both scrambled for the phone. But when they read what she wrote, they got even angrier, though there was nothing they could do about it. She's so cautious. Gangji, what now? What else? We'll take an antique over and bring this pretty boy too. If we can trade him for food, we'll do that first. If not, then we'll use the antique. I'll do whatever you say, Gangji. Hurry up, your son's starving. Chen Gang grabbed Fangziyu and, picking up a vase from the display shelf, headed for the door. Fangziyu hurriedly tried to stop them, mumbling through his swollen mouth, MMPH, ah. What the hell are you trying to say? Cheng Yaya noticed Fangziyu seemed anxious. Is he reluctant to part with the vase? Fangziyu shook his head frantically. He'd already figured it out. Antiques were just things, his life was more important. They could trade them for food. But that vase wasn't an antique, it was just a decorative piece. Unable to speak, Fangziyu started sweating in panic, gesturing at the vase and then at Cheng Yaya. MMPH. You mean we shouldn't take this vase, but something else? Fangziyu's eyes filled with tears as he nodded repeatedly. Qin Gang and Cheng Yaya couldn't tell the difference between real antiques and fakes. They just thought the blue and white porcelain vase looked expensive. You don't want to give it up? Fangziyu shook his head again. Cheng Yaya exchanged a look with Qin Gang. Maybe it really is valuable? Maybe we should take something else? I remember his mom's room had a lot of good stuff. I had my eye on a gemstone necklace, but that old woman wouldn't give it to me. Why don't we just take everything? But we can't open that cabinet, remember? Then smash it open. But if it's locked away, doesn't that mean it's even more valuable? So what do we do? Qin Yaya was at a loss. Qin Gang gritted his teeth. If it's out in the open, it's probably not as valuable as what's locked up. That might be true for most families, but the Fang family is all about showing off. They love putting their best things on display so everyone who visits can be jealous. So, what do you suggest? Qin Gang was getting impatient. How about we let him pick? Fangziyu nodded eagerly. Qin Gang frowned, but finally put the vase back and shoved Fangziyu forward. Don't try any tricks. Fangziyu obediently led them to the study and pointed to an inkstone on the display shelf. Qin Gang and Cheng Yaya had searched the study before, but it was all brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and books they couldn't make heads or tails of, so they hadn't paid much attention. Now, seeing Fangziyu lead them to a black inkstone, they were suspicious. You want us to trade this ugly black rock for food? Are you messing with us? Fangziyu shook his head hard. Good stuff. What's so good about this ugly black rock? Cheng Yaya actually had a bit of knowledge. Gangji, it's an inkstone. Some ancient inkstones are really valuable. Qin Gang looked skeptical. You're telling me this broken black stone is actually something valuable? Fangziyu nodded vigorously, using his face to nudge the inkstone, signaling for the others to look at the back. After spending quite some time with Fangziyu, Changya finally caught on to his obvious hint. She picked up the inkstone and turned it over. On the back, there was an inscription. A stone chosen for its strength, a ladle of water for its purity. This. Seeing how shocked she looked, Qin frowned. What are you so surprised about? Don't tell me this broken stone is actually worth something. Qin nodded furiously. I've read about this in books. Lin Qian once told me her family took her to an auction when she was little, and I think this inkstone sold for over 400,000 US dollars back then. That's nearly 3 million yuan. Are you sure? A broken stone is worth that much. If this is that inkstone, then yes, that's the price. And after all these years, it's probably worth even more. But I remember it being in some museum. How did it end up here? Who cares why this broken black stone is here? Since it's valuable, let's take it and go. It's still early, we might be able to trade it for a decent dinner. Changya glanced at the time. It was already close to 10 p.m., and the sky was pitch black. Fine. Otherwise, none of us will be able to sleep on an empty stomach. The two of them grabbed umbrellas and dragged Fangziyu toward Lin Qian's villa. Standing at the entrance, Qin eyed the villa, which was far grander than the Fang family's place. He made up his mind. Once Lin Qian came out, he'd grab her and move in. Qin told Qin to pull Fangziyu forward. You do it. Ring the doorbell. Qin untied Fangziyu's hands. Hurry up. Don't try anything or you'll regret it when we get back. Fangziyu could only mumble, unable to form a complete sentence. Useless. Can't even say a word. Forget it, I'll do it. Qin adjusted her expression. Brother gang, do I look weak and pitiful enough now? You look so pitiful it's breaking my heart. Hearing this, Changya felt reassured. She let the rain soak her hair a little more to make herself look even more miserable. Once she was sure she looked sufficiently wretched, she pressed the doorbell. Lin Qian had already received a notification from the home security system when they approached. She called Uncle Qin, don't worry about it. I'll handle this myself. So, no matter how long the doorbell rang, the staff ignored it. Those on night duty stayed on duty, and those who were sleeping kept sleeping, letting the bell ring for ages. Is there something wrong with the doorbell? Maybe they didn't hear it. Qin was suspicious. There was no reason for them not to answer after so long. After being battered by the wind and rain outside for what felt like forever, Lin Qian's voice finally came through. Changya, you know I don't like you, right? Have Fangziyu talk to me himself. Qian, I know you're still mad at me. Ziyu is here too, right next to me. I'll let him talk to you. Fangziyu knew Lin Qian could see him, so he'd been keeping his head down since they arrived. Now he had no choice but to lift his head. When Lin Qian saw his swollen, bruised face, even she was startled despite her strong nerves. Fangziyu, did you turn yourself into a pig? Fangziyu had felt a bit of hope when Lin Qian asked for him, but her first words were as sharp as ever. He had no choice but to force a smile, but to Lin Qian, that smile looked downright creepy. Even Changya, standing next to him, couldn't help but take a deep breath. She snapped, don't you dare smile. Fangziyu's face fell instantly. He forced out a few words, Qian. Qian. As soon as he spoke, pain shot through his mouth and he sucked in a breath. Lin Qian always knew Fangziyu would suffer with these two, but she hadn't expected it to be this bad. All right, with a face like that, don't bother talking if it hurts. Come back when you've healed up. Afraid Lin Qian would hang up, Changya quickly interjected, wait, Qian, let me explain. We're out of food at home. You said we could trade antiques for food, and we've brought one. Can you give us the food now? Oh? Hold it up to the camera and let me see. Changya hurriedly pulled the inkstone from her coat and held it up to the camera. I remember you telling me this inkstone is valuable. The moment she took it out, Lin Qian recognized it. It really was a treasure. All right, leave the inkstone outside the door. I'll have someone pick it up in the morning. This answer caught everyone off guard. Qian, aren't you coming out? We're really out of food. If we don't eat soon, we'll starve. Missing one meal won't kill you. You look a lot better than Fangziyu anyway. Hearing his name, Fong Ziyu started making noises again. If he wasn't in so much pain, he'd have told Lin Qian all about his recent suffering. She would definitely feel sorry for him. Qian was always the kindest. Luckily, Lin Qian couldn't hear his thoughts. Otherwise, she'd probably lose her dinner. Who knows what was wrong with him? Whenever he felt sorry for himself, he conveniently forgot all the awful things he'd done. But what if we leave the inkstone here and it gets stolen? Oh, that's your problem. If it goes missing, I'm not responsible. How can you be like this? Qingyeye was anxious. That's just how I am. Take it or leave it. Qingyeye was angry but helpless. Qin Gang, on the other hand, couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled Qingyeye aside and leaned into the camera. You little bitch, don't push your luck. Lin Qian pretended to just notice him. Oh? Isn't this Qin Gang? What, you're all living together now? How scandalous. Don't tell me you two scumbags stole someone's food and house and are abusing others too. Hearing this, Fong Ziyu got even more agitated. Qian, help. Standing by the doorbell camera, Qin Gang thought Lin Qian couldn't see him and kicked Fong Ziyu aside. We've done what you asked and brought the antique. If you don't open the door, just wait until I get my hands on you. See what happens then. Oh, I'm so scared. In that case, you'd better leave. I don't want the thing anymore. Although Qingyeye was angry too, she was much calmer than Qin Gang. She directly gave Qin Gang a smack in front of the surveillance camera and said, Xiao Qian, it's not like that. Qin Gang is just my cousin. He really had nowhere else to go, so Ziyu kindly took him in. He just saw me getting soaked in the rain and felt bad for me, so he spoke without thinking. I apologize on his behalf. Please don't blame us. I'll leave this inkstone here. You can pick it up whenever you want. Just message me when you're ready, and we'll come back to get the food. Oh, come on. Fong Ziyu may be a scumbag, but he still kindly took you two adulterers in, and you beat him up until his face is swollen. No, it's not like that. Qingyeye hurried to explain. Ziyu just had an allergic reaction from eating something bad. Why would we beat him up? Qingyeye was so anxious that her forced smile looked worse than crying. Oh, don't be so nervous. I'll keep my promise. As long as the antique is real, you can exchange it for food. Of course, the antique is definitely real. You'll know when you see it. Qingyeye knew very well that Lin Qian was no longer the same as before. Ever since she got together with Fong Ziyu, Lin Qian hadn't been as close to her as she used to be. But back then, Lin Qian had clearly said she didn't like Fong Ziyu, and it was Qingyeye who helped her. But this wasn't something she could say now. She'd have to wait until there were more people around to bring it up, so everyone would think Lin Qian owed her. If Lin Qian hadn't been so distressed about not wanting to marry Fong Ziyu, Qingyeye never would have gotten close to him. Lin Qian watched through the surveillance camera as Qin Gang dragged Fong Ziyu away like a dog. She remembered how, in her previous life, even though Fong Ziyu was a scumbag, he never kicked her when she was down. Qingyeye, you know I'm only letting you exchange for food because of Fong Ziyu, right? So you'd better treat him well. If anything happens to him, I won't give you food no matter how many antiques you have. After all, he may have been a jerk to me, but he's been good to you, even took in your so-called lover. No, he's not my lover. He really is my cousin. Qingyeye blurted out an explanation. That's not my problem. Just remember, only Fong Ziyu can come to exchange for food. With that, Lin Qian ended the call. But she kept watching the people outside. After Qingyeye finished speaking, she wrapped the inkstone in a bag and left it at the door, then pulled Qin Gang and Fong Ziyu away. At first, Fong Ziyu refused to leave no matter what, but as soon as Qin Gang raised his foot, Fong Ziyu shrank back and didn't dare make a fuss anymore. Gangji, stop hitting him. If that bitch Lin Qian sees, she really won't give us food, and we'll starve to death. Qin Gang spat at Fong Ziyu in disgust. Puh, he's just a spineless pretty boy. If I were in his shoes, I'd never end up like him. Alright, calm down. We'll talk when we get back. Lin Qian may be ruthless, but she keeps her word. As long as she takes our inkstone, she'll give us food. But she's only giving us 2 portions. How are we supposed to split it? Qingyeye thought for a moment. 2 portions split among the 3 of us won't starve us. We'll just have to tough it out for now. Later, let's see if we can find a way to move into the Lin family villa. Qin Gang's eyes widened. You're still thinking of sharing food with that pretty boy? Don't tell me you really have something going on with him. Of course, Changye would never admit it. If there was nothing between them, how could she pin the child in her belly on him? Not every rich kid is an idiot, you know? No way. You know how it was. I got him drunk and tricked him into thinking we slept together. I barely even let him touch me. Qin Gang was still confident in Changye's loyalty. After all, they'd grown up together. You heard what that bitch said. We still need him for now. If he can't make it and dies, we're finished too. Even if this disaster ends, we won't have it easy. After Changye's analysis, Qin Gang calmed down and spat at Fangziyu again. What bad luck. The 3 of them shivered as they returned to the villa. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, plunging the whole neighborhood into darkness. Changye clung to Qin Gang in fear. Ji, I'm scared. Fangziyu watched the scene and found it all too familiar. Back then, this was exactly how Changye had seduced him, and he'd actually believed she was kind and timid. His face twitched. He wished he could just faint and never have to see this again. But his whole body was shaking from the cold, and he knew if he passed out, this adulterous pair wouldn't care if he lived or died, so he forced himself to stay conscious. After the 2 of them finished whispering, Fangziyu, enduring the pain in his face, finally spoke up. Can I go change my clothes? Don't worry, I won't cause any more trouble. From now on, Qin Gang, you're my big brother. I'll go to Lin Qian every day to exchange for food. When the disaster is over, I'll transfer all my assets to you for free. Qin Gang looked at Changye. What do you think? I don't know if it's just me, but after going out, it feels even colder than before. We all got a bit wet, so we should change clothes first. We can't go to the hospital now, and if we get sick, we're done for. Anyway, he can't fight you. Let him change. If he's healthy, we can use him to get more things. What if he runs away? Qin Gang was still worried. Changye wasn't concerned. This is his home. Where could he run to? Qin Gang scooped Changye up in his arms. Fine, whatever you say. How about we go take a bath together? Changye playfully slapped his chest. You're so annoying. Fangziyu was thoroughly disgusted, but thanks to Lin Qian, at least they didn't tie him up again. He hurried to his room, changed out of his wet clothes, and grabbed some ice from the fridge to put on his swollen face. He hadn't been sitting long when he heard 2 loud screams from the master bathroom. Then Qin Gang's angry voice rang out, Fang, get your ass over here. Fangziyu didn't dare hesitate and rushed to the master bedroom, where he saw the 2 of them naked, clinging to each other. Qin Gang pointed at him. Go get us some towels. Fangziyu didn't know what had happened, but he didn't dare disobey. He quickly fetched the high-end bath towels his parents used and handed them over. Qin Gang and Changye didn't care. It was dark anyway, and they'd already done everything in front of Fangziyu. Being naked was nothing. After they dried off and got dressed, Fangziyu finally learned what had happened from their curses and complaints. It turned out that after the power went out in the villa, the natural gas was cut off as well. Without gas, there was no way to get hot water, and the solar water heater had already stopped working in this wretched weather. Just now, the 2 of them had wanted to enjoy a bath together in the big bathroom like usual, but as soon as they turned on the shower, all that came out was ice-cold water, drenching them both to the bone right after they'd returned to the villa. Damn it, when is this awful weather going to end? Why does it keep getting colder? Freezing, they quickly dried off and dove under the covers. They still hadn't returned Fangziyu's phone, worried he might go out and say something if they did. After all, even though they considered themselves the masters of the villa now, if someone really showed up, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Qin Gang saw Fangziyu still standing there. In the pitch-black night, he looked like a ghost, which was even creepier. What are you still standing there for? Fangziyu shivered at his words and hurried away. The villa's servants had already been kicked out by the 2 of them when the food was about to run out. The servants hadn't wanted to leave, but there was nothing they could do. After all, if the real owners could be bullied like this, Staying would probably mean death for them too, so they left, cursing under their breath. Now the whole villa was plunged into darkness. While the two were huddled together under the covers for warmth, Feng Ziyu took the opportunity to gather up all the valuables he could find, along with a spare phone and several power banks. His family had a hidden room in the house that only they knew about, where all the Feng family's valuables were stored, not just gold and jewelry, but antiques and more. If he gave this hidden room to Lin Qian, maybe she'd protect him and let him stay at the Lin family's villa? While the two upstairs were busy keeping warm and ignoring him, he moved all the antiques he could find into the car, then drove it out of the garage. The two upstairs were still shivering when they suddenly noticed a light outside the villa. At first, they thought it was lightning, but after a while, there was no thunder. Qin Gang realized something was wrong. Wrapping himself in the blanket, he went to the window and saw Feng Ziyu driving away. He yanked Cheng Yeda over to the window and pointed at the departing car. "Didn't you say he wouldn't run away?" Cheng Yeda was stunned. She hadn't expected this at all. Even though she'd treated Feng Ziyu that way before, it was for his own good. Qin Gang was a killer. He actually ran away. He really ran away. Cheng Yeda couldn't believe it. No way, maybe he just went out to look for supplies. This is his home, he'll definitely come back. Qin Gang couldn't hold back his temper anymore and slapped Cheng Yeda across the face. "Damn it, are you stupid? He's gone, why would he come back?" Cheng Yeda stared at Qin Gang in disbelief. "You hit me. So, what if I hit you? You think I need to pick a special day? Who do you think you are? If you hadn't hooked up with that idiot Feng Ziyu, do you think I'd even bother with you?" Cheng Yeda snapped. "I've had enough. I'm pregnant with your child, and I only seduced him for your sake, and you hit me." She screamed and lunged at Qin Gang, scratching at him. Seeing her go crazy, Qin Gang lost patience and shoved her away. In the pitch dark, Cheng Yeda didn't know what she hit, but the pain snapped her back to her senses. She cried out, I hit my stomach." Qin Gang didn't care much about Cheng Yeda, but the child in her belly was his. Seeing her in real pain, he panicked a little, grabbed his phone, turned on the flashlight, and went over. He shone the light on the floor and saw bright red blood flowing from between Cheng Yeda's thighs, quickly pooling on the ground. Cheng Yeda reached down and felt a wet patch. When she brought her hand up, it was covered in blood. I'm bleeding." Qin Gang started to panic too. He quickly picked her up and put her on the bed. "Don't be scared, I didn't use much force. Maybe you just strained yourself a little." Seeing him soften, Cheng Yeda immediately started crying. "You've never hit me before. I'm pregnant, and you still hit me. So what if I did? But you shouldn't have jumped on me like that. Anyone would push you away on instinct." Qin Gang looked at the blood, still flowing beneath her. "Just lie down, I'll get you some medicine." Cheng Yeda grabbed his hand. "Don't go, I'm scared." "Don't worry, I'll just get some medicine and be right back." Ignoring her protests, Qin Gang went to the medicine cabinet, only to find that Feng Ziyu had taken all the medicine with him. Furious, he yanked the cabinet out and smashed it on the floor. "Damn it, if I ever catch you, I'll kill you." Remembering that Cheng Yeda was still bleeding upstairs, he rushed back. In that short time, Cheng Yeda's face had gone pale, and the bleeding wouldn't stop. She was shivering from the cold. "Gangji, I don't think I'm going to make it." "Don't say that." Just as she was about to give up, Cheng Yeda suddenly remembered Feng Ke. She'd seen Feng Ke at the Feng house before, and according to Feng Ziyu, their family shared a common ancestor. "Gangji, there's a surgeon from the People's Hospital living in this villa complex. She's Feng Ziyu's distant cousin. Take me to her. She's seen me before, she won't just let me die." "How can I take you there in your condition?" "I'll go bring her here." Cheng Yeda grabbed him. "No, don't. Her family doesn't like me, and I'm afraid if you leave, I'll die here alone. Take me with you. If I die, I want to die in your arms." "Don't talk nonsense, you're not going to die." Although Cheng Yeda didn't mean much to him, she was his first woman, and the child was his first too. He couldn't just leave her like this. Qin Gang wrapped her up in a raincoat. "That kid took the car. What do we do now?" "I think Feng Ke lives in Villa 11. Let's go there first and ask around if we have to." Changya was so weak by now, her voice was barely audible. Seeing her like this, Chen Gang had no choice but to carry her toward Villa 11. Meanwhile, Feng Ziyu had packed up everything and was heading to Feng Ke's house as well. He knew Lin Qian didn't like him. Even if he went to her, she'd never let him in. Then he remembered he had a distant cousin, Feng Ke, who also lived here, though they rarely interacted. But he remembered that when Li Hongli was rallying people in the group chat, his cousin had sent her a red envelope. She lived with her old butler and surely had plenty of supplies. He parked his car in front of Villa 11 and knocked hard on Feng Ke's door. Sis, it's me, Ziyu. Feng Ziyu shouted for a full half-hour before an old butler finally came over with a flashlight. But the butler didn't recognize Feng Ziyu at all. Are you young Master Ziyu? It's me. Please tell my sister I've been kicked out of my house by that wretch Changya. I've brought my things and come to seek refuge. If this had been in the past, the old butler would have let him in right away. But things were different now. He'd heard about several families in the area who had died recently. The butler didn't dare let anyone in without permission, so he said, "Miss is out." You'll have to wait. My sister's out? Where did she go? Someone in building 25 hurt their leg and invited Miss over to treat them. Feng Ziyu thought for a moment. That Asian boxing champion? Yes, he's a boxing champion, right? Who managed to injure the champion? Feng Ziyu was shocked. Zhao Tianwei's skills were world-renowned. If even he got hurt, whoever did it must be terrifyingly strong. Little did he know, the very person he thought was so formidable was currently strolling out the door, umbrella in hand, about to fetch an inkstone. Wang Hui saw her heading out and grabbed an umbrella to follow. Lin Qian looked at him, puzzled. Why are you following me? I'm worried you'll run into danger and get beaten up. There's nothing dangerous enough out there to get me beaten up. I meant I'd get beaten up. If I don't go with you and something happens to you, my grandpa will beat me again. You have no idea how much it hurts to get hit with a clothes hanger. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. You're laughing at me. He thought for a second, then shrugged. Forget it, laugh if you want. Lin Qian dropped the subject. Is Grandpa Wang still up? No, not yet. Someone rang the doorbell earlier. Even though Uncle Chen told us to rest, Grandpa's still keeping watch outside. It's fine. Tell him to go rest. I'm just going to the gate to pick something up. If you're just grabbing something, it won't take long. Let me go with you so the old man can relax. Otherwise, he probably won't sleep all night. Lin Qian couldn't argue with that. She really was just picking up an inkstone at the gate, so she let him tag along. She stepped out with her umbrella and picked up the inkstone Changya had left at the door, only to realize the entire villa complex had lost power. The power's out? Wang Hui noticed too. The city's been out for a while. The fact that our villa complex held out this long is impressive. Lin Qian had expected this, so she wasn't surprised. Wang Hui glanced back at the Lin family villa, still brightly lit. He wasn't foolish enough to ask why only their house still had power. Still, he couldn't help but worry. Now that the whole complex is dark except for our place, won't that attract attention? If they want to come, let them. Are we supposed to be afraid? Lin Qian didn't care at all. Wang Hui thought about it and agreed. Lin Qian was strong, and the villa's defenses were top-notch. There was nothing to worry about. Still, they'd have to be careful when going out. Worst case, he'd just stick close to her. Even though she kept insisting she was only doing all this because of the whip, Wang Hui knew deep down that no amount of whips could make Lin Qian go this far. After spending these days together, he had a good sense of what kind of person she was. She wasn't the type to meddle in other people's business. Maybe she really did approach his grandfather because of some so-called connection. This disaster wasn't going to pass as quickly as the news claimed. On the contrary, his professional instincts told him this was just the beginning. If that was the case, he had even more reason to protect this home. That's right, after these days together, even though he still kept his guard up around Lin Qian, he couldn't deny that he already saw her as family. Ever since she'd risked her life to rescue him from the lab. After Lin Qian returned to the villa, she immediately opened the bag with the inkstone. The moment she held it in her hands, Her face lit up with a smile. It really is you. What do you mean, it really is you? Lin Qian handed the inkstone to Wang Hui. He took one look and was stunned. A Songhua stone, Zanglong Jiaozi inkstone? Lin Qian was surprised he recognized it and gave him a second look. You actually know what this is? Hey, don't assume all us soldiers are illiterate, okay? I did well in my cultural studies too. Even people who did well in school might not recognize this. I once investigated a case involving stolen national treasures, so I learned a bit about these things. But Wang Hui was puzzled. What do you want this for? Can I have a hobby of my own? Of course, of course, of course. Wang Hui repeated himself 3 times, then bowed to Lin Qian. Then, miss, please enjoy. This humble servant will take his leave. Get lost, and tell Grandpa Wang to go rest. Will do. Wang Hui's antics made Lin Qian shake her head and laugh. It seemed rescuing him really had been the right decision. She took the inkstone back to her room and tossed it straight into her space. Sure enough, the moment the inkstone entered the space, Lin Qian could no longer sense it had been absorbed. Earlier, she and Wang Hui had collected so many things from the museum, but since they'd rushed home before dark, she hadn't had time to check what had changed in her space. Now that she was back, she could enter without worry. After swallowing so many items, Lin Qian immediately noticed the difference as soon as she entered. The first thing she did was look up at the time. Her daily limit in the space had doubled from 3 hours to 6. That alone was a pleasant surprise, but she also saw that the entire space had grown, and the old-fashioned house inside looked completely different. Because it now had a second floor. Lin Qian went straight upstairs and found a bedroom and a living room. The style was still traditional, but now it had modern touches. There was running water, electricity, even a computer and a TV. This is way too high-tech. But Lin Qian quickly realized the computer and TV looked awfully familiar. On closer inspection, weren't these the ones she'd collected from the supermarket? This space really knew how to make use of everything. She opened the door to one of the bedrooms, and sure enough, the bedding was also stuff she'd scavenged from the supermarket. The space hadn't remodeled it into a modern style, though. The whole bedroom still matched the traditional look of the house, though she had no idea where the space had found an antique canopy bed. On top of it was the mattress she'd collected, along with a high-end silk bedding set she'd also picked up. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh. Looks like this space is stingy too. It swallowed all my good stuff, and even took my mattress, TV, and computer for itself. As soon as Lin Qian finished speaking, a gentle breeze unexpectedly swept through the space, lightly brushing her hair. Her heart skipped a beat. Could this space actually be alive? Otherwise, how could it be that just as she finished talking, a breeze happened to blow by? After checking out the second floor, she realized there wasn't even a bathroom, which struck her as odd. Could it be that she hadn't fed the space enough things? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. For the sake of her future happiness, she'd have to work hard and find enough antiques for the space. But the museum she'd already raided was one of the top collections in China. Even after feeding the space so much, it had only developed to its current state. Who knew how much more it would need? As she pondered this, she felt a gentle warmth in her belly. Lifting her shirt, she saw that the vine growing from her jade pendant had grown a bit larger. Although the change wasn't dramatic, it was definitely different from before. It seems that as the space changes, the vine changes too. Once the heat faded, the vines stopped growing. Then, the shape that had been visible on her skin slowly sank beneath the surface, leaving only a small red dot on her chest. Suddenly, a thin layer of grime appeared on Lin Qian's skin, emitting a foul odor. She couldn't stand it and rushed downstairs to the bathroom, scrubbing herself for nearly an hour before she finally washed off all the grime. After cleaning up, she glanced in the mirror and found her skin was even more delicate, firm, and fair than before. She had only used water, no soap or body wash, yet now her skin gave off a faint, pleasant fragrance. Could this be the effect of the vine? It seemed there were still many mysteries to this space, and she'd have to explore them slowly. When she got dressed and went out, she was stunned to find that the black soil had doubled in size. Even more astonishing, all the vegetables and fruits she'd planted before were now ripe. Peaches, cherries, and a variety of other fruits she'd planted at random now hung heavily from the branches. Not only had the black soil changed, but the mist beyond it seemed to be receding as well, and she could faintly make out distant mountains. It looked like those antiques had triggered changes throughout the entire space. She walked over to the black soil, picked a peach, and took a bite. The juice exploded in her mouth, even sweeter and more delicious than before. She had never tasted such a delicious peach in her life, clearly another function of the space. After finishing the peach, she dug a hole in the black soil and planted the pit again. She then picked all the ripe fruits and vegetables. Luckily, she'd asked Uncle Qian to buy plenty of baskets earlier, which were perfect for holding the harvest. After she finished gathering everything from the black soil, she found she wasn't as tired as before. She watered the plants and neatly arranged the rest of the produce. Thinking for a moment, she took a basket of vegetables and fruit out of the space, planning to sneak them into the fridge. Uncle Qian, who had gotten up to use the bathroom, saw someone sneaking around the fridge and was startled. He grabbed a broom and hurried downstairs. When he saw it was Lin Qian, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Lin Qian was startled by Uncle Qian's sudden appearance and almost reflexively reached for her whip, but relaxed when she heard his voice. She awkwardly withdrew her hand from her waist and turned around. "I noticed the fridge was running low, so I went down to the cellar to bring up some fresh vegetables and fruit." Uncle Qian put down the broom and gently pushed Lin Qian aside. "It's so late, you should go rest. Let us handle this. There's no need for you to do it yourself." Lin Qian laughed awkwardly and nudged Uncle Qian back. "I just couldn't sleep, so I came down to move around a bit. It's fine, I'll put these away and go back to bed." "Don't worry about it, Uncle Qian. Go get some rest." Uncle Qian had no choice but to head back upstairs, glancing back as he went. "All right, but you promised you'll go to bed after you finish." I know. Back in his room, Uncle Qian suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "Wait a minute, the fruits and vegetables Miss was carrying looked like they'd just been picked." He realized something was off, but then shook his head. No matter what, since Miss brought them out, there can't be any problem. I'd better get some sleep, have to get up early to make her a good breakfast. With that, he lay down and drifted off again. Meanwhile, Feng Ke had indeed been called over by Zhao Tianwei. As a doctor, Feng Ke couldn't ignore Xiao Mao's badly broken leg. She grabbed her supplies and followed them to Zhao Tianwei's villa. By the time she finished treating Xiao Mao's leg, she was utterly exhausted. "I don't have much medicine or equipment, and there's no electricity. This is the best I can do under these conditions." Xiao Mao had woken up from the pain during the treatment and was now close to tears. "Director Feng, my leg isn't ruined, is it?" Feng Ke's expression was grave. "It's hard to say. With conditions like these, if possible, you should get to a hospital as soon as you can." The other gang members were anxious. "But Director Feng, we can't get out right now, not even to the nearest hospital. We're counting on you. I've done everything I can. The rest is up to him. If he recovers well, there's still hope he'll walk again. Then, will I be able to fight again?" Feng Ke didn't know how to answer. "So I can't, right?" Feng Ke knew she couldn't upset the patient now, so she comforted him. "That's not certain. Medicine is very advanced these days. Even serious injuries can be healed. You have to believe in yourself." Though these men had committed all sorts of crimes during the disaster, they still valued a doctor like Feng Ke. After all, in these apocalyptic times, everyone got sick, and no one could afford to go to a hospital. Befriending Feng Ke was their only option. "Take good care of him. I've left some fever medicine. If he gets a fever tonight, give him the medicine." Feng Ke was about to leave when Zhao Tianwei returned. His eyes lit up when he saw her. "Director Feng, I'm glad you're here. Could you take a look at my hand?" Feng Ke groaned inwardly. "What's wrong with your hand now? Why do you all keep getting hurt every few days? I've used almost all my medicine on you guys." "Director Feng, we can't help it, it's all for survival. My arm really hurts. Please take a look. If I need any medicine, I'll have someone get it for you." Fong Ku was helpless, but she couldn't just leave Zhao Tianwei here, so she walked over and cut open the fabric on his shoulder. The moment she saw the wound, she was shocked. What on earth happened to you? How did you get hurt like this? Xiao Mao said he got hit by a car because he wasn't watching the road. Don't tell me you got hit by a car too. Zhao Tianwei chuckled, then sucked in a breath when Fong Ku accidentally touched his wound. No, I was out looking for food and got caught by a falling power line. You guys really need to be more careful. Every day, it's someone getting hurt. Even if my skills are top-notch, if we run out of medicine, even a small wound could be fatal. How can you all be so careless with your bodies? Fong Ke first treated the external injuries on Zhao Tianwei's arm. Go find me 2 splints. His arm isn't as bad as Xiao Mao's leg, but it still needs to be properly immobilized. It's already this cold, just stay home and stop running around. Zhao Tianwei's lackeys eagerly took apart a table and brought over 2 wooden boards as if presenting a treasure, making Fong Ke's mouth twitch. Will these work? There's nothing better right now, so they'll have to do. I can't be sure how bad your arm is, but as long as it doesn't get infected, it shouldn't be a big problem. I'll come check on you all again tomorrow. After finishing up, Fong Ke said her goodbyes and prepared to leave. Zhao Tianwei pleaded with her to stay, worried something might go wrong during the night. Fong Ke shook her head. I'm not used to staying overnight at other people's houses. Besides, my place is close by. If anything happens, just send someone to get me. Since Fong Ke was unwilling, Zhao Tianwei couldn't force her to stay. Not that they couldn't, after all. A few grown men could easily keep a single woman there if they wanted, but if they did, it would sour their relationship. Even a fool knew it wasn't smart to offend your doctor at a time like this. Dolly, Qiangzi, walk Director Fong home for me. No need, Fong Ke said. My place is really close. Just take good care of your boss and don't let him go out again. Both he and Xiao Mao need to rest up for the next few days. Dolly and Qiangzi looked at Zhao Tianwei, who gave them a look, and they hurried over to Fong Ke. Director Fong, it's dark and slippery out. Walking you home will just take a minute. We'll come right back to look after the boss. Zhao Tianwei chimed in, yeah, it's raining out there. We can't let you walk home alone. Seeing she couldn't refuse, Fong Ke finally nodded. When she got to her door, she saw Chen Gang, carrying Cheng Yeye on his back, in a standoff with Fong Ziyu, who was still in his car. Pretty boy, are you coming out or not? Believe it or not, I'll kill you if you don't. I'm not coming out. If you've got guts, stop bothering my sister. It's bad enough you mess with me, but now you want to mess with her too. Screw you. Even carrying Cheng Yeye, Chen Gang couldn't hold back. He punched the car window, which immediately cracked. Of course, his own hand started bleeding too. Cheng Yeye slipped off Chen Gang's back with a scream. Only then did Chen Gang snap out of it. He quickly picked Cheng Yeye up, glaring at Fong Ziyu. I'll settle this with you later. Yeye, are you okay? Are you hurt? He cradled Cheng Yeye and pounded on Fong Ke's door. Open up. Open the door. If you don't, my woman and child will die, and I won't let you off. The old housekeeper wouldn't let them in. He hadn't even let Fong Ziyu, a member of the family, in, so why would he let strangers in? Besides, Fong Ke had specifically instructed him not to let anyone in, even for medical emergencies. Even when Xiao Mao was badly hurt earlier, she had them bring him home and made a house call instead. Seeing this, Fong Ke got out of the car, frowning. What's going on? Fong Ziyu finally relaxed when he saw Fong Ke return, especially since she was accompanied by 2 men who looked tough. He burst into tears, got out of the car, and tried to hug Fong Ke. Fong Ke was startled and quickly backed away from the swollen-faced Fong Ziyu. Who are you? Yeah, it's me, Ziyu. Fong Ke squinted, trying to recognize him, and realized it really was Fong Ziyu. Ziyu? What happened to you? Hearing Fong Ke's concern, Fong Ziyu got even more emotional, snot and tears streaming down his face as he pointed at Chen Gang and Cheng Yeye. It's them. Cheng Yeye brought her lover into our Fong house. They ate my food, stayed in my house, beat me up, and even kicked me out. Now that Fong Ke is back, Chen Gang carried Cheng Yeye over. You're Fong Ke, right? Please check my woman. She hit her stomach and she's bleeding, she's pregnant. Yeah, don't help them. They're the ones who beat me up and took over my house. They won't even let me eat. Fang Ziyu sobbed, trying to pull Fang Ke over. Chen Gang's eyes flashed. That's bullshit. You had an allergic reaction, don't blame it on me and yeah. As an experienced surgeon, Fang Ke could tell at a glance whether someone's face was swollen from a beating or an allergy. She didn't like Fang Ziyu, but that didn't mean she'd let others bully him. After all, it was a matter of the Fang family's reputation. She looked at Fang Ziyu with obvious distaste, but still opened the door for him. Drive the car in first. We'll talk about the rest later. Fang Ziyu was overjoyed. Coming here was the right choice. Fang Ke really wouldn't abandon him. Once Fang Ziyu was inside, Fang Ke turned to Chen Gang, her voice cold. What did you just say? She had already smelled the blood on Cheng Yaya, and under the car lights, she could see how deathly pale she looked. If this woman didn't get help soon, she probably wouldn't make it. As a doctor, Fang Ke couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. She called out to the old housekeeper, Uncle He, please come hold the umbrella for me. The housekeeper moved quickly, coming over to take the umbrella. Fang Ke walked up to Chen Gang and held out her hands. Give her to me. No. What if something happens to her? Something already has. If we don't stop the bleeding soon, she'll be dead in your arms. Then I'm coming in with her. Impossible. Fang Ke withdrew her hands. Fine, then I won't treat her. She had already done all she could. Turning to Qiangzi and Dolly, she said, I'm home now. You two can go back. Keep a close eye on Xiaomao's condition tonight. As soon as Fang Ke finished speaking, she turned to enter the villa. Chen Gang suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. You can't leave. At some point, Fang Ke was already holding a scalpel in her hand. The cold gleam of the blade looked even more chilling under the car headlights. If you don't let go, my scalpel might just slice open your throat. Before Chen Gang could even react, the scalpel was already pressed against his neck. Looking into Fang Ke's eyes, he knew she wasn't bluffing. He could even feel the blade pressing against his pulsing artery. If he didn't let go, there really might be blood. He hurriedly released her, putting on a pitiful face. Dr. Fang, please, have mercy. If Yaya doesn't get treatment soon, she'll die. I already said, hand her over to me. If you won't, then take her and get lost. Fang Ke's tone brooked no argument. Qiangzi and Dolly, witnessing Fang Ke's skills for the first time, were secretly shocked. Thankfully, their boss had told them to let her go and even politely drove her back. Otherwise, they didn't even want to imagine what might have happened. But if something happens to Yaya, how am I supposed to go on? Chen Gang's face was full of anxiety. Then don't go on. Fang Ke replied crisply. She'd seen too many people like him. The moment Chen Gang's eyes shifted, she knew exactly what he was plotting. Only that idiot Fang Ziyu would bring someone like this home. She'd met Cheng Yaya once before. Just one look at her seductive face made Fang Ke uncomfortable. Back then, Xiao Qian was so much better. What a fool. If it weren't for her humanitarian principles, she wouldn't bother with this mess at all. Qiangzi and Dolly walked up to Fang Ke. Director Fang, do you need us to take care of this? No need. Go back and look after the others. Fang Ke decline their help. She turned to Chen Gang again. Are you going to hand her over or not? Yes, of course. Chen Gang replied quickly. He was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. He never expected Fang Ke, a seemingly frail woman, to pull a knife on him without hesitation, and she had two burly men by her side, clearly not people to mess with. The hospital was out of the question, and she was the only doctor nearby. He handed Cheng Yaya over. Sorry to trouble you. Fang Ke didn't say another word, simply picked up Cheng Yaya and carried her inside. Once they were in, the old butler slammed the door shut behind them. Qiangzi and Dolly glared at Chen Gang. Listen, don't even think about messing with Director Fang. She's under our protection, got it? If she so much as loses a hair because of you, we'll make sure you disappear from this world without a trace. I get it. Chen Gang replied meekly, nothing like the swaggering bully he'd been in front of Fang Ziyu. Seeing their warning had worked, Qiangzi and Dolly drove off. Left alone, Qin Gang wanted to punch the door in frustration, but his hand still hurt. All he could do was spit at Feng Ke's front door and leave angrily. When Feng Ke set Cheng Yaya down on the sofa, Feng Ziyu was already waiting anxiously nearby. Seeing Cheng Yaya covered in blood, he was startled. He'd been so busy arguing with Qin Gang earlier, he hadn't even noticed how badly Cheng Yaya was hurt. Yeah, what happened to her? Feng Ziyu stammered. Shut up and stand aside, Feng Ke snapped. Feng Ziyu was already a little afraid of his cousin. Now, at her words, he quickly shut his mouth and stood quietly to the side. The old butler brought over the supplies Feng Ke needed. Seeing Feng Ziyu still standing there, he sighed. Young Master Ziyu, go get some ice for your face, then find a guest room to rest in. Miss Feng doesn't have time to look after you right now. Feng Ziyu was about to leave when his stomach growled at the worst possible moment. Uncle I'm hungry. There's food in the fridge. Go help yourself, the butler replied helplessly. Oh, okay. Food was more important than icing his face, so Feng Ziyu immediately forgot about Cheng Yaya and made a beeline for the fridge. Feng Ke's frown deepened as she looked at Cheng Yaya, who was still bleeding. She leaned in and asked softly, Do you still know who you are? Cheng Yaya, came the weak reply. How did you hurt your stomach? Feng Ke pressed. I was arguing with Brother Gang. He pushed me by accident and I hit something, Cheng Yaya stammered. Feng Ke first checked her vital signs, took out the necessary equipment to measure her blood pressure and heart rate, and examined the injury and bleeding. The situation was not looking good. She took out her stethoscope and placed it on Cheng Yaya's abdomen, but couldn't hear a fetal heartbeat. Feng Ke spoke gravely, You need to prepare yourself. Given your condition, it's very likely the baby can't be saved. Cheng Yaya's already pale face turned even whiter. What should I do? She glanced over and saw Feng Ziyu eating, her eyes lighting up. Ziyu, can you come keep me company? I'm scared. Feng Ziyu didn't even look at her. Yeah, right? After what they'd done to him, she still wanted him to comfort her. Dream on. Feng Ke frowned. Feng Ziyu, get over here with some food. With his cousin's order, Feng Ziyu had no choice but to bring over a piece of bread. Feng Ke first worked to stop Cheng Yaya's bleeding. Feed her. Feng Ziyu protested, Yeah. If you don't want to, get out of my house, Feng Ke said coldly. Reluctantly, Feng Ziyu tore the bread into pieces and fed them to Cheng Yaya. You have no idea, my face looks like this because of her. You deserved it for being blind, Feng Ke retorted. After finally stopping the bleeding, Feng Ke saw that Cheng Yaya's color had improved a little. I've confirmed there's no fetal heartbeat. You waited too long, the baby's already gone. Cheng Yaya, as usual, had no opinion of her own. She just repeated, What should I do? She grabbed Feng Ziyu's hand. Ziyu, what should I do? Feng Ziyu was thoroughly disgusted and shook her off. How should I know? Seeing his attitude, Cheng Yaya burst into tears. Ziyu, I'm sorry, please don't be like this. Jia, I've finished feeding her. Can I go rest now? Feng Ziyu asked. Wait. She needs comfort right now, you can't leave, Feng Ke said. Jia, Feng Ziyu protested. At least you two were together once. For the sake of a human life, comfort her a bit. Don't get her so worked up that the bleeding starts again, Feng Ke said, helpless but firm. She had to make things clear to Cheng Yaya. Your situation is serious. You need an induced labor as soon as possible, but this isn't a hospital, there are all kinds of risks. She explained the procedure and possible dangers. Think it over. The longer you wait, the worse it'll be for you. It could even affect your ability to have children in the future. Then, can we call Brother Gang in to discuss it? Cheng Yaya asked. No. Feng Ke refused flatly. I'm only treating you out of professional duty. But don't forget, after what you and your man did to my cousin, do you really think I'd let him in here? Cheng Yaya never imagined she would end up in such a situation. Her heart was full of regret as she gazed at Feng Ziyu with pleading eyes. Ziyu, can you stay with me? Feng Ziyu wanted to refuse, but when he caught Feng Ke's sharp gaze, he could only nod reluctantly. Still, though he stayed, he stood off to the side with a dark expression, refusing even to squat down. Feng Ke herself was starving, and seeing the two of them like this, she couldn't be bothered to intervene any further. She simply said to Cheng Yaya, "Think it over carefully. But you need to understand, every minute you delay, the risk increases." Cheng Yaya looked at Feng Ziyu. "Ziyu, what do you think?" "Heh." Feng Ziyu let out a cold laugh. "What do you want me to think? Does that belly of yours have anything to do with me? You eat my food, live in my place, and even want me to be your kid's free dad. Now you can't keep the baby and you come asking me what to do? Are you kidding me? My sister's treating you out of the kindness of her heart, so don't take her for a fool." Feng Ke, munching on something nearby, snorted. "Aren't you the real fool here? If you ask me, this disaster at least has one upside. It saves you from being someone else's free dad." "Jia, I already feel terrible. How can you say that about me?" Feng Ziyu protested, aggrieved. "Oh? Then why don't you leave?" Feng Ke replied expressionlessly. Feng Ziyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Usually, Feng Ziyu was brazen with everyone except Feng Ke. Because Feng Ke always meant what she said. If she said she'd hit him, she'd hit him. If she said she'd kick him out, she'd do it. He took a deep breath. "For your sake, Jia, I'll stay and keep her company. You don't have to do me any favors. You can leave right now. Food's running low here, I can't afford to feed you," Feng Ke said coldly. "No, Jia, Xiao Qian has food," Feng Ziyu blurted out. Feng Ke stared at him for a long moment as if he were an idiot, making Feng Ziyu uneasy. "Jia, why are you looking at me like that? I'm just checking if you're really a Feng. Being an idiot is one thing, but how can you be so shameless?" Feng Ke snapped. "No, it's not like I'm freeloading. Xiao Qian said I could trade antiques for food. One antique gets enough food for 2 people for a day," Feng Ziyu explained. Looking at him, Feng Ke felt he was even more of an idiot. "Then go trade," Feng Ke said helplessly. "I already did. She said I can pick up the food tomorrow." Feng Ke. Let the world end already. She still believed this disaster was only temporary, so the idea of trading an antique for just 1 day's food for 2 people made her think Feng Ziyu's brain was broken. It was obvious Lin Qian was doing this to get back at him, but it served him right. "I'm going to take a nap. Try to talk her into making a decision soon. The longer she drags this out, the worse it'll be for her health." Okay. Feng Ziyu agreed quickly. As soon as Feng Ke left, he went straight to the sofa and fell sound asleep, completely ignoring Cheng Yaya. "Uncle," he shook his head and left as well. Cheng Yaya lay shivering on the sofa in the dimly lit living room, full of resentment and regret, until she was trembling from the cold. She called Feng Ziyu several times, but got no response and finally broke down in tears. Feng Ziyu was woken by her crying, his head throbbing. "What are you crying for?" "Everything that's happened today is my own fault. Don't tell me you still think I care about you, that I'd still want to look after you. I know, I was wrong, I really was. But I'm so cold right now. Could you get me a blanket?" Cheng Yaya choked out. "So annoying." Feng Ziyu got up, found a blanket, and tossed it onto her. "Don't get the wrong idea. I just don't want you dying in my sister's house. If she wakes up and finds you dead, she'll definitely give me hell. I don't have the strength. Can you help cover me up?" Cheng Yaya looked at him pitifully. Feng Ziyu didn't want to bother, but then thought if something happened to her right under his nose, Feng Ke would definitely kick him out. So, disgusted, he helped tuck her in. The next morning, Feng Ke woke up to find Feng Ziyu snoring on the sofa. She slapped him awake. "Get up." Feng Ziyu jerked awake, blurting out, "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Feng Ke frowned. "Go sleep in the guest room." Feng Ziyu finally came to his senses and realized he'd slept on Feng Ke's sofa. "Don't I need to stay with her?" "No, go on," Feng Ke said. By the time Feng Ke walked over, Cheng Yaya was already awake. She looked at Feng Ke pitifully. "Jia, I've made up my mind. Please help me with the abortion." "But, can Ziyu stay with me?" She'd figured it out. Feng Ziyu was afraid of his sister. As long as Feng Ke said so, he'd have to stay, no matter how unwilling. "Oh, fine, let him stay," Feng Ke said. "Jia, is that really necessary?" "The kid isn't even mine," Feng Ziyu protested. "Why not?" Watch carefully, maybe you'll learn something for next time, Fong Ke replied. Fong Ziyu still didn't get what she meant, until Fong Ke picked up her tools and began the procedure. When he saw the blood and gore, he swore he never wanted to touch a woman again. Fong Ke handed what she'd extracted to Fong Ziyu. Go dispose of this. Fong Ziyu was stunned. Seeing him frozen, Fong Ke said, put it in a bag. When that guy comes, give it back to them. Just as she finished the abortion, there was a knock at the door. Fong Ke thought it was Chen Gang, but it turned out to be Qiangzi and Dolly. Good morning, Director Fong. Could you come take a look at Xiao Mao and the boss? What's wrong? Fong Ke asked. They hadn't come to her last night, so logically there shouldn't be any problems. Why show up so early? Xiao Mao doesn't have a fever, but the boss isn't doing well, Qiangzi said. What's wrong with him? Fong Ke pressed. Qiangzi and Dolly exchanged a glance. We're not sure how to describe it, but the boss's hand suddenly swelled up. When did this happen? Fong Ke asked. Not sure. He only noticed when he woke up. A possibility occurred to Fong Ke. It might be internal bleeding. I'll go take a look. Before leaving, she looked sternly at Fong Ziyu. You can stay here if you want, but don't be stupid and let anyone in. Got it. Got it. I've seen ghosts. I'm not afraid of the dark, Fong Ziyu replied. Heh. Fong Ke turned to leave. If anything happens to that woman, come find me at Building 25. Jia, last night they took me to trade in inkstone with Xiao Qian for food. She said I could pick it up today. Fong Ke, just stepping out the door, turned back in disbelief. You gave the Songhua stone, Zhanglong teaching his son inkstone to Xiao Qian? Looking at Fong Ziyu's naive, foolish face, Fong Ke wanted to slap him. Forget it. I always keep some food stored, and I bought plenty from Li Hongli last time. We have enough for now. If that woman's man comes, just let him take her home to recover. But Yaya doesn't have any medicine. Won't there be problems after the abortion? You still care about her? Fong Ke shot back. Fong Ke stared at him intently. As long as he dared utter a single yes, she would make him regret ever being born. Fong Ziyu quickly waved his hands. No, it's not like that. I'm just worried she might die at my place. After all, she's staying with me right now. Only then did Fong Ke relax a little. I'll go find Xiao Qian later and talk to her, see if I can get the inkstone back. That's your dad's prized possession, you know. I remember when he first got it, he showed it off to the whole family. If he finds out you gave it to Xiao Qian, he'll skin you alive. Sis, I already gave it to her. Wouldn't it be awkward to ask for it back? Fong Ziyu said, troubled. Then bring something else to trade for it. Okay, Fong Ziyu replied. Fong Ke shook her head, then followed Qiangzi to Building 25. As soon as they entered, Zhao Tianwei rushed out, looking miserable. Director Fong, please take a look at my hand. Even the splint can barely hold it together. Fong Ke took one look and saw that the splint was indeed about to burst apart. She quickly removed the splint and checked his arm, only to find it covered in bruises. This is internal bleeding. What am I going to do? My hands are my livelihood. I can't afford for anything to happen to them. Zhao Tianwei was visibly anxious. Of course, Fong Ke didn't believe his story about being tied up with electrical wire or whatever, but she didn't call him out on it. She knew exactly what kind of people these guys were. It hadn't been so bad before, but as time went on and order broke down, she'd heard plenty about the things they'd been up to, throwing their weight around outside. If it weren't for her medical skills, she'd probably have become one of their targets by now. Still, there was one thing she could grudgingly respect. They never forced women to do anything vile with them. Murder and looting aside, Fong Ke thought, at least they had a shred of humanity left. Besides, having them around helped keep outsiders in check, which was another reason she was willing to help them. Fong Ke quickly removed Zhao Tianwei's splint. I don't have any anesthetic, so you'll just have to tough it out. Even if she did have anesthetic, she wouldn't waste it on him. Zhao Tianwei prided himself on his pain tolerance, but when he saw the gleaming scalpel, he couldn't help but shudder. Qiangzi, get me a clean towel. Qiangzi quickly brought one over. Zhao Tianwei bit down on it, then realized he couldn't talk, so he took it out again. Director Fong, once I bite down, you can start. Fong Ke nodded, completely unceremonious. She brought the knife down without a flicker of emotion on her face. Even with the towel in his mouth, Zhao Tianwei was in agony. Sweat poured off him, leaving him looking like he'd just been fished out of a river. But to his credit, he toughed it out. He didn't pass out, even as Feng Ke finished the procedure and rebandaged his wound. Feng Ke then checked on Xiao Mao's injury. It hadn't gotten worse, but it still looked shocking. You'd better get Xiao Mao to a hospital as soon as possible. Director Feng, it's not that we don't want to, but the whole area is flooded. There's no way for us to get out, Qiangzi explained. Wei Ji, Li Hongli's family has a lot of supplies. They might have an inflatable boat. Should I go ask? Dolly suggested. Yeah, go ahead, Zhao Tianwei said. Feng Ke didn't care what kind of asking they meant. She just said, keep a close eye on the wound. If it gets any worse, amputation will be the only option. Xiao Mao panicked. Wei Ji, I can't lose my leg. I haven't even gotten married yet. If I lose a leg, no one will want me. Don't worry. If no one wants you, I'll make that little bitch marry you. Zhao Tianwei said. Qiangzi, who had been by Zhao Tianwei's side, noticed Feng Ke's expression darken. He quickly tugged at Zhao Tianwei's sleeve. Zhao Tianwei caught on and forced a smile at Feng Ke. Just kidding, Director Feng. Feng Ke said nothing, just packed up her things and prepared to leave. Qiangzi, see me out. No need, I have other places to go, Feng Ke refused. Let Qiangzi go with you. It's chaos out there. Better to have someone with you, Zhao Tianwei insisted. Feng Ke figured these guys wouldn't try anything with her for now, so she agreed. Fine, let's go. Qiangzi was about to go get the car, but Feng Ke was already heading out with her things. Where I'm going isn't far. It's daytime, and the rain's let up a bit. No need for the car. Zhao Tianwei gave Qiangzi a look, and Qiangzi hurried after her. Director Feng, where are you headed? Feng Ke ignored him. He glanced back at Zhao Tianwei, who waved his good hand, signaling him to hurry up and follow. It was only after following her that Qiangzi realized they were heading to that woman's house from last night. Director Feng, where exactly are you going? Qiangzi asked again. Feng Ke impatiently pointed at the largest villa ahead. There. Just as I thought. Qiangzi still had lingering trauma from last night. That girl looked delicate, but she'd injured Xiao Mao and smashed Zhao Tianwei's arm in one go. Definitely not someone to mess with. Director Feng, I just remembered I've got something to do at home, so I'll leave you here. I'll head back first, Qiangzi said. Feng Ke stared at him for a moment without saying a word. Under her gaze, he beat a hasty retreat. Did you see Director Feng to her destination? Zhao Tianwei asked as soon as Qiangzi returned. No, Wei Ji, you'll never guess where she was going, Qiangzi said mysteriously. Where? Zhao Tianwei asked curiously. To that woman's place from last night. What? Zhao Tianwei shot up from the sofa, accidentally jarring his injured arm and hissing in pain. He paced around anxiously. What's Director Feng's relationship with that woman? I have no idea, Qiangzi shook his head. Zhao Tianwei frowned deeply. Go find out. But Wei Ji, where are we supposed to find out? Qiangzi said, troubled. Furious, Zhao Tianwei grabbed the ashtray on the table, ready to throw it. Isn't Li Hongli on the owner's committee? Go ask her. If she'd explained things properly, Xiao Mao and I wouldn't have suffered like this. Don't be mad, Wei Ji. I'll go right now, Qiangzi said, dashing off. Dolly came over to Zhao Tianwei. Wei Ji, if Director Feng is close with that little girl, what should we do? Still go after her? Let me think, Zhao Tianwei said, pacing the villa. In the end, he couldn't come up with a good idea. He looked at Dolly. What do you think? Dolly poured him a cup of tea. Wei Ji, that little girl looks weak, but she took both you and Xiao Mao down in one move. She's clearly not ordinary. Her family lives in the biggest, best villa in the neighborhood, so they're probably not simple either. Look at everyone in this villa area, who doesn't have some kind of background. I think instead of making an enemy of her, we should try to befriend her. But isn't she an orphan? I remember her mom just died recently, Zhao Tianwei said, puzzled. That's true, but we don't know what kind of connections she might still have. Just look at how she managed to get her house renovated so extensively before the disaster, and how Li Hongli said she bought so many supplies from them. I think she knows something, Dolly analyzed. Damn it, she knew and didn't warn us? Zhao Tianwei said angrily. Dolly was at a loss for words. He said, Wei Ji, if you knew that girl's background, would you have warned everyone to avoid provoking her? Well, that's true. But she was so ruthless. Xiao Mao's foot and my hand are almost crippled. Are we just supposed to let it go? Dolly understood that everyone was upset, but he was the most rational one among them. Given the current situation, if they didn't swallow their pride and endure, the consequences could be even worse. I also noticed the driver with her. He doesn't look like someone to mess with either. Zhao Tianwei's eyes widened in shock. You mean that pretty boy? Dolly nodded. Didn't you notice his eyes? That guy is no ordinary person. He might be even tougher than that little girl. Hearing this, Zhao Tianwei deflated. So we just have to suck it up and accept our bad luck? For now, we should hold back. If a good opportunity comes up in the future, we can reconsider. But as things stand, it's better to be on good terms with her than to make an enemy. We don't really lose anything, right? Xiao Mao, who had been listening on the side, asked timidly, Wei Ji, what about my wife's situation? Zhao Tianwei, still fuming, finally slammed his hand on the table. We'll deal with your wife later. For now, let's listen to Dolly and stop provoking her. He turned to Dolly again. But we've already offended her. What do we do now? Wei Ji. Just as Zhao Tianwei and the others were racking their brains, Xiangzi came back. Hearing his voice, Zhao Tianwei went over, almost getting knocked over by Xiangzi in his hurry. What's going on? Big news. You'll never guess. These tough guys, aside from fighting, loved nothing more than gossip. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Xiangzi, and someone even handed him a glass of water. Xiangzi seemed used to this treatment. He took the water and sat down. You guys don't know, but it turns out that Director Fong's younger brother was once engaged to that girl. What? A chorus of exclamations erupted from the group. Dolly was the first to catch the key point. Once engaged? What do you mean? It means the engagement's been called off. Why? Director Fong's brother got together with one of her classmates. Xiangzi glanced at Dolly, who said thoughtfully, yesterday, when we took Director Fong home, wasn't that her brother in the car at the entrance? So the guy holding a woman must have been. Exactly. Come on, tell us the details. Xiangzi recounted what he'd seen at Fong's house the night before, leaving the group of men sighing and shaking their heads. So that girl's really had it rough, just broke off her engagement, lost her mother, and now she's being schemed against by that Li Hongli woman. Zhao Tianwei and his crew always saw themselves as heroes, doing justice and helping the weak. Hearing how miserable Lin Qian was, they all regretted their earlier actions. Director Fong's brother isn't exactly having a good time either. Zhao Tianwei slammed the table again. He's blind, serves him right. Should we go apologize to that girl? Xiangzi asked. Yes, absolutely. Zhao Tianwei decided. Xiao Mao, the most innocent of the bunch, asked, but what about our injuries? That's our own fault. We messed with her without knowing the situation. It's on us. Dolly just stood there, speechless. Meanwhile, Fangku arrived at the Lin family villa and found a package at the door. She opened it and saw it was the 2 portions of food Lin Qian had promised to give Fangziyu. She stepped forward and knocked on the door. Lin Qian saw her through the security camera and was puzzled. Fangke? What's she doing here? She remembered that in her previous life, Fangke had left for the official base before the extreme cold set in. With her outstanding skills in external technology and some connections between the Fang family and the authorities, Fangke seemed to have done well in the apocalypse. But ever since Lin Qian and Fangziyu broke off their engagement, the two had had no contact. Why was Fangke here now? Outside, Fangke suddenly heard Lin Qian's voice. What are you here for? Startled, Fangke looked at the video doorbell, confused. Why does Lin Qian's doorbell still work when the whole area is out of power? She didn't have time to think about it, so she said, Xiao Qian, here's the thing. I know that bastard Fangziyu wronged you. No, it's not that. Feng Ziyu said he brought the Songhua Stone Dragon Teaching Inkstone here yesterday. Can I trade something else to get it back? That inkstone was delivered to me by Feng Ziyu himself yesterday. I've already accepted it, and the food he wanted is at the door. The trade is done. As for the inkstone, I'm not giving it back. I can give you a better antique. That would be a new trade. If you need food, you can bring another antique to exchange. I treat everyone the same. Feng Ke sighed, realizing the inkstone couldn't be retrieved. Seeing that Lin Qian was showing no leniency and not being one to pester, she could only take the food and leave. Back home, she tossed the bag of food on the table. Feng Ziyu saw it and asked, "Sis, what's that?" "The Songhua Stone Dragon Teaching Inkstone." "You really got it back?" Feng Ziyu excitedly opened the bag, only to find food inside, just as Lin Qian had said, enough for 2 people. "I told you," Xiao Qian said it was a trade. How could she? Feng Ke glared at him, making him shut up immediately. "Did you send Cheng Yaya home?" Feng Ziyu knew who she meant. "Not yet, she's still upstairs." "Go send her back." "I don't want to," Feng Ziyu refused. Seeing Feng Ke's expression, he lowered his voice. "Sis, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't beat that Chen Gang. What if he ties me up again?" "I don't care about that, but what if he uses me to threaten you?" "Useless. If you weren't the only male in the Feng family, I'd send you to meet our ancestors right now." Normally, Feng Ziyu would have talked back, but now he could only act pitiful, trying to keep a low profile so Feng Ke wouldn't kick him out. Feng Ke poured herself a glass of water. Given the situation, things won't improve anytime soon. The authorities are setting up protected bases. I'm planning to go there. What about you? Huh? Sis, you're leaving? Then I'll go with you. Feng Ke frowned at him. What can you do? You have no skills, no expertise, all you do is eat, drink, and play. Why would anyone take you in? No, sis, I'm not that useless. I studied medicine in college, you know. Feng Ke shot him a glance, but said nothing. Feng Ziyu's voice softened a little. Well, that vet is still a doctor after all. So why did you do such a terrible job with the most basic suturing in that frog dissection class last time? Feng Ke pressed. Feng Ziyu recalled the embarrassing experience of being harshly criticized and kicked out of class by the teacher last time. He hadn't expected Feng Ke to hear about it and was left speechless. Also, you have to kick those 2 people out of your house in the next 2 days and move back home. I'll only let you stay here for 2 days, tops, Feng Ke continued. Feng Ziyu immediately started wailing, sis. You're not a child anymore. Our parents aren't around now, so you have to rely on yourself. He's a man, you're a man, look at yourself. How are you any worse than him? If you can't even handle something this small, you'd better stop following me, Feng Ke said sternly. Sis, you really think I'm not worse than him? Feng Ziyu suddenly brightened up like a little kid, as if he'd received a huge boost of confidence, completely ignoring the rest of Feng Ke's words. Meanwhile, back at Feng Ziyu's house, Chen Gang had barely made it through the night. When he woke up the next morning, he found there was barely any food left in the house. So, he remembered the food Lin Qian had promised them, and decided to go to Lin Qian's place to pick it up before fetching Cheng Yaya. Lin Qian saw that the rain outside had stopped. After breakfast, she said to everyone, I need to go out for a bit. Although the rain had stopped that morning, the temperature had dropped. But the drop in temperature was nothing unusual for after a rainstorm, so no one realized how serious the situation was. However, the extreme cold would soon sweep across the city, turning everything outside into a frozen wasteland. By then, searching for antiques would be much harder. So, she had to use this time to gather as many supplies as possible. Wang Hui quickly finished his breakfast too. He didn't know exactly what was coming, but he could sense that the weather had been strange these past few days. He thought it was best to prepare more supplies, just in case. Grandpa Wang looked at the 2 getting ready to leave, worry in his voice. We still have a lot of medicinal herbs at home. I wonder if they've been ruined by the flood. If I'd known there would be a flood, I would have brought them all back. At times like this, everyone knew how precious medicinal herbs were. Lin Qian remembered the herbs she'd secretly stashed away and felt a bit awkward. Grandpa Wang, I'm afraid your place was probably flooded a long time ago. Even if they got wet, there should still be some medicinal effect left. Wang Hui, why don't you go check? Grandpa Wang still held out hope. Grandpa Wang, it's chaos out there right now. A lot of people are just grabbing whatever they see. Your place has probably already been cleaned out. If you need any herbs, I've got plenty here. I collected a lot before, more than enough, Lin Qian explained. Grandpa Wang thought about it and agreed, but he still felt it was a pity to lose the herbs he'd worked so hard to collect and store for so long. Lin Qian didn't want to continue the topic, so she quickly stood up and said, Grandpa Wang, it gets dark early now. Wang Hui and I will head out first. Wang Hui watched Lin Qian and felt like she was escaping in a hurry. A thought struck him, could it have something to do with his family's stash of herbs? But then he figured it was impossible. His grandpa's collection was huge. He shook his head and followed her out. Wang Hui waited at the door for Lin Qian to bring the car around. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Qin Gang arriving. Qin Gang saw someone coming out. The guy was tall, but with his fair, delicate face, he looked like he couldn't even truss a chicken. Qin Gang was delighted. You're here to bring us the food, right? What food? Wang Hui asked in confusion. He didn't know about Lin Qian's deal with Fangziyu yesterday. He only knew Lin Qian had brought back an inkstone from outside. Yesterday, we left a black stone here. The girl inside said she'd give us 2 portions of food and told us to come pick it up this morning. Where's the food? Qin Gang demanded rudely. I don't know anything about that. Wait here, Wang Hui replied. Qin Gang didn't know what he meant by wait, but soon he saw Lin Qian's car pulling out. Even he could tell it was a good car. Lin Qian saw Qin Gang talking to Wang Hui as soon as she came out and immediately guessed what he was here for. Wang Hui, get in the car, Lin Qian said. Wang Hui was about to turn around when Qin Gang, not knowing his place, tried to grab him. Unexpectedly, Wang Hui twisted his arm and pinned him to the ground. Damn it, you people have no integrity. You took my 3 million yuan inkstone, promised me food, and now you've got the inkstone but won't give me the food. Qin Gang yelled, even while being pinned. Lin Qian got out of the car, clearly impatient. The food was already taken by Fangziyu's sister. And that inkstone belonged to Fangziyu. When did it become yours? I remember making it very clear yesterday. Only Fangziyu could come and exchange for the food. This was Qin Gang's first time seeing Lin Qian. He realized she was just a 17 or 18-year-old girl, and his malicious intent grew. Little girl, I don't care about that. We're living together now, what's his is mine. If you don't give me the food today, I'm not leaving. Qin Gang said aggressively. Fine, stay if you want. Wang Hui, let's go. Lin Qian really didn't want to waste time on people like this. Every second counted for her now. After the gate closed, Wang Hui picked Qin Gang up and tossed him aside. Did you hear me? Wang Hui warned. Qin Gang hadn't expected this seemingly frail guy to be so strong and skilled. As long as Wang Hui was here, there was no way he could get in. But thinking about all the food and electricity inside, he couldn't control his greed. He put on a smile and walked over to Lin Qian, thinking, as long as I control this girl, Wang Hui will have to listen to me. Seeing him approach, Wang Hui instinctively moved to block Lin Qian. Wang Hui, get in the car first, Lin Qian said. Only then did Wang Hui step aside. Qin Gang saw that Wang Hui really got in the car, and his smile widened. Little sister, I really am good friends with Fangziyu. He tried to cozy up to her. Lin Qian ignored him and turned to get in the car. But Qin Gang suddenly lunged, grabbing the car door with one hand and pulling out a knife with the other, pressing it to Lin Qian's waist. Listen here, bitch. You'd better do as I say. Qin Gang threatened viciously. Lin Qian. Wang Hui, on the other side of the car, was too late to stop him and could only shout. Lin Qian looked at Qin Gang coldly. Oh? And what exactly do you want me to do? Hand over all your food and the car. And I want to move in too. Qin Gang shouted arrogantly. Lin Qian's gaze grew colder. And what if I refuse? If you refuse, you're asking for it. I'll just tie you up and let them ransom you. By then, the terms won't be this easy. Qin Gang threatened. Is that so? Lin Qian let out a soft laugh. Only now did Qin Gang notice that Lin Qian, with a knife pressed to her side, wasn't scared at all. In fact, her eyes were icy and mocking. He hesitated for a second, then sneered, "You think you can resist?" Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain curling her lips. "You really think you can do anything to me?" Qin Gang's face darkened. He pressed the knife harder and threatened, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. I'll count to 3. If you don't agree, don't blame me for what happens." Lin Qian's eyes were icy. 1, 2, 3. Qin Gang's face darkened with anger, and he was just about to explode when, to his shock, he suddenly realized that the knife in his hand had somehow been snatched away by Lin Qian. The blade that had just been pressed against Lin Qian's waist was now firmly held by her, resting against Qin Gang's neck. Qin Gang's face was filled with terror. Before he could even utter a word, he felt himself spinning out of control. The last thing he saw was a headless corpse in front of him, blood gushing out in torrents. Lin Qian was accidentally splattered with blood. She frowned in distaste. "Seriously. Wang Hui, clean up the scene. I'm going back to change my clothes." Wang Hui, who had witnessed everything. Lin Qian had deliberately avoided Hope when she left earlier, but as soon as she returned, Hope spotted her and ran straight over. "Woof. Why didn't you take me with you?" That bark was full of accusation. Lin Qian looked at the bloodstains on her clothes and felt irritated. "Hope, I would have taken you, but I just had something to do. I'm back now, aren't I? Let me go change first." She'd spent too many years living in filth in her previous life, so now, whenever she could, she refused to let herself get dirty. Even the slightest unpleasant smell on her body would remind her of the hardships of her past life. After Lin Qian changed into clean clothes, she found Uncle Qin waiting for her with 2 bodyguards, Li Chang and Zhang Wei. "Miss, we know you must have had something important to do. Even though you've stockpiled a lot of supplies, there's no telling when this disaster will end. Uncle Wang and I can stay home, but let Li Chang and Zhang Wei go with you." As he spoke, Uncle Qin produced another inflatable boat, which Li Chang was now holding. Li Chang and Zhang Wei chimed in, "Miss, let us go with you." Though they were asking, it was clear they wouldn't take no for an answer. Lin Qian had no choice. She thought, having more people means more help. As long as Uncle Qin didn't open the door to outsiders, there shouldn't be any problems. "All right, let's go." Wang Hui was waiting outside. He saw Lin Qian go in alone and come out with 3 people and a dog. Hope immediately barked at Wang Hui, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. "Woof! Get out of my seat." Wang Hui had no choice but to move to the back, squeezing in with Li Chang and Zhang Wei. All 3 were martial artists, bigger and stronger than average men. If Lin Qian's car wasn't so spacious, they might not have fit. Hope, on the other hand, was perfectly at ease. She climbed into the front seat herself and even bit down on the seatbelt to buckle herself in. The men in the back all twitched their lips at the sight. Li Chang and Zhang Wei had spent a lot of time with Hope and knew she was smart, but this was the first time they'd seen a dog buckle its own seatbelt. The sight just about fried their brains. When Lin Qian came out, she noticed the corpse and bloodstains were gone. She had no idea how Wang Hui had dealt with it, but she silently gave him a thumbs up in her heart. As she drove off, Li Hongli heard the sound and said, "Feng Ji." Lin Qian went out again. Zhou Junfeng was already annoyed. He'd hoped Zhao Tianwei could take care of Lin Qian, so he and his wife could take all her supplies. Who would have thought that so-called boxing champion was so useless? Probably just some loser they bought with money. We'll wait outside her house this afternoon. As soon as she opens the door, we'll force our way in. I don't believe she can get home without opening the door. Once we're inside, it won't be so easy for her to kick us out. So now that Zhao Tianwei failed, should we tell the others in the group? Not yet. If we can get in today, we'll talk then. If not, we'll tell everyone in the group, let them see how she handles the whole neighborhood when she's hoarding so many supplies and won't share a bit. Zhou Junfeng ground his teeth in hatred. Okay, Feng Ji. Don't you think it feels colder today? It always gets like this after it rains, doesn't it? Yeah, but this time it feels colder than before. and it's not even winter yet. It's fine, just wear more clothes. Look, the whole neighborhood lost power last night, but Lin Qian's house was still lit up. As long as we get in, no matter how cold it gets, we'll be fine. If she has electricity, she must have working air conditioning. We'll just turn on the heat. There's no central heating in the south, and in Ju City, even the coldest temperatures never drop below 0. This bit of chill could easily be handled by switching the air conditioner to heat mode. Meanwhile, Lin Qian and her group had arrived at the water's edge. As before, she greeted the crowd and drove her car to a deserted spot. Halfway there, she noticed a neat row of spikes laid out across the road ahead. She wasn't fazed in the slightest. This car had been specially modified for the apocalypse. Such little tricks were nothing. She simply stepped on the gas and drove right over them. The car was completely unharmed. The two men hiding nearby were dumbfounded. Didn't you say putting spikes here would definitely stop her? How did she just drive right over them? Grumbled a scruffy man. The other, a skinny, hunched figure, replied, I don't know. Who'd have thought her car could just roll over spikes like that? It's like witchcraft. Scruffy guy pulled a blade of grass from the roadside and stuck it in his mouth. Damn. We'll just wait here. Didn't you say she'd come back with her dog after hiding the car? Yeah. She took this road last time too, but after she left, I couldn't find her car anywhere. When we catch her, we'll make her show us where the car is. And that dog, slaughter it, and we'll have enough meat for days. Lin Qian found a secluded spot, put the car into her space, and took another small path with hope to meet up with Wang Hui and the others. After waiting a long time with no sign of her, Scruffy guy smacked Skinny on the head. Didn't you say she'd come back this way? She did yesterday. I don't know where she put the car this time, but she left with the dog on this road. Damn it, let's follow the road and look for her. I don't believe we can't find her. Scruffy guy spat out the grass and swaggered off in the direction Lin Qian had driven. Skinny trailed behind, both of them excited. If they got that car, they could go wherever they wanted. And that dog, just looking at it, you could tell the meat would be delicious. When Lin Qian and Hope arrived, Wang Hui and the two bodyguards had already set up the inflatable boats. A few people nearby eyed the boats greedily, but with 3 big men, all armed, no one dared approach. You've got 2 boats, what's the harm in lending us one? It's not like we won't give it back. What kind of grown men are so stingy? Seeing that their pleas were useless, someone considered trying to snatch one, but was intimidated by the knife in Wang Hui's hand. Although Wang Hui appeared frail and scholarly, the blade in his hand was a genuine weapon. After the knife drew blood last night, Wang Hui immediately sensed something unusual about it. Once stained with blood, the Tang saber seemed to come alive, as if a dead tree had found new spring. The rust on its surface instantly fell away, leaving it incomparably sharp, gleaming with a chilling light and exuding a murderous aura that sent shivers down the spine. This transformation both surprised Wang Hui and made him treasure the Tang saber even more. You people are being unreasonable. This inflatable boat is our lifeline. How can we just lend it to you? Someone protested. Seeing the situation, the person changed tactics and suggested, how about this? You take us with you. These 2 inflatable boats are big enough to carry a lot of people. No. We're going out to look for supplies, and we'll need to bring them back. Wang Hui refused decisively. How can you be so heartless? We're facing a disaster. Shouldn't we be united and help each other? The other person shouted in dissatisfaction. At this moment, Lin Qian happened to arrive. The speaker's eyes lit up when he saw her and tried to grab her arm. Lin Qian sidestepped nimbly, causing the person to nearly fall. Xiao Qian, don't you remember me? The person asked in surprise. Lin Qian frowned, having no recollection of this person at all. Oh, have you really forgotten? Just a few years ago, I even brought gifts to your house, the person urged anxiously. Back when Lin Qian's mother was still alive, people often came to their door with gifts, seeking help. Lin Qian had no memory of such unimportant people. Who are you? Lin Qian asked coldly. Seeing Lin Qian still didn't recognize her, the woman introduced herself. I'm Aunt Zheng from the neighborhood committee. Your villa community is under our jurisdiction too. Lin Qian looked her over carefully and vaguely recalled her. This aunt used to come by often, always asking her mother for various donations and benefits, which she would then distribute in the name of the committee, gaining reputation for herself and the committee. At the time, Lin Qian's mother thought it was fine as long as the supplies went to those in real need, so she didn't mind much and just gave them away. But things were very different now. Lin Qian looked up at her and asked coolly, "Oh? And? Come on, since we know each other, there's no need to be so hostile, right? These 2 inflatable boats are yours, aren't they? Auntie wants to discuss something, can you lend us one? We'll return it after we're done. There are lots of people around here, not just your villa community, who can't even get food. If this goes on, everyone will starve to death," Aunt Zheng pleaded emotionally, trying to persuade Lin Qian. "And what does that have to do with me?" Lin Qian replied coldly. "How can you be like this, young lady? If we all die, how does that help you?" Aunt Zheng scolded. "And if I lend you the boat, how does that help me?" Lin Qian retorted. "There are plenty of benefits. You're young and your mother passed away, so it's normal you don't understand how the world works." Aunt Zheng's words only made Lin Qian more annoyed. "Don't talk to me about favors and relationships. Right now, survival is all that matters. You're blocking me here just to take our inflatable boat and look for supplies, aren't you?" Lin Qian bluntly exposed their true intentions. "How can you call it taking? We just want to borrow it," Aunt Zheng argued. "Not lending it," Lin Qian said, turning to leave. "Aunt Zheng, why bother arguing with a little girl? Let's just go and take the boat. You're with the committee. If anything happens, the government will understand," someone chimed in. Aunt Zheng hesitated, then gritted her teeth and blocked Lin Qian's way. "Young lady, our neighborhood committee is requisitioning your 2 inflatable boats." Lin Qian actually laughed in exasperation. "Move. Aunt Zheng, don't let her go. We all support you," the people behind Aunt Zheng echoed. Hearing this, Aunt Zheng became even more aggressive, puffing out her chest and stepping forward. "I know you villa people must have food stored up. The other day, during the big storm, you all drove your cars up there. Don't fight us over these things." Seeing Aunt Zheng not backing down, Lin Qian simply pushed her aside. Caught off guard, Aunt Zheng fell to the ground and started wailing, pointing at Lin Qian. "Oh no, this girl hit me. I'm an old woman and she pushed me. You have to take me to the hospital, or this isn't over." Hope suddenly jumped out, baring his teeth and growling at Aunt Zheng, looking ready to bite her head off if she said another word. The people behind Aunt Zheng rushed forward, trying to grab Lin Qian. But they were no match for Wang Hui, Li Chang, and Zheng Wei. It was Li Chang and Zheng Wei's first time out since the disaster, so they were a bit cautious. Still, their skills were more than enough to block the crowd. Seeing that they were only blocking and not hurting anyone, someone shouted, "Don't be afraid. They won't dare do anything to us." That was until Wang Hui drew his blade and slashed one person's arm. "Take one more step, and this blade goes for your neck." The wounded man screamed murder. "They're killing people." Amid the chaos, Hope also rushed forward and bit 2 people. That did it. Wang Hui and Hope completely intimidated the crowd. Even Aunt Zheng scrambled to her feet and retreated, shouting, "I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police." "Go ahead. You started this," Wang Hui replied calmly. He planted his blade in the ground and looked around. Those who had been eager to stir up trouble now fell silent, not daring to move. "You kept pushing and even tried to take our boat by force. We had no choice," Zhang Wei said angrily. Li Chang stood in front of Lin Qian. "We don't want to hurt anyone, but we won't let anyone bully us either." Seeing this, Aunt Zheng, though unwilling, realized she wouldn't get her way today. She pulled out her phone to call the police, muttering, "Just you wait. Let's see how you explain this when the police come." Lin Qian ignored her and said to the others, "Let's go. You can't leave after hurting people." Aunt Zheng and her group shouted. "Yeah, you have to wait for the police," others chimed in. But these were just empty threats, none of them dared step forward. Lin Qian and the others didn't bother with them, boarding the inflatable boats and leaving. "Are we going back to the same place as yesterday?" Wang Hui asked. Lin Qian thought for a moment. Yesterday's location was the city center of the whole area. Even if she'd already cleaned out the museum, there were still plenty of upscale residential and office buildings there. Those were all wealthy people's homes. There must be valuables hidden away. She wanted to try her luck. Maybe she'd find some antiques. Sure. There are several big malls there too. Wang Hui agreed. Should we check out the gas station? I noticed your house has solar panels, but the weather's been bad lately. The energy shouldn't be enough for power, but you still have electricity. You must be using gasoline or kerosene for backup, right? Wang Hui guessed. There was no denying it. Wang Hui had guessed correctly. Lin Qian herself had considered this before. After all, these were precious, non-renewable resources. The more, the better. No one could predict what the future would hold. Lin Qian thought to herself, if she kept Wang Hui with her all the time, even if they came across a large fuel tank, she wouldn't be able to store it in her space, so she'd never brought up the idea. But now that Wang Hui had mentioned it himself, it was exactly what she wanted. Great idea. I remember there are quite a few gas stations downtown. How about we split up? Wang Hui and I will look for gas stations, while Zhang Wei and Li Qian go search for food. Whatever we find, we'll split it evenly. Zhang Wei was the first to object. That won't do. We're working for you, Mississippi. You're already covering our food, lodging, and everything else. This is part of our job, so we can't take any of the supplies. Wang Hui, however, agreed with Lin Qian. Since we're all out here working, it's only fair that everyone gets a share. If it were someone else, they might think that Li Chang and Zhang Wei were Lin Qian's people, so the three of them were basically one unit. If they split things per person, Lin Qian would get 3 shares, and if Hope was included, even more. But Wang Hui clearly wasn't that kind of person. Lin Qian had expected him to say this. Seeing Wang Hui's stance, Li Chang and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance and said, "How about this? Our share goes to Miss Lin." "No need. Yours is yours, mine is mine," Lin Qian refused firmly. "Woof. What about my share?" Everyone's eyes turned to Hope, who was staring at the 4 of them, eyes full of accusation. All right, you get a share too." Lin Qian gently patted Hope's head. "It's settled then. When we get to the city, we'll split up. You two look for food, Wang Hui and I will find gas stations." After agreeing on the plan, they headed straight for the city, soon arriving at the neighborhood where Li Fang's son lived. That day, Li Fang had taken his son with the broken arm to the hospital, but no one paid them any attention. There were people with far worse injuries everywhere, and a lost arm was hardly a big deal. He even shouted loudly in the hospital, "My dad is Li Fang," only to be taken away by a military officer. The people with him saw Li Fang's son being taken away and didn't dare say a word. They slunk back in their rubber boat, not even daring to ask what happened to him. After all, if even the county police chief's son was treated as a troublemaker, what good could come to them? Yesterday, when Lin Qian's group brought back a pile of supplies, many people in the neighborhood were already jealous. Now, seeing them return with another rubber boat, people's imaginations ran wild. They guessed Lin Qian's group must have found a huge stash of supplies. Otherwise, how could they bring back so much yesterday and still have enough to warrant another trip today? Clearly, they were out transporting supplies. "Little girl, are you going out for supplies?" A middle-aged woman with a perm poked her head out the window and called. No one responded. Undeterred, the woman continued, "If you find anything, can you sell me some? I'll pay 10 times the usual price for food." Still, no one answered. She gritted her teeth. 20 times, little girl. That's my limit. Don't be too greedy." Lin Qian didn't even look up, but a young man with a neat short haircut stuck his head out and said, "Auntie Huang, you can't get food outside for even 50 times the price these days. You think you can trick this young lady just because she's young? Mind your own business, small eyes," the woman snapped. The young man ignored her, and seeing Lin Qian about to leave, he quickly shouted, "Miss, I'll pay 200 times. Whatever you have, I'll take it." Auntie Huang's face twisted in anger. She thought Lin Qian was young and easy to take advantage of, but the moment Small Eyes spoke, the price shot up to 200 times. She'd rather die than pay that much for supplies. Anyway, The rain had stopped, and she believed the floodwaters would recede soon. Going hungry for a couple of days wouldn't kill her. In a huff, she slammed her window shut and drew the curtains. Lin Qian didn't care about such petty money, but she glanced up and noticed a flower pot on Small Eye's windowsill. It looked like a good one. She made a mental note. Since they'd be passing by again later, maybe she could ask Small Eyes to bring the flower pot down for her to check out. She'd expected the old lady with her grandson to come out today, but there was no sign of her, which struck Lin Qian as odd. But actually, it was for the best. If the old lady heard her voice, Lin Qian felt it would ruin her luck. In fact, the old lady hadn't stayed inside by choice. Yesterday, her chubby grandson insisted on going out to play and accidentally fell on the stairs. She'd rushed after him to protect him and ended up falling herself, unable to walk afterward. In the end, a neighbor had to help her back home. Now, she was still lying in bed, groaning. Luckily, they still had some food at home. The chubby kid would eat and sleep, sleep and eat, oblivious to the world outside. Wang Hui was puzzled too. Why didn't we see that old lady today? Lin Qian shot him a look. Miss her, do you? Why don't you go up and pay her a visit? Wang Hui shuddered. What are you talking about? Her grandson's as fat as a ball and screams like a banshee. If he came barreling over, he'd be like a cannonball. I'm just glad they're not here. There's no shortage of weirdos, though, Lin Qian added. True, Wang Hui agreed. Li Chang and Zhang Wei were confused. What old lady? Wang Hui recounted their earlier run-in with the old lady to Li Chang and Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei immediately got worked up. You're just too nice, Wang Hui. If it were me, I'd have dragged that old lady and her fat grandson down for a drink of floodwater, see if they'd dare act up in front of Miss Lin again. Wang Hui now labeled too nice. Woof. Hope barked in strong agreement. Hey, Hope, you think I'm right too? Zhang Wei asked. Woof woof. Hope replied, as if saying, if my master hadn't stopped me, I'd have bitten that fat kid's dog head, no, pig head right off. All right, let's get moving. Otherwise, it'll be dark before we get back, Lin Qian urged. They glanced at the sky, picked up the pace, and soon reached the city center. Once there, the two groups split up. Lin Qian glanced at her watch. Whether we find anything or not, we must all regroup here by 5 this afternoon. Li Chang and Zhang Wei, both former soldiers, naturally prioritized following orders. They nodded and went off in different directions. I remember there are several gas stations not far ahead, but they're all underwater now. Will that be a problem? Wang Hui asked, a bit worried. Lin Qian thought about how all the gas stations were submerged. The ones on higher ground that hadn't flooded had probably already been picked clean. There'd be nothing left for them. Wang Hui frowned, uncertain. We'll have to check when we get there. If water got in, it could be an issue. But modern gas station tanks are supposed to be designed to keep water out, right? We'll just have to see for ourselves. There was no point speculating here. Only by checking in person would they know for sure. They headed toward the nearest gas station. On the way, they passed one on higher ground, but when they checked, they found the tanks had long been emptied, not a drop left. Looks like they'd have to try the ones underwater. Lin Qian remembered a large gas station up ahead. She was about to head there when Wang Hui stopped her. Look over there. Is that a tanker truck? Following Wang Hui's pointing finger, Lin Qian thought she saw the cabs of 6 tanker trucks, the rest of their bodies submerged. But she wasn't entirely sure. Let's go take a look, she decided. Up close, they saw it really was a row of tanker trucks. They don't seem to be leaking, see, there's no oil on the water's surface. But there's no guarantee there's still oil inside, Wang Hui analyzed. Lin Qian understood his point, but disagreed. If the tanks were empty, the trucks wouldn't be facing this way. Look, all these tankers are pointed toward the gas station. I think when the tsunami hit and the floodwaters rushed in, these trucks didn't have time to escape and got stranded here. With that, she pulled a wetsuit from her bag. I'll go down and check. Wang Hui grabbed her arm. Let me go instead. You stay here and keep watch. Lin Qian shook her head. I only have one wetsuit. I'll go. I don't need a wetsuit. We'll go together, Wang Hui insisted. Who knew what might be in the water? What if something dangerous happened? Wang Hui knew Lin Qian had plenty of supplies. She didn't need to risk herself out here with him. If anything happened to her because of this, he'd never forgive himself. If you come with me, we'll watch the raft. Don't forget, on our way here, plenty of eyes were watching us. Lin Qian's words reminded Wang Hui of the situation earlier. There had been people watching them. He didn't know why they hadn't approached. In fact, their reputation for ruthlessness had already spread through the area. A little girl and a pretty boy with a white Labrador had taken down the toughest member of the most feared local gang. Of course, people kept their distance. If even the notorious gang couldn't get the upper hand, anyone else who tried would just be throwing their lives away. Best not to mess with them. Wang Hui turned to Hope, eyes shining. Hope, why don't you keep watch here? I'll go down with your sister and be back soon. Hope didn't even glance at him. She just jumped into the water with a bark. Dream on. You think you can replace me at my sister's side? Keep dreaming. Somehow, Wang Hui understood the meaning behind the bark. He looked at Lin Qian and warned, be careful, both of you. Lin Qian had already pulled on her wetsuit and nodded at him before diving in. Hope followed her straight into the water. As Lin Qian and Hope disappeared beneath the surface, more people began watching from the shadows. Some were whispering among themselves, I heard that woman and her dog are vicious. That pretty boy didn't even do anything last time. Maybe we could. The temptation of a rubber raft was just too great. Didn't you see the knife in his hand? There's still fresh blood on it. What if we misjudge and end up like Old Third? This is a one-time opportunity. You really want to give it up? The other man shook his head. I don't want to, but in times like these, you have to be careful. You only get one life. He might look like a pretty boy, but did you see his build? That's not a body just any pretty boy could have. Come on, lots of pretty boys have six-packs these days. How else do they attract people? Then you go. I'm not going. Fine. But if I get the raft, don't come begging for a ride. With that, the man slipped into the water, slowly approaching Wang Hui. Wang Hui had already noticed their movements. As long as they didn't make a move, he wouldn't either. But as soon as the man got close, Wang Hui looked straight at him. The man had planned to sneak up on Wang Hui, but was surprised by his vigilance. He grinned, waiting for your girlfriend, bro? Wang Hui didn't answer, just pulled out his tang sword and tapped it lightly on the raft. What do you want? Nothing, just saw you waiting here alone and thought I'd say hi, the man said. Then he changed the subject. Hey, where'd you get this raft? Looks like good quality. He reached out to touch it, but Wang Hui thrust the sword forward. If you don't want to die, stay back. The man jumped in surprise. Hey, no need for that. I really mean no harm, just wanted to get to know you. Well, now you know me. You can leave, Wang Hui said coldly. Come on, why not let me get on and chat for a bit? Your girlfriend won't be back for a while and you must be bored waiting. The man had a small knife hidden, thinking that if he couldn't get close enough to stab Wang Hui and take the raft, he could at least slash it and ruin their ride. But he never even got the chance. Wang Hui's sword was already at his chest. Fine, no need to chat. But honestly, people these days. No trust at all. I just wanted to keep you company, and you pull a knife on me, the man complained. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, Wang Hui still didn't put away his knife, so the man could only leave in frustration. Even though he had left, he didn't go far. He kept hiding in the shadows, watching them. I told you before, that guy isn't simple either. Did you see his eyes when he held the knife up to you just now? So cold, normal people can't develop that kind of look, someone next to him said. The man glared at him. Easy for you to say. If you're so tough, why don't you go over there? The other man waved his hands quickly. No way, I'm not that brave. I'll just wait here. Even if those two find supplies, they won't be able to take much. If there's even a little left for me, I'll be satisfied. Coward, the man muttered. Yeah, whatever. The other didn't care at all. With their different thoughts, there wasn't much left to say. Meanwhile, Lin Qian had been searching underwater for a long time, still unsure how to check if there was any fuel left in the tanker truck. After all, she knew nothing about this kind of thing. But judging by the appearance of the tanker, though it was submerged, it didn't seem badly damaged. Several trucks were intact. She figured she could just put the trucks into her space and check them later. With that in mind, she prepared to surface. Hope, who had been swimming by her side, saw her stop and, imitating how she put things into her space before, slapped a little paw onto the tanker, then quickly pulled it back. His doggy eyes sparkled as he stared at Lin Qian, waiting for her to put the tanker into her space. Lin Qian shook her head. There were too many people around, she couldn't put it away right now. She pointed upward, signaling Hope to follow her to the surface. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a nearby gas station. Gas, now that was a treasure. Hope saw Lin Qian's gesture and was about to obediently follow her up, but when he turned his head, he noticed Lin Qian swimming in another direction. He poked his head above water for a breath, then quickly followed her. Lin Qian swam to the gas station and saw it was packed full of gas canisters. She picked one up and felt its weight. It seemed full. She immediately grabbed one and surfaced. As soon as Lin Qian broke the surface, she saw Wang Hui had already drawn his knife. Did someone come by? Wang Hui reached out, intending to help Lin Qian up, but Hope beat him to it, placing his paw in Wang Hui's hand. Woof. Sis can get up by herself. Don't use this as an excuse to hold her hand. Wang Hui was helpless and could only pull Hope up. He said he just wanted to get to know us, but it's obvious he's after our rubber raft. How's the tanker? It looks intact from the outside. If it didn't have time to deliver the fuel to the station, there's a good chance it's still full. But I don't know how to get the fuel out. No worries. The rain stopped now and the floodwaters should recede soon. We can figure it out later. Lin Qian handed the gas canister to Wang Hui. I also found a gas shop underwater, lots of full canisters inside. Take this one up first, I'll go get the rest. Wang Hui took the canister and dragged it onto the raft. Are there a lot? About 10, maybe more. Our raft should be able to hold them. How about we take the gas canisters back today and come for the fuel another time? Gas is an essential resource for daily life. After a moment's thought, Wang Hui nodded. Wait a sec, I'll go down with you to help. Hope can guard the raft. The two of us will be faster. What about those people? Lin Qian was worried that if Wang Hui went down with her, those people might seize the chance to come over. Woof. I can guard it. It wasn't that Lin Qian didn't trust Hope, but no matter how smart he was, he couldn't match human cunning. She was worried he'd get hurt. Losing the gas or the raft was one thing, but Hope was family. She couldn't let anything happen to him. Seeing Lin Qian hesitate, Wang Hui said, How about this? You come up and rest for a bit. You stand guard and Hope can take me down to get the gas. Lin Qian checked the time. Even if only one person went down at a time, there'd still be enough time to gather and return. Besides, she'd been underwater for a while and did need a break. She nodded and climbed up. Watching Wang Hui get ready to jump in, she hesitated. Should she take another wetsuit out of her space for him? But after thinking it over, she decided against it. She'd just told him she only had one. No need to contradict herself. Be careful. Hope, take Wang Hui to the gas shop. Lin Qian thought about taking off her wetsuit, but decided to keep it on. She might need to go back in the water later. Even though the rain had stopped, it was still cold underwater. The wetsuit kept her warm. The people lurking in the shadows saw Lin Qian dragging up a gas canister, their eyes lighting up. But they didn't dare approach, wary of her fighting skills. They'd wanted to test Wang Hui, but he'd shown no mercy. This woman had killed Old Third with a single whip. There was no way they could take her. Lin Qian's expression was as cold as ice. No one dared get close. They were afraid of ending up dead under her whip. They didn't know where Lin Qian had gotten her whip, or what it was made of. It was a deep, black gold color and, worst of all, it was covered in fine, sharp barbs. They also didn't understand how someone as petite as Lin Qian could wrap the whip around herself. Actually, they didn't know that the barbs on the whip could retract. Only when Lin Qian lashed it did the barbs come out. The people watched as Wang Hui dragged up one gas canister after another, their eyes red with envy. Finally, the man who had first approached Wang Hui couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Qian had noticed these envious, jealous stares from the moment she arrived. She could now tell whether these looks were friendly or hostile, a skill she seemed to have gained after her space evolved. This time, before the man even came over, Lin Qian was already aware. She drew her whip and placed it by her side, turning to face the direction he was coming from. The man, who had been about to get into the water, silently pulled his foot back. Forget it. This girl might look young, but she gave off an aura that was downright dangerous. Thinking of the dead old third, they lost their nerve. Not until Wang Hui had hauled up all the gas canisters did someone finally speak. You too, those gas canisters belong to us. You can't take them all. The man didn't dare demand that they hand over all the gas canisters. He was just hoping, with a bit of wishful thinking, that he could keep a few for himself. Of course, Wang Hui could see right through their intentions. He shot them a cold glance. Do you have any proof that these gas canisters belong to you? The man was instantly at a loss for words. You can ask anyone around here. I've run a shop here for years. If it weren't for that sudden flood, I wouldn't have just left the gas canisters lying there like that. Oh? Those gas canisters have been sitting there for almost a month, and you only now remember they're yours? Why didn't you haul them up before we got here? Lin Qian shot back coldly. I just didn't have time, that's all. So, what exactly do you want then? Seeing Lin Qian questioning him like this, the man mistakenly thought she was wavering, and his confidence swelled. Since those gas canisters are mine, naturally you can't take them. You should bring them over to me. Considering how hard you worked to move them, I'll let you keep two. Lin Qian dug in her ear as if she hadn't heard him. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Say it again. Thinking she really hadn't heard, the man repeated himself, word for word. At this point, Hope couldn't stand it anymore and started barking at him. Woof. 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 Are you an idiot? Even dumber than a dog. My sister didn't fail to hear you. She's daring you to say it again if you've got the guts. The man was startled by the dog's ferocity. What's your problem? Can you control your dog? Even the dog gets it. How come you don't? Lin Qian said out of nowhere, leaving the man stunned for a moment before he realized they weren't going to give in. So, what are you saying exactly? Exactly what I said. We brought the stuff up, so it's ours now. If you've got the guts, go down and get it yourself. You already hauled everything up. How are we supposed to get anything? Come and get it, then. Lin Qian beckoned them over, but not a single one dared step forward. Then, at least leave us half, okay? Not even a little, Lin Qian replied, glancing at the time. Wang Hui, let's go. Wang Hui immediately sat at the front and started paddling the rubber boat away. The others wanted to stop them, but with Lin Qian's whip and the dog there, none of them dared move. They could only stand there, fuming helplessly. Once Lin Qian and her group were far away, the others started discussing among themselves. So, should we go down and try to fish up some more? The man spat on the ground. Fish up what? I know exactly how many gas canisters that little shop had. They took every last one. Then if you knew, why didn't you go get them earlier? Didn't you all know to? Why didn't you go? You think I didn't want to? I just couldn't get them up. If you ask me, with so many of us, we should have just rushed them and taken the gas and the boat. What could they have done? But you're all too scared to risk your lives. So, what if they killed Old Third? Maybe they just got lucky that time. Besides, there's so many of us. What, is she going to kill us all? You talk big, but why didn't you go just now? I saw you hiding behind me. The man was left speechless, even angrier. Didn't I go first? I told you all to follow me, but no one dared move. If you'd backed me up, we could have taken that pretty boy's knife and wouldn't be in this mess. What's the point of arguing now anyway? Useless. Bunch of cowards. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. Fine, I'll say it. I'm not afraid of them, and I'm sure as hell not afraid of you. You're all cowards. Useless. I'll beat you to death. I'll show you who's useless. Not long after Lin Qian's group left, a huge fight broke out among the others, ending with 2 people dead. But none of that had anything to do with Lin Qian and her group anymore. They arrived at the meeting spot they'd arranged with Li Chang and Zhang Wei. It wasn't long before 5 o'clock, but there was still no sign of the two. How come Li Qian and Zheng Wei aren't here yet? Those two were always punctual. Being late was unheard of for them. Seeing the hint of worry on Lin Qian's face, Wang Hui suggested, "Should we go look for them?" Lin Qian checked the time. "Let's wait another half hour. They're not the type to be late, something must have happened. If we leave now, they might come back and not find us. Let's wait. If they're still not back in half an hour, we'll go check the nearby mall." Half an hour later, there was still no sign of them. Even Lin Qian was starting to get anxious. "Let's go look for them." Just as they were about to set out, Hope started barking woof. 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 They're back. They're back. They're back. Sure enough, in the distance, two tiny black dots were swimming toward them with all their might. If it weren't for Lin Qian's evolved abilities, she wouldn't have been able to see them at all. Even Wang Hui, who'd had training, couldn't spot them from so far away. "What's up with Hope?" Wang Hui asked, puzzled. "Li Qian and Zheng Wei are coming back," Lin Qian replied. "They're back?" Wang Hui squinted, trying to see, but still couldn't make them out. "You can see them?" He looked at Lin Qian, his expression changing. How is this little girl so freakishly capable? It was one thing not to be able to beat her, but now even her eyesight is better than his? That's not normal. But Lin Qian just nodded and pointed ahead. They're swimming back. Swimming. It took Wang Hui a while longer before he finally saw the two, struggling to swim toward them. Wait, where's their rubber boat? They must have run into trouble. Let's wait for them to get here and ask. Li Qian and Zheng Wei finally reached them after quite a while. When they climbed onto the rubber boat, their faces were pale, their skin wrinkled from the water, and both were shivering slightly. "Where's your boat?" Lin Qian waited until they'd caught their breath before asking. By all rights, these two were capable enough that no one should have been able to steal their boat. The two exchanged a guilty look before Li Qian finally spoke up. "Let me explain. Here's what happened. We went to the supermarket up ahead to look for supplies. At first, everything went smoothly. We found a lot of useful stuff. There were plenty of people who tried to snatch our supplies, but Zheng Wei and I fought them off. But then we ran into Director Liang from our orphanage. He was out looking for supplies too." Lin Qian frowned. She remembered these two were orphans, but she'd never heard of them having any contact with an orphanage director. Li Qian noticed the change in Lin Qian's expression and continued to explain in detail. "After we retired from the army, we came straight here to work as bodyguards for Miss Lin. Every month on our days off, we'd go back to the orphanage to visit Director Liang. At first, we naively thought that since the orphanage was on high ground, it wouldn't have any major problems. Who could have guessed that someone would still set their sights on it? Director Liang was left with no choice but to take the children and leave. Now they have nowhere to go and are temporarily settled in a furniture section on the second floor of the mall. There are still a few kids who haven't arrived yet. They're on their way and need to be picked up, so we lent Director Liang the inflatable boat for emergencies. What are your plans now?" Lin Qian keenly caught the obvious hesitation and guilt on their faces, as if there was more they wanted to say but hadn't. Li Qian didn't continue, so Zheng Wei took over. "Miss, it's thanks to the orphanage taking us in that we are who we are today. Now that the orphanage is in trouble and Director Liang is getting old while the remaining kids are still very young, we want to go back with Li Qian to protect them. Otherwise, anyone could bully them." "All right." Lin Qian agreed without much thought. As long as they weren't bringing the whole orphanage to her villa, everything else was negotiable. She understood that if their hearts were no longer here, no amount of persuasion would bring about a good result. It was better to let them go from the start. Besides, the only reason she'd kept them around in the first place was because, in her previous life, they'd helped her out. Now that they wanted to leave, so be it. Zheng Wei quickly added, "Miss, once we've settled the orphanage and taken it back, we'll definitely return to be your bodyguards." Lin Qian didn't respond much to that. "Shall I drive you back?" Li Qian and Zheng Wei were both racked with guilt. This was the time when Miss Lin needed them most, yet they were leaving. But thinking of Director Liang, old and still having to go out to find supplies for the kids, only strengthened their resolve the orphanage needed them more. "Miss, the supplies we found today. We were thinking of leaving half for the orphanage and bringing the other half back for you. Let's go take a look first. Lin Qian led Li Chang and Zhang Wei to the furniture section on the second floor of the mall, where a few orphans stood guard over a pile of supplies, their faces wary. When they saw Li Chang and Zhang Wei approach, their guarded expressions relaxed, and their eyes filled with reliance and trust. It seemed Li Chang and Zhang Wei really did have a good relationship with the people from the orphanage. Otherwise, these kids wouldn't trust them so much after such a short time. It's all right, we're back. This is our employer, Miss Lin. Li Chang introduced her to the orphans. At his words, the last traces of wariness melted away, and the children all greeted her, "Hello, Miss Lin." Lin Qian looked at the orphans. Though their clothes were a bit dirty, they were already better off than many others. Most importantly, their eyes still held a trace of innocence. It seemed Director Liang had protected them well. Li Chang pointed to a sizable pile of supplies. "Miss, these are what Zhang Wei and I found today." He didn't know how Lin Qian would handle the supplies. If she wanted to take everything, he wouldn't blame her. After all, they were still in her employ. Looking at the kids, Li Chang thought, forget it, they'd just have to find more. As long as they were around, they wouldn't let the orphanage kids starve. "If you don't agree, we won't keep a single thing," Li Chang said, seeing Lin Qian's silence and making his stance clear. "In that case, let's split everything 4 ways, by head count. I'll also give you half of the gas canisters Wang Hui and I found." Lin Qian wasn't the type to foolishly refuse supplies for the sake of charity. What was hers was hers. In the apocalypse, people who tried to play savior didn't last long. She understood this deeply. Even if she didn't need it, she couldn't refuse. Li Chang and Zhang Wei were overjoyed at her words. They hadn't expected to get half the gas canisters. They hadn't even been sure they'd be able to keep any of the supplies they'd found. Even if Lin Qian had taken everything, they wouldn't have complained. What's more, her way of dividing things was more than fair. It was clearly her way of helping them under the guise of fairness. How could they not be grateful? At first, they'd insisted they didn't need any supplies, that everything they found should go to Lin Qian and Wang Hui. Now she was giving them half. Would Wang Hui mind? The two of them looked at him in unison. "I don't mind. I eat and drink at your Miss Lin's place anyway. Even if you took it all, I wouldn't care," Wang Hui said. Hearing this, they finally relaxed. "There's one more thing," Li Chang began, but was interrupted by a bark from Hope. "What are you still rambling about? Can't you say everything at once?" "My sister and I have important things to do, you know." Li Chang jumped, thinking Hope was objecting. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh at Hope's antics. "Hope says to get to the point." "Oh, you scared me, Hope. We're usually on such good terms. I thought you'd be reluctant to see us go," Li Chang said, patting his chest. "Woof." Hope barked again. "Pfft, don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of dog?" After that, Hope even rolled its eyes at Li Chang. "Li Chang. My bad, dog bro." Li Chang scratched his head awkwardly. When it was time to admit fault, he did so. When it was time to back down, he backed down. Just then, Hope heard something in the distance and immediately became alert, taking up a defensive stance and staring intently in one direction. After Hope moved, everyone noticed the commotion at the entrance. Hope started making low, growling noises, looking ready to charge at a moment's notice if anything went wrong. After a while, the leader of the group appeared. An elderly man with white hair, a face etched with the marks of time, but eyes full of warmth and wisdom. Li Chang, Zhang Wei, and the orphans behind them all broke into smiles when they saw him. "Director Liang, you're back." Everyone rushed forward. When they saw only 2 children, about 5 or 6 years old, following behind him, they asked, "Where's Xiao Chen and Xiao Guang?" At this, Director Liang's already sorrowful face filled with tears. "I was too late. They're gone." The other orphans present found it hard to accept this cruel reality, and they all pressed Director Liang for answers. "Director, what exactly do you mean by gone?" Director Liang's lips trembled, but he couldn't find the words to speak. In the end, it was Li Chang who stepped in to change the subject. "The important thing is that Xiao Dong and Xiao Shi made it back safely." Director, this is the young lady from my household I told you about. Only then did Director Liang notice Lin Qian and Wang Hui standing to the side. He gave Lin Qian a grateful nod and said, "Thank you, Miss Lin, for always taking such good care of our Chang and Wei." Lin Qian waved her hand lightly. "I provide the funds, they provide the effort. I should be the one thanking you, really. You raised them so well that I've had nothing to worry about with them working for me." "Oh, not at all." Director Liang replied modestly, waving his hand. "I was an orphan myself. Back then, I was only able to grow up healthy because a wonderful orphanage took me in. Since I founded this orphanage and became its director, it's only right that I do everything I can. You have a heart full of love, founding this orphanage and still protecting these children so well, even in such difficult times." Director Liang smiled. "My whole life has been for them. In my heart, these children are no different from my own. To be honest, Chang and Wei were doing so well working for you, but now, because we've come back and these supplies, which should have been yours, I actually told them not to say anything, but they..." "Director, please don't say that. These are extraordinary times. Since the four of us are all out searching for supplies, it's only fair that everyone gets a share," Lin Qian interrupted him. Hearing this, Director Liang suddenly bowed deeply to her. "On behalf of these children, thank you. Director, you're too kind." Lin Qian stepped aside, gently dodging the bow. Seeing that Director Liang seemed a bit tired, Li Chang and Zhang Wei helped him to a seat to rest, while the children, all very sensible, gathered around him. Lin Qian turned to Li Chang and Zhang Wei. "What are your plans next?" The two exchanged a smile. Li Chang said, "We're planning to take back the orphanage tomorrow. It's not a good idea for Director Liang to stay here with so many kids." "Right. The orphanage is on high ground and in a good location. Once we're back and secure it, at least we can keep everyone safe," Zhang Wei agreed. "All right, then go get some gas canisters and we'll split up. Wang Hui, you take half of these supplies back," Lin Qian instructed. Li Chang and Zhang Wei felt a bit embarrassed to accept, but thinking of the dozen or so orphans and the elderly Director Liang behind them, they knew they couldn't survive without supplies. So, thick-skinned, they accepted. In their hearts, they silently vowed that once the disaster was over, they would repay Lin Qian with double the effort. Little did they know, this disaster had no end in sight. Looking at the frail children and the aging Director Liang, Lin Qian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. While Li Chang was hauling gas canisters back, she walked over and quietly asked, "Li Chang, did you notice it's even colder out today than before?" "Yeah, we felt it underwater earlier, it was freezing. I plan to go with Zhang Wei to find some warm clothes, and tomorrow we'll take everyone back to the orphanage. There's a hill behind it. Once we're back, we can chop extra firewood. That way, even if it gets really cold, we won't be caught off guard," Li Chang replied. Seeing they already had a plan, Lin Qian felt a bit more at ease. Otherwise, she really would have worried that the two of them, with Director Liang and all these kids, wouldn't survive a sudden cold snap. Soon, the supplies were all divided up. Lin Qian had come out today to look for antiques, but hadn't found a single thing. Plus, there were still 6 fuel tankers waiting to be stashed away. Now it was almost 6 o'clock and dusk was falling. "Miss, why don't you stay here tonight? It'll be completely dark by the time you head back, and it's not safe," Li Chang suggested. That was exactly what Lin Qian wanted. All right. She took out some compressed biscuits from her bag and handed them out. At first, she'd thought about giving out other food, but with so many people, it would be too suspicious to pull that much out of her backpack. Compressed biscuits were more appropriate. Li Chang and Zhang Wei also found some bottled water, and everyone began to eat the biscuits with water. The children looked ravenous, but when Lin Qian handed them the biscuits, none of them reached out. Instead, they looked to Director Liang, waiting for his word. "Lin Jia gave these to you. Go ahead and eat," Director Liang said. Only then did the children take the biscuits with both hands. "Thank you, big sister. Eat up." Lin Qian looked at them, a hint of tenderness appearing on her face, so subtle even she didn't notice it. After taking the biscuits, the children didn't wolf them down. Instead, They ate slowly and politely, showing how well-mannered they were. Clearly, this was thanks to Director Liang's careful upbringing. After all, if he could raise people as outstanding as Li Qian and Zhang Wei, he must be excellent at teaching children. Li Qian and Zhang Wei pointed to a nearby area. The beds over there are clean and unused. Miss, you and your friend can sleep there tonight. The sheets and quilts are all ready. Though the furniture was for display, it looked very clean. They'd saved the best spot for Lin Qian. Lin Qian didn't hesitate and walked right over. She was already thinking about how to slip away from the group to search for antiques on her own. I remember there are some office areas upstairs. Have you checked them out? Lin Qian asked Li Qian and Zhang Wei. No, we've been searching this mall since we got here. A lot has already been taken, but there's still some left, so we've just been collecting what we can, they replied. It's still early. Why don't we go upstairs and take a look? Since we're here, we shouldn't waste the opportunity, Lin Qian suggested. Everyone agreed it was a good idea. All right, Hope will stay here and watch over the place. The four of us will split up and search for supplies upstairs, and we'll all be back before it gets completely dark, Lin Qian assigned the tasks. Everyone agreed, except for Hope, who barked a few times in protest. Why am I the one left to watch the kids? Lin Qian could only soothe him. This is the most important job. I know you're the best. Think about it. Aren't people the most important? I'm giving you such a crucial task. Can you handle it? Hope tilted his head, thinking it over, and decided Lin Qian made sense. He barked once in agreement. All right, I'll stay and keep watch. No one's getting close on my watch. Lin Qian crouched down, gently stroked Hope's head, and praised, Hope is such a good dog. Woof. Hope responded, then walked over to Director Liang and barked again. I'm here to protect you. Director Liang looked at Lin Qian in confusion and asked, what does it mean by that? I think it's saying it's here to protect you. Director Liang, I'll go upstairs with the others to see if we can find more supplies. You all can rest here for a bit. Director Liang looked at Lin Qian, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Lin Qian immediately noticed something was off. Director Liang glanced at the children, then said quietly to Lin Qian, these kids may be young, but they can still help out with what they're able to do. Let them go with you to look for supplies. I'll stay here with Hope and keep watch. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a bit more respect for him. Although the children were young, Director Liang didn't just shelter them under his wings in this situation. Instead, he encouraged them to take part and contribute. People like him could quickly adapt and grow in the face of disaster. Undoubtedly a good thing for their future development. So, Lin Qian led everyone upstairs. There were over a dozen children, and for every few adults, there were 3 or 4 kids. Each group was responsible for searching a few floors. Lin Qian had been here before and remembered that the top floors were office spaces for high-tech companies, some of which had business ties with the Lin family. I'll take these kids and search the top floors, she said. Wang Hui tugged at her sleeve and suggested, why don't I go check the top floors instead? Lin Qian shot him a glare. Stop fussing. With that, she took the lead and headed up the stairs. Wang Hui had no choice but to divide the remaining floors with Li Qian and Zhang Wei. Lin Qian had a clear goal in mind. She led the kids to their destination, only to find the glass door at the entrance tightly locked. You all stand back a bit. Once the 3 kids were at a safe distance, she drew out her whip and, with a single strike, shattered the glass door. The kids weren't scared at all by her display of strength. Instead, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Big sister, you're amazing. When I grow up, I want to be as strong as you, so I can protect everyone and protect the director. Looking at these children, Lin Qian felt a new emotion welling up inside her. Hope. She'd rarely interacted with kids like these before. In her previous life, the children she'd met either had jealousy and resentment in their eyes, or anger and hostility, or else despair and helplessness. Rarely had she seen children like these, still full of hope for the future and eager to grow. She smiled at them warmly. Let's split up. You search this big office and check the drawers for any food. I'll go check those offices up ahead. The kids immediately got to work without a word of complaint. The sky was getting darker. Lin Qian took advantage of the remaining daylight to check the offices on the upper floors. If she could find any antiques, this trip would be well worth it. She first broke into the largest and most luxurious-looking room. As soon as she entered, she caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance and couldn't help but marvel. Every piece of furniture inside was made from rare agarwood. She ran her hand over it. It felt warm and oily to the touch, and the scent grew stronger the closer she got. This kind of agarwood was usually priced by the gram, extremely expensive. She glanced outside. The kids were still focused on searching for supplies. Taking advantage of their distraction, she quietly closed the door and stored all the furniture into her space. After clearing out the furniture, she walked over to where a cabinet used to be and discovered a hidden compartment behind it. She tried to store the compartment directly, but it didn't work. It seemed to be built into the wall. Fortunately, her best skill in the apocalypse was lockpicking. She pulled out a thin wire, fiddled with it for a moment, and with a click, the compartment popped open. Inside, she found it packed with gold and 12 scrolls that looked like paintings. She unrolled one and was stunned to see it was Qi Baishi's 12 landscape panels. No need to think twice. This was the set that had once fetched over 900 million at auction. She had to take it. She quickly stored the gold and paintings in her space, then made another round of the office. Finding little else of value, she moved on to the next office. But the other offices were all pretty standard, nothing nearly as valuable. Outside, the kids had already gathered most of the supplies and were now chattering away in the break room. When they saw Lin Qian approach, they called out, "Big sister, there are lots of water dispensers here." "Bring them downstairs," Lin Qian said decisively. Even though water wasn't scarce yet, extreme cold would soon be followed by extreme heat. When that time came, people would fight over even a single drop. Better to stock up now, while no one was paying attention to water. "Big sister, we also found lots of snacks." Lin Qian noticed that each of them had a big bag slung over their backs, sleeping bags, as it turned out. They'd stuffed all the supplies into the sleeping bags. "Smart kids," Lin Qian said in surprise. "You can use the sleeping bags to carry things now, and when it gets cold, they'll keep you warm." Not bad at all. Now, her gaze was full of admiration for them. "Great job. Take the supplies downstairs first. I'll check the lower floors. Once you're done, come back and meet me." These kids were so clever, might as well let them play porter. Otherwise, if they stuck with her the whole time, she'd have to worry about them discovering her secret. A few of the kids looked at Lin Qian, a bit hesitant. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Big sister, if we all go downstairs, will you be in danger by yourself? Maybe one of us should stay with you." "No need. I'm even tougher than your big brothers Li Chang and Zhang Wei. You all saw just now I smashed the door with a single whip, didn't I?" The kids thought about it and realized she was right, so they finally felt at ease and dragged their supplies downstairs. While they were gone, Lin Qian quickly searched the lower floors. She actually managed to find a few more antiques, not the most precious kind, but she was satisfied. Once she finished searching her assigned floors, she went back to gather all the food and useful items from the offices. Wow, she hadn't realized until she started collecting that there were snacks stashed in drawers all over the place. There was enough to last them a long time. As for the bigger items, she quietly stored them in her space, planning to slip them into the supply pile later when no one was looking. When the children came up, there was no need to search anymore. They just dragged down everything Lin Qian had already found. By the time they finished hauling everything downstairs, night had completely fallen. Lin Qian took several small flashlights out of her space and handed them over. "Be careful." "Wow, sis, you're amazing. You even managed to find flashlights." The kids exclaimed in awe. Lin Qian remained calm and composed. She then pulled out some formula and other nutritional supplements from her bag. "I also found some formula, perfect for you guys." "Wow." The children's cheers rang out one after another. "How come we didn't find any of this stuff?" "Sis, you're so lucky." Lin Qian paused, about to pull out more things from her space, but thought better of it. Better not to take out too much at once and risk raising suspicion. Oh, it's nothing. We're just lucky today, Lin Qian replied with a smile. When they brought everything back, the others looked at the haul Lin Qian's group had brought and couldn't help but feel a bit complicated. Could it be that the higher up you live, the richer you are, and the better stuff you buy? Wang Hui mused. Lin Qian asked curiously, "What did you all find?" Zhang Wei opened his bag and showed off the contents: half-eaten bread, a half-used packet of seasoning, a chicken drumstick with a bite taken out of it, opened spicy snacks. All sorts of things, you name it. Lin Qian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. You guys actually kept all this? Miss, don't look down on this stuff. Even this is in high demand. At first, I didn't want it either, but the kids insisted we shouldn't waste food. Thinking about it, they're right. We used to eat well with you, but now we have to rely on ourselves, so we should gather whatever food we can, Zhang Wei explained. He wasn't wrong. In her previous life, Lin Qian had eaten even worse things, cockroaches included. By comparison, this was already pretty good. But ever since she was reborn, she'd been living comfortably, and her stomach hadn't suffered in a long time. Now, just looking at this stuff made her lose her appetite. She nodded. Actually, you guys did pretty well, finding so much. The quality might not be great, but the quantity was enough to last them for a while. Most importantly, they'd all managed to find quite a bit of bottled water. They all had the same thought: food and water are the most important. Even if you're not short now, it's always good to stock up. Miss, we wanted to ask, could we borrow your inflatable boat for a while? Li Qian asked awkwardly. He knew he was already thick-skinned for asking for half the supplies, but for the sake of the orphanage kids, he had no choice. Lin Qian had been waiting for him to bring it up. She was willing to let them have the boat, but it wouldn't do for her to offer it outright. When someone asks you for something, it's a request, a need, and they'll feel indebted. If you offer it yourself, it becomes charity, and too much charity turns into entitlement. The meaning is completely different. After all, nothing in this world is truly owed to anyone. Lin Qian understood this perfectly. She smiled lightly. Sure. When will you return it? Borrowing and returning, this is the key to maintaining healthy relationships, whether it's money or things. Hearing this, Li Qian visibly relaxed. I'm not sure how long we'll need it. How about this: of the supplies we found this time, we'll give you an extra share as payment for borrowing the boat. That works, Lin Qian agreed readily. This way, Li Qian and his group wouldn't feel guilty about owing her. Even if the boat was never returned, they wouldn't feel too bad about it. Wang Hui watched the exchange between Lin Qian and Li Qian and suddenly understood her intentions. He looked at Lin Qian with even more admiration. We also found a pharmaceutical company upstairs and brought down a lot of medicine, Zhang Wei said, opening another bundle. There was also a freezer up there, full of oil paintings, ancient books, stamps, and so on. It's amazing it's still cold after all this time without power, Zhang Wei continued. Lin Qian's heart began to race. Some art and collectibles are sensitive to temperature and humidity and need to be kept in special cold storage to prevent damage or mold. Those kinds of items are worth a fortune. They might be useless to Zhang Wei and the others, but for her space, they were invaluable. It's all thanks to the backup generator, Li Qian added. Why didn't you bring the generator down? Lin Qian asked, puzzled. The collectibles might be useless to them, but a generator was a real treasure. Li Qian shook his head. It's a diesel generator. We don't have any diesel, so it's just a hunk of junk to us. No point wasting effort bringing it down. Better to use the space for more food. Lin Qian finally understood. After sorting everything out, everyone found a spot to rest. Wang Hui lay down on the bed next to Lin Qian. Once everyone's breathing had evened out, Lin Qian gently poked Hope, who was beside her. Hope woke up instantly, eyes shining in the dark. Lin Qian quickly put a finger to her lips in a show gesture. Hope nodded, as if she'd been waiting for this moment. Just as the two of them were tiptoeing out to scavenge, Wang Hui's voice rang out. Where are you two going? Lin Qian and Hope nearly jumped out of their skins. You scared me to death. You're the scary one, sneaking out in the middle of the night. If I didn't know you had so many supplies, I'd think you were trying to run off on your own," Wang Hui teased. Their exchange woke up Li Qian and Zheng Wei as well. With everyone staring at her, Lin Qian sighed. "My stomach's a bit upset. I wanted to go to the bathroom. Hope saw I was alone and wanted to come with me." The explanation was reasonable, and everyone believed it. But Wang Hui still looked worried. "Want me to come with you?" "No need. It's just the bathroom, and it's not far. You all go back to sleep. I want to look for more supplies tomorrow." With that, Lin Qian hurried off with Hope. Once she was sure no one was following, they headed upstairs to see if there was anything else worth taking. Lin Qian went straight to the freezer Zhang Wei had mentioned, the one filled with oil paintings, ancient books, and stamps. She opened it, and the moment she saw what was inside, her heart started pounding wildly. Besides the treasures Zhang Wei had mentioned, Lin Qian was surprised to find a small Buddha statue inside as well. The statue looked dusty and gray, but when she shone her flashlight on it, it gleamed with a golden luster. She didn't even need to look closely to know this was something valuable. She wanted to pick it up and examine it, but worried that she might accidentally damage such a precious item, so she simply put the entire freezer into her storage space. She also noticed the generator nearby, which had already SD. While she was at it, she searched a few other floors she hadn't visited before. Sure enough, she found a couple more good things and tossed them all into her space. After thoroughly sweeping through the building, Lin Qian quietly made her way down the stairs with Hope. She took out a high-end, noise-reducing inflatable boat from her space and headed straight for the oil tankers. At night, she was even more cautious. Although the boat was quiet, it wasn't completely silent. She definitely didn't want any unexpected trouble at a time like this. Maybe the boat really was quiet enough, because she made it to the oil tankers without any issues. She didn't get into the water right away. Instead, she took a moment to observe the surrounding terrain, found a spot where she could stand, and, using the moonlight, put the boat back into her space. Then she tied a strap around herself and secured it to a nearby pillar. "Hope, I'm going into the water to collect those oil tankers. They're huge, so once I take them away, the water will rush in. Keep watch here for me, and let me know right away if anything happens." The water at night felt even colder than during the day. Even though she was wearing a thermal wetsuit, she shivered as soon as she jumped in. She and Hope quickly swam to one of the oil tankers. With a thought, she stored it away. As soon as the tanker disappeared, water surged in to fill the space. If she hadn't tied herself up in advance, she would have been swept away by the current. Once the water calmed down, she moved to the next tanker and stored it away just like before. After all the tankers were safely in her space, Lin Qian felt completely exhausted. When she got out of the water, she collapsed on the ground. "I'm dead tired." Sitting there, she took out some water and a small cake, munching as she rested. Only after a good break did she feel recovered. Looks like the bigger the item, the more mental energy it takes to collect it. But how do I increase my mental strength? Lin Qian muttered to herself. Hope, listening, quietly let out a woof. The dog clearly didn't understand. She patted Hope's head and stood up. "Since we're out, let's check out that gas station up ahead." Woof. "Don't bark or you'll attract people." Hope immediately shut his mouth. Nearby, some people who were dozing lightly thought they heard a dog bark. When they opened their eyes and heard nothing, they figured it was just their imagination. Am I so hungry I'm hearing things? Whatever, better get back to sleep. Anything's possible in dreams. With that, they drifted off again. Lin Qian and Hope had already arrived at the gas station. After searching for a while, she found the entrance to the underground storage tanks. She knew these tanks usually had anti-leak systems, so if there was still fuel inside, it should be fine. But then she realized she didn't have any waterproof pumping equipment. Even if she opened the inspection hatch, she had no way to get the fuel out. Looks like she'd have to find the right equipment first. She sighed inwardly and surfaced with Hope. Hope looked at her in confusion, about to bark, but remembered her warning from earlier and closed his mouth. No barking or Big Sister will scold me. Lin Qian saw Hope's watery eyes. I don't have the tools. Even if there's fuel inside, I can't get it out. Let's go back for now. We'll come back later. To her surprise, Hope nodded at her. Lin Qian and Hope made their way back to the mall, only to find that except for the children, everyone else was gone. She was startled and hurried to look for them with Hope. Luckily, Hope's nose was sharp, and they quickly found Li Qian. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her nose. Were you looking for me? As soon as Li Qian heard Lin Qian's voice, he turned around and, seeing it was really her, breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. Miss, where did you go? You scared us to death. I had an upset stomach. The first bathroom I tried was too dirty, so I went to find another one. I guess I was in there a while. She looked at Li Qian. Where is everyone else? Wang Hui waited for you for a long time, but didn't see you come back, so he went out to look for you. When he couldn't find you, he came back to tell us, and we all went out to search. We thought something had happened to you. I had Hope with me. It's not that easy for something to happen to me. Thanks for worrying, but let's get everyone back to rest. Lin Qian hadn't expected this, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't risk anyone discovering her secret, so she had to let them be a little inconvenienced. When everyone came back and saw Lin Qian sleeping soundly on the mattress, they all felt a bit speechless. They'd been searching for her so anxiously, only to find out she'd been in the bathroom and now was sleeping like a log. But there was nothing they could do, after all. She was the boss. Everyone could only resign themselves and go to sleep. The next morning, when Lin Qian woke up, she saw only Director Liang with 2 younger children. The others were nowhere to be seen. Director Liang, where is everyone? Good morning, Miss Lin. After they got up, they all went out to look for supplies. Since you were still resting, they didn't want to disturb you. How are you feeling now? Any better? Director Liang had heard about her stomach trouble yesterday and was worried. I think there's some medicine for stomach issues among the supplies Zhang Wei brought back. Should I get you some? No need, I'm fine now. A good night's sleep did the trick. Where did they go to look for supplies? They'd already scoured this building pretty thoroughly. If they wanted more, they'd have to look further afield. She noticed the temperature had dropped again overnight and hugged herself, shivering. Director Liang quickly brought her a coat. It's getting colder. We've all put on more clothes. Here, put this on. Don't mind how it looks, your health is more important. Lin Qian took the down jacket, which still had the tags on. She was impressed they'd managed to find such clothes in this weather. It's great, thank you. Director Liang beamed as Lin Qian put on the jacket, her eyes full of warmth and affection. That's good, that's good. Lin Qian hadn't seen that kind of look from anyone but her own family in a long time. Director Liang's gentle gaze made her feel a little out of place, but also warmed her heart. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long before Wang Hui and Li Qian came back, dragging along some supplies. We found quite a few things. Zhang Wei is still over there, keeping watch with the kids. Seeing this, Lin Qian hurried over to help. Where did you find these? Didn't people already search everywhere around here? When we woke up this morning, we noticed it had gotten even colder, so we mainly focused on collecting things to keep warm. With what we found, the director and the kids won't have to worry as much. Lin Qian glanced at Li Qian, who was busy moving things. I think we should take these supplies back to the orphanage first. It's not a good idea to just leave them here. We'll go back, pick up Zhang Wei and the others, bring all the supplies, and then head to the orphanage to deal with those people who took it over. Looking at the sheer amount of supplies, Lin Qian figured it would take more than 1 or 2 trips to move everything. How about this? Once you're all back, I'll help you take everything over. If those people still refuse to leave, Wang Hui and I can help out. Li Qian's eyes lit up when he heard this. But then he glanced at the director, and seeing he didn't say anything, Li Qian hesitated. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Wang Hui gave him a pat. What are you talking about? Since Qian's already offered, she's not worried about the trouble. Director Liang, you stay here with the kids. We'll take the supplies over, reclaim the orphanage, and then come back for everyone. Lin Qian crouched down and spoke to Hope. Hope, can you stay here and watch over the director and the supplies? We'll take the things back first, and once we help the kids get their home back, we'll come pick you up, okay? A hint of reluctance flashed in Hope's eyes, but he didn't refuse. He just nodded to Lin Qian and walked over to Director Liang. Seeing this, Director Liang grew even more fond of Hope. Who would have thought you'd be such a clever little guy? Woof. I'm not a little guy anymore, I'm a big guy now. Although Director Liang couldn't understand Hope's words, he could clearly sense the dog's disagreement from that bark. Lin Qian laughed. He's disagreeing with you. He says he's a big guy now. Director Liang looked at Hope with loving eyes. Yes, Hope is a big guy now. Woof. That's right. Big guys can protect other big guys. Lin Qian said to Director Liang, Director Liang, I'll have to trouble you to look after Hope. No, it's this old man who's troubling Hope. Hope, listen to Grandpa Director, okay? I'll come back for you soon. Woof. Since Hope had agreed, he would guard everything well. Don't worry, sis. Lin Qian followed Wang Hui and Li Chang to where they'd found the supplies and saw that there was still a lot left, mostly warm clothing. She silently praised their sense of crisis and preparedness. When the orphans saw Lin Qian and Wang Hui coming, they all smiled and greeted them. Sis. Brother Wang Hui. Wang Hui looked at the kids. How come you call her sis, but have to use my full name with brother? There are 3 brothers here, Brother Li Chang, Brother Zhang Wei, and Brother Wang Hui, but only 1 sister. Wang Hui was left speechless by this logic. I thought you were just picking on me. Lin Qian shot him a glare. Why are you arguing with the kids? Okay, my bad. Kids, hurry up and load the supplies onto the rubber boats. We're heading back to the orphanage. The kids' faces lit up at first, but then worry crept in. But didn't the bad guys take over the orphanage? We were all kicked out. Li Chang patted one of the children on the head. We're taking you back right now to reclaim our home. From now on, we won't let anyone take it away from us again. Really? The kids jumped up excitedly. That's great. Seeing the kids so happy and excited, everyone felt a surge of joy in their hearts. They loaded all the supplies onto the rubber boats and set off for the orphanage. Along the way, people tried to strike up trouble, but they were all intimidated and backed off, so the journey went fairly smoothly. When they reached the foot of the hill where the orphanage was, Wang Hui looked at the 2 rubber boats and the supplies and said to Lin Qian, Qian, how about you stay here and watch the boats and the supplies? Li Chang, Zhang Wei, and I will go deal with those people. All right. We can't just leave all this stuff unattended. Be careful, you guys. After assigning tasks, the men carried some supplies and led the kids up the hill, while Lin Qian stayed behind to guard the rest. She unloaded some things from the boats, deflated and packed them away, then sat down to wait. Li Chang and Zhang Wei led Wang Hui straight to the orphanage gate. The orphans' faces were full of hope but also worry. One of the older orphans tugged on Li Chang's hand. Brother Li Chang, maybe we should just forget it. Why? I'm afraid something will happen to you. The director got hurt last time arguing with them. He didn't say anything, but I'm sure Xiaochen and Xiao Guang died because of those people. If we lose our home, we can find another as long as we're together. But we don't want anything to happen to you. Thinking of the children who had already died, the orphans felt a wave of panic. Li Chang gripped the child's hand tightly. Don't worry. Your big brothers are great at fighting. We'll get our home back for sure. You guys stay outside and keep out of sight. Just as they finished speaking, a stocky, round-faced man with heavy features and an especially large mouth came out. Whenever he spoke, his mouth stretched wide, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Well, if it isn't Li Chang and Zhang Wei. Didn't your director tell you? This place belongs to us now. Li Chang and Zhang Wei were both shocked. Wasn't this the guy known as Big Mouth from the neighborhood below the orphanage? Big Mouth, you're the one who took over the orphanage? No wonder Director Liang always shook his head and stayed silent when they asked if he recognized the person. How can you say we took it over? Director Liang just took us in when he saw we were homeless. Big Mouth's voice was so loud that even from 20 meters away, Wang Hui could smell the stench coming from his mouth and couldn't help but take a couple of steps back. Big Mouth's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Hui. Hey, where'd you find this little sister? She's so pretty. Seeing Wang Hui step back, he moved forward 2 steps. Little sister, listen to me. From now on, stick with Big Brother here. I guarantee you'll have enough to eat and a warm place to stay. Big Mouth lunged forward, claws outstretched, trying to grab Wang Hui. But Wang Hui didn't even bother to fight back. He simply lashed out with a powerful kick, sending Big Mouth flying like a leaf in a storm. Open your damn eyes and take a good look. I'm all man, you hear me? If there was one thing Wang Hui hated most, it was being mistaken for a woman. And Big Mouth had hit that sore spot dead on, making Wang Hui's blood boil with rage. Without even consulting Lin Qian or Zhang Wei, Wang Hui charged forward and gave Big Mouth a brutal beating. In the end, Big Mouth couldn't take it anymore and tried to cling to Wang Hui's leg for mercy, but Wang Hui was too quick. He yanked his leg back before Big Mouth could grab hold. Seeing that he couldn't get his way, Big Mouth slapped himself hard across the face twice. Big bro, I'm sorry. I didn't know who I was messing with. Please don't be angry. If you're still pissed, you can kick me a couple more times if you want. He said this, but his body was already inching backward, trying to put some distance between them. Wang Hui couldn't be bothered with him anymore. After giving him a good thrashing and seeing Big Mouth's face swollen beyond recognition, most of Wang Hui's anger had dissipated. He turned to Lin Qian and Zhang Wei, signaling for them to take over. Lin Qian stepped forward and asked, "Did you come here alone to take over the orphanage and drive out Director Liang and the kids?" Big Mouth shook his head frantically. No, there are others. I was just following their orders. So where are the others? Lin Qian pressed. Wang Hui had just kicked him so hard he was howling in pain. If there were others inside, they should have come out to help by now. But no one had shown up, even after Big Mouth got beaten like that. That could only mean he was here alone. They went out to look for food. We've run out of supplies and haven't eaten in 2 days. They had no choice but to go out and see if they could find anything. I was left behind to guard the base, Big Mouth explained. Lin Qian and Zhang Wei decided to tie him up first, then asked, "Are the others from around here too?" Big Mouth hesitated, mumbling without giving a straight answer. Wang Hui looked at him in disgust. If he won't talk, just beat it out of him. People like this don't deserve us being nice. With that, Wang Hui stepped forward and gave him another hard kick. After being kicked so many times, Big Mouth felt like his insides had shifted. I'll talk. Please, no more kicking. Should have just said so in the first place, Wang Hui snorted. They're not from around here. I met them in the detention center. They just got out of prison and came looking for me, but then the typhoon and floods hit. You know my house is just a rundown brick shack, no repairs, it falls apart in the wind. That's why I set my sights on the orphanage, Big Mouth confessed. So you moved in, fine. But why did you have to drive Director Liang and the kids out? Lin Qian demanded. I swear, I didn't kick them out. Some of them left, but Xiao Guang, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Dong, and Xiaoxi are still here. We even gave them some food. Big Mouth argued. Was that food even yours to give? Zhang Wei couldn't hold back and snapped. No, but at a time like this, does it really matter whose is whose? Shouldn't we all share what we have? Big Mouth said, as if it were only natural. Zhang Wei, hot-tempered as ever, strode up and slapped him hard. Share your ass. Why don't you share whatever your mom left you? My mom didn't leave me anything, just that broken-down house. Even if I wanted to share, you wouldn't want it. And I really didn't drive Director Liang and the kids out. It was my friends. They thought the kids ate too much and told them to go find food themselves. Director Liang was worried about them, so he left with them, Big Mouth said, aggrieved. Even Lin Qian couldn't hold back and gave him a kick. And you say you didn't drive them out? Don't hit me. Fine, if you say I drove them out, then I did. But it really wasn't my idea. Look at this orphanage, it's in such a good spot. Even if we didn't come, someone else would have sooner or later. Since we're all from the same area, better us than strangers. If anyone else comes, we can help drive them off. Big Mouth shouted. So by your logic, we should be thanking you? Zhang Wei said sarcastically. No need to be so polite. We're all neighbors, after all. Big Mouth replied shamelessly. Wang Hui glared at him, still fuming. You guys handle this. I'm going out to get Xiao Qian. He went outside and called the kids back. You all head back. There's only one guy here, and we've already dealt with him. I'll go get your sister Xiao Qian. There's still a lot of stuff with sister. Let's go with you, brother Wang Hui, and help carry it back, the kids said excitedly, now that the bad guy had been subdued. Wang Hui thought about it and agreed. Otherwise, he and Lin Qian wouldn't be able to carry everything back in one trip. He told Li Qian and Zheng Wei, then took the kids to find Lin Qian. Meanwhile, Lin Qian wasn't too bored waiting outside. Ever since her space had evolved, she discovered she could control her consciousness to work inside it, harvesting vegetables, tilling the soil, planting crops, all without physically entering the space. It was a great improvement. While she was busy working in her space, she sensed a few people approaching. She quickly withdrew her consciousness from the space. Sure enough, before long, 3 men came walking toward her. The leader was fat and bloated, the other 2 skinny, all with greasy, messy hair and clothes in complete disarray. They were already harboring bad intentions toward this young, pretty girl with fair skin, especially since she had a pile of supplies with her. Most importantly, she also had 2 inflatable boats. They'd been fretting over not having any means of transportation and had been forced to scavenge nearby for supplies. Now, with these inflatable boats, things would be very different. The other day, when they heard that old Liang had taken the kids away on an inflatable boat, they'd been furious and had beaten the guy on guard that day half to death. They didn't care about anyone's life or death, survival was all. They were still stewing over the loss of that boat, and now 2 more had appeared. And not just boats, but a beautiful girl and a pile of supplies. Heaven must really be looking out for them. The 3 men walked up to Lin Qian. The fat one in front put on what he thought was a friendly smile. Hey there, pretty girl, who are you waiting for out here? Lin Qian stayed silent, but they kept coming closer. She drew her whip. Stay away from me. The man was completely oblivious to the danger approaching him, still swaggering toward Lin Qian. Oh, feisty little beauty. That's just how I like them, he leered. Lin Qian suddenly raised her whip and snapped it down hard with a loud crack, shattering a stone on the ground. Her voice was cold and sharp. Get lost. Even after seeing the stone smashed to pieces by her whip, the men still didn't take her seriously. In their eyes, this fair-skinned, delicate-looking girl was just putting on a show, with no real bite behind her bark. Careful with that whip, little beauty, the fat man sneered. You might hurt yourself. Come on, give it to Big Brother. From now on, we'll look after you. As he spoke, he reached out to snatch the whip from Lin Qian's hand. With a flick of her wrist, the whip's barbs sliced across his hand, instantly leaving a bloody gash. Only now did they realize Lin Qian wasn't bluffing, she was more than willing to use force. If you don't scram, this whip will be around your next, Lin Qian said icily. Her voice was calm, but there was a steely resolve in her tone that brooked no argument. The 2 skinny men glanced at the fat man's bleeding hand, hesitating. Fatty, maybe we should just go. This girl doesn't look easy to mess with. The fat man spat on the ground and scoffed. Go? If she really dared to kill us, she'd have done it already. She's just talking tough. If she was serious, why didn't she just wrap that whip around my neck instead of making threats? He spat again, this time landing not far from Lin Qian's feet. Lin Qian's brow furrowed so tightly it could have crushed a fly. But the fat man remained oblivious, barking orders at the 2 skinny men. Don't chicken out. Let's get her together and take that whip. Looks like a good piece. Once we have it, she'll have to do what we say. He didn't notice the way Lin Qian was looking at him now, as if he were already a dead man. Egged on by the fat man, the 2 skinny guys exchanged a glance, steeled themselves, and moved toward Lin Qian, intent on snatching her whip. But before they could react, before the fat man could even see how Lin Qian moved, a searing pain flashed across his face. While he was still confused, the heads of the 2 skinny men had already rolled to the ground at his feet. He stared in horror as the headless bodies of his companions collapsed limply in front of him, his own body frozen in terror. He watched as Lin Qian slowly stood up, whip still dripping blood in her hand, and began to walk toward him step by step. Just as Lin Qian was about to strike, a foul stench wafted over. The fat man suddenly shrieked mercy. "Please spare me." Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees in front of Lin Qian, eyes full of desperate pleading. Lin Qian was at a loss for words. Honestly, she found the fat man disgusting, but seeing him so pathetic and reeking, she really didn't want to get any closer. As she debated whether to just finish him off with one stroke, the fat man's face grew even paler. Who knows what he imagined, and then he fainted. Lin Qian. Just as Lin Qian was wondering what to do with the fat man, Wang Hui arrived with the children. Seeing the scene before him, he hurried over to Lin Qian, his eyes darting to the blood on her hands. "Are you okay?" he asked anxiously, looking her up and down. Lin Qian noticed his gaze and pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. "I'm fine. It's not my blood. These idiots tried to force me to go with them and wanted to steal my whip. I lost my temper and took care of it." Wang Hui finally relaxed. "As long as you're okay." Only then did Lin Qian notice the children behind him. To her surprise, they didn't look scared at all. Instead, they gazed at her with admiration. When Lin Qian said she was fine, the kids all breathed a sigh of relief and crowded around her, praising, "Sister, you're amazing. Can you teach us kung fu? These guys always used to bully us with big mouth. Now that you've taken care of them, it's awesome." Pointing at the fat man, one of the children said, "Sister, that fatty even hurt the director before." Looking at the group of children, Lin Qian felt a rare surge of patience. "He's out cold. How do you want to deal with him?" She wanted to see how these kids would handle this kind of situation. "Tie him up and throw him in the water. Take everything off him first. He ate so much of our food, and even his clothes belong to Grandpa Director. Strip him, get the director's clothes back, and then toss him in." The kids all chimed in with their suggestions. Clearly, they weren't as naive as they seemed. To keep such strong minds in these circumstances was impressive. With this kind of resilience, they'd probably survive a long time in the apocalypse. Even in her previous life, Lin Qian hadn't adapted as quickly as these kids. Director Liang really was something special. Lin Qian's opinion of him rose even higher. In the end, Wang Hui and Lin Qian agreed to the children's plan. But when Lin Qian looked at the filthy mess under the fat man, she really couldn't bring herself to touch him. Wang Hui and the kids, on the other hand, weren't bothered at all. In no time, they stripped the fat man bare, tied him up with rope, and tossed him straight into the water. The moment he hit the water, the fat man woke up and started flailing. But with his hands and feet bound, he couldn't swim, so he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Auntie, spare me. I was wrong. I can't swim." When Lin Qian ignored him, he turned to the kids he recognized. "Hey, brats, come pull me out or I'll drown." The kids ignored him too. He looked to Wang Hui, who was standing beside Lin Qian. "Brother, please, help me out. I swear I'll repay you. I didn't know who I was messing with. I was wrong. If you save me, I'll do anything for you." Annoyed by his whining, Lin Qian snapped her whip at him. After that, the fat man didn't dare make another sound, struggling helplessly in the water. But the more he struggled, the faster he sank. Soon, only a few bubbles rose to the surface, and after a while, there was no movement at all. Watching the fat man disappear beneath the water, Lin Qian finally felt a bit better. "Let's get the supplies and head back." Wang Hui and the kids were about to get to work when Lin Qian frowned, glancing at the direction they were moving. "Don't go that way. The fat man just spat there twice." Wang Hui and the children exchanged glances in silence, but quietly changed the route they were taking. Lin Qian also carried some things, following them in the direction of the orphanage. When they arrived, they saw Li Chang and Zheng Wei already tidying up the orphanage. Seeing Lin Qian return, they hurried over and said, "Miss, please have a seat and rest for a bit. We'll take care of this." Of course, Lin Qian wasn't about to sit down and rest. At a time like this, she wanted to help them finish up as soon as possible so she could go home. Only at home did she feel truly at ease. "Just tidy up a bit for now. Let's go bring the director and the rest of the supplies back first." We can clean up here slowly later. It's not urgent, Lin Qian said. Li Chang and the others thought that made sense, so they stopped what they were doing. Miss, the people who took over our orphanage before are still tied up in the courtyard. Zhang Wei, and I haven't decided what to do with him. He said he has companions out there. We're worried that if we leave, his friends might come back. The children all crowded forward to tell the two men what had happened earlier, and in the end, they all praised Lin Qian in unison. Big sister is amazing. Lin Qian recalled the scene of the children tossing someone into the water earlier. Why don't we just take him with us? When the time comes, strip him and toss him in the river. His life or death will be up to fate. That way, we're even doing a good deed for the orphanage. That's a good deed? Wang Hui thought of the fat man who was probably sinking somewhere by now and couldn't help but twitch. Of course. We didn't kill him directly, so isn't that a good deed? The kids are kind-hearted. I just can't stand seeing these bad people left in the world to cause more harm, Lin Qian said. Li Chang, Zhang Wei, and the kind-hearted children were all left speechless. Lin Qian urged, "What are you all staring at us for? Hurry up and pack up so we can go. Otherwise, it'll be dark soon." Li Chang looked at the orphanage, a bit worried. If we all leave, what about the stuff we leave here? Oh, it's just a few things and there's no food. No one else will want them. Just lock the door. If someone really comes and takes over, can't we just kick them out again? Thinking it over, they realized she was right, so they didn't worry about it anymore. They packed up and set off to fetch Director Liang. Meanwhile, Director Liang and Hope had been waiting for Lin Qian and the others at the supermarket. The people lurking nearby, tempted by the supplies they'd seen brought back earlier, finally couldn't resist and decided to make a move. Two groups had been watching them from the shadows, waiting for Lin Qian and the others who could fight to leave. Both groups noticed each other and sent out their decision-makers to discuss. Seeing that only the elderly, the young, and Hope the dog were left, they quickly struck a deal. This was the perfect opportunity. If they missed it, they might never get another chance like this. They decided to join forces and attack. Although the girl and the men had taken away a lot of supplies, and the rest had been hidden, as long as they caught the old man and two children, they could force them to reveal where the supplies were. With this thought, both groups grew even more excited. Some grabbed weapons, others improvised, picking up broken bits of wood or pulling belts from their waists to use as makeshift weapons. They advanced menacingly toward Hope, Director Liang, and the children. At that moment, Hope seemed to sense the impending danger. He stepped in front of Director Liang and the children, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, growling low in his throat to warn the intruders. Sensing they still weren't stopping, Hope barked sharply, "Woof! Woof! Woof!" at the people ahead. Take one more step, and there would be no mercy. Although Hope was intimidating, the lure of the supplies was too great. No one wanted to give up now. One of them, pained, pulled out a small piece of meat from his pocket and tossed it toward Hope, hoping the dog would let them pass for the sake of the treat. Hope watched as the meat landed in front of him, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Woof! What kind of trash is this? You dare offer it to me?" Hope strode forward. The people watching felt a surge of hope. Maybe it was working. After all, what dog could resist meat? They all thought the meat had distracted Hope and waited for him to focus on it so they could go after Director Liang and the children. But to their surprise, Hope walked up to the meat and simply kicked it away with a paw. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What did that mean? Hope kicked the meat aside like it was garbage. Had they thrown the wrong thing? The man who'd tossed the meat began to doubt himself. He quickly checked his pocket. No, he hadn't made a mistake. The dog really had kicked away the precious meat he'd been saving as if it were filth. He hurried over to retrieve the meat. But as soon as he moved, Hope's eyes locked onto him, making it clear that if he came any closer, Hope would tear out his throat. He hesitated, torn between his fear of Hope and his reluctance to abandon the meat. The others behind him called out, "Go on. What are you standing there for?" "It's just, the way that dog's looking at me is terrifying. I feel like if I take one more step, it'll rip me apart. Come on, it's just a dog. If you won't go, I will." The speaker pulled him back and, knife in hand, strode toward the meat. He managed to pick up the meat, and seeing that the dog still hadn't moved, he grew even more pleased. He turned to the others and said, "See? I told you, this dog is all bark and no bite. I've got the meat, and it hasn't done a thing." But before he could finish his sentence, Hope lunged at him. As his last word left his lips, Hope bit clean through his throat. He stared in disbelief as Hope, his mouth stained with blood, moved away from him. Feeling his own blood gush out and spray across his face, he couldn't comprehend how, in the blink of an eye, he'd ended up like this. The others saw Hope tear out their companion's throat in a single bite. No matter how many of them there were, none dared to move forward. They slowly backed away, retreating into a room to regroup. "We need to find a way to get rid of that dog. It's too dangerous, it killed one of us in an instant. So, what do you suggest? How do we lure it away? It won't even eat meat. Maybe the meat wasn't fresh enough? Should we try something fresher? And where are we supposed to find fresh meat? Didn't it just kill someone? Do you think that dog would eat him?" Some of the others hesitated, unable to accept such a method, and kept silent. Those who could accept it didn't know how to proceed. But the corpse is right next to the dog. If it wants to eat, would it really wait for us to tempt it? By now, it's probably finished already, right? While they were deep in heated discussion, none of them noticed that Hope had quietly approached them at some point and had silently locked the door behind them. It wasn't until they heard a click that someone reacted and looked toward the door. Wait, why is the door locked? Wasn't it always locked? No one had really paid attention to whether the door was open or closed. The last person to enter said, "No, I didn't lock it when I came in just now." Could it be haunted? Nonsense. How could it be haunted? Even ghosts would be scared in this weather. You must be remembering wrong. But I clearly heard a click just now. Could I have misheard? Stop being paranoid. This isn't your house. Isn't it normal for there to be some noises? Enough of that, let's figure out what to do about that dog. I can't take another day of this hellish life. So, what's your plan? As soon as those words were spoken, the person who'd been so enthusiastic just now instantly wilted like a defeated rooster. At that moment, Hope had already silently come up behind them. Fixing its gaze on the one who kept talking, clearly the leader, Hope lunged while he was off guard and tore out his throat in one bite. Before anyone could react, Hope had already killed 4 or 5 people. Panic erupted. Everyone scrambled like headless chickens, desperate to escape the cramped room. But the door had long since been locked by Hope. There was no way out. The smarter ones grabbed chairs and jumped onto higher surfaces. Others frantically tried to climb out the windows. After dealing with those who couldn't get to higher ground, Hope turned its predatory gaze on those clinging to the heights. A mocking sneer actually appeared on the dog's face, as if laughing at their stupidity. Hope wasn't in a hurry. It found a clean spot, shook the blood off its fur, tidied itself up a bit, and then looked back at the remaining survivors. Some were so terrified they'd lost control of their bladders and bowels. Hope caught a whiff of the stench and recoiled in disgust. It kept its distance from those who'd soiled themselves, instead heading for those who hadn't, taking care of them first. Seeing Hope approach, those people's minds raced. Why was the dog ignoring the ones closer to it and coming for them instead? Sometimes, extreme stress can spark sudden inspiration. One person, catching the smell of urine and feces, suddenly shouted, "I get it. I get it. The dog is afraid of the smell. Everyone, soil yourselves." He strained so hard his face turned red, but before anything else came out, he let out a series of loud farts. Hope looked even more disgusted, raising a paw to cover its nose. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in delight, "It works! The dog is afraid of the smell. Quick, everyone, do it." The others followed suit, faces flushed, peeing and pooping themselves. In no time, the cramped room was filled with an indescribable stench. Hope looked at the foul-smelling group, finding it impossible to take another bite. It wondered if, after dealing with these people, its sister would still want it if she came back and smelled the stink on its fur. For the first time, the people saw hesitation on the dog's face and thought they'd finally survived. They were secretly overjoyed. But at that moment, Hope realized Sister wanted it to protect Grandpa Dean and the little kids. If it let these people go, Grandpa Dean and the children would be in danger. With that, Hope stopped caring about the smell. It leapt onto the tables and chairs and tore out the throat of the nearest person. Seeing that Hope, who just seemed disgusted, was now attacking again, the others were so terrified that they lost control completely, soiling themselves even more. The stench in the room became utterly unbearable. Hope couldn't stand it either, so it decided to finish things quickly. In just a few moves, it killed everyone. None of them understood, even in death, how two whole groups of people couldn't defeat a single dog. People always talk about beating a dog when it's trapped in a corner, but now it was the dog trapping people and cutting them down. Terrifying. As they died, they all thought they were having a nightmare, one they would never wake from. After finishing off everyone, Hope, as if escaping a plague, rushed to the door, unlocked it, and was about to leave. But suddenly it remembered something, turned back, and closed the door again before leaving. Hope had wanted to go wash up first, but after thinking it over, decided to report to Grandpa Dean first. When Dean Liang saw Hope return covered in blood, he was shocked. Ignoring the blood and stench, he immediately pulled Hope over to check it all over. "Did you go deal with those people? Are you hurt?" Seeing the deep worry and concern in Dean Liang's eyes, Hope scraped its paw clean on the side, then gently placed it in his hand and gave a soft woof. "Grandpa, I'm fine. Don't worry." After a careful check, Dean Liang found 2 knife wounds on Hope, with blood still oozing from them. "Hope, you're hurt." He grew anxious and quickly fetched some hidden medicine to treat Hope's wounds. But Hope couldn't stand being covered in blood and gore. It barked twice at Dean Liang, then turned and left. Afraid something might happen, Dean Liang told the 2 children, "Xiaodong, Xiaoxi, you 2 stay here and wait for Grandpa. If anyone comes, hide under the bed. Hope is hurt, I need to go check on it." The 2 kids, though frightened by the sight of Hope's blood, nodded obediently at Dean Liang's.